Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 1, Boys Together. Chapter 1. Old Deemster Christian of Ballawhaine was a hard man, hard on the outside at all events. They called him Iron Christian, and people said, "Don't turn that iron hand against you." Yet his character was stamped with nobleness as well as strength. He was not a man of icy nature, but he loved to gather icicles about him. There was fire enough underneath, at which he warmed his old heart when alone, but he liked the air to be congealed about his face. He was a man of a closed soul. One had to wrench open the dark chamber where he kept his feelings, but the man who had done that had uncovered his nakedness, and he cut him off forever. That was how it happened with his son, the father of Philip. He had two sons. The elder was an impetuous creature, a fiery spirit, one of the masterful souls who want the restraint of the curb if they are not to hurry headlong into the abyss. Old Deemster Christian had called this boy Thomas Wilson, after the serene saint who had once been Bishop of Man. He was intended, however, for the law, not for the church. The office of Deemster never has been and never can be hereditary. Yet the Christians of Ballawhaine had been Deemsters through 6 generations, and old Iron Christian expected that Thomas Wilson Christian would succeed him. But there was enough uncertainty about the succession to make merit of more value than precedent in the selection, and so the old man had brought up his son to the English bar, and afterwards called him to practice in the Manxman. The young fellow had not altogether rewarded his father's endeavours. During his residence in England he had acquired certain modern doctrines which were highly obnoxious to the old Deemster. New views on property, new ideas about woman and marriage, new theories concerning religion, always rechristened superstition, the usual barnacles of young vessels fresh from unknown waters. But the old man was no shipwright in harbour who has learnt the art of removing them without injury to the hull. The Deemster knew these notions when he met with them in the English newspapers. There was something awesome in their effect on his stay-at-home imagination, as of vices confusing and difficult to true men that walk steadily. But above all, very far off, over the mountains and across the sea, like distant cities of Sodom, only waiting for Sodom's doom. And yet, lo, here they were in a twinkling, shunted and shot into his own house and his own stackyard. "I suppose now," he said with a knowing look, "you think Jack as good as his master." "No, sir," said his son gravely, "generally much better." Iron Christian altered his will. To his elder son he left only a life interest in Ballawhaine. "That boy will be doing something," he said, and thus he guarded against consequences. He could not help it. He was ashamed, but he could not conquer his shame. The fiery old man began to nurse a grievance against his son. The two sons of the Deemster were like the inside and outside of a bowl, and that bowl was the Deemster himself. If Thomas Wilson the elder had his father's inside fire and softness, Peter the younger had his father's outside ice and iron. Peter was little and almost misshapen, with a pair of shoulders that seemed to be trying to meet over a hollow chest and limbs that splayed away into vacancy. And if nature had been grudging with him, his father was not more kind. He had been brought up to no profession, and his expectations were limited to a yearly charge out of his brother's property. His talk was bitter, his voice cold, he laughed little, and had never been known to cry. He had many things against him. Besides these sons, Deemster Christian had a girl in his household, but to his own consciousness the fact was only a kind of peradventure. She was his niece, the child of his only brother who had died in early manhood. Her name was Anne Charlotte de la Tremouille, called after the Lady of Rushen, for the family of Christian had their share of the heroic that is in all men. She had fine eyes, a weak mouth, and great timidity. Gentle airs floated always about her, and a sort of nervous brightness twinkled over her, as of a glen with the sun flickering through. Her mother died when she was a child of 12, and in the house of her uncle and her cousins she had been brought up among men and boys. One day Peter drew the Deemster aside and told him, with expressions of shame interlarded with praises of his own acuteness, a story of his brother. It was about a girl. Her name was Mona Crellin. She lived on the hill at Ballure House, 1/2 mile south of Ramsey, and was daughter of a man called Billy Ballure, a retired sea captain, and hail fellow well met with all the jovial spirits of the town. There was much noise and outcry, and Old Iron sent for his son. "What's this I hear?" he cried, looking him down. "A woman? So that's what your fine learning comes to, eh? Take care, sir, take care. No son of mine shall disgrace himself. The day he does that, he will be put to the door." Thomas held himself in with a great effort. "Disgrace?" he said. "What disgrace, sir, if you please?" "What disgrace, sir?" repeated the Deemster, mocking his son in a mincing treble. Then he roared, "Behaving dishonourably to a poor girl, that's what's disgrace, sir. Isn't it enough? Eh? Eh?" "More than enough," said the young man. "But who is doing it? I'm not." "Then you're doing worse." "Did I say worse? Of course I said worse. Worse, sir, worse. Do you hear me? Worse. You are traipsing around Ballure and letting that poor girl take notions. I'll have no more of it. Is this what I sent you to England for? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Keep your place, sir, keep your place. A poor girl's a poor girl, and a Deemster's a Deemster." "Yes, sir," said Thomas, suddenly firing up, "and a man's a man. As for the shame, I need be ashamed of nothing that is not shameful, and the best proof I can give you that I mean no dishonour by the girl is that I intend to marry her." "What? You intend to what? Did I hear?" The old Deemster turned his good ear towards his son's face, and the young man repeated his threat. Never fear. No poor girl should be misled by him. He was above all foolish conventions. Old Iron Christian was dumbfounded. He gasped, he stared, he stammered, and then fell on his son with hot reproaches. "What? Your wife? Wife? That trollop? That minx? That, and daughter of that sot too, that old rip, that rowdy blatherskite, that... And my own son is to lift his hand to cut his throat? Yes, sir, cut his throat. And I am to stand by? No, no, I say no, sir, no." The young man made some further protest, but it was lost in his father's clamour. "You will, though, you will? Then your hat is your house, sir. Take to it, take to it." "No need to tell me twice, father." "Away, then, away to your woman, your jade. God, keep my hands off him." The old man lifted his clenched fist, but his son had flung out of the room. It was not the Deemster only who feared he might lay hands on his own flesh and blood. "Stop, come back, you dog. Listen, I've not done yet. Stop, you hot-headed rascal, stop. Can't you hear a man out then? Come back. Thomas Wilson, come back, sir. Thomas, Thomas, Tom, where is he? Where's the boy?" Old Iron Christian had made after his son bareheaded down to the road, shouting his name in a broken roar, but the young man was gone. Then he went back slowly, his grey hair playing in the wind. He was all iron outside, but all father within. That day the Deemster altered his will a second time, and his elder son was disinherited. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Part 1, Chapter 2 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 2. Peter succeeded in due course to the estate of Ballawhaine, but he was not a lawyer, and the line of the Deemsters Christian was broken. Meantime Thomas Wilson Christian had been married to Mona Crellin without delay. He loved her, but he had been afraid of her ignorance, afraid also, notwithstanding his principles, of the difference in their social rank, and had half intended to give her up when his father's reproaches had come to fire his anger and to spur his courage. As soon as she became his wife, he realised the price he had paid for her. Happiness could not come of such a beginning. He had broken every tie in making the one which brought him down. The rich disowned him, and the poor lost respect for him. "It's positively indecent," said one. "It's potatoes marrying herrings," said another. It was little better than hunger marrying thirst. In the general downfall of his fame, his profession failed him. He lost heart and ambition. His philosophy did not stand him in good stead, for it had no value in the market to which he brought it. Thus, day by day, he sank deeper into the ooze of a wrecked and wasted life. The wife did not turn out well. She was a fretful person, with a good face, a bad shape, a vacant mind, and a great deal of vanity. She had liked her husband a little as a lover, but when she saw that her marriage brought her nobody's envy, she fell into a long fit of the vapours. Eventually she made herself believe that she was an ill-used person. She never ceased to complain of her fate. Everybody treated her as if she had laid plans for her husband's ruin. The husband continued to love her, but little by little he grew to despise her also. When he made his first plunge, he had prided himself on indulging an heroic impulse. He was not going to deliver a good woman to dishonour because she seemed to be an obstacle to his success. But she had never realised his sacrifice. She did not appear to understand that he might have been a great man in the island, but that love and honour had held him back. Her ignorance was pitiful, and he was ashamed of it. In earning the contempt of others, he had not saved himself from self-contempt. The old sailor died suddenly in a fit of drunkenness at a fair, and husband and wife came into possession of his house and property at Ballure. This did not improve the relations between them. The woman perceived that their positions were reversed. She was the bread-bringer now. One day, at a slight that her husband's people had put upon her in the street, she reminded him, in order to re-establish her wounded vanity, that but for her and hers, he would not have so much as a roof to cover him. Yet the man continued to love her in spite of all. And she was not at first a degraded being. At times she was bright and cheerful, and except in the worst spells of her vapours, she was a brisk and busy woman. The house was sweet and homely. There was only one thing to drive him away from it, but that was the greatest thing of all. Nevertheless, they had their cheerful hours together. A child was born, a boy, and they called him Philip. He was the beginning of the end between them, the iron stay that held them together and yet apart. The father remembered his misfortunes in the presence of his son, and the mother was stung afresh by the recollection of disappointed hopes. The boy was the true heir of Ballawhaine, but the inheritance was lost to him by his father's fault, and he had nothing. Philip grew to be a winsome lad. There was something sweet and amiable and big-hearted, and even almost great in him. One day the father sat in the garden by the mighty fuchsia tree that grows on the lawn, watching his little fair-haired son play at marbles on the path with two big lads whom he had enticed out of the road, and another more familiar playmate, the little bare-footed boy Peter from the cottage by the water trough. At first Philip lost, and with grunts of satisfaction the big ones promptly pocketed their gains. Then Philip won, and little curly Peter was stripped naked and his lip began to fall. At that Philip paused, held his head aside, and considered, and then said quite briskly, "Peter hadn't a fair chance that time. Here, let's give him another go." The father's throat swelled, and he went indoors to the mother and said, "I think perhaps I'm to blame, but somehow I think our boy isn't like other boys. What do you say? Foolish? Maybe so, maybe so. No difference? Well, no. But deep down in the secret place of his heart, Thomas Wilson Christian, broken man, uprooted tree, wrecked craft in the mud and slime, began to cherish a fond idea. The son would regain all that his father had lost. He had gifts, and he should be brought up to the law, a large nature, and he should be helped to develop it, a fine face, which all must love, a sense of justice, and a great wealth of the power of radiating happiness. Deemster? Why not? Ballawhaine? Who could tell? The biggest, noblest, greatest of all Manxmen. God knows. Only he must be taught to fly from his father's dangers. Love? Then let him love where he can also respect, but never outside his own sphere. The island was too little for that. To love and to despise was to suffer the torments of the damned. Nourishing these dreams, the poor man began to be tortured by every caress the mother gave her son, and irritated by every word she spoke to him. Her grammar was good enough for himself, and the exuberant caresses of her maudlin moods were even sometimes pleasant, but the boy must be degraded by neither. The woman did not reach to these high thoughts, but she was not slow to interpret the casual by-play in which they found expression. Her husband was teaching her son to disrespect her. She wouldn't have thought it of him, she wouldn't really, but it was always the way when a plain, practical woman married on the quality. Imperence and disrespect, that's the capers. Imperence and disrespect from the ones that's doing nothing and beholden to you for everything. It was shocking. It was distressing. In such outbursts would her jealousy taunt him with her poverty, revile him for his idleness, and square accounts with him for the manifest preference of the boy. He could bear them with patience when they were alone, but in Philip's presence they were as gall and wormwood, and whips and scorpions. "Go, my lad, go," he would sometimes whimper, and hustle the boy out of the way. "No," the woman would cry, "stop and see the man your father is." And the father would mutter, "He might see the woman his mother is as well." But when she had pinned them together, and the boy had to hear her out, the man would drop his forehead on the table and break into groans and tears. Then the woman would change quite suddenly, and put her arms about him and kiss him and weep over him. He could defend himself from neither her insults nor her embraces. In spite of everything, he loved her. That was where the bitterness of the evil lay. But for the love he bore her, he might have got her off his back and been his own man once more. He would make peace with her and kiss her again, and they would both kiss the boy and be tender and even cheerful. Philip was still a child, but he saw the relations of his parents, and in his own way he understood everything. He loved his father best, but he did not hate his mother. She was nearly always affectionate, though often jealous of the father's greater love and care for him, and sometimes irritable from that cause alone. But the frequent broils between them were like blows that left scars on his body. He slept in a cot in the same room, and he would cover up his head in the bedclothes at night with a feeling of fear and physical pain. A man cannot fight against himself for long. That deadly enemy is certain to slay. When Philip was 6 years old, his father lay sick of his last sickness. The wife had fallen into habits of intemperance by this time, and stage by stage she had descended to the condition of an utterly degraded woman. There was something to excuse her. She had been disappointed in the great stakes of life. She had earned disgrace where she had looked for admiration. She was vain, and could not bear misfortune, and she had no deep well of love from which to drink when the fount of her pride ran dry. If her husband had indulged her with a little pity, everything might have gone along more easily, but he had only loved her and been ashamed, and now that he lay near to his death, the love began to ebb and the shame to deepen into dread. He slept little at night, and as often as he closed his eyes, certain voices of mocking and reproach seemed to be constantly humming in his ears. "Your son," they would cry, "what is to become of him? Your dreams, your great dreams, Deemster, Ballawhaine, God knows what. You are leaving the boy. Who is to bring him up? His mother? Think of it." At last a ray of pale sunshine broke on the sleepless wrestler with the night, and he became almost happy. "I'll speak to the boy," he thought. "I will tell him my own history, concealing nothing. Yes, I will tell him of my own father also, God rest him, the stern old man, severe yet just." An opportunity soon befell. It was late at night, very late. The woman was sleeping off a bout of intemperance somewhere below, and the boy, with the innocence and ignorance of his years in all that the solemn time foreboded, was bustling about the room with mighty eagerness, because he knew that he ought to be in bed. "I'm staying up to attend on you, father," said the boy. The father answered with a sigh. "Don't you disturb yourself, father. I'll attend on you." The father's sigh deepened to a moan. "If you want anything particular, just call me. D'ye see, father?" And away went the boy like a gleam of light. Presently he came back, leaping like the dawn. He was carrying, insecurely, a jug of poppy head and chamomile, which had been prescribed as a lotion. "Poppy heads, father? Poppy heads is good, I can tell ye." "Why aren't you in bed, child?" said the father. "You must be tired." "No, I'm not tired, father. I was just feeling a bit of tired, and then I took a smell of poppy heads, and away went the tiredness to Jericho. They is good." The little white head was glinting off again when the father called it back. "Come here, my boy." The child went up to the bedside, and the father ran his fingers lovingly through the long fair hair. "Do you think, Philip, that 20, 30, 40 years hence, when you are a man, ay, a big man, little one, do you think you will remember what I shall say to you now?" "Why, yes, father, if it's anything particular. And if it isn't, you can remind me of it, can't you, father?" The father shook his head. "I shall not be here then, my boy. I am going away." "Going away, father? May I come too?" "Ah, I wish you could, little one. Yes, truly, I almost wish you could." "Then you'll let me go with you, father? Oh, I am glad, father." And the boy began to caper and dance, to go down on all fours and leap about the floor like a frog. The father fell back on his pillow with a heaving breast. Vain, vain. What was the use of speaking? The child's outlook was life, his own was death. They had no common ground, they spoke different tongues. And after all, how could he suffer the sweet innocence of the child's soul to look down into the stained and scarred chamber of his ruined heart? "You don't understand me, Philip. I mean that I am going to die." "Yes, darling, and only that I am leaving you behind, I should be glad to go." "My life has been wasted, Philip. In the time to come, when men speak of your father, you will be ashamed. Perhaps you will not remember then that whatever he was a good father to you, for at least he loved you dearly. Well, I must needs bow to the will of God, but if I could only hope that you would live to restore my name when I am gone. Philip, are you? Don't cry, my darling. There, there, kiss me. We'll say no more about it then. Perhaps it's not true, although father told it you. Well, perhaps not. And now undress and slip into bed before mother comes. See, there's your night-dress at the foot of the crib. Wants some buttons, does it? Never mind. In with you. That's a boy." Impossible, impossible, and perhaps unnecessary. Who should say? Young as the child was, he might never forget what he had seen and heard. Some day it must have its meaning for him. Thus the father comforted himself. Those jangling quarrels which had often scorched his brain like iron, the memory of their abject scenes came to him then, with a sort of bleeding solace. Meanwhile, with little catching sobs, which he struggled to repress, the boy lay down in his crib. When halfway gone towards the mists of the land of sleep, he started up suddenly and called, "Good night, father." And his father answered him, "Good night." Towards 3 o'clock the next morning there was great commotion in the house. The servant was scurrying up and down stairs, and the mistress, wringing her hands, was tramping to and fro in the sick-room, crying in a tone of astonishment, as if the thought had stolen upon her unawares, "Why, he's going! How didn't somebody tell me before?" The eyes of the sinking man were on the crib. "Philip," he faltered. They lifted the boy out of his bed, and brought him in his night-dress to his father's side, and the father twisted about and took him into his arms, still half asleep and yawning. Then the mother, recovering from the stupidity of her surprise, broke into paroxysms of weeping, and fell over her husband's breast and kissed him. For once her kisses had no response. The man was dying miserably, for he was thinking of her and of the boy. Sometimes he babbled over Philip in a soft, inarticulate gurgle. Sometimes he looked up at his wife's face with a stony stare. and then he clung the closer to the boy, as if he would never let him go. The dark hour came, and still he held the boy in his arms. They had to release the child at last from his father's dying grip. The dead of the night was gone by this time, and the day was at the point of dawn. The sparrows in the eaves were twittering, and the tide, which was at its lowest ebb, was heaving on the sand far out in the bay with the sound as of a rookery awakening. Philip remembered afterwards that his mother cried so much that he was afraid, and that when he had been dressed she took him downstairs, where they all ate breakfast together, with the sun shining through the blinds. The mother did not live to overshadow her son's life. Sinking yet lower in habits of intemperance, she stayed indoors from week-end to week-end, seated herself like a weeping willow by the fireside, and drank and drank. Her excesses led to delusions. She saw ghosts perpetually. To avoid such of them as haunted the death-room of her husband, she had a bed made up on a couch in the parlour, and one morning she was found face downwards stretched out beside it on the floor. Then Philip's father's cousin, always called his Auntie Nan, came to Ballure House to bring him up. His father had been her favourite cousin, and in spite of all that had happened, he had been her lifelong hero also. A deep and secret tenderness, too timid to be quite aware of itself, had been lying in ambush in her heart through all the years of his miserable life with Mona. At the death of the old Deemster, her other cousin Peter had married and cast her off. But she was always one of those woodland herbs which are said to give out their sweetest fragrance after they have been trodden on and crushed. Philip's father had been her hero, her lost one and her love, and Philip was his father's son. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Tony Ashworth, Brisbane. Part 1, Chapter 3 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 3. Little curly Pete, with the broad bare feet, the tousled black head, the jacket halfway up his back like a waistcoat with sleeves, and the hole in his trousers where the tail of his shirt should have been, was Peter Quilliam, and he was the natural son of Peter Christian. In the days when that punctilious worthy set himself to observe the doings of his elder brother at Ballure, he found it convenient to make an outwork of the hedge in front of the thatched house that stood nearest. 2 persons lived in the cottage, father and daughter, Tom Quilliam, usually called Black Tom, and Bridget Quilliam, getting the name of Bridget Black Tom. The man was a short, gross creature with an enormous head and a big open mouth showing broken teeth that were black with the juice of tobacco. The girl was, by common judgment and report, a gawk, a great, slow-eyed, comely-looking, comfortable, easy-going gawk. Black Tom was a thatcher, and with his hair poking its way through the holes in his straw hat, he tramped the island in pursuit of his calling. This kept him from home for days together, and in that fact Peter Christian, while shadowing the morality of his brother, found his own opportunity. When the child was born, neither the thatcher nor his daughter attempted to father it. Peter Christian paid £20 to the one and 80 to the other in Manx pound notes. The boys daubed their door to show that the house was dishonoured, and that was the end of everything. The girl went through her censures silently, or with only one comment. She had borrowed the sheet in which she appeared in church from Miss Christian of Ballawhaine, and when she took it back, the good soul of the sweet lady thought to improve the occasion. "I was wondering, Bridget," she said gravely, "what you were thinking of when you stood with Bella and Liza before the congregation last Sunday morning." 2 other Magdalenes had done penance by Bridget's side. "'Deed, mistress," said the girl, "I was thinking there wasn't a sheet at one of them to match mine for whiteness. I'd have been ashamed to be seen in the like of theirs." Bridget may have been a gawk, but she did 2 things which were not gawkish. Putting the 80 greasy notes into the foot of an old stocking, she sewed them up in the ticking of her bed, and then christened her baby Peter. The money was for the child if she should not live to rear him, and the name was her way of saying that a man's son was his son, in spite of law or devil. After that she kept both herself and her child by day labour in the fields, weeding and sowing potatoes, and following at the tail of the reapers, for 6pence a day dry days, and 4pence all weathers. She might have badgered the heir of Ballawhaine, but she never did so. That person came into his inheritance, got himself elected member for Ramsey in the House of Keys, married Nessie Taubman, daughter of the rich brewer, and became the father of another son. Such were the doings in the big house down in the valley, while up in the thatched cottage behind the water trough, on potatoes and herrings and barley bonnag, lived Bridget and her little Pete. Pete's earliest recollections were of a boy who lived at the beautiful white house with the big fuchsia, by the turn of the road over the bridge that crossed the glen. This was Philip Christian, half a year older than himself, although several inches shorter, with long yellow hair and rosy cheeks, and dressed in a velvet suit of knickerbockers. Pete worshipped him in his simple way, hung about him, fetched and carried for him, and looked up to him as a marvel of wisdom and goodness and pluck. His first memory of Philip was of sleeping with him snuggled up by his side in the dark, hushed and still in a narrow bed with iron ends to it, and of leaping up in the morning and laughing. Philip's father, a tall white gentleman, who never laughed at all, and only smiled sometimes, had found him in the road in the evening waiting for his mother to come home from the fields, that he might light the fire in the cottage, and running about in the meantime to keep himself warm and not too hungry. His second memory was of Philip guiding him round the drawing-room, over thick carpets on which his bare feet made no noise, and showing him the pictures on the walls, and telling him what they meant. One, an engraving of St. John with a death's head and a crucifix, was, according to this grim and voracious guide, a picture of a brigand who killed his victims and always skinned their skulls with a cross-handled dagger. After that, his memories of Philip and himself were as two gleams of sunshine which mingle and become one. Philip was a great reader of noble histories. He found them, frayed and tattered, at the bottom of a trunk that had tin corners and 2 padlocks, and stood in the room looking towards the harbour where his mother's father, the old sailor, had slept. One of them was his special favourite, and he used to read it aloud to Pete. It told of the doings of the Carrasdhoo men. They were a bold band of desperadoes, the terror of all the island. Sometimes they worked in the fields of ploughing and reaping and stacking, the same as common practical men, and sometimes they lived in houses, just like the house by the water trough. But when the wind was rising in the nor'-nor'-west, and there was a taste of the brine on your lips, they would be up and say, "The sea's calling us, we must be going." Then they would live in rocky caves of the coast, where nobody could reach them, and there would be fires lit at night in tar barrels, and shouting and singing and carousing, and after that there would be ship's rudders, and figureheads, and masts coming up with the tide, and sometimes dead bodies on the beach of sailors they had drowned. Only foreign ones, though, hundreds and tons of them. But that was long ago. The Carrasdhoo men were dead, and the glory of their day was departed. One quiet evening, after an awesome reading of this brave history, Philip, sitting on his haunches at the gable, with Pete like another white frog beside him, said quite suddenly, "Hush! What's that?" "I wonder," said Pete. There was never a sound in the air above the rustle of a leaf, and Pete's imagination could carry him no further. "Pete," said Philip, with awful gravity, "the sea's calling me." "And me," said Pete solemnly. Early that night the 2 lads were down at the most desolate part of Port Moor, in a cave under the scraggy black rocks of Gobny Garvain, kindling a fire of gorse and turf inside the remains of a broken barrel. "See that tremendous sharp rock below low water?" said Philip. "Don't I, though?" said Pete. There was never a rock the size of a currycomb between them and the line of the sky. "That's what we call a reef," said Philip. "Wait a bit, and you'll see the ships go splitting on top of it like a taypot," said Pete. "We'll save the women, though," said Philip. "Shall we save the women, Pete? We always do." "Oh, yes, the women. And the boys," said Pete thoughtfully. Philip had his doubts about the boys, but he would not quarrel. It was nearly dark and growing very cold. The lads croodled down by the crackling blaze and tried to forget that they had forgotten tea time. "We never has to mind a bit of hungry," said Philip stoutly. "Never a ha'porth," said Pete. "Only when the job's done we have hams and flitches and things for supper." "Oh, yes, ating and drinking to the full." "Rum, Pete. We always drinks rum." "We has to," said Pete. "None of your tea," said Philip. "Course not. None of your old granny's twopenny tay," said Pete. It was quite dark by this time, and the tide was rising rapidly. There was not a star in the sky, and not a light on the sea except the revolving light of the lightship far away. The boys crept closer together and began to think of home. Philip remembered Auntie Nan. When he had stolen away on hands and knees under the parlour window, she had been sewing at his new check nightshirt. A nightshirt for a Carrasdhoo man had seemed to be ridiculous then. But where was Auntie Nanny now? Pete remembered his mother. She would be racing round the houses and crying. And he had visions of Black Tom. He would be racing round also and swearing. "Shouldn't we sing something, Phil?" said Pete, with a gurgle in his throat. "Sing?" said Philip, with as much scorn as he could summon. "And give them warning we're watching for them? Well, you are a pretty, Mr. Pete. But just you wait till the ships go wrecking on the rocks, I mean the reefs, and the dead men's coming up like corks, 190 and dozens of them. My Jove, yes, then you'll hear me singing." The darkness deepened, and the voice of the sea began to moan through the back of the cave. The gorse crackled no longer, and the turf burned in a dull red glow. Night with its awfulness had come down, and the boys were cut off from everything. "They don't seem to be coming, not yet," said Philip in a husky whisper. "Maybe it's the same as fishing," said Pete. "Sometimes you catch and sometimes you don't." "That's it," said Philip eagerly. "Generally you don't, and then you both haves to go home and come again," he added nervously. But neither of the boys stirred. Outside the glow of the fire the blackness looked terrible. Pete nuzzled up to Philip's side, and being untroubled by imaginative fears, soon began to feel drowsy. The sound of his measured breathing startled Philip with the terror of loneliness. "Honour bright, Mr. Pete," he faltered, nudging the head on his shoulder, and trying to keep his voice from shaking. "You call yourself a second mate, and leaving all the work to me?" The second mate was penitent, but in less than half a minute more he was committing the same offence again. "It isn't no use," he said. "I'm that sleepy you never seen." "Then let's both take the watch below instead," said Philip, and they proceeded to stretch themselves out by the fire together. "Just leave it to me," said Pete. "I'll hear them if they come in the night. I'll always does. I'm sleeping that light, it's shocking. Why, sometimes I hear Black Tom when he comes home tipsy. I've done it times." "We'll have carpets to lie on tomorrow, not stones," said Philip, wriggling on a rough one. "Rolls of carpets, Kidderminstrel ones." They settled themselves side by side as close to each other as they could creep, and tried not to hear the surging and sighing of the sea. Then came a tremulous whimper. "Pete!" "What's that?" "Don't you never say your prayers when you take the watch below?" "Sometimes we does, when mother isn't too tired, and the old man's middling drunk and quiet." "Then don't you like to, then?" "Oh, yes, though I'm liking it scandalous." The wreckers agreed to say their prayers, and got up again and said them, knee to knee, with their two little faces to the fire, and then stretched themselves out afresh. "Pete, where's your hand?" "Here you are, Phil." In another minute, under the solemn darkness of the night, broken only by the smouldering fire, amid the thunderous quake of the cabin after every beat of the waves on the beach, the Carrasdhoo men were asleep. Some time in the dark reaches before the dawn, Pete leapt up with a start. "What's that?" he cried in a voice of fear. But Philip was still in the mists of sleep, and feeling the cold, he only whimpered, "Cover me up, Pete." "Phil!" cried Pete in an affrighted whisper. "Cover me up," drawled Philip. "I thought it was Black Tom," said Pete. There was some confused bellowing outside the cave. "My goodness gracious!" came in a terrible voice. "It's them, though, the pair of them. Impossible. Who says it's impossible? It's themselves, I'm telling you, ma'am. Guy hang. The woman's mad, putting a scream out of herself like yonder. Safe? Course they're safe. Bad luck to the young wastrels. You're for putting up a prayer for your own one, eh? Well, I'm for hommering mine. The dirts? Weaned only yesterday, and fetching a dacent man out of his bed to find them. A fire at them, too. Well, it was the fire that found them. Pull the boat up, boys." Philip was half awake by this time. "They've come," he whispered. "The ships is come. They're on the reef. Oh, dear me! Best go and meet them. Perhaps they won't kill us if we... Oh, dear me!" Then the wreckers, hand in hand, quaking and whimpering, stepped out to the mouth of the cave. At the next moment Philip found himself snatched up into the arms of Auntie Nan, who kissed him and cried over him, and rammed a great chunk of sweet cake into his cheek. Pete was faring differently. Under the leathern belt of Black Tom, who was thrashing him for both of them, he was howling like the sea in a storm. Thus the Carrisdhoo men came home by the light of early morning, Pete skipping before the belt and bellowing, and Philip holding a piece of the cake at his teeth to comfort him. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 4 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 4. Philip left home for school at King William's by Castletown, and then Pete had a hard upbringing. His mother was tender enough, and they were good souls like Auntie Nan to show pity to both of them, but life went like a springless bogey, nevertheless. Sin itself is often easier than simpleness to pardon and condone. It takes a soft heart to feel tenderly towards a soft head. Poor Pete's head seemed soft enough and to spare. No power and no persuasion could teach him to read and write. He went to school at the old schoolhouse by the church in Morgold village. The schoolmaster was a little man called John Thomas Corlett, pert and proud, with the sharp nose of a pike and the gait of a bantam. John Thomas was also a tailor. On a cowhouse door laid across two school forms he sat cross-legged among his cloth, his maidens, and his smoothing irons, with his boys and girls, class by class, in a big half-circle round about him. The great little man had one standing ground of daily assault on the dusty jacket of poor Pete, and that was that the lad came late to school. Every morning Pete's welcome from the tailor schoolmaster was a volley of expletives and a swipe of the cane across his shoulders. "The crathur, the dunce, the dirt, I'm teaching him, and he won't be teached." The soul of the schoolmaster had just two human weaknesses. One of these was a weakness for drink, and as a little vessel he could not take much without being full. Then he always taught the church catechism and swore at his boys in Manx. "Peter Quilliam," he cried one day, "who brought you out of the land of Egypt and the house of bondage?" "'Deed, master," said Pete, "I never was in no such places, for I never had the money nor the clothes for it, and that's how stories are getting about." The second of the schoolmaster's frailties was love of his daughter, a child of 4, a cripple, whom he had lamed in her infancy by letting her fall as he tossed her in his arms while in drink. The constant terror of his mind was lest some further accident should befall her. Between class and class he would go to a window, from which, when he had thrown up its lower sash, dim with the scratches of names, he could see one end of his own white cottage and the little pathway between lines of gilvers coming down from the porch. Pete had seen the little one hobbling along this path on her lame leg, and giggling with a heart of glee when she had eluded the eyes of her mother and escaped into the road. One day it chanced, after the heavy spring rains had swollen every watercourse, that he came upon the little curly pole, tumbling and tossing like a bellboy in a gale, down the flood of the river that runs to the sea at Port Moor. Pete rescued the child and took her home, and then, as if he had done nothing unusual, he went on to school, dripping water from his legs at every step. When John Thomas saw him coming, in bare feet, triddle-traddle, up the schoolhouse floor, His indignation at the boy for being later than usual rose to fiery wrath for being drenched as well. Waiting for no explanation, concluding that Pete had been fishing for crabs among the stones at Port Lewaige, he burst into a loud volley of his accustomed expletives, and timed and punctuated them by a thwack of the cane between every word. "The wastrel, thwack. The dirt, thwack. I'm taiching him, thwack. And taiching him, thwack. And he won't be taiched, thwack, thwack, thwack." Pete said never a word. Boiling his stinging shoulders under his jacket and ramming his smarting hands like wet eels into his breeches pockets, he took his place in silence at the bottom of the class. But a girl, a little dark thing in a red frock, stepped out from her place beside the boy, shot up like a gleam to the schoolmaster as he returned to his seat among the cloth and needles, dealt him a smart slap across the face, and then burst into a lit of hysterical crying. Her name was Kate Cregeen. She was the daughter of Caesar the Cornet miller, the founder of Ballajora Chapel, and a mighty man among the Methodists. Catherine went unpunished, but that was the end of Pete's schooling. His learning was not too heavy for a big lad's head to carry, a bit of reading if it was all in print, and no writing at all except half a dozen capital letters. It was not a formidable equipment for the battle of life, but Bridget would not hear of more. She herself, meanwhile, had annexed that character which was always the first and easiest to attach itself to a woman with a child, but no visible father for it, the character of a witch. That name for his mother was Pete's earliest recollection of the high road, and when the consciousness of its meaning came to him, he did not rebel, but sullenly acquiesced, for he had been born to it and knew nothing to the contrary. If the boys quarrelled with him at play, the first word was, "Your mother's a butch." Then he cried at the reproach, or perhaps fought like a vengeance at the insult, but he never dreamt of disbelieving the fact, or of loving his mother any the less. Bridget was accused of the evil eye. Cattle sickened in the fields, and when there was no proof that she had looked over the gate, the idea was suggested that she crossed them as a hare. One day a neighbour's dog started a hare in a meadow where some cows were grazing. This was observed by a gang of boys playing at hockey in the road. Instantly there was a shout and a whoop, and the boys with their sticks were in full chase after the yelping dog, crying, "The butch! The butch! It's Bridget Tom! Call its dogs a-hunting Bridget Black Tom! Kill her! Laddie, kill her, sailor! Jump, dog, jump!" One of the boys playing at hockey was Pete. When his playfellows ran after the dogs in their fanatic thirst, he ran too, but with a storm of other feelings. Outstripping all of them, very close at the heels of the dogs, kicking some, striking others with the hockey stick, while the tears poured down his cheeks, he cried at the top of his voice to the hare leaping in front, "Run, mammy, run! Clink! Dodge! Mammy, clink! Oh, mammy, mammy, run faster, run for your life! Run!" The hare dodged aside, shot into a thicket, and escaped its pursuers just as Corlett, the farmer, who had heard the outcry, came racing up with a gun. Then Pete swept his coat sleeve across his gleaming eyes and leapt off home. When he got there, he found his mother, sitting on the bink by the door, knitting quietly. He threw himself into her arms and stroked her cheek with his hand. "Oh, mammy, boch," he cried, "how well you run! If you never run in your life, you run then." "Is the boy mad?" said Bridget. But Pete went on stroking her cheek and crying between sobs of joy. "I heard Corlett shouting to the house for a gun and a fourpenny bit, and I thought I was never going to see mammy no more. But you did clink, mammy, you did though." The next time Kate Cregeen saw Peter Quilliam, he was sitting on the ridge of rock at the mouth of Ballure Glen, playing doleful strains on a homemade whistle, and looking the picture of desolation and despair. His mother was lying near to death. He had left Mrs. Cregeen, Catherine's mother, a good soul getting the name of Granny, to watch and tend her while he came out to comfort his simple heart in this lone spot between the land and the sea. Catherine's eyes filled at sight of him, and when, without looking up or speaking, he went on to play his crazy tunes, something took the girl by the throat and she broke down utterly. "Never mind, Pete. No, I don't mean that, But don't cry, Pete." Pete was not crying at all, but only playing away on his whistle and gazing out to sea with a look of dumb vacancy. Catherine knelt beside him, put her arms around his neck, and cried for both of them. Somebody hailed him from the hedge by the water trough, and he rose, took off his cap, smoothed his hair with his hand, and walked towards the house without a word. Bridget was dying of pleurisy, brought on by a long day's working at hoeing turnips in a soaking rain. Dr. Milcreast had poulticed her lungs with mustard and linseed, but all to no purpose. "It's feeling the same as the sun on your back at harvest," she murmured, yet the poultices brought no heat to her frozen chest. Caesar Cregeen was at her side, John the clerk, too, called John the widow, Kelly the rural postman, who went by the name of Kelly the thief, as well as Black Tom, her father. Caesar was discoursing of sinners and their latter ends. John was remembering how at his election to the clerkship he had rashly promised to bury the poor for nothing. Kelly was thinking he would be the first to carry the news to Christian Ballawhaine, and Black Tom was varying the exercise of pounding rock sugar for his bees with that of breaking his playful wit on the dying woman. "No use, I'm laving you. I'm going on my long journey," said Bridget, while Granny used a shovel as a fan to relieve her gusty breathing. "Got anything in your pocket for the road, woman?" said the thatcher. "It's not houses of bricks and mortar I'm for calling at now," she answered. "Dear heart, put up a bit of a prayer," whispered Granny to her husband, and Caesar took a pinch of snuff out of his waistcoat pocket and fell to wrestling with the Lord. Bridget seemed to be comforted. "I see the jasper gate," she panted, fixing her hazy eyes on the scraas under the thatch, from which broken spiders' webs hung down like rats' tails. Then she called for Pete. She had something to give him. It was the stocking foot with the 80 greasy Manx banknotes which his father, Peter Christian, had paid her 15 years before. Pete lit the candle and steadied it while Granny cut the stocking from the wall side of the bed ticking. Black Tom dropped the sugar pounder and exposed his broken teeth in his surprise at so much wealth. John the widow blinked, and Kelly the thief poked his head forward until the peak of his postman's cap fell onto the bridge of his nose. A sea fog lay over the land that morning, and when it lifted, Bridget's soul went up as well. Poor thing," said Granny. "The ways were cold for her, cold, cold." "A dacent lass," said John the clerk, "and oughtn't to be buried with the common trash, seeing she's left money. A hard-working woman, too, and on her feet for ever, but 'lowanced in her intellects for all," said Kelly. And Caesar cried, "A brand plucked from the burning. Lord, give me more of the like at the judgment." When all was over, and tears both hot and cold were wiped away, Pete shed none of them. The neighbours who had stood with the lad in the churchyard on Morgold Head returned to the cottage by the water trough to decide what was to be done with his 80 good banknotes. "It's a fortune," said one. "Let him put it with Mr. Dumbell," said another. "Get the boy a trade first. He's a big lump now. 16 for spring," said a third. "A draper, eh?" said a fourth. "May I presume?" "My nephew Bobby Clucas of Ramsey now." "A dacent man, very," said John the widow. "But if I'm not ambitious, there's my son-in-law, John Cowley. The lad's cut to a dot for a grocer, and what more nicer than having your own shop and your own name over the door, if you plaze? Peter Quilliam, tea and sugar merchant. They're telling me John will be riding in his carriage and pair soon." "Shoot, your granny and your carriage and pairs," shouted a rasping voice at last. It was Black Tom. "Who says the fortune is belonging to the lad at all? It's mine, and if there's a law in the land, I'll have it." Meanwhile Pete, with the dull thud in his ears of earth falling on a coffin, had made his way down to Ballawhaine. He had never been there before, and he felt confused, but he did not tremble. Half-way up the carriage drive, he passed a sandy-haired youth of his own age, a slim dandy who hummed a tune and looked at him carelessly over his shoulder. Pete knew him. He was Boss. The boys called him Dross, son and heir of Christian Ballawhaine. At the big house Pete asked for the master. The English footman in scarlet knee-breeches left him to wait in the stone hall. The place was very quiet and rather cold, but all as clean as a gull's wing. There was a dark table in the middle and a high-backed chair against the wall. 2 oil pictures faced each other from opposite sides. One was of an old man without a beard, but with a high forehead, framed around with short grey hair. The other was of a woman with a tired look and a baby on her lap. Under this there was a little black picture that seemed to Pete to be the likeness of a fancy tombstone, and the print on it, so far as Pete could spell it out, was that of a tombstone too. In loving memory of Verbena, beloved wife of Peter The Ballawhaine came crunching the sand on the hall floor. He looked old, and had now a penthouse of bristly eyebrows of a different colour from his hair. Pete had often seen him on the road riding by. "Well, my lad, what can I do for you?" he said. He spoke in a jerky voice, as if he thought to overawe the boy. Pete fumbled his stocking cap. "Mother's dead," he answered vacantly. The Ballawhaine knew that already. Kelly the thief had run hot foot to inform him. He thought Pete had come to claim maintenance now that his mother was gone. "So she's been telling you the same old story," he said briskly. At that Pete's face stiffened all at once. "She's been telling me that you're my father, sir." The Ballawhaine tried to laugh. "Indeed," he replied. "It's a wise child now that knows its own father." "I'm not rightly knowing what you mane, sir," said Pete. Then the Ballawhaine fell to slandering the poor woman in her grave, declaring that she could not know who was the father of her child, and protesting that no son of hers should ever see the colour of money of his. Saying this with a snarl, he brought down his right hand with a thump onto the table. There was a big hairy mole near the joint of the first finger. "Aisy, sir, if you plaise," said Pete. "She was telling me you gave her this." He turned up the corner of his jersey, tugged out of his pocket, from behind his flaps, the 80 Manx banknotes, and held them in his right hand on the table. There was a mole at the joint of Pete's first finger also. The Ballawhaine saw it. He drew back his hand and slid it behind him. Then in another voice he said, "Well, my lad, isn't it enough? What are you wanting with more?" "I'm not wanting more," said Pete. "I'm not wanting this. Take it back." And he put the roll of notes between them. The Ballawhaine sank into the chair, took a handkerchief out of his tails with the hand that had been lurking there, and began to mop his forehead. "Eh? How? What do you mean, boy?" he stammered. "I mane," said Pete, "that if I kept that money there is people would say my mother was a bad woman, and you bought her and paid her. I'm hearing the like at some of them." He took a step nearer. "And I mane, too, that you did wrong by my mother long ago, and now that she's dead you're blackening her. And you're a bad heart, and a low tongue, and if I was only a man, and didn't know you were my father, I'd break every bone in your skin." Then Pete twisted about and shouted into the dark part of the hall, "Come along there, my old cockatoo. It's time to be putting me to the door." The English footman in the scarlet breeches had been peeping from under the stairs. That was Pete's first and last interview with his father. Peter Christian Ballawhaine was a terror in the quays by this time, but he had trembled before his son like a whipped cur. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 5. Kate Cregeen, Pete's champion at school, had been his companion at home as well. She was 2 years younger than Pete. Her hair was as black as a gypsy's, and her face as brown as a berry. In summer she liked best to wear a red frock without sleeves. No boots and no stockings, no collar and no bonnet, not even a sunbonnet. From constant exposure to the sun and rain, her arms and legs were as ruddy as her cheeks, and covered with a soft silken down. So often did you see her teeth that you would have said she was always laughing. Her laugh was a little saucy trill, given out with head aside and eyes aslant, like that of a squirrel when he is at a safe height above your head, and has a nut in his open jaws. Pete had seen her first at school, and there he had tried to draw the eyes of the maiden upon himself by methods known only to heroes, to savages, and to boys. He had prowled around her in the playground with the wild vigour of a young colt, tossing his head, swinging his arms, screwing his body, kicking up his legs, walking on his hands, lunging out at every lad that was twice as big as himself, and then bringing himself down at length with a whoop and a crash on his hindmost parts, just in front of where she stood. For these tremendous efforts to show what a fellow he could be if he tried, he had won no applause from the boys, and Catherine herself had given no sign, though Pete had watched her out of the corners of his eyes. But in other scenes the children came together. After Philip had gone to King William's, Pete and Catherine had become bosom friends. Instead of going home after school to cool his heels in the road until his mother came from the fields, he found it neighbourly to go up to Ballajora and round by the network of paths to Cornay. That was a long detour, but Caesar's mill stood there. It nestled down in the low bed of the river that runs through the glen called Ballaglass. Songbirds built about it in the spring of the year, and Caesar's little human songster sang there always. When Pete went that way home, what times the girl had of it, wading up the river, clambering over the stones, playing female blondin on the fallen tree trunks that spanned the chasm, slipping, falling, holding on any way up, legs or arms, by the rotten branches below, then calling for Pete's help in a voice between a laugh and a cry, flinging chips into the foaming backwash of the mill wheel, and chasing them downstream, racing among the gorse, and then lying full length like a lamb without a thought of shame, while Pete took the thorns out of her bleeding feet. She was a wild duck in the glen where she lived, and Pete was a great lumbering tame duck waddling behind her. But the glorious, happy, make-believe days too soon came to an end. The swinging cane of the great John Thomas Corlett and the rod of a yet more relentless tyrant darkened the sunshine of both the children. Pete was banished from school, and Catherine's father removed from Cornay. When Caesar had taken a wife, he had married Betsy, the daughter of the owner of the inn at Sulby. After that he had got religion, and he held that persons in the household of faith were not to drink, or to buy, or to sell drink. But Granny's father died and left his house, the Manx Ferry, and his farm, Glenmore, to her and her husband. About the same time the miller at Sulby also died, and the best mill in the island cried out for a tenant. Caesar took the mill and the farm, and Granny took the inn, being brought up to such profanities and no way bound by principle. From that time forward, Caesar pinned all envious cavillers with the text which says, "Not that which goeth into the mouth of a man defileth him, but that which cometh out." Nevertheless, Caesar's principles grew more and more puritanical year by year. There were no half measures with Caesar. Either a man was a saved soul, or he was in the very belly of hell, though the pit might not have shut its mouth on him. If a man was saved, he knew it, and if he felt the manifestations of the Spirit, he could live without sin. His cardinal principles were three: instantaneous regeneration, assurance, and sinless perfection. He always said, he had said it 1,000 times, that he was converted in Douglas Marketplace, a piece off the west door of old St. Matthew's, at 6:25 on a Sabbath evening in July, when he was 22 for harvest. While at Cornay, Caesar had been a local on the preacher's plan, a class leader, and a chapel steward, but at Sulby he outgrew the union and set up a body of his own. He called them the Christians, a title that was at once a name, a challenge, and a protest. They worshipped in the long barn over Caesar's mill, and held strong views on conduct. A saved soul must not wear gold or costly apparel, or give way to softness or bodily indulgence, or go to fairs for sake of sport, or appear in the show tents of play actors, or sing songs, or read books, or take any diversion that did not tend to the knowledge of God. As for carnal transgression, if any were guilty of it, they were to be cut off from the body of believers, for the souls of the righteous must be delivered. "The religion that's going among the primitives these days is just popery," said Caesar. Let's go back to the warm old Methodism and put out the Romans. When Pete turned his face from Ballawhaine, he thought first of Caesar and his mill. It would be more exact to say he thought of Catherine and Granny. He was homeless as well as penniless. The cottage by the water trough was no longer possible to him, now that the mother was gone who had stood between his threatened shoulders and Black Tom. Philip was at home for a few weeks only in the year, and Ballure had lost its attraction. So Pete made his way to Sulby, offered himself to Caesar for service at the mill, and was taken on straightway at 18 pence a week and his board. It was a curious household he entered into. First there was Caesar himself, in a moleskin waistcoat with sleeves open 3 buttons up, knee breeches usually unlaced, stockings of undyed wool, and slippers with the tongues hanging out, a grim soul with whiskers like a hoop about his face, and a shaven upper lip as heavy as a moustache, for when religion like Caesar's lays hold of a man, it takes him first by the mouth. Then Granny, a comfortable body in a cap, with an outlook on life that was all motherhood, a simple, tender, peaceable soul, agreeing with everybody and everything, and seeming to say nothing but poor thing, and dear heart, dear heart. Then there was Nancy Caine, getting the name of Nancy Joe, the servant in name but the mistress in fact, a niece of Granny's, a bit of a pagan, an early riser, a tireless worker, with a plain face, a rooted disbelief in all men, a good heart, an ugly tongue, and a vixenish temper. Last of all there was Catherine, now grown to be a great girl, with her gypsy hair done up in a red ribbon and wearing a black pinafore bordered with white braid. Pete got on steadily at the mill. He began by lighting the kiln fire and cleaning out the pit wheel, and then on to the opening the floodgates in the morning and regulating the action of the water wheel according to the work of the day. In 2 years' time he was a sound miller, safe to trust with rough stuff for cattle or fine flour for white loaf bread. Caesar trusted him. He would take evangelizing journeys to Peel or Douglas and leave Pete in charge. That led to the end of the beginning. Pete could grind the farmers' corn, but he could not make their reckonings. He kept his counts in chalk on the back of the mill house door, a down line for every stone weight up to 8 stones, and a line across for every 100 weight. Then, once a day, while the father was abroad, Catherine came over from the inn to the desk at the little window of the mill, and turned Pete's lines into ledger accounts. These financial councils were full of delicious discomfiture. Pete always enjoyed them, after they were over. John Robert, Molly Cregeen. Did you say Molly Cregeen, Pete? Oh, Mile Cregeen. Mile, Charaine. Molly Cregeen. 10 stones? Did you say 10? Oh, 8. EIGHT. No, 8. Oatmeal, Pete? Oh, barley meal. Meal, MEAL. In the middle of the night Pete remembered all these entries. They were very precious to his memory after Catherine had spoken them. They sang in his heart the same as songbirds then. They were like hymns and tunes and pieces of poetry. Caesar returned home from a preaching tour with a great and sudden thought. He had been calling on strangers to flee from the wrath to come, and yet there were those of his own house whose faces were not turned Zionwards. That evening he held an all-night prayer meeting for the conversion of Catherine and Pete. Through 6 long hours he called on God in lusty tones, until his throat cracked and his forehead streamed. The young were thoughtless. They had the root of evil in them. They flew into frivolity from contrariness. Draw the harrow over their souls, plough the fallows of their hearts, grind the chaff out of their household. Let not the sweet apple and the crabs grow on the same bough together. Give them a melia. Let not a sheaf be forgotten. Grant them the soul of this girl for a harvest home, and of this boy for a last stook. Caesar was dissatisfied with the results. He was used to groaning and trembling and fainting fits. "Don't you feel the love?" he cried. "I do, here, under the watch pocket of my waistcoat." Towards midnight Catherine began to fail. "Chain the devil," cried Caesar. "Once I was down in the pit with the devil myself, but now I'm up in the loft, seeing angels through the thatch. Can't you feel the workings of the Spirit?" As the clock was warning to strike 2, Catherine thought she could, and from that day forward she led the singing of the women in the choir among the Christians. Pete remained among the unregenerate, but nevertheless the Christians saw him constantly. He sat on the back form and kept his eyes fixed on the singing seat. Observing his regularity, Caesar laid a hand on his head and told him the Spirit was working in his soul at last. Sometimes Pete thought it was, and that was when he shut his eyes and listened to Catherine's voice floating up, 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 like an angel's into the sky. But sometimes he knew it was not, and that was when he caught himself in the middle of Caesar's mightiest prayers, crooking his neck past the pitching bald pate of Johnny Niplightly, the constable, that he might get a glimpse of the top of Catherine's bonnet when her eyes were down. Pete fell into a melancholy, and once more took to music as a comforter. It was not a home-made whistle now, but a fiddle bought out of his wages. On this he played in the cow-house on winter evenings, and from the top of the midden outside in summer. When Caesar heard of it, his wrath was fearful. What was a fiddler? He was a servant of corruption, holding a candle to disorderly walkers and happy sinners on their way into the devil's pinfold. And what for was fiddles? Fiddles was for play-actors and theatres. And theatres is there, said Caesar, indicating with his foot one flag on the kitchen floor. And hell flames is there, he added, rolling his toe over to the joint of the next one. Granny began to plead. What was a fiddle if you played the right tunes on it? Didn't they read in the old book of King David himself playing on harps and timbrels and such things? And what was harps but fiddles in a way of speaking? Then warn't they all looking to be playing harps in heaven? 'Deed yes, though the Lord would have to be teaching her how to play hers. Caesar was shaken. Well, of course, certainly, he said, if there's a power in fiddling to bring souls out of bondage, and if there's going to be fiddling and the like in Abraham's bosom, why then, of course, well, why not? Let's have the lads fiddle up at the Christians. Nothing could have suited Pete so well. From that time forward he went out no more at nights to the cow-house, but stayed indoors to practise hymns with Catherine. Oh, the terrible rapture of those nightly practices! They brought people to the inn to hear them, and so Caesar found them good for profit both ways. There was something in Caesar's definition, nevertheless. It was found that among the saints there were certain weaker brethren who did not want a hymn to their ale. One of these was Johnny Niplightly, the rural constable, who was the complement of Catherine in the choir, being leader of the singing among the men. He was a tall man, with a long nose, which seemed to have a perpetual cold. Making his rounds one night, he turned in at the Manx Ferry, when Caesar and Granny were both from home, and Nancy Joe was in charge, and Pete and Catherine were practising a revival chorus. "Where's Caesar, Doe?" he snuffled. "At Peel, buying the stock," snapped Nancy. "Thank the Lord. Where's Granny?" "Nursing Mistress Quiggin." Niplightly eased the strap of his beaver, liberated his lips, took a deep draught of ale, and then turned to Pete, with apologetic smiles, and suggested a change in the music. At that Catherine leapt up, as light as laughter. "A dance," she cried, "a dance!" "Good sakes alive," said Nancy Joe. "Listen to the girl. Is it the moon, Kitty, or what is it that's doing on you?" "Shut your eyes, Nancy," said Catherine, "just for once, now, won't you?" "You can do what you like with me, with your coaxing and woaxing," said Nancy. "Enjoy yourself to the full, girl, but don't make a noise above the singing of the kettle." Pete tuned his strings, and Catherine pinned up the tail of her skirt and threw herself into position. At the sound of the livelier preludings, there came thronging out of the road into the parlour certain fellows of the baser sort, and behind them came one who was not of that denomination, a fair young man with a fine face under an alpine hat. Heeding nothing of this audience, the girl gave a little rakish toss of her head, and called on Pete to strike up. Then Pete plunged into one of the profaner tunes which he had practised in the days of the cow-house, and off went Catherine with a whoop. The boys stood back for her, bending down on their haunches as at a fight of gamecocks, and encouraging her with shouts of applause. "Beautiful! Look at that now! Fine, though, fine! Cledden done, or Cledden, done to a dot. There's leaping for you, boys. Guy hang, did you ever see the like? Hommer the floor, girl, higher a piece, higher then. Whoop, did ye ever see such a nate pair of ankles? "Hold your dirty tongue, you gob-mouthed omathorn," cried Nancy Joe. She had tried to keep her eyes away, but could not. "My goodness gracious," she cried. "Did you ever see the like, though? Screwing like the windmill on the schoolhouse? Well, well, Kitty, woman. Oh, Kirry, Kirry. Wherever did she get it, then? Good sakes, the girl's twisting herself into knots." Pete was pulling away at the fiddle with both hands, like a bottom sawyer, his eyes dancing, his lips quivering, the whole soul of the lad lifted out of himself in an instant. "Hold on still, Kate. Hold on, girl," he shouted. "Machree, machree, the darling's dancing like a drumstick." "Faster," cried Kate, "faster." The red ribbon had fallen from her head, and the wavy black hair was tumbling about her face. She was holding up her skirt with one hand, and the other arm was akimbo at her waist. Guggling, chuckling, crowing, panting, boiling and bubbling with the animal life which all her days had been suppressed, and famished and starved into moans and groans, she was carried away by her own fire, gave herself up to it, and danced on the flags of the kitchen, which had served Caesar for his practical typology, like a creature intoxicated with new breath. Meanwhile, Caesar himself, coming home in his chapel hat, his tall black beaver, from Peel, where he had been buying the year's stock of herrings at the boat's side, had overtaken on the road the venerable parson of his parish, Parson Cregeen of Lezayre. Drawing up the gig with a wool, he had invited the old clergyman to a lift by his side on the gig's seat, which was cushioned with a sack of hay. The parson had accepted the invitation, and with a preliminary "Aisy, your legs a taste higher, sir, just to keep the pickle off your trousers," a gee up, and a touch of the whip, they were away together, with the light of the gig lamp on the hindquarters of the mare, as they bobbed and screwed like a mill race under the splashboard. It was Caesar's chance, and he took it. Having pinned one of the heads of the church, he gave him his views on the Romans and on the general encroachment of popery. The parson listened complacently. He was a tolerant old soul, with a round face expressive of perpetual happiness, though he was always blinking his little eyes and declaring, with the preacher, that all earthly things were vain. Hence he was nicknamed Old Vanity of Vanities. The gig had swept past Sulby Chapel when Caesar began to ask for the parson's opinion of certain texts. "And may I presume, Parson Cregeen, what do you think of the text, 'Praise the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me praise his holy name'?" "A very good text after meat, Mr. Cregeen," said the parson, blinking his little eyes in the dark. It was Caesar's favourite text, and his fire was kindled at the parson's praise. "Man alive," he cried, his hot breath tickling the parson's neck. "I've preached on that text, parson, till it's wet me through to the waistcoat." They were near to the Manx ferry by this time. "And talking of praise," said Caesar, "I hear them there at their practices. Asking pardon now, it's proud I'd be, sir, perhaps you'd not be thinking mane to come in and hear the way we do crown him." "So the saints use the fiddle," said the parson, as the gig drew up at the porch of the inn. Half a minute afterwards the door of the parlour flew open with a bang, and Caesar stood and glared on the threshold, with the parson's ruddy face behind him. There was a moment's silence. The uplifted toe of Catherine trailed back to the ground, the fiddle of Pete slithered to his farther side, and the smacking lips of Niplightly transfixed themselves agape. Then the voice of the parson was heard to say, "Vanity, vanity, all is vanity," and suddenly Caesar, still on the threshold, went down on his knees to pray. Caesar's prayer was only a short one. His mortified pride called for quicker solace. Rising to his feet with as much dignity as he could command under the twinkling eyes of the parson, he stuttered, "The capers! Making a dacent house into a theatre. Respectable person, too, one of the first that's going. So," facing the spectators, "just help yourselves home, the pack of you. As for these ones," turning on Kate, Pete and the constable, "there'll be no more of your practices. I'll do without the music of 3 saints like you. In future I'll have 3 sinners to raise my singing. These polices too," he said with a withering smile. Niplightly was worming his way out at the back of Parson Cregeen. "Who began it?" shouted Caesar, looking at Catherine. From the moment that Caesar dropped on his knees at the door, Pete had been well-nigh choked by an impulse to laugh aloud, But now he bit his lip and said, "I did." "Behold ye now, as imperent as a goat," said Cæsar, working his eyebrows vigorously. "You've mistaken your profession, boy. It's a play-actorer they ought to be making of you. You're wasting your time with a plain, respectable man like me. You must lave me. Away to the loft for your chiss, boy. And just give sheet, my lad, and don't lay to till you've fetched up at another lodgings." Pete, with his eye on the parson's face, could control himself no longer, and he laughed so loud that the room rang. "Right's the word, old Nebuchadnezzar," he cried, and heaved up to his feet. "So long, Kitty, woman, so long. We'll finish it another night, though, and then the old man himself will be holding the candle." Outside in the road somebody touched him on the shoulder. It was the young man in the alpine hat. "My goch, what, Phil?" cried Pete, and he laid hold of him with both hands at once. "I've just finished at King William's and bought a boat," said Philip, "and I came up to ask you to join me. Congers and cods, you know. Good fun, anyway. Are you willing?" "Willing?" cried Pete. "Am I jumping for joy?" And away they went down the road, swinging their legs together with a lively step. "That's a nice girl, though, Kitty, Kate. What do you call her?" said Phil. "Were you in then? So you saw her dancing?" said Pete eagerly. "Oh, yes, nice," he said warmly. "Nice uncommon," he added absently, and then with a touch of sadness, "shocking nice." Presently they heard the pattering of light feet in the darkness behind them, and a voice like a broken cry, calling, "Pete!" It was Kate. She came up panting and catching her breath in hiccups, took Pete's face in both her hands, drew it down to her own face, kissed it on the mouth, and was gone again without a word. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 6. Philip had not been a success at school. He had narrowly escaped being a failure. During his earlier years he had shown industry without gifts. During his later years he had shown gifts without industry. His childish saying became his byword, and half in sport, half in earnest, with a smile on his lips and a shuddering sense of fascination, he would say when the wind freshened, "The sea's calling me, I must be off." The blood of the old sea-dog, his mother's father, was strong in him. Idleness led to disaster, and disaster to some disgrace. He was indifferent to both while at school, but shame found him out at home. "You'll be 16 for spring," said Auntie Nan, "and what would your poor father say if he were alive?" He thought worlds of his boy, and always said what a man he would be some day. That was the shaft that found Philip. The one passion that burned in his heart like a fire was reverence for the name and the will of his dead father. The big hopes of the broken man had sometimes come as a torture to the boy, when the blood of the old salt was rioting within him, but now they came as a spur. Philip went back to school and worked like a slave. There were only 3 terms left, and it was too late for high honours, but the boy did wonders. He came out well, and the masters were astonished. After all, they said, there's no denying it, the boy Christian must have the gift of genius. There's nothing he might not do. If Phil had much of the blood of Captain Billy, Pete had much of the blood of Black Tom. After leaving the mill at Sulby, Pete made his home in the cabin of the smack. What he was to eat, and how he was to be clothed, and where he was to be lodged when the cold nights came, never troubled his mind for an instant. He had fine times with his partner. The terms of their partnership were simple. Phil took the fun and made Pete take the fish. They were a pair of happy-go-lucky lads, and they looked to the future with cheerful faces. There was one shadow over their content, and that was the ghost of a gleam of sunshine. It made daylight between them, though, day by day as they ran together like two that run a race. The prize was Kate Cregeen. Philip talked of her till Phil's heart awoke and trembled, but Phil hardly knew it was so, and Pete never once suspected it. Neither confessed to the other, and the shifts of both to hide the secret of each were boyish and beautiful. There is a river famous for trout that rises in Sulby Glen and flows into Ramsey Harbour. One of the little attempts of the two lads to deceive each other was to make believe that it was their duty to fish this river with the rod, and so wander away singly up the banks of the stream until they came to the Manx ferry, and then drop in casually to quench the thirst of so much angling. Towards the dusk of evening, Philip, in a tall silk hat over a jacket and knickerbockers, would come upon Pete by the Sulby Bridge, washed, combed, and in a collar. Then there would be looks of great surprise on both sides. "What, Phil? Is it yourself, though? Just thought I'd see if the trouts were biting tonight. Dear me, this is Sulby too. And bless my soul, the ferry again, I will. A drop of drink will do no harm. Shall we put a sight on them inside, eh?" After that prelude they would go into the house together. This little comedy was acted every night for weeks. It was acted on Hollantide Eve, 6 months after Pete had been turned out by Caesar. Granny was sitting by the glass partition, knitting at intervals, serving at the counter occasionally, and scoring up on a blackboard that was a mass of chalk hieroglyphics. Caesar himself, in ponderous spectacles and with a big book in his hands, was sitting in the kitchen behind, with his back to the glass, so as to make the lamp of the business serve also for his studies. On a bench in the bar sat Black Tom, smoking, spitting, scraping his feet on the sanded floor, and looking like a gigantic spider with enormous bald head. At his side was a thin man with a face pitted by smallpox, and a forehead covered with strange protuberances. This was Jonake Kelly, barber, clockmender, and Manx patriot. The postman was there too, Kelly the thief, a tiny creature with twinkling ferret eyes and a face that had a settled look of age, as of one born old, being wrinkled in squares like the pointing of a cobbled wall. At sight of Pete, Granny made way, and he pushed through to the kitchen, where he seated himself in a seat in the fireplace just in front of the peat closet, and under the fish hanging to smoke. At sight of Phil, she dropped her needles, smoothed her front hair, rose in spite of protest, and wiped down a chair by the ingle. Caesar eyed Pete in silence from between the top rim of his spectacles and the bottom edge of the big book, but as Philip entered he lowered the book and welcomed him. Nancy Joe was coming and going in her clogs like a rip-rap let loose between the dairy and the pot of potatoes in their jackets which swung from the slowry, the hook over the fire. A moment later Kate came flitting through the half-lit kitchen, her black eyes dancing and her mouth rippling in smiles. She curtsied to Philip, grimaced at Pete, and disappeared. Then from the other side of the glass partition came the husky voice of the postman, saying, "Well, I must be taking the road, gentlemen. There's Manxman starting for Kimberly by the early sailing tomorrow morning." And then came the voice of the barber in a hoarse falsetto. "Kimberly? That's the place for good men, I'm always saying. There's Billy the Red back home with a fortune, and old Corlett, look at old Corlett the Ballabeg. 5 years away at the diggings and left a house worth £20 per year per annum, not to spake of other hereditaments." After that the rasping voice of Black Tom, in a tone of irony and contempt. "Of course, oh yes, of course, there's gold on the cushags there, they're telling me. But I thought you were a man that's all for the island, Mr. Jelly." "Lave me alone for that," said the voice of the barber. "Manxland for the Manxman, that's the text I'm holding to." "But what's it saying? Custom must be indulged with custom, or custom will die. And with these English scouring over it like puffins on the calf, it isn't much that's left of the old island but the name. The best of the Manx boys are going away foreign, same as these ones." "Well, I've letters for them to the packet office anyway," said the postman. "Who are they, Mr. Kelly?" called Philip through the doorway. "Some of the Quarks ones from Glenrushen, sir, and the Gills boys from Castletown over. Good night, all. Good night." The door closed behind the postman, and Black Tom growled, "Slips of lads, I know them." "Smart, though, smart uncommon," said the barber. "That's the only sort they're wanting out yonder." There was a contemptuous snort. "So you'd better go to Kimberly yourself, then." "Turn the clock back a piece, and I'll start before you've time to curl your hair," said the barber. Black Tom was lifting his pot. "That's the one thing," said he, "the Almighty himself." Gulp, gulp. "Can't do." "Which?" tittered the barber. "Both," said Black Tom, scratching his big head, as bald as a bladder. Caesar flashed about with his face to the glass partition. "You're like the rest of the infidels, sir," said he, "only spaking to contradict yourself, calling God the Almighty and telling in the same breath of something he can't do." Meanwhile, an encounter of another sort was going on at the ingle. Kate had reappeared with a table fork which she used at intervals to test the boiling of the potatoes. At each approach to the fire she passed close to where Pete sat, never looking at Phil above the level of his boots. And as often as she bent over the pot, Pete put his arm round her waist, being so near and so tempting. For thus pestering her, she beat her foot like a goat, and screwed on a look of anger which broke down in a stifled laugh. But she always took care to come again to Pete's side, rather than to Phil's, until at last the nudging and shoving ended in a pinch and a little squeal, and a quick cry of "What's that?" from Caesar. Kate vanished like a flash, the dim room began to frown again, and Phil to draw his breath heavily, when the girl came back as suddenly bringing an apple and a length of string. Mounting a chair, she fixed one end of the string to the lath of the ceiling by the peck, the parchment oatcake pan, and the other end she tied to the stalk of the apple. "What's the jeel now?" said Pete. "Fancy, don't you know? Not heard for hop to nay? It's Hollandtide Eve, man," said Kate. Then setting the string going like a pendulum, she stood back a pace, with hands clasped behind her, and snapped at the apple as it swung, sometimes catching it, sometimes missing it, sometimes marking it, sometimes biting it, her body bending and rising with its waggle, and nod and bob, her mouth opening and closing, her white teeth gleaming, and her whole face bubbling over with delight. At every touch the speed increased, and the laughter grew louder as the apple went faster. Everybody except the miller joined in the fun. Phil cried out on the girl to look to her teeth, but Pete egged her on to test the strength of them. "Snap at it, Kitty," cried Pete. "Oh, lost. Lost again. Ow. One in the cheek. No matter. Done." And Black Tom and Mr. Jelly stood up to watch through the doorway. "My goodness gracious," cried one. "What a mouthful," said the other. "Share it, Kitty, woman. Or share and share alike, you know." But then came the thunderous tones of Caesar. "Drop it, drop it. Such practices is nothing but popery." "Popery?" cried Black Tom from over the counter. "Shoot, nonsense, man. The like of it was going before St. Patrick was born." Kate was puffing and panting and taking down the pendulum. "What does it mean, then, Tom?" she said. "It's you for knowing things." "Mane? It manes fairies." "Fairies?" Black Tom sat down with a complacent air, and his rasping voice came from the other side of the glass. "In the old times gone by, girl, before Manxman got too big for their breeches, they'd be off to bed by 10 o'clock on Hollandtide Eve, to lave room for the little people that's outside to come in. And the big woman of the house would be filling the crocks for the fairies to drink, and the big man himself would be raking the ashes so they might bake their cakes, and a girl, same as you, would be going to bed backwards." I know," cried Kate, near to the ceiling, and clapping her hands. "She eats a roasted apple, goes to bed thirsty, and then dreams that somebody brings her a drink of water, and that's the one that's to be her husband, eh?" "You've got it, girl." Caesar had been listening with his eyes turned sideways off his book, and now he cried, "Then drop it, I'm telling you. It's nothing but instruments of Satan, and the ones that's telling it are just flying in the face of faith from superstition and contrariety. It isn't dacent in a Christian public house, and I'm for having no more of it." Granny paused in her knitting, fixed her cap with one of her needles, and said, "Dear heart, father, Tom meant no harm." Then glancing at the clock and rising, "But it's time to shut up the house anyway. Good night, Tom. Good night, all. Good night." Phil and Pete rose also. Pete went to the door and pretended to look out, then came back to Kate's side and whispered, "Come, give them the slip. There's somebody outside that's waiting for you." "Let them wait," said the girl. But she laughed, and Pete knew she would come. Then he turned to Philip. "A word in your ear, Phil," he said, and took him by the arm and drew him out of the house and round to the yard of the stable. "Well, good night, Granny," said Mr. Jelly, going out behind them. "But if I were as young as your grandson there, Mr. Quilliam, I would be making a start for somewhere." "Grandson?" grunted Tom, heaving up. "I've got no grandson, or he wouldn't be laving me to smoke a dry pipe. But he's making an almighty of this Phil Christian, that's it." After they were gone, Granny began counting the till and saying, "As for fairies, 1, 2, 3, it may be, as Caesar says, 4, 5, the like isn't it? But it's safer to be civil to them anyway." "Oh, yes," said Nancy Joe. "A crock of fresh water and a few good words going to bed on Hollantide Eve does no harm at all, at all." Outside in the stable yard, the feet of Black Tom and John Ake Jelly were heard going off on the road. The late moon was hanging low, red as an evening sun, over the hill to the south-east. Pete was puffing and blowing as if he had been running a race. "Quick, boy, quick," he was whispering. "Kate's coming. A word in your ear first. Will you do me a turn, Phil?" "What is it?" said Philip. "Spake to the old man for me while I spake to the girl." "What about?" said Philip. But Pete could hear nothing except his own voice. "The old angel herself. She's all right, but the old man's hard. Spake for me, Phil. You've got the fine English tongue at you." "But what about?" Philip said again. "Say I may be a bit of a rip, but I'm not such a bad sort anyway. Make me out a taste, Phil, and praise me up. Say I'll be as good as Gould." "Yes, will I, though? Tell him he has only to say yes, and I'll be that steady and willing and hard-working and persevering you never seen." "But Pete, whatever am I to say all this about?" Pete's puffing and panting ceased. "What about? Why, about the girl, for sure." "The girl?" said Philip. "What else?" said Pete. "Kate? Am I to speak for you to the father for Kate?" Philip's voice seemed to come up from the bottom depths of his throat. "Are you thinking hard of the job, Phil?" There was a moment's silence. The blood had rushed to Philip's face, which was full of strange matter, but the darkness concealed it. "I didn't say that," he faltered. Pete mistook Philip's hesitation for a silent commentary on his own unworthiness. "I know I'm only a sort of a wastrel," he said, "but, Phil, the way I'm loving that girl, it's shocking. I can never take rest for thinking of her. No, I'm not sleeping at night, nor working regular in the day neither. Everything is telling of her, and everything is shouting her name. It's Kate in the sea, and Kate in the river, and the trees and the gorse. Kate, 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 it's Kate constant, and I can't stand much more of it. I'm loving the girl scandalous, that's the truth, Phil." Pete paused, but Philip gave no sign. "It's hard to praise me, that's sartin sure," said Pete, "but I've known her since she was a little small thing in pinafores, and I was a slip of a big boy, and went into trousers, and we played Blondin in the glen together." Still Philip did not speak. He was gripping the stable wall with his trembling fingers and struggling for composure. Pete scraped the paving stones at his feet and mumbled again in a voice that was near to breaking. "Spake for me, Phil. It's you to do it. You've the way of saying things and making them out to look something. It would be clean ruined in a jiffy if I did it for myself. Spake for me, boy. Now won't you now?" Still Philip was silent. He was doing his best to swallow a lump in his throat. His heart had begun to know itself. In the light of Pete's confession he had read his own secret. To give the girl up was one thing. It was another to plead for her for Pete. But Pete's trouble touched him. The lump at his throat went down, and the fingers on the wall slacked away. "I'll do it," he said, only his voice was like a sob. Then he tried to go off hastily, that he might hide the emotion that came over him like a flood that had broken its dam. But Pete gripped him by the shoulder and peered into his face in the dark. "You will, though," said Pete, with a little shout of joy. "Then it's as good as done. God bless you, old fellow." Philip began to roll about. "Tut, it's nothing," he said with a stout heart, and then he laughed a laugh with a cry in it. He could have said no more without breaking down, but just then a flash of light fell on them from the house, and a hushed voice cried, "Pete!" "It's herself," whispered Pete. "She's coming. She's here." Philip turned and saw Kate in the doorway of the dairy, the sweet young figure framed like a silhouette by the light behind. "I'm going," said Philip, and he edged up to the house as the girl stepped out. Pete followed him a step or two in approaching Kate. "Whist, man," he whispered. "Tell the old geezer I'll be going to chapel reg'lar, early tides and late shifts, and Sunday school constant. And whist, tell him I'm larning myself to play on the harmonia." Then Philip slithered softly through the dairy door and shut it after him, leaving Kate and Pete together. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 7 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 1, Chapter 7. The kitchen of the Manx Fairy was now savoury with the odour of herrings roasting in their own brine, and musical with the crackling and frizzling of the oil as it dropped into the fire. "It's a long way back to Ballure, Mrs. Cregeen," said Philip, popping his head in at the door jamb. "May I stay for a bite of supper?" "Oh, stay and welcome," said Caesar, putting down the big book, and Nancy Joe said the same, dropping her high-pitched voice perceptibly, and Granny said also, "Right welcome, sir, if you'll not be thinking main to take pot luck with us. Potatoes and herrings, Mr. Christian. Just a Manxman's supper. Lift the pot off the slowry, Nancy." "Well, and isn't he a Manxman himself, mother?" said Caesar. "Of course I am, Mr. Cregeen," said Philip, laughing noisily. "If I'm not, who should be, eh?" "And Manxman or no Manxman, what for should he turn up his nose at herrings same as these?" said Nancy Joe. She was dishing up a bowlful. "Will he get the like of them? Not in England over, I'll go bail." "Indeed no, Nancy," said Philip, still laughing needlessly. "And if they had them there, the poor useless creatures would be lost to cook them." "'Deed would they, Nancy," said Granny. She was rolling the potatoes into a heap onto the bare table, "and we've much to be thankful for, with potatoes and herrings 3 times a day, but we shouldn't be thinking proud of ourselves for that." "Ask the gentleman to draw up, mother," said Caesar. "Draw up, sir, draw up. Here's your bowl of buttermilk. A knife and fork, Nancy. We're no people for knife and fork to a herring, sir. And a plate for Mr. Christian, woman. A gentleman usually likes a plate. Now 8, sir, 8 and welcome. But where's your friend, though?" "Pete? Oh, he's not far off." Saying this, Philip interrupted his laughter to distribute sage winks between Nancy Joe and Granny. Caesar looked around with a potato half peeled in his fingers. "And the girl, where's Kate?" he asked. "She's not far off neither," said Philip, still winking vigorously. "But don't trouble about them, Mr. Cregeen. They'll want no supper. They're feeding on sweeter things than herrings even." Saying this, he swallowed a gulp with another laugh. Caesar lifted his head with a pinch of his herring between finger and thumb halfway to his open mouth. "Were you spaking, sir?" he said. At that Philip laughed immoderately. It was a relief to drown with laughter the riot going on within. "Oh dear, what's the gait of the boy?" thought Granny. "Is it a dog bite that's working on him?" thought Nancy. "Speaking!" cried Philip. "Of course I'm speaking. I've come in to do it, Mr. Cregeen. I've come in to speak for Pete. He's fond of your daughter, Caesar, and wants your goodwill to marry her." "Lord a massy!" cried Nancy Joe. "Dear heart alive!" muttered Granny. "Peter Quilliam," said Caesar. "Did you say Peter?" "I did, Mr. Cregeen. Peter Quilliam," said Philip stoutly. "My friend Pete, a rough fellow perhaps, and without much education, but the best-hearted lad in the island. Come now, Caesar, say the word, sir, and make the young people happy." He almost foundered over that last word, but Caesar kept him up with a searching look. "Why, I picked him out of the streets, as you might say," said Caesar. "So you did, Mr. Cregeen, so you did. I always thought you were a discerning man, Caesar. What do you say, Granny? It's Caesar for knowing a deserving lad when he sees one, eh?" He gave another round of his cunning winks, and Granny replied, "Oh, well, it's nothing against either of them anyway." Caesar was getting as straight as a crowbar and as grim as a gannet, and when he left me he gave me imperence and disrespect. "But the lad meant no harm, father," said Granny, "and hadn't you told him to take to the road?" "Let every bird hatch its own eggs, mother. It'll become you better," said Caesar. "Yes, sir, the lip of Satan and the imperence of sin." "Pete," cried Philip, in a tone of incredulity, "why, he hasn't a thought about you that isn't out of the prayer book." Caesar snorted. "No? Then maybe that's where he's going for his curses." "No curses at all," said Nancy Joe from the side of the table, "but a right good lad, though, and you've never had another that's been a patch on him." Caesar screwed round to her and said severely, "Where there's geese there's dirt, and where there's women there's talking." Then turning back to Philip, he said in a tone of mock deference, "May I presume, sir, a little question, being a thing like that's general understood, what's his fortune?" Philip fell back in his chair. "Fortune? Well, I didn't think that you now—" "No," said Caesar. "We're not children of Israel in the wilderness getting manna dropped from heaven twice a day. If it's only potatoes and herrings itself, we're wanting it 3 times, you see." Do what he could to crush it, Philip could not help feeling a sense of relief. Fate was interfering. The girl was not for Pete. For the first moment since he returned to the kitchen, he breathed freely and fully. But then came the prick of conscience. He had come to plead for Pete, and he must be loyal. He must not yield. He must exhaust all his resources of argument and persuasion. The wild idea occurred to him to take Caesar by force of the Bible. "But think what the old book says, Mr. Cregeen. Take no thought for the morrow." "That's what Johnny Niplightly said, Mr. Christian, when he lit my kiln overnight and burnt my oats before morning." "But consider the lilies." "I have considered them, sir, but I'm toiling still, and mother has to spin." "And isn't Pete able to toil too?" said Philip boldly. "Nobody better in the island. There's not a lazy bone in his body, and he'll earn his living anywhere." "What is his living, sir?" said Caesar. Philip halted for an answer, and then said, "Well, he's only with me in the boat at present, Mr. Cregeen." "And what's he getting? His meat and drink and a bit of pence, eh? And you'll be selling up some day, it's like, and going away to England over. And then where is he? Let the girl marry a mother-naked man at once." "But you're wanting help yourself, father," said Granny. "Yes, you are, though, and time for chapel too, and aisement in your old days." "Give the lad my mill as well as my daughter, is that it, eh?" said Caesar. "No, I'm not such a goose as yonder either. I could get heirs, sir, heirs, bless ye, 50 acres and better, not to spake of the bases. But I can do without them. The Lord's blessed me with enough. I'm not for daubing grease on the tail of the fat pig." "Just so, Caesar," said Philip, "just so. You can afford to take a poor man for your son-in-law, and there's Pete." "I'd be badly in want of a bird, though, to give a groat for an owl," said Caesar. "The lad means well anyway," said Granny, "and he was that good to his mother, poor thing, it was wonderful." "I knew the woman," said Caesar. "I broke a sod of her grave myself. A brand plucked from the burning, but not a straight walker in this life. And what is the lad himself? A monument of sin without a name. A bastard, what else? And that's not the port I'm sailing for." Down to this point Philip had been torn by conflicting feelings. He was no match for Caesar in worldly logic, or at fencing with texts of Scripture. The devil had been whispering at his ear, "Let it alone, you'd better." But his time had come at length to conquer both himself and Caesar. Rising to his feet at Caesar's last word, he cried in a voice of wrath, "What, you call yourself a Christian man and punish the child for the sin of the parent? No name, indeed. Let me tell you, Mr. Caesar Cregeen, it's possible to have one name in heaven that's worse than none at all on earth, and that's the name of a hypocrite." So saying, he threw back his chair and was making for the door when Caesar rose and said softly, "Come into the bar and have something." Then looking back at Philip's plate, he forced a laugh and said, "But you've turned over your herrings, sir. That's bad luck." And putting a hand on Philip's shoulder, he added in a lower tone, "No disrespect to you, sir, and no harm to the lad, but take my word for it, Mr. Christian, if there's an amble in the mare, it'll be in the colt." Philip went off without another word. The moon was rising and whitening as he stepped from the door. Outside the porch, a figure flitted past him in the uncertain shadows with a merry trill of mischievous laughter. He found Pete in the road, puffing and blowing as before, but from a different cause. "The living devil's in the girl for sartain," said Pete. "I can't get my answer out of her either way." He had been chasing her for his answer, and she had escaped him through a gate. "But what luck with the old man, Phil?" Then Phil told him of the failure of his mission, told him plainly and fully but tenderly, softening the hard sayings but revealing the whole truth. As he did so, he was conscious that he was not feeling like one who brings bad news. He knew that his mouth in the darkness was screwed up into an ugly smile, and do what he would, he could not make it straight and sorrowful. The happy laughter died off Pete's lips, and he listened at first in silence, and afterwards with low growls. When Phil showed him how his poverty was his calamity, he said, "Aye, I'm only a wooden spoon man." When Phil told him how Caesar had ripped up their old dead quarrel, he muttered, "I'm on the ebby tide, Phil, that's it." And when Phil hinted at what Caesar had said of his mother, and of the impediment of his own birth, a growl came up from the very depths of him, and he scraped the stones under his feet and said, "He shall repent it yet, yes, shall he?" "Come, don't take it so much to heart. It's miserable to bring you such bad news," said Phil. But he knew the sickly smile was on his lips still, and he hated himself for the sound of his own voice. Pete found no hollow ring in it. "God bless you, Phil," he said. "You've done the best for me, I know that. My pocket's as low as my heart, and it isn't fair to the girl, or I shouldn't be asking the old man's lave anyway." He stood a moment in silence, crunching the wooden laths of the garden fence like matchwood in his fingers, and then said with sudden resolution, "I know what I'll do." "What's that?" said Philip. "I'll go abroad. I'll go to Kimberly." "Never!" "Yes, will I though, and quick too. You heard what the men were saying in the evening. There's Manxmans going by the boat in the morning. Well, I'll go with them." "And you talk of being low in your pocket," said Phil. "Why, it will take all you've got, man." "And more too," said Pete. "But you'll lend me the lave of the passage money. That's getting into debt, but no matter. When a man falls into the water, he needn't mind the rain. I'll make good money out yonder." A light had appeared at the window of an upper room, and Pete shook his clenched fist at it and cried, "Good-bye, Master Cregeen. I'll put worlds between us. You were my master once, but nobody made you my master for ever, neither you nor no man." All this time Philip knew that hell was in his heart. The hand that had let him loose when his anger got the better of him with Caesar was clutching at him again. Some evil voice at his ear was whispering, "Let him go. Lend him the money." "Come on, Pete," he faltered, "and don't talk nonsense." But Pete heard nothing. He had taken a few steps forward, as far as to the stable yard, and was watching the light in the house. It was moving from window to window of the dark wall. "She's taking the father's candle," he muttered. "She's there," he said softly. "No, she has gone. She's coming back, though." He lifted this stocking cap from his head and fumbled it in his hands. "God bless her," he murmured. He sank to his knees on the ground. "And take care of her while I'm away." The moon had come up in her whiteness behind, and all was quiet and solemn around. Philip fell back and turned away his face. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Tony Ashworth.
Part 1, Chapter 8 of the Manxman,
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 8. When Caesar came in after seeing Philip to the door, he said, "Not a word of this to the girl. You that are women are like pigs. We've got to pull the way we don't want you." On that, Kate herself came in, blushing a good deal, and fussing about with great vigour. "Are you talking of the piggies, father?" she said artfully. "How tiresome they are, to be sure. They came out into the yard when the moon rose, and I had such work to get them back." Caesar snorted a little and gave the signal for bed. "Fairies, indeed," he said in a tone of vast contempt, going to the corner to wind the clock. "Just wakeness of faith," he said over the clank of the chain as the weights rose. "No trust in God neither," he added, and then the clock struck 10. Granny had lit 2 candles, one for herself and her husband, the other for Nancy Joe. Nancy had slyly filled 3 earthenware crocks with water from the well, and had set them on the table, mumbling something about the kettle and the morning, and Caesar himself, pretending not to see anything, and muttering dark words about waste, went from the clock to the hearth, and raked out the hot ashes to a flat surface, on which you might have laid a girdle for baking cakes. "Good night, Nancy," called Granny from halfway up the stairs, and Caesar, with his head down, followed grumbling. Nancy went off next, and then Kate was left alone. She had to put out the lamp and wait for her father's candle. When the lamp was gone, the girl was in the dark, save for the dim light of the smouldering fire. She began to tremble and to laugh in a whisper. Her eyes danced in the red glow of the dying turf. She slipped off her shoes and went to a closet in the wall. There she picked an apple out of a barrel, and brought it to the fire and roasted it. Then, down on her knees before the hearth, she took 2 pinches of the apple and swallowed them. After that, in a little shudder, she rose again, and turned about to go to bed, backwards, slowly, tremblingly, with measured steps, feeling her way past the furniture, having a shock when she touched anything, and laughing to herself nervously when she remembered what it was. At the door of her father's room and Granny's, she called, with a quaver in her voice, and a sleepy grunt came out to her. She reached one hand through the door, which was ajar, and took the burning candle. Then she blew out the light with a trembling puff that had to be twice repeated, and made for her own bedroom, still going backwards. It was a sweet little chamber over the dairy, smelling of new milk and ripe apples, and very dainty in dimity and muslin. 2 tiny windows looked out from it, one onto the stable yard and the other onto the orchard. The late moon came through the orchard window, over the heads of the dwarf trees, and the little white place was lit up from the floor to the sloping thatch. Kate went backwards as far as to the bed, and sat down on it. She fancied she heard a step in the yard, but the yard window was at her back, and she would not look behind. She listened, but heard nothing more except a seesawing noise from the stable, where the mare was running her rope in the manger ring. Nothing but this and the cheep of a mouse that was gnawing the wood somewhere in the floor. "Will he come?" she asked herself. She rose and loosened her gown, and as it fell to her feet she laughed. "Which will it be, I wonder, which?" she whispered. The moonlight had crept up to the foot of the bed, and now lay on it like a broad blue sword speckled as with rust by the patchwork counterpane. She freed her hair from its red ribbon, and it fell in a shower about her face. All around her seemed hushed and awful. She shuddered again, and with a backward hand drew down the sheets. Then she took a long deep breath, like a sigh that is half a smile, and lay down to sleep. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 9 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 9. Somewhere towards the dawn, in the vague shadowland between a dream and the awakening, Kate thought she was startled by a handful of rice thrown at her carriage on her marriage morning. The rattle came again, and then she knew it was from gravel dashed at her bedroom window. As she recognised the sound, a voice came as through a cavern, crying, "Kate!" She was fully awake by this time. Then it's to be Pete, she thought. It's bound to be Pete. It's like, she told herself, it's himself outside anyway. It was Pete indeed. He was standing in the thin darkness under the window, calling the girl's name out of the back of his throat, and whistling to her in a sort of whisper. Presently he heard a movement inside the room, and he said over his shoulder, "She's coming." There was the click of a latch and the slithering of a sash, and then out through the little dark frame came a head like a picture, with a face all laughter, crowned by a cataract of streaming black hair, and rounded off at the throat by a shadowy hint of the white frills of a nightdress. "Kate," said Pete again. She pretended to have come to the window, merely to look out, and like a true woman, she made a little start at the sound of his voice, and a little cry of dismay at the idea that he was so close beneath and had taken her unawares. Then she peered down into the gloom and said, in a tone of wondrous surprise, "It must be Pete, surely." "And so it is, Kate," said Pete, "and he couldn't take rest without speaking to you once again." "Ah," she said, looking back and covering her eyes, and thinking of Black Tom and the fairies. But suddenly the mischief of her sex came dancing into her blood, and she could not help but plague the lad. "Have you lost your way, Pete?" she asked, with an air of innocence. "Not my way, but myself, woman," said Pete. "Lost yourself? Have the lad's wits gone moon-raking, I wonder? Are you witched, then, Pete?" she inquired with vast solemnity. "Oh, witched enough, Kate." "Poor fellow," sighed Kate. "Did she strike you unknown and sudden?" "Unknown it was, Kirry, and sudden too. Listen, though." Oh dear, was it old Mrs. Cowley of the Curragh? Did she turn into a hare? Is it bitten you've been, Pete?" "Oh, yes, bitten enough. But, Kate—" "Then it was a dog, it's like. Is it flying from the water you are, Pete?" "No, but flying to the water, woman. Kate, I say, is it burning they're doing for it?" "Burning and freezing both. Will you hear me, though? I'm going away, hundreds and thousands of miles away." Then from the window came a tone of great awe, uttered with face turned upward as if to the last remaining star. Poor boy, it's bitten he is for sure." "Then it's yourself that's bitten me. Kirry." There was a little crow of gaiety. "Me? Am I the witch? You called me a fairy in the road this evening." "A fairy you are, girl, and a witch too. But listen now. You said I was an angel, though, at the cowhouse gable, and an angel doesn't bite." Then she barked like a dog, and laughed a shrill laugh like a witch, and barked again. But Pete could bear no more. "Go on, then, go on with your capers, go on," he cried in a voice of reproach. "It's not a heart that's at you at all, girl, but only a stone. You see a man going away from the island." "From the island?" Kate gasped. "Middling down in the mouth too, and plagued out of his life between the ruck of you," continued Pete. "But God forgive you all, you can't help it." "Did you say you were going out of the island, Pete?" "Course I did, but what's the odds? Africa, Kimberly, the Lord knows where." "Kimberly? Not Kimberly, Pete?" "Kimberly or Timbuktu, what's it matter to the like of you? A man's coming up in the morning to bid you good-bye before an early sailing, and you're thinking of nothing but your capers and divilments." "It's you to know what a girl's thinking, is it, Mr. Pete? And why are you flying in my face for a word?" "Flying? I'm not flying. It's driven I am." "Driven, Pete?" "Driven away by them that's thinking I'm not fit for you. Well, that's true enough, but they shan't be telling me twice." "They? Who are they, Pete?" "What's the odds? Flinging my mother at me too, poor little mother, and putting the bastard on me, it's like. A respectable man's girl isn't going begging that she need marry a lad without a name." There was a sudden ejaculation from the window sash. "Who dared say that?" "No matter. Whoever they are, you can tell them. If it's me they mean, that, name or no name, when I want to marry, I'll marry the man I like. If I thought that now, Kitty. As for you, Mr. Pete, that's so ready with your cross words, you can go to your Kimberly. Yes, go, and welcome. And what's more, But the voice of anger in the half-light overhead broke down suddenly into an inarticulate gurgle. "Why, what's this?" said Pete in a flurry. "You're not crying, though, Kate." "Whatever am I saying to you, Kitty woman? Here, bash me on the head for a blockhead and an omathorn." And Pete was clambering up the wall by the side of the dairy window. "Get down, then," whispered Kate. Her wrath was gone in a moment, and Pete, being nearer to her now, could see tears of laughter dancing in her eyes. "Get down, Pete, or I'll shut the window. I will, yes, I will." And to show how much she was in earnest in getting out of his reach, she shut up the higher sash and opened the lower one. "Darling," cried Pete. "Hush, what's that?" Kate whispered, and drew back on her knees. "Is the door of the pigsty open again?" said Pete. Kate drew a breath of relief. "It's only somebody snoring," she said. "The old man," said Pete. "That's all serene. A good old sheepdog that snaps more than he bites. But he's best when he's sleeping, more safer anyway." "What's the good of going away, Pete?" said Kate. "You'd have to make a fortune to satisfy father." "Others have done it, Kitty. Why shouldn't I? Manxmans too. Silver kings and diamond kings, and the Lord knows what. No fear of me. When I come back it's a queen you'll be, woman, my queen anyway, with pigs and cattle and a girl to wash and do for you." "So that's how you'd bribe a poor girl, is it? But you'd have to turn religious or father would never consent." "When I come home again, Kitty, I'll be that religious you never seen. I'll be just rolling in it. You'll hear me spaking like the book of Genesis and Abraham and his sons and his cousins. I'll be coming up at night making love to you at the cowhouse door like the Acts of the Apostles." "Well, that would be some sort of courting anyway. But who says I'll be wanting it? Who says I'm willing for you to go away at all with the notion that I must be bound to marry you when you come back?" "I do," said Pete stoutly. "Oh, indeed, sir." "Listen, I'll be working like a nigger out yonder, and making my pile and banking it up, and never seeing nothing but the gould and the girls." "My goodness, what do you say?" "Oh, never fear, I'm a one-woman man, Kate, but loving one is giving me eyes for all, and you'll be waiting for me constant, and never giving a scoot of your little eye to them drapers and druggists from Ramsey." "Not one of them? Not Jamesy Corrin even? He's a nice boy, is Jamesy." "That dandy divil with the collar? Hold your capers, woman. Nor young Ballawhaine, Ross Christian, you know?" "Ross Christian be... Well, no. But honour bright, you'll be saying, 'Peter's coming, I must be through.'" "So I've got my orders, sir, eh? It's all settled then, is it? Hadn't you better fix the wedding day and take out the banns, now that your hand is in?" "I have got nothing to do with it, seemingly. Nobody asked me." "Whist, woman," cried Pete. "Don't you hear it?" A cuckoo was passing over the house and calling. "It's over the thatch, Kate." "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo, 3 times. Bravo! 3 times is a good amen." "Omen, is it? Have it as you like, love." The stars had paled out by this time, and the dawn was coming up like a grey vapour from the sea. "Oh, the air feels late. I must be going in," said Kate. "Only a bit of a draught from the mountains. It's not morning yet," said Pete. A bird called from out of the mist somewhat far away. "It is, though. That's the throstle up the glen," said Kate. Another bird answered from the eaves of the house. "And what's that?" said Pete. "Was it yourself, Kitty? How straight your voice is like the throstle's." She hung her head at the sweet praise, but answered tartly, "How people will be talking." A dead white light came sweeping over the front of the house, and the trees and the hedges, all quiet until then, began to shudder. Kate shuddered too, and drew the frills closer about her throat. "I'm going, Pete," she whispered. "Not yet. It's only a taste of the salt from the sea," said Pete. "The moon's not out many minutes." "Why, you goose, it's been gone these 2 hours. This isn't Jupiter, where it's moonlight always." "Always moonlight in Jupiter, is it?" said Pete. "My goodness, what courting there must be there." A cock crowed from under the hen roost, the dog barked indoors, and the mare began to stamp in her stall. "When do you sail, Pete?" "First tide, 7 o'clock." "Time to be off then. Goodbye." "Hold hard, a word first." "Not a word. I'm going back to bed. See, there's the sun coming up over the mountains. Only a touch of red on the tip of old Cronky's nose. Listen, just to keep them dandy divils from plaguing you, I'll tell Phil to have an eye on you while I'm away." "Mr. Christian?" "Call him Philip, Kate. He's as free. No pride at all. Let him take care of you till I come back." "I'm shutting the window, Pete." "Wait, something else. Bend down so the old man won't hear." "I can't reach. What is it?" "Your hand, then. I'll tell it to your hand." She hesitated a moment, and then dropped her hand over the window-sill, and he clutched at it and kissed it, and pushed back the white sleeve, and ran up the arm with his lips as far as he could climb. "Another, my girl. Take your time. One more. Half a one, then." She drew her arm back until her hand got up to his hand, and then she said, "What's this? The mole on your finger still, Pete. You call me a witch. Now see me charm it away. Listen. Ping, ping, prash. Cur and cadley yagan as machas." She was uttering the Manx charm in a mock-solemn ululation when a bough snapped in the orchard, and she cried, "What's that?" "It's Philip. He's waiting under the apple tree," said Pete. "My goodness me," said Kate, and down went the window sash. A moment later it rose again, and there was the beautiful young face in its frame as before, but with the rosy light of the dawn on it. "Has he been there all the while?" she whispered. "What matter? It's only Phil." "Good-bye, good luck," and then the window went down for good. "Time to go," said Philip, still in his tall silk hat and his knickerbockers. He had been standing alone among the dead brown fern, the withering gorse, and the hanging brambles, gripping the apple tree and swallowing the cry that was bubbling up to his throat, but forcing himself to look upon Pete's happiness, which was his own calamity, though it was tearing his heart out, and he could hardly bear it. The birds were singing by this time, and Pete, going back, sang and whistled with the best of them. End of Part 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 10 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 10. In the mists of morning, Granny had awakened in her bed with the turfy scraas of the thatch just visible above her, and the window blind like a hazy moon floating on the wall at her side. And fixing her nightcap, she had sighed and said, "I can't close my eyes for the dreaming that the poor lad has come to his end untimeously." Caesar yawned and asked, "What lad?" "Young Pete, of course," said Granny. Caesar umphed and grunted. "We were poor ourselves when we began, father." Granny felt the glare of the old man's eye on her in the darkness. "'Deed we were. But people forget things. We had to borrow to buy our big overshot wheel. We had, though. And when old Parson Harrison sent us the first bowl of oats, we couldn't grind it for want of—" Caesar tugged at the counterpane and said, "Will you lie quiet, woman, and let a hard-working man sleep?" "Then don't be the young man's destruction, Caesar." Caesar made a contemptuous snort and pulled the bedclothes about his head. "Oh, 'deed, father, but the girl might do worse. A fine, strapping lad, and dear heart, the cheerful face at him. It's taking joy to look at, like drawing water from a well. And the laugh at the boy, too, that joyful. It's as good to hear in the morning as 6 pigs at a lip." "Then marry the lad yourself, woman, and have done with it," cried Caesar, and so saying he kicked out his leg, turned over to the wall, and began to snore with great vigour. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 1, Chapter 11 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Chapter 11. The tide was up in Ramsey Harbour, and rolling heavily on the shore before a fresh sea breeze with a cold taste of the salt in it. A steamer lying by the quay was getting up steam. Trucks were running on her gangways, the clanking crane over her hold was working, and there was much shouting of name and ordering and protesting and general tumult. On the afterdeck stood the emigrants for Kimberly, the Quarks from Glenrushen, and some of the young Gills from Castletown, stalwart lads, bearing themselves bravely in the midst of a circle of their friends, who talked and laughed to make them forget they were on the point of going. Pete and Phil came up the quay and were received by a shout of incredulity from Quayle, the harbour-master. "What, are you going too, Mr. Philip?" Philip answered him no, and passed on to the ship. Pete was still in his stocking cap and Wellington boots, but he had a monkey jacket over his blue guernsey. Except for a parcel and a red print handkerchief, this was all his kit and luggage. He felt a little lost amid all the bustle and looked helpless and unhappy. The busy preparations on land and shipboard had another effect on Philip. He sniffed the breeze off the bay and laughed and said, "The sea's calling me, Pete. I've half a mind to go with you." Pete answered with a watery smile. His high spirits were failing him at last. 5 years were a long time to be away, if one built all one's hopes on coming back. So many things might happen, so many chances might befall. Pete had no heart for laughter. Philip had small mind for it either, after the first rush of the salt in his blood was over. He felt at some moments as if hell itself were inside of him. What troubled him most was that he could not, for the life of him, be sorry that Pete was leaving the island. Once or twice since they left Sulby he had been startled by the thought that he hated Pete. He knew that his lip curled down hard at sight of Pete's solemn face. But Pete never suspected this, and the innocent tenderness of the rough fellow was every moment beating it down with blows that cut like ice and burnt like fire. They were standing by the forecastle head and talking above the loud throbbing of the funnel. "Goodbye, Phil. You've been wonderful good to me, better nor anybody in the world. I've not been much of a chum for the like of you either, you that's college-bred and ought to be the first gentry in the island if everybody had his own. But you shan't be ashamed for me neither. No, you shan't, so help me God. I won't be long away, Phil, maybe 5 years, maybe less, and when I come back you'll be the first Manxman living. No? But you will, though. You will, I'm telling you. No nonsense at all, man. Lave it to me to know." Philip's frosty blue eyes began to melt. "And if I come back rich, I'll be your old friend again as much as a common man may. And if I come back poor and disappointed and done for, I'll not claim you to disgrace you. And if I never come back at all, I'll be saying to myself in my dark hour somewhere, 'He'll spake up for you at home, boy. He'll not forget you.'" Philip could hear no more for the puffing of the steam and the clanking of the chains. "Shoot, the talk a man will put out when he's thinking of old times gone by." The first bell rang on the bridge, and the harbour-master shouted, "All ashore there." "Phil, there's one turn more I'll ask of you, and if it's the last, it's the biggest." "What is it?" "There's Kate, you know. Keep an eye on the girl while I'm away. Take a slew round now and then, and put a sight on her. She'll not give a scoot at the airs the old man's telling of. But them young drapers and druggers, they'll plague the life out of the girl. Bait them off, Phil. They're not worth a fudge with their fists, but don't use no violence. Just duck the dandy divils in the harbour, that'll do. No harm shall come to her while you are away. Swear to it, Phil. Your word's your bond, I know that. But give me your hand and swear to it. It'll be more surer." Philip gave his hand and his oath, and then tried to turn away, for he knew that his face was reddening. "Wait, there's another while your hand's in, Phil. Swear that nothing and nobody shall ever come between us two." "You know nothing ever will. But swear to it, Phil. There's bad tongues going, and it'll make me more aisier. Whatever they do, whatever they say, friends and brothers to the last?" Philip felt a buzzing in his head, and he was so dizzy that he could hardly stand, but he took the second oath also. Then the bell rang again, and there was a great hubbub. Gangways were drawn up, ropes were let go, the captain called to the shore from the bridge, and the blustering harbour-master called to the bridge from the shore. Go and stand on the end of the pier, Phil, just aback of the lighthouse, and I'll put myself at the stern. I want a friend's face to be the last thing I see when I'm going away from the old home." Philip could bear no more. The hate in his heart was mastered. It was under his feet. His flushed face was wet. The throbbing of the funnels ceased, and all that could be heard was the running of the tide in the harbour and the wash of the waves on the shore. Across the sea the sun came up boldly, like a guest expected, and down its dancing waterpath the steamer moved away. Over the land old Barrule rose up like a sea-king with hoar-frost on his forehead, and the smoke began to lift from the chimneys of the town at his feet. "Goodbye, little island, goodbye. I'll not forget you. I'm getting kicked out of you, but you've been a good old mother to me, and God help me, I'll come back to you yet. So long, little Mona, so long. I'm laving you, but I'm a Manxman still." Pete had meant to take off his stocking cap as they passed the lighthouse, and to dash the tears from his eyes like a man, but all that Philip could see from the end of the pier was a figure huddled up at the stern on a coil of rope. End of chapter 11. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Boy and Girl, Chapter 1. Auntie Nan had grown uneasy because Philip was not yet started in life. During the spell of his partnership with Pete, she had protested and he had coaxed, she had scolded and he had laughed. But when Pete was gone, she remembered her old device, and began to play on Philip through the memory of his father. One day the air was full of the sea freshness of a beautiful Manx November. Philip sniffed it from the porch after breakfast, and then gathered up his tackle for cod. "The boat again, Philip?" said Auntie Nan. "Then promise me to be back for tea." Philip gave his promise and kept it. When he returned after his day's fishing, the old lady was waiting for him in the little blue room which she called her own. The sweet place was more than usually dainty and comfortable that day. A bright fire was burning, and everything seemed to be arranged so carefully and nattily. The table was laid with cups and saucers, the kettle was singing on the jockey bar, and Auntie Nan herself, in a cap of black lace and a dress of russet silk with flounces, was fluttering about with an odour of lavender and the light gaiety of a bird. "Why, what's the meaning of this?" said Philip. And the sweet old thing answered, half nervously, half jokingly, "You don't know? What a child it is, to be sure. So you don't remember what day it is?" "What day? The 5th of Oh, my birthday! I had clean forgotten it, Auntie." "Yes, and you are 21 for tea time. That's why I asked you to be home." She poured out the tea, settled herself with her feet on the fender, allowed the cat to establish itself on her skirt, and then, with a nervous smile and a slight depression of the heart, she began on her task. "How the years roll on, Philip. It's 20 years since I gave you my first birthday present. I wasn't here when you were born, dear. Grandfather had forbidden me. Poor grandfather! But how I longed to come and wash and dress and nurse my boy's boy, and call myself an auntie aloud. Oh, dear me, the day I first saw you. Shall I ever forget it? Grandfather and I were at Cowley, the draper's, when a beautiful young person stepped in with a baby. A little too gay, poor thing, and that was how I knew her." "My mother?" "Yes, dear, and grandfather was standing with his back to the street. I grow hot to this day when I remember, but she didn't seem afraid. She nodded and smiled and lifted the muslin veil from the baby's face and said, 'Who's he like, Miss Christian?' It was wonderful. You were asleep, and it was the same for all the world as if your father had stepped back to be a baby. I was trembling fit to drop and couldn't answer, and then your mother saw grandfather, and before I could stop her she had touched him on the shoulder. He stood with his bad ear towards us, and his sight was failing too, But seeing the form of a lady beside him, he swept round and bowed low, and smiled and raised his hat, as his way was with all women. Then your mother held the baby up and said quite gaily, "Is it one of the Ballures he is, Dempster, or one of the Ballawhaines?" Dear heart, when I think of it. Grandfather straightened himself up, turned about, and was out on the street in an instant. "Poor father," said Philip. Auntie Nan's eyes brightened. "I was going to tell you of your first birthday, dearest. Grandfather had gone then, poor grandfather, and I had knitted you a little soft cap of white wool, with a tassel and a pink bow. Your mother's father was living still, Captain Billy, as they called him, and when I put the cap on your little head, he cried out, 'A sailor every inch of him!' And sure enough, though I had never thought it, a sailor's cap it was. And Captain Billy put you on his knee, and looked at you sideways, and slapped his thigh, and blew a cloud of smoke from his long pipe, and cried again, 'This boy is for a sailor, I'm telling you.' You fell asleep in the old man's arms, and I carried you to your cot upstairs. Your father followed me into the bedroom, and your mother was there, already dusting the big shells on the mantelpiece. Poor Tom! I see him yet. He dropped his long white hand over the cot rail, pushed back the little cap and the yellow curls from your forehead, and said proudly, 'Ah, no, this head wasn't built for a sailor.' He meant no harm, but, oh dear, oh dear. Your mother heard him and thought he was belittling her and hers. 'These qualities,' she cried, and slashed the duster and flounced out of the room, and one of the shells fell with a clank into the fender. Your father turned his face to the window. I could have cried for shame that he should be ashamed before me, but looking out on the sea, the bay was very loud that day, I remember. He said in his deep voice, that was like a mellow bell, and trembled ratherly, 'It's not for nothing, Nanny, that the child has the forehead of Napoleon. Only let God spare him, and he'll be something some day, when his father, with his broken heart and his broken brain, is dead and gone, and the daisies cover him.' Auntie Nan carried her point. That night Philip laid up his boat for the winter, and next morning he set his face towards Ballawhaine with the object of enlisting Uncle Peter's help in starting upon the profession of the law. Auntie Nan went with him. She had urged him to the step by the twofold plea that the Ballawhaine was his only male relative of mature years, and that he had lately sent his own son Ross to study for the bar in England. Both were nervous and uncertain on the way down. Auntie Nan talked incessantly from under her poke bonnet, thinking to keep up Philip's courage. But when they came to the big gate and looked up at the turrets through the trees, her memory went back with deep tenderness to the days when the house had been her home, and she began to cry in silence. Philip himself was not unmoved. This had been the birthplace and birthright of his father. The English footman, in buff and scarlet, ushered them into the drawing-room with the formality proper to strangers. To their surprise, they found Ross there. He was sitting at the piano strumming a music-hall ditty. As the door opened, he shuffled to his feet, shook hands distantly with Auntie Nan, and nodded his head to Philip. The young man was by this time a sapling, well fed from the old tree, taller than his father by many inches, broader, heavier, and larger in all ways, with the slow eyes of a seal and something of a seal's face as well. But with his father's sprawling legs and his father's levity and irony of manner and of voice, a Manxman disguised out of all recognition of race, and aping the fashionable follies of the hour in London. Auntie Nan settled her umbrella, smoothed her gloves and her white front hair, and inquired meekly if he was well. "Not very fit," he drawled. "Shouldn't be here if I were, but father worried my life out until I came back to recruit." "Perhaps," said Auntie Nan, looking simple and sympathetic, "perhaps you've been longing for home. It must be a great trial to a young man to live in London for the first time. That's where a young woman has the advantage. She needn't leave home, at all events. Then your lodgings, perhaps they are not in the best part either. I used to have chambers in an inn of court." Auntie Nan looked concerned. "I don't think I should like Philip to live long at an inn," she said. "But now I'm in rooms in the Haymarket." Auntie Nan looked relieved. "That must be better," she said. Noisy in the mornings, perhaps, but your evenings will be quiet for study, I should think." "Precisely," said Boss with a snigger, touching the piano again, and Philip, sitting near the door, felt the palm of his hand itch for the whole breadth of his cousin's cheek. Uncle Peter came in hurriedly, with short, nervous steps. His hair, as well as his eyebrows, was now white. His eye was hollow, his cheeks were thin, his mouth was restless, and he had lost some of his upper teeth. He coughed frequently, he was shabbily dressed, and had the look of a dying man. "Ah, it's you, Anne, and Philip too. Good morning, Philip. Give the piano a rest, Ross, that's a good lad. Well, Miss Christian, well?" "Philip came of age yesterday, Peter," said Auntie Nan in a timid voice. "Indeed," said the Ballawhaine. "Then Ross is 20 next month, a little more than a year and a month between them." He scrutinised the old lady's face for a moment without speaking, and then said, "Well?" "He would like to go to London to study for the bar," faltered Auntie Nan. "Why not the church at home?" "The church would have been my own choice, Peter, but his father—" The Ballawhaine crossed his leg over his knee. "His father was always a man of a high stomach, ma'am," he said. Then, facing towards Philip, "Your idea would be to return to the island." "Yes," said Philip. "Practise as an advocate and push your way to insular preferment?" "My father seemed to wish it, sir," said Philip. The Ballawhaine turned back to Auntie Nan. "Well, Miss Christian?" Auntie Nan fumbled the handle of her umbrella and began, "We were thinking, Peter. You see, we knew so little. Now, if his father had been living—" The Ballawhaine coughed, scratched with his nail on his cheek, and said, "You wish me to put him with a barrister in chambers, is that it?" With a nervous smile and a little laugh of relief, Auntie Nan signified assent. "You are aware that a step like that costs money. How much have you got to spend on it?" "I'm afraid, Peter—" "You thought I might find the expenses, eh?" "It's so good of you to see it in the right way, Peter." The Ballawhaine made a wry face. "Listen," he said dryly. "Ross has just gone to study for the English bar." "Yes," said Auntie Nan eagerly, "and it was partly that—" "Indeed," said the Ballawhaine, raising his eyebrows. "I calculate that his course in London will cost me, one thing with another, more than £1,000. Auntie Nan lifted her gloved hands in amazement. "That sum I am prepared to spend in order that my son, as an English barrister, may have a better chance." "Do you know, we were thinking of that ourselves, Peter," said Auntie Nan. "A better chance," the Ballawhaine continued, "of the few places open in the island than if he were brought up at the Manx bar only, which would cost me less than half as much." "Oh, but the money will come back to you, both for Ross and Philip," said Auntie Nan. The Ballawhaine coughed impatiently. "You don't read me," he said irritably. "These places are few, and Manx advocates are as thick as flies in a glue pot. For every office there must be 50 applicants, but training counts for something, and influence for something, and family for something." Auntie Nan began to be penetrated as by a chill. "These," said the Ballawhaine, "I bring to bear for Ross, that he may distance all competitors. Do you read me now?" "Read you, Peter?" said Auntie Nan. The Ballawhaine fixed his hollow eye upon her, and said, "What do you ask me to do? You come here and ask me to provide, prepare, and equip a rival to my own son?" Auntie Nan had grasped his meaning at last. "But gracious me, Peter," she said, "Philip is your own nephew, your own brother's son." The Ballawhaine rubbed the side of his nose with his lean forefinger and said, "Near is my shirt, but nearer is my skin." Auntie Nan fixed her timid eyes upon him, and they grew brave in their gathering indignation. "His father is dead, and he is poor and friendless," she said. "We've had differences on that subject before, mistress," he answered. "And yet you begrudge him the little that would start him in life?" "My own has earlier claim, ma'am. Saving your presence, sir, let me tell you that every penny of the money you are spending on Ross would have been Philip's this day if things had gone different." The Ballawhaine bit his lip. "Must I, for my sins, be compelled to put an end to this interview?" He rose to go to the door. Philip rose also. "Do you mean it?" said Auntie Nan. "Would you dare to turn me out of the house?" "Come, Auntie, what's the use?" said Philip. The Ballawhaine was drumming on the edge of the open door. "You are right, young man," he said. "A woman's hysteria is of no use." "That will do, sir," said Philip in a firm voice. The Ballawhaine put his hand familiarly on Philip's shoulder. "Try Bishop Wilson's Theological College, my friend. It's cheap, and—" "Take your hand from him, Peter Christian," cried Auntie Nan. Her eyes flashed, her cheeks were aflame, her little gloved hands were clenched. "You made war between his father and your father, and when I would have made peace you prevented me. Your father is dead, and your brother is dead, and both died in hate that might have died in love, only for the lies you told and the deceit you practised. But they have gone where the mask falls from all faces, and they have met before this, eye to eye and hand to hand. Yes, and they are looking down on you now, Peter Christian, and they know you at last for what you are and always have been, a deceiver and a thief." By an involuntary impulse, the Ballawhaine turned his eyes upward to the ceiling while she spoke, as if he had expected to see the ghosts of his father and his brother threatening him. "Is the woman mad at all?" he cried, and the timid old lady, lifted out of herself by the flame of her anger, blazed at him again with a tongue of fire. "You have done wrong, Peter Christian, much wrong. You've done wrong all your days, and whatever your motive, God will find it out, and on that secret place he will bring your punishment. If it was only greed, you've got your wages, but no good will they bring you, for another will spend them, and you will see them wasted like water from the ragged rock. And if it was hate as well, you will live till it comes back on your own head like burning coal. I know it, I feel it," she cried, sweeping into the hall, "and sorry I am to say it before your own son, who ought to honour and respect his father, but can't. No, he can't and never will, or else he has a heart to match your own in wickedness, and no bowels of compassion at him either." "Come, Auntie, come," said Philip, putting his arm about the old lady's waist. But she swerved round again to where the Ballawhaine came slinking behind him. "Turn me out of the house, will you?" she cried. "The place where I lived 15 years, and as mistress too, until your evil deeds made you master. Many a good cry I've had that it's only a woman I am, and can do nothing on my own head. But it would rather be a woman that hasn't a roof to cover her than a man who can't warm to his own flesh and blood. Don't think I begrudge you your house, Peter Christian, though it was my old home, and I love it, for all I'm shown no respect in it, and I would have you to know, sir, that it isn't our houses we live in after all, but our hearts, Peter Christian. Do you hear me? Our hearts, and yours is full of darkness and dirt, and always will be, always will be." "Come, come, Auntie, come," cried Philip again, and the sweet old thing, too gentle to hurt a fly, turned on him also with the fury of a wild cat. "Go along yourself with your come and come and come. Say less and do more." With that final outburst she swept down the steps and along the path, leaving Philip 3 paces behind, and the Ballawhaine, with a terrified look under the stuffed cormorant in the fanlight above the open door. The fiery mood lasted her halfway home, and then broke down in a torrent of tears. Oh dear," she cried. "I've been too hasty. After all, he is your only relative. What shall I do now? Oh, what shall I do now?" Philip was walking steadily, half a step behind, and he had never once spoken since they left Ballawhaine. "Pack my bag tonight, Auntie," said he with the voice of a man. "I shall start for Douglas by the coach tomorrow morning." He sought out the best known of the Manx advocates, a college friend of his father's, and said to him, "I've £60 a year, sir, from my mother's father, and my aunt has enough of her own to live on. Can I afford to pay your premium?" The lawyer looked at him attentively for a moment and answered, "No, you can't," and Philip's face began to fall. "But I'll take you the 5 years for nothing, Mr. Christian," the wise man added, "and if you suit me, I'll give you wages after 2. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Chapter 2. Philip did not forget the task wherewith Pete had charged him. It is a familiar duty in the Isle of Man, and he who discharges it is known by a familiar name. They call him the Wunnamolla, literally the man-praiser, and his primary function is that of an informal, unmercenary, purely friendly and philanthropic matchmaker, introduced by the young man to persuade the parents of the young woman that he is a splendid fellow, with substantial possessions or magnificent prospects, and entirely fit to marry her. But he has a secondary function, less frequent, though scarcely less familiar, and it is that of lover by proxy, or intended husband by deputy, with duties of moral guardianship over the girl while the man himself is off at the herrings, or away at the mackerel, or abroad on wider voyages. This second task, having gone through the first with dubious success, Philip discharged with conscientious zeal. The effects were peculiar. Their earliest manifestations were, as was most proper, on Philip and Kate themselves. Philip grew to be grave and wondrous solemn, for assuming the tone of guardian lifted his manners above all levity. Kate became suddenly very quiet and meek, very watchful and modest, soft of voice and most apt to blush. The girl who had hectored it over Pete and played little mistress over everybody else grew to be like a dove under the eye of Philip. A kind of awe fell on her whenever he was near. She found it sweet to listen to his words of wisdom when he discoursed, and sweeter still to obey his will when he gave commands. The little wistful head was always turning in his direction. His voice was like joy bells in her ears. His parting, how under his lifted hat remained with her as a dream until the following day. She hardly knew what great change had been wrought in her, and her people at home were puzzled. "Is it not very well you are, Kirry woman?" said Granny. "Well enough, mother, why not?" said Kate. "Is it the toothache that's plaguing you?" "No." "Then maybe it's the new hat in the window at Miss Clucas's." "Hold your tongue, woman," whispered Caesar behind the back of his hand. "It's the spirit that's working on the girl. Give it lave, mother, give it lave." "Give it fiddlestick," said Nancy Joe. "Give it brimstone and treacle and a cupful of wormwood and chamomile." When Philip and Kate were together, their talk was all of Pete. It was Pete likes this, and Pete hates that, and Pete always says so and so. That was their way of keeping up the recollection of Pete's existence, and the uses they put poor Pete to were many and peculiar. One night the Manx Fairy was merry and noisy with a scalper, a Christmas supper given by the captain of a fishing boat to the crew that he meant to engage for the season. Wives, sweethearts and friends were there, and the customs and superstitions of the hour were honoured. "Isn't it the funniest thing in the world, Philip?" giggled Kate from the back of the door, and a moment afterwards she was standing alone with him in the lobby, looking demurely down at his boots. "I suppose I ought to apologise." "Why so?" "For calling you that." "Pete calls me Philip. Why shouldn't you?" The furtive eyes rose to the buttons of his waistcoat. "Well, no, there can't be much harm in calling you what Pete calls you, can there? But then—" "Well?" "He calls me Kate." "Do you think he would like me to do so?" "I'm sure he would." "Shall we then?" "I wonder. Just for Pete's sake." "Just?" "Kate." "Philip." They didn't know what they felt. It was something exquisite, something delicious. So sweet, so tender, they could only laugh as if someone had tickled them. "Of course, we need not do it except when we are quite by ourselves," said Kate. "Oh, no, of course not. Only when we are quite alone," said Philip. Thus they threw dust into each other's eyes, and walked hand in hand on the edge of a precipice. The last day of the old year after Pete's departure found Philip attending to his duty. "Are you going to put the new year in anywhere, Philip?" said Kate from the door of the porch. "I should be the first foot here, only I'm no use as a qualtagh," said Philip. "Why not?" "I'm a fair man, and would bring you no luck, you know." "Ah!" There was silence for a moment, and then Kate cried, "I know." "Yes?" "Come for Pete. He's dark enough, anyway." Philip was much impressed. "That's a good idea," he said gravely. "Being Qualtark for Pete is a good idea. His first New Year from home too, poor fellow." "Exactly," said Kate. "Shall I then?" "I'll expect you at the very stroke of 12." Philip was going off. "And Philip." "Yes?" Then in a low voice, so soft, so sweet, so merry, came from the doorway into the dark, "I'll be standing at the door of the dairy." Philip began to feel alarm, and resolved to take for the future a lighter view of his duties. He would visit the Manx Fairy less frequently. As soon as the Christmas holidays were over, he would devote himself to his studies, and come back to Sulby no more for half a year. But the Manx Christmas is long. It begins on the 24th of December, and only ends for good on the 6th of January. In the country places, which still preserve the old traditions, the culminating day is Twelfth Day. It is then that they cut off the fiddler's head and play Valentines, which they call the Goggins. The girls set a row of mugs on the hearth in front of the fire, put something into each of them as a symbol of a trade, and troop out to the stairs. Then the boys change the order of the mugs, and the girls come back blindfold, one by one, to select their Goggins. According to the Goggins they lay hands on, so will be the trades of their husbands. At this game, played at the Manx Fairy on the last night of Philip's holiday, Caesar being abroad on an evangelising errand, Kate was expected to draw water, but she drew a quill. "A pen! A pen!" cried the boys. "Who says the girl is to marry a sailor? The ship isn't built that's to drown her husband." "Good night, all," said Philip. "Good night, Mr. Christian. Good night, sir," said the boys. Kate slipped after him to the door. "Going so early, Philip?" "I've got to be back at Douglas tomorrow morning," said Philip. "I suppose we shan't see you very soon?" "No, I must set to work in earnest now." "A fortnight? A month, maybe?" "Yes, and 6 months. I intend to do nothing else for half a year." "That's a long time, isn't it, Philip?" "Not so long as I've wasted." "Wasted? So you call it wasted? Of course, it's nothing to me, but there's your aunt." "A man can't always be dangling about women," said Philip. Kate began to laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm so glad I'm a girl," said Kate. "Well, so am I," said Philip. "Are you?" It came at his face like a flash of lightning, and Philip stammered, "I mean, that is, what about Pete?" "Oh, is that all? Well, good night, if you must go. Shall I bring you the lantern? No need? Starlight, is it? You can see your way to the gate quite plainly? Very well. If you don't want showing, good night." The last words, in an injured tone, were half lost behind the closing door. But the heart of a girl is a dark forest, and Kate had determined that, work or no work, so long a spell as 6 months, Philip should not be away. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 3. One morning in the late spring there came to Douglas a startling and most appalling piece of news. Ross Christian was constantly seen at the Manx Fairy. On the evening of that day Philip reappeared at Sulby. He had come down in high wrath, inventing righteous speeches by the way on plighted troths and broken pledges. Ross was there in lacquered boots, light kid gloves, frock coat, and pepper and salt trousers, leaning with elbow on the counter that he might talk to Kate, who was serving. Philip had never before seen her at that task, and his indignation was extreme. He was more than ever sure that Granny was a simpleton and Caesar a brazen hypocrite. Kate nodded gaily to him as he entered, and then continued her conversation with Ross. There was a look in her eyes that was new to him, and it caused him to change his purpose. He would not be indignant, he would be cynical. He would be nasty, he would wait his opportunity and put in with some cutting remark. So at Caesar's invitation and Granny's welcome, he pushed through the bar-room to the kitchen, exchanged salutations, and then sat down to watch and to listen. The conversation beyond the glass partition was eager and enthusiastic. Ross was fluent, and Kate was vivacious. "My friend Monty?" "Yes, who is Monty?" "He's the centre of the fancy." "The fancy?" "Ornaments of the ring, you know. Come now, surely you know the ring, my dear. His rooms in St. James's Street are full of them every night. All sorts, you know, featherweights and heavyweights and greyhounds. And the faces. My goodness, you should see them. Such worn-out old images. Knowledge boxes all awry, mouths crooked, and noses that have had the uppercut. But good men all. Good to take their gruel, you know. Monty will have nothing else about him. He was Tom Spring's packer. Never heard of Tom Spring? Tom of Bedford, the incorruptible, you know. Only he fought cross that day. Monty lost 1,000, and Tom keeps a public in Holborn now with pictures of the fancy round the walls." Then Kate, with a laugh, said something which Philip did not catch, because Caesar was rustling the newspaper he was reading. "Ladies come," said Ross. "Girls at Monty's suppers? Rather. What should you think? Cleopatra, but you ought to be there. I must be getting off myself very soon. There's a supper coming off next week at Handsome Honey's." "Who's Honey?" "Proprietor of a night house in the Haymarket." "Night house? You come and see, my dear." Caesar dropped the newspaper and looked across at Philip. The gaze was long and embarrassing, and for want of better conversation, Philip asked Caesar if he was thinking. "Oh, thinking, and thinking again, sir," said Caesar. Then, drawing his chair nearer to Philip's, he added in a half-whisper, "I'm getting a bit of a scoot into something, though. See yonder? They're calling his father a miser. The man's racking his tenants and starving his land. But I believe enough the young brass lark, a weed, is choking the old grain." Caesar, as he spoke, tipped his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of Ross, and seeing this, Ross interrupted his conversation with Kate to address himself to her father. "So you've been reading the paper, Mr. Cregeen?" "Oh, reading and reading," said Caesar grumpily. Then in another tone, "You're home again from London, sir. Great doings yonder, they're telling me. Battles, sir, great battles." Ross elevated his eyebrows. "Have you heard of them, then?" he asked. "Oh, heard enough," said Caesar. "Meetings and conferences and conventions and I don't know what." Oh, I see," said Ross, with a look at Kate. "They're doing without hell in England nowadays. That's a quare thing, sir. Conditional immorality, they're calling it. The singularest thing I know. Taking hell away drops the tailboard out of a man's religion, eh?" The time for closing came, and Philip had waited in vain. Only one cut had come his way, and that had not been his own. As he rose to go, Kate had said, "We didn't expect to see you again for 6 months, Mr. Christian." "So it seems," said Philip, and Kate laughed a little, and that was all the work of his evening, and the whole result of his errand. Caesar was waiting for him in the porch. His face was white, and it twitched visibly. It was plain to see that the natural man was fighting in Caesar. "Mr. Christian, sir," said he, "are you the gentleman that came here to speak to me from Peter Quilliam?" "I am," said Philip. "Then do you remember the old Manx saying, 'Perhaps the last dog may be catching the hare'?" "Leave it to me, Mr. Cregeen," said Philip through his teeth. Half a minute afterwards he was swinging down the dark road homewards, by the side of Ross, who was drawling along with his cold voice. "So you've started on your lightweight handicap, Philip. Father was monstrous unreasonable that day. Seemed to think I was coming back here to put my shoulder out for your high bailiffships and bum bailiffships and heaven knows what. You're welcome to the lot, for me, Philip. That girl's wonderful, though. It's positively miraculous, too. She's the living picture of a girl of my friend Montague's. Eyes, hair, that nervous movement of the mouth, everything. Old man looked glum enough, though. Poor little woman. I suppose she's past praying for. The old hypocrite will hold her like a dove in the claws of a buzzard hawk till she throws herself away on some Manx omathorn. It's the way with half these pretty creatures. They're wasted." Philip's blood was boiling. "Do you call it being wasted when a good girl is married to an honest man?" he asked. "I do, because a girl like this can never marry the right man. The man who is worthy of her cannot marry her, and the man who marries her isn't worthy of her. It's like this, Philip. She's young, she's pretty, perhaps beautiful, has manners and taste, and some refinement. The man of her own class is clumsy and ignorant, and stupid and poor. She doesn't want him, and the man she does want, the man she's fit for, daren't marry her. It would be social suicide." "And so," said Philip bitterly, "to save the man above from social suicide, the girl beneath must choose moral death. Is that it?" Ross laughed. "Do you know, I thought old Jeremiah was at you in the corner there, Philip. But look at it straight. Here's a girl like that. Two things are open to her, two only. Say she marries your Manx fellow, what follows? A thatched cottage 3 fields back from the mountain road, 2 rooms, a cowhouse, a crock, a dresser, a press, a form, a 3-legged stool, an armchair, and a clock with a dirty face hanging on a nail in the wall, milking, weeding, digging, 9pence a day, and a can of buttermilk with a lump of butter thrown in, potatoes, herrings, and barley bonag. Year 1, a baby, a boy. Year 2, another baby, a girl. Year 3, twins. Year 4, barefooted children squalling, dirty house, man grumbling, woman distracted, measles, whooping cough, a journey at the tail of a cart to the bottom of the valley, and the awful words, 'I am the—'" "Hush, man," said Philip. They were passing Lezayre churchyard. When they had left it behind, he added, with a grim curl of the lip which was lost in the darkness, "Well, that's one side. What's the other?" "Life," said Ross. "Short and sweet, perhaps. Everything she wants, everything she can wish for, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, what matter?" "And then?" "Every one for himself and God for us all, my boy. She's as happy as the day while it lasts, lifts her head like a rosebud in the sun, then drops it, I suppose, like a rose-leaf in the mud." Ross laughed again. "Yes, it's a fact old Jeremiah has been at you, Philip. Poor little Kitty. Keep the girl's name out of it, if you please." Ross gave a long whistle. "I was only saying the poor little woman—" "It's damnable. I'll have no more of it." "There's no duty on speech, I hope, in your precious Isle of Man?" "There is, though," said Philip. "A duty of decency and honour, and to name that girl, foolish as she is, in the same breath with your women. But here, listen to me. Best tell you now, so there may be no mistake and no excuse. Miss Cregeen is to be married to a friend of mine. I needn't say who he is. He comes close enough to you at all events. When he's at home, he's able to take care of his own affairs. But while he's abroad, I've got to see that no harm comes to his promised wife. I mean to do it, too. Do you understand me, Ross? I mean to do it. Good night." They were at the gate of Ballawhaine by this time, and Ross went through it giggling. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 4, The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 4. The following evening found Philip at the Manx Ferry again. Ross was there as usual, and he was laughing and talking in a low tone with Kate. This made Philip squirm on his chair, but Kate's behaviour tortured him. Her enjoyment of the man's jests was almost uproarious. She was signalling to him and peering up at him gaily. Her conduct disgusted Philip. It seemed to him an aggravation of her offence that as often as he caught the look of her face there was a roguish twinkle in the eye on his side and a deliberate cast in his direction. This open disregard of the sanctity of a pledged word, this barefaced indifference to the presence of him who stood to represent it, was positively indecent. This was what women were. Deceit was bred in their bones. It added to Philip's gathering wrath that Caesar, who sat in shirt-sleeves making up his milling accounts from the slates ciphered with crosses and triangles and circles and half-circles, was lifting his eyes from time to time to look first at them and then at him with an expression of contempt. At a burst of fresh laughter and a shot of the bright eyes, Philip surged up to his feet, thrust himself between Ross and Kate, turned his back on him and his face to her, and said in a peremptory voice, "Come into the parlour instantly. I have something to say to you." "Oh, indeed," said Kate. But she came, looking mischievous and yet demure, with her head down but her eyes peering under their long upper lashes. "Why don't you send this fellow about his business?" said Philip. Kate looked up in blank surprise. "What fellow?" she said. "What fellow?" said Philip. "Why, this one that is shilly-shallying with you night after night." "You can never mean your own cousin, Philip," said Kate. "More's the pity if he is my cousin, but he's no fit company for you." "I'm sure the gentleman is polite enough." "So's the devil himself." "He can behave and keep his temper anyway." "Then it's the only thing he can keep. He can't keep his character or his credit or his honour, and you should not encourage him." Kate's underlip began to show the inner half. "Who says I encourage him?" "I do." "What right have you?" "Haven't I seen you with my own eyes?" Kate grew defiant. "Well, and what if you have?" "Then you are a jade and a coquette." The word hissed out like steam from a kettle. Kate saw it coming and took it full in the face. She felt an impulse to scream with laughter, so she seized her opportunity and cried. Philip's temper began to ebb. "That man would be a poor bargain, Kate, if he were 20 times the heir of Ballawhaine. Can't you gather from his conversation what his life and companions are? Of course it's nothing to me, Kate." "No, it's nothing to you," whimpered Kate from behind both hands. "I've no right." "Of course not. You've no right," said Kate, and she stole a look sideways. "Only—" Philip did not see the glance that came from the corner of Kate's eye. When a girl forgets a manly fellow, who happens to be abroad, for the first rascal that comes along with his dirty lands— Down went the hands with an impatient fling. "What are his lands to me?" "Then it's my duty as a friend." "Duty, indeed! Just what every old busybody says." Philip gripped her wrist. "Listen to me. If you don't send this man packing—" "You're hurting me. Let go my arm." Philip flung it aside and said, "What do I care?" "Then why do you call me a coquette?" "Do as you like." "So I will. Phil. He's gone." It was 20 miles by coach and rail from Douglas to Sulby, but Philip was back at the Manx Ferry the next evening also. He found a saddle horse linked to the gate-post, and Ross inside the house with a riding whip in his hand, beating the leg of his riding breeches. When Philip appeared, Kate began to look alarmed, and Ross to look ugly. Caesar, who was taking his tea in the ingle, was having an unpleasant passage with Granny and side-breaths by the fire. Bad, a notorious bad liver and dirty with the tongue," said Caesar. "Shoot, father," said Granny. "The young man's civil enough, and girls will be girls. What's a word or a look or a laugh when you're young and have a face that's fit for anything?" "Better her face should be pitted with smallpox than bring her to the pit of hell," said Caesar. "All flesh is grass. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth." Nancy Joe came from the dairy at that moment. "Gracious me, did you see that now?" she said. "I wonder at Kitty, but it's the way of the men, smiling and meaning nothing." They mane a dale," growled Caesar. Ross had recovered from his uneasiness at Philip's entrance, and was engaged in some narration whereof the only words that reached the kitchen were "I know" and "I know," repeated frequently. "You seem to know a dale, sir," shouted Caesar. "Do you know what it is to be saved?" There was silence for a moment, and then Ross, polishing his massive signet ring with his corduroy waistcoat, said, "Is that the old gentleman's complaint, I wonder?" "My husband is a local preacher, and always strong for salvation," said Granny by way of peace. "Is that all?" said Ross. "I thought perhaps he had taken more wine than the sacrament." "You're my cross, woman," muttered Caesar, "but no cross, no crown." "Lave women's matter alone, father. It'll become you better," said Granny. "Laugh as you like, Mistress Cregeen. There's one above." Ross had resumed his conversation with Kate, who was looking frightened, and listening with all his ears, Philip caught the substance of what was said. "I'm due back by this time. There's the supper at Handsome Honey's, not to speak of the everlasting examinations, but somehow I can't tear myself away. "Why not? Can't you guess?" "No, not a notion." "I would go to-morrow, Kitty. A word in your ear." "I believe in my heart that man is for kissing her," said Cæsar. "If he does, then by, he's done it. Hold, sir." Cæsar had risen to his feet, and in a moment the house was in an uproar. Ross lifted his head like a cock. "Were you speaking to me, mister?" he asked. "I was, and don't demane yourself like that again," said Cæsar. "Like what?" said Ross. "Paying court to a girl that isn't fit for you." Ross lifted his hat. "Do you mean this young lady?" "No young lady at all, sir, but the daughter of a plain, respectable man that isn't going to see her fooled. Your hat to your head, sir. You'll be wanting it for the road." "Father!" cried Kate, in a voice of fear. Cæsar turned his rough shoulder and said, "Go to your room, ma'am, and keep it for a week." "You may go," said Ross. "I'll spare the old simpleton for your sake, Kate." "You'll spare me, sir?" cried Cæsar. "I've seen the day, but thank the Lord for restraining grace. Spare me? If you had said as much 25 years ago, sir, your head would have gone ringing against the wall." "I'll spare you no more then," said Ross. "Take that, and that." Amid screams from the women, 2 sounding blows fell on Cæsar's face. At the next instant, Philip was standing between the 2 men. "Come this way," he said, addressing Ross. "If I like," Ross answered. "This way, I tell you," said Philip. Ross snapped his fingers. "As you please," he said, and then followed Philip out of the house. Kate had run upstairs in terror, but 5 minutes afterwards she was on the road, with a face full of distress, and a shawl over head and shoulders. At the bridge she met Kelly, the postman. "Which way have they gone?" she panted. "The young Ballawhaine and Philip Christian." "I saw them heading down to the Curragh," said Kelly, and Kate in the shawl flew like a bird over the ground in that direction. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 5 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 5. The 2 young men went on without a word. Philip walked with long strides 3 paces in front, with head thrown back, pallid face and contracted features, mouth firmly shut, arms stiff by his side, and difficult and audible breathing. Ross slouched behind with an air of elaborate carelessness, his horse beside him, the reins over its head and round his arm, the riding whip under his other armpit, and both his hands deep in the breeches pocket. There was no road the way they went, but only a cart track, interrupted here and there by a gate, and bordered by square turf pits half full of water. The days were long, and the light was not yet failing. Beyond the gorse, the willows, the reeds, the rushes, and the sally bushes of the flatland, the sun was setting over a streak of gold on the sea. They had left behind them the smell of burning turf, of crackling sticks, of fish, and of the cowhouse, and were come into the atmosphere of flowering gorse and damp grey soil and brine. "Far enough, aren't we?" shouted Ross, but Philip pushed on. He drew up at last in an open space, where the gorse had been burnt away and its black remains desolated the surface and killed the odours of life. There was not a house near, not a landmark in sight, except a windmill on the sea's verge, and the ugly tower of a church like the funnel of a steamship between sea and sky. "We're alone at last," he said hoarsely. "We are," said Ross, interrupting the whistling of a tune. "And now that you've got me here, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me what we've come for." Philip made no more answer than to strip himself of his coat and waistcoat. "You're never going to make a serious business of this stupid affair," said Ross, leaning against the horse and slapping the sole of one foot with the whip. "Take off your coat," said Philip in a thick voice. "Can I help it if a pretty girl—" began Ross. "Will you strip?" cried Philip. Ross laughed. "Ah, now I remember our talk of the other night. But you don't mean to say," he said, flipping at the flies at the horse's head, "that because the little woman is forgetting the curmudgeon that's abroad—" Philip strode up to him with clenched hands and quivering lips and said, "Will you fight?" Ross laughed again, but the blood was in his face, and he said tauntingly, "I wouldn't distress myself, man. Dare say I'll be done with the girl before the fellow—" "You're a scoundrel," cried Philip, "and if you won't stand up to me—" Ross flung away his whip. "If I must, I must," he said, and then threw the horse's reins around the charred arm of a half-destroyed gorse tree. A moment afterwards, the young men stood face to face. "Stop," said Ross. "Let me tell you first. It's only fair. Since I went up to London I've learnt a thing or two. I've stood up before men that can strip a picture. I've been opposite talent, and I can peck a bit, but I've never heard that you can stop a blow." "Are you ready?" cried Philip. "As you will. You shall have one round. You'll want no more." The young men looked badly matched. Ross in riding breeches and shirt, with red bullet head and sprawling feet, arms like an oak and veins like willow boughs. Philip in shirt and knickerbockers, with long fair hair, quivering face and delicate figure. It was strength and some skill against nerve alone. Like a rush of wind Philip came on, striking right and left, and was driven back by a left-hand body blow. "There, you've got it," said Ross, smiling benignly. "Didn't I tell you? That's old Bristol Bull to begin with." Philip rushed on again and came back with a smashing blow that cut his nether lip. "You've got a second," said Ross. "Have you had enough?" Philip did not hear, but sprang fiercely at Ross once more. The next instant he was on the ground. Then Ross took on a manner of utter contempt. "I can't keep on flipping at you all night." "Mock me when you've beaten me," said Philip, and he was on his feet again, somewhat blown, but fresh as to spirit and doggedly resolute. "Toe the scratch then," said Ross. "I must say you're good at your gruel." Philip flung himself on his man a third time, and fell more heavily than before, under a flush hit that seemed to bury itself in his chest. "I can't go on fighting a man that's as good for nothing as my old grandmother," said Ross. But his contempt was abating. He was growing uneasy. Philip was before him as fierce as ever. "Fight your equal," he cried. "I'll fight you," growled Philip. "You're not fit. Give it up. And look, the dark is falling. There's enough daylight yet. Come on." "Nobody is here to shame you. Come on, I say." Philip did not wait, but sprang on his man like a tiger. Ross met his blow, dodged, feinted. They gripped, swinging to and fro. There was a struggle, and Philip fell again with a dull thud against the ground. "Will you stop now?" said Ross. "No, no, no," cried Philip, leaping to his feet. "I'll eat you up. I'm a glutton, I can tell you." But his voice trembled, and Philip, blind with passion, laughed. "You'll be hurt," said Ross. "What of that?" said Philip. "You'll be killed." "I'm willing." Ross tried to laugh mockingly, but the hoarse gurgle choked in his throat. He began to tremble. "This man doesn't know when he's mauled," he muttered, and after a loud curse he stood up afresh, with a craven and shifty look. His blows fell like scorching missiles, but Philip took them like a rock scoured with shingle, raining blood like water, but standing firm. "What's the use?" cried Ross. "Drop it." "I'll drop myself first," said Philip. "If you won't give it up, I will," said Ross. "You shan't," said Philip. "Take your victory if you like." "I won't." "Say you've licked me." "I'll do it first," said Philip. Ross laughed long and riotously, but he was trembling like a whipped cur. With a blob of foam on his lips he came up, collecting all his strength, and struck Philip a blow on the forehead that fell with the sound of a hammer on a coffin. "Are you done?" he snuffled. "No, by God," cried Philip, black as ink with the burnt gorse from the ground, except where the blood ran red on him. "This man means to kill me," mumbled Ross. He looked round shiftily and said, "I mean no harm by the girl." "You're a liar," cried Philip. With a glance of deep malignity, Ross closed with Philip again. It was now a struggle of right with wrong as well as nerve with strength. The sun had set under the sea. The sally bushes were shivering in the twilight. A flight of rooks were screaming overhead. Blows were no more heard. Ross gripped Philip in a venomous embrace and dragged him on to one knee. Philip rose. Ross doubled round his waist, pushing him backward, and fell heavily on his breast, shouting with a growl of a beast, You'll fight me, will you? Get up, get up." Philip did not rise, and Ross began dragging and lunging at him with brutal ferocity, when suddenly, where he bent double, a blow fell on his ear from behind, another and another, a hand gripped his shirt collar and choked him, and a voice cried, "Let go, you brute! Let go! Let go!" Ross dropped Philip and swung himself round to return the attack. It was the girl. "Oh, it's you, is it?" he panted. She was like a fury. "You brute! You beast! You toad!" she cried, and then threw herself over Philip. He was unconscious. She lifted his head onto her lap, and lost to all shame, to all caution, to all thought but one thought. She kissed him on the cheek, on the lips, on the eyes, on the forehead, crying, "Philip! Oh, Philip! Philip!" Ross was shuddering beside them. "Let me look at him," he faltered, but Kate fired back with a glance like an arrow, and said, screaming like a seagull, "If you touch him again, I'll strangle you." Ross caught a glimpse of Philip's face, and he was terrified. Going to a turf pit, he dipped both hands in the dub, and brought some water. "Take this," he said. "For heaven's sake, let me bathe his head." He dashed the water on the pallid forehead, and then withdrew his eyes, while the girl coaxed Philip back to consciousness with fresh kisses and pleading words. "Is he breathing? Feel his heart. Any pulsation?" "Oh, God," said Ross. "It wasn't my fault." He looked round with wild eyes. He meditated flight. "Is he better yet?" "What's it to you, you coward?" said Kate with a burning glance. She went on with her work. "Come then, dear. Come now." Philip opened his eyes in a vacant stare and rose on his elbow. Then Kate fell back from him immediately and began to cry quietly, being all woman now and her moral courage gone again in an instant. But the moral courage of Mr. Ross came back as quickly. He began to sneer and to laugh lightly, picked up his riding whip and strode over to his horse. "Are you hurt?" asked Kate in a low tone. "Is it Kate?" said Philip. At the sound of his voice in that low whisper, Kate's tears came streaming down. "I hope you'll forgive me," she said. "I should have taken your warning." She wiped his face with the loose sleeve of her dress, and then he struggled to his feet. "Lean on me, Philip." No, I can walk." "Do take my arm." "Oh, no, Kate, I'm strong enough." "Just to please me?" "Well, very well." Ross looked on with jealous rage. His horse, frightened by the fight, had twirled round and round till the reins were twisted into a knot about the gorse stump, and as he liberated the beast he flogged it back till it flew around him. Then he vaulted to the saddle, tugged at the curb, and the horse reared. "Down!" he cried with an oath, and lashed brutally at the horse's head. Meantime Kate, going past him with Philip on her arm, was saying softly, "Are you feeling better, Philip?" And Ross, looking on in sulky meditation, sent a harsh laugh out of his hot throat and said, "Oh, you can make your mind easy about him. If your other man fights for you like that, you'll do. Thought you'd have 3 of them, did you? Or perhaps you only wanted me for your decoy. Why don't you kiss him now, when he can know it? But he's a beauty to take care of you for somebody else. Fighting for the other one, eh? Stuff and humbug. Take him home and the curse of Judas on the brace of you." So saying, he burst into wild, derisive laughter, flogged his horse on the ears and the nose, shouted, "Down, you brute, down!" and shot off at a gallop across the open curragh. Philip and Kate stood where he had left them till he had disappeared in the mist rising off the marshy land, and the thud of his horse's hoofs could be no more heard. Their heads were down, and though their arms were locked, their faces were turned half aside. There was silence for some time. The girl's eyelids quivered. Her look was anxious and helpless. Then Philip said, "Let us go home," and they began to walk together. Not another word did they speak. Neither looked into the other's eyes. Their entwined arms slackened a little in a passionless asundering, yet both felt that they must hold tight or they would fall. It was almost as if Ross's parting taunt had uncovered their hearts to each other and revealed to themselves their secret. They were like other children of the Garden of Eden, driven out and stripped naked. At the bridge they met Caesar, Granny, Nancy Joe, and half the inhabitants of Sulby, abroad with lanterns in search of them. "They're here," cried Caesar. You've chastised him, then. You'd bait his head off, I'll go bail. And I believe enough you'll be forgiven, sir. Yonder blow was almost bitterer than flesh can bear. Before my days of grace, but praise the Lord for his restraining hand. The very minute my anger was up, he crippled me in the hip with rheumatics. But what's this, holding the lantern over his head? There's blood on your face, sir. A scratch, it's nothing, said Philip. It's the women that's in every mischief, said Cæsar. Lord bless me, aren't the women as good as the men? Said Nancy. Said Cæsar. We're told that man was made a little lower than the angels, but about women we're just left to our own conclusions. Scripture has nothing to do with Ross Christian, father, said Granny. The Lord forbid it, said Cæsar. What can you get from a cat but his skin? And doesn't the man come from Christian Ballawhaine? If it comes to that, though, haven't we all come from Adam? Said Granny. Yes, and from Eve too, more's the pity, said Cæsar. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 6 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 6. For some time thereafter, Philip went no more to Sulby. He had a sufficient excuse. His profession made demand of all his energies. When he was not at work in Douglas, he was expected to be at home with his aunt at Ballure. But neither absence nor the lapse of years served to lift him out of the reach of temptation. He had one besetting provocation to remembrance, one duty which forbade him to forget Kate, his pledge to Pete, his office as Wunya Molla. Had he not vowed to keep guard over the girl? He must do it. The trust was a sacred one. Philip found a way out of his difficulty. The post was an impersonal and incorruptible go-between, so he wrote frequently. Sometimes he had news to send, for to avoid the espionage of Cæsar, intelligence of Pete came through him. Occasionally he had love letters to enclose. Now and then he had presents to pass on. When such necessity did not arise, he found it agreeable to keep up the current of correspondence. At Christmas he sent Christmas cards. On Midsummer Day a bunch of moss roses, and even on St. Valentine's Day a valentine. All this was in discharge of his duty, and everything he did was done in the name of Pete. He persuaded himself that he sank his own self absolutely. Having denied his eyes the very sight of the girl's face, he stood erect in the belief that he was a true and loyal friend. Kate was less afraid and less ashamed. She took the presents from Pete and wore them for Philip. In her secret heart she thought no shame of this. The years gave her a larger flow of life, and made out of the bewitching girl a splendid woman, brought up to the full estate of maidenly beauty. This change wrought by time on her bodily form caused the past to seem to her a very long way off. Something had occurred that made her a different being. She was like the elder sister of that laughing girl who had known Pete. To think of that little sister as having a kind of control over her was impossible. Kate never did think of it. Nevertheless, she held her tongue. Her people were taken in by the episode of Ross Christian. According to their view, Kate loved the man and still longed for him, and that was why she never talked to Pete. Philip was disgusted with her unfaithfulness to his friend, and that was the reason of his absence. She never talked of Philip either, but they, on their part, talked of him perpetually, and fed her secret passion with his praises. Thus, for 3 years, these two were like two prisoners in neighbouring cells, very close and yet very far apart, able to hear each other's voices, yet never to see each other's faces, yearning to come together and to touch, but unable to do so because of the wall that stood between. Since the fight, Cæsar had removed her from all duties of the inn, and one day in the spring she was in the gable house peeling rushes to make tallow candles, when Kelly, the postman, passed by the porch, where Nancy Joe was cleaning the candle irons. "Heard the news is, Nancy?" said Kelly. "Mr. Philip Christian is let off 2 years' time and called to the bar." Nancy looked grave. "I'm sure the young gentleman is that quiet and study," she said. "What are they doing on him?" "Only making him a full advocate, woman," said Kelly. "You don't say," said Nancy. "He passed his examination before the Governor's man yesterday." "Oh, there now. I took the letter to Ballure this evening." "It's like you would, Mr. Kelly. That's the boy for you. I'm always saying it, 'deed I am, though. But there's ones here that won't have it at all, at all." "Miss Kate, you mane? We know the raisin. He's lumps in her porridge, woman. Good day to you, Nancy." "Yes, it's doing a nice day enough, Mr. Kelly," said Nancy, and the postman passed on. Kate came gliding out with a brush in her hand. "What was the postman saying?" "That Mr. Philip Christian has been passing for an advocate," said Nancy deliberately. Kate's eyes glistened, and her lips quivered with delight, but she only said with an air of indifference, "Was that all his news, then?" "All, d'ye say all?" said Nancy, digging away at the candle irons. "Listen to the girl, and him that good to her while her promised man's away." Kate shelled her rush, and said with a sigh and a sly look, "I'm afraid you think a deal too much of him, Nancy." "Then I'll be making mends," said Nancy, "for some that's thinking a dale too little." "I'm quite at a loss to know what you see in him," said Kate. "No, you don't say," said Nancy, with scorching irony. Then, banging her irons, she added, "I'm not much of a woman for a man myself. They're only poor helpless creatures anyway, and I don't approve of them. But if I was for putting up with one of the sort, he wouldn't have legs and arms like a dolly, and a face like curds and whey, and coat and trousers that loud you can hear them coming up the street." With this parting shot at Ross Christian, Nancy flung into the house, thinking she had given Kate a dressing that she would never forget. Kate was radiant. Such abuse was honey on her lips, such scoldings were joy bells in her ears. She took silent delight in provoking these attacks. They served to turn both ways, bringing her delicious joy at the praise of Philip, and at the same time preserving her secret. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 7 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 7. Later that day, Caesar came in from the mill with the startling intelligence that Philip was riding up on the high road. "Goodness mercy!" cried Nancy, and she fled away to wash her face. Granny, with a turn of the hand, settled her cap and smoothed her grey hair under it. Kate herself had disappeared like a flash of light. But as Philip dismounted at the gate, looking taller and older and paler and more serious, but raising his cap from his fair head and smiling a smile like sunshine, she was coming leisurely out of the porch with a bewitching hat over her wavy black hair and a handbasket over her arm. Then there was a little start of surprise and recognition, a short catch of quick breath and nervous salutations. "I'm going round to the nest," she said. "I suppose you'll step in to see mother." "Time enough for that," said Philip. "May I help you with the eggs first? Besides, I've something to tell you." "Is it that you're admitted?" said Kate. "That's nothing," said Philip. "Only the ABC, you know, getting ready to begin, so to speak." They walked round to the stackyard, and he tied up his horse and gave it hay. Then, while they poked about for eggs on hands and knees among the straw, under the stacks and between the bushes, she said she hoped he would have success, and he answered that success was more than a hope to him now, it was a sort of superstition. She did not understand this, but looked up at him from all fours with brightening eyes and said, "What a glorious thing it is to be a man." "Is it?" said Philip. "And yet I remember somebody who said she wasn't sorry to be a girl." "Did I?" said Kate. But that was long ago, and I remember somebody else who pretended he was glad I was." "That was long ago too," said Philip, and both laughed nervously. "What strange things girls are, and boys," said Kate, with a matronly sigh, burying her face in a nest where a hen was clucking and two downy chicks were peeping from her wing. They went through to the orchard, where the trees were breaking into eager blossoms. "I've another letter for you from Pete," said Philip. "So?" said Kate. "Here it is," said Philip. "Won't you read it?" said Kate. "But it's yours. Surely a girl doesn't want anybody else." "Ah, but you're different, though. You know everything. And besides, read it aloud, Philip." With a basket of eggs on one arm, and the other hand on the outstretched arm of an apple tree, she waited while he read. "Dearest Kitty, how's yourself, darling, and how's Philip, and how's Granny? I'm getting on tremendous. They're calling me Captain now, Captain Pete, sort of overseer of the diamond mines outside Kimberly. Regular gentleman's life and no mistake. Nothing to do but sit under a monstrous big umbrella, with a paper in your fist like a chairman, while 20 Kaffirs do the work. Just a bit of a tussle now and then to keep you from dropping off. When a Kaffir turns up a diamond, you grab it, and mark it on the time sheet against his name. They've got their own outlandish ones, but we always christen them ourselves. Sixpence, 7 waistcoats, shoulder of mutton, tuppenny trotter, anything you like. When a Kaffir strikes a diamond, he gets a commission, and so does his overseer. I'm afraid I'm going to be getting terrible rich soon. Tell the old man I'll be buying that harmonia yet. They are a knowing lot, though, and if they can get up a dust to smuggle a stone when you're not looking, they will. Then they sell it to the blackleg Boers, and you've got to raise your voice like an advocate to get it back somehow. But the Boers can't do no harm to you with their fists at all. It's playing. They're a dirty lot, wonderful straight like some of the lazy Manx ones, especially Black Tom. When they see us down at the river washing, they say, 'What dirty people the English must be if they have to wash themselves 3 times a day. We only do it once a week.' When a Kaffir steals a stone, we usually court-martial him, but I don't hold with it, as the floggers on the compound can't be trusted. So I always lick my own niggers, being more kinder, and if anybody does anything against me, they lynch him." Kate made a little patient sigh and turned away her head, while Philip, in a halting voice, went on, "Darling Kitty, I am longing mortal for a sight of your sweet face. When the night comes, and I'll be lying in the huts, boards on the ground, and good canvas, and everything comfortable, says I to the boys, 'Shut your faces, men, and let a poor chap sleep.' But they never twig the darkness of my meaning. I'll only be wanting a bit of quiet for thinking of, with the stars a twinkling down, she's looking at that one. Shine on my angel." "Really, Kate," faltered Philip, "I can't." "Give it to me, then," said Kate. She was tugging with her trembling hand at the arm of the apple tree, and the white blossom was raining over her from the rowels of the thin boughs overhead, like silver fish falling from the herring net. Taking the letter, she glanced over the close. "Darlin' Kirry, how is the mackerel this saison, and is the millen doing middling, and I wonder is the hens all layin', and is the grace gone out of the mare's leg yet, and how is the owl man, and is he still playin' hang with the Texes? There is a big chap here that is straight like him. He hath swallowed the old book, and can't help bring it up again, but, dear Kirry, no more at present. I expects to be home soon, bogh, to see you all, though I don't know exactly. With love, your loving sweetheart, Pate." When she had finished the letter, she turned it over in her fingers, and gave another patient little sigh. "You didn't read it as it was spelled, Philip," she said. "What odds if the spelling is uncertain when the love is as sure as that?" said Philip. "Did he write it himself, think you?" said Kate. "He signed it, anyway, and no doubt indited it too. But perhaps one of the Gills boys held the pen." She coloured a little, slipped the letter down her dress into her pocket, and looked ashamed. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 8 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 8. This shame at Pete's letter tormented Philip, and he stayed away again. His absence stimulated Kate and made Philip himself ashamed. She was vexed with him that he did not see that all this matter of Pete was foolishness. It was absurd to think of a girl marrying a man whom she had known when he was a boy. But Philip was trying to keep the bond sacred, and so she made her terms with it. She used Pete as a link to hold Philip. After the lapse of some months in which Philip had not been seen at Sulby, she wrote him a letter. It was to say how anxious she had been at the length of time since she had last heard from Pete, and to ask if he had any news to relieve her fears. The poor little lie was written in a trembling hand which shook honestly enough, but from the torment of other feelings. Philip answered the letter in person. Something had been speaking to him day and night, like the humming of a top, finding him pretexts on which to go. But now he had to make excuses for staying so long away. It was evening. Kate was milking, and he went out to her in the cowhouse. "We began to think we were to see no more of you," she said over the rattle of the milk in the pail. I've been ill," said Philip. The rattle died to a thin hiss. "Very ill?" she asked. "Well, no, not seriously," he answered. "I never once thought of that," she said. "Something ought to have told me. I've been reproaching you too." Philip felt shame of his subterfuge, but yet more ashamed of the truth, so he leaned against the door and watched in silence. The smell of hay floated down from the loft, and the odour of the cow's breath came in gusts as she turned her face about. Kate sat on the milking stool close by the ewer, and her head, on which she wore a sunbonnet, she leaned against the cow's side. "No news of Pete, then?" "No," she said. "No," said Philip. Kate dug her head deeper in the cow and muttered, "Dear Pete, so simple, so natural." "He is," said Philip. "So good-hearted, too." "Yes." "And such a manly fellow. Any girl might like him," said Kate. "Indeed, yes," said Philip. There was silence again, and two pigs which had been snoring on the manure heap outside began to snort their way home. Kate turned her head so that the crown of the sunbonnet was toward Philip, and said, "Oh dear, can there be anything so terrible as marrying somebody you don't care for?" "Nothing so bad," said Philip. The mouth of the sunbonnet came round. "Yes, there's one thing worse, Philip." "No?" "Not having married somebody you do," said Kate, and the milk rattled like hail. In the straw behind Kate there was a tailless Manx cat with 3-tailed kittens, and Philip began to play with them. Being back to back with Kate, he could keep his countenance. "This old Horny is terrible for switching," said Kate over her shoulder. "Don't you think you could hold her tail?" That brought them face to face again. "It's so sweet to have someone to talk to about Pete," said Kate. "Yes?" "I don't know how I could bear his long absence but for that." "Are you longing so much, Kate?" "Oh, no, not longing, not to say longing. Only you can't think what it is to be... Have you never been yourself, Philip?" "What?" "Hold on tight. In love, no?" "Well," said Philip, speaking at the crown of the sunbonnet. "Ha! Well, not properly, perhaps. I can hardly say, Kate." "There, you've let it go, after all, and she's covered me with the milk, but I'm finished anyway." Kate was suddenly radiant. She kissed Horny and hugged her calf in the adjoining stall, and as they crossed the haggard, Philip carrying the pail, she scattered great handfuls of oats to a cock and his 2 hens as they cackled their way to the roost. "You'll be sure to come again soon, Philip, eh? It's so sweet to have someone to remind me of..." But Pete's name choked her now. "Not that I'm likely to forget him. Now, is that likely? But it's such a weary time to be left alone, and a girl gets longing. Did I now? Give me the milk, then. Did I say I wasn't? Well, you can't expect a girl to be always reasonable. Good-bye, Kate." "Yes, you had better go now. Good-bye." Philip went away in pain, yet in delight, with a delicious thrill, and a sense of stifling hypocrisy. He had felt like a fool. Kate must have thought him one, but better she should think him a fool than a traitor. It was all his fault, Only for him the girl would have been walled round by her love for Pete. He would come no more. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 9 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 9. Philip held to his resolution for 3 months, and grew thin and pale. Then another letter came from Pete, a letter for himself, and he wondered what to do with it. To send it by post, pretending to be ill again, would be hypocrisy he could not support. He took it. The family were all at home. Nancy had just finished a noisy churning, and Kate was in the dairy, weighing the butter into pounds and stamping it. Philip read the letter in a loud voice to the old people in the kitchen, and the soft thumping and watery swishing ceased in the damp place adjoining. Pete was in high feather. He had made a mortal lot of money lately, and was for coming home quickly. Couldn't say exactly when, for some rascally black-leg Boers, who had been corrupting his Kaffirs and slipping up country with a pile of stones, had first to be followed and caught. The job wouldn't take long, though, and they might expect to see him back within a 12-month, with enough in his pocket to drive away the devil and the coroner anyway. "Bold fellow," said Cæsar. "Oh, 'deed on Pete," said Granny. "Now, if it wasn't for that Ross," said Nancy. Philip went into the dairy, where Kate was now skimming the cream of the last night's milking. He was sorry there was nothing but a message for her this time. Had she answered Pete's former letters? No, she had not. "I must be writing soon, I suppose," she said, blowing the yellow surface. "But I wish, puff, if I could have something to tell him, puff, puff, about you." "About me, Kate?" "Something sweet, I mean. Puff, puff, puff." She shot a sly look upward. "Aren't you sure yet? Can't say still? Not properly? No?" Philip pretended not to understand. Kate's laugh echoed in the empty cream tins. "How you want people to say things." "No, really," began Philip. "I've always heard that the girls of Douglas are so beautiful. You must see so many now. Oh, it would be delicious to write a long story to Pete. Where you met, in church, naturally. What's she like? Fair, of course. And all about it, you know." "That's a story you will never tell to Pete, Kate," said Philip. "No, never," said Kate, quite as light, and this being just what she wished to hear, she added mournfully, "Don't say that, though. You can't think what pleasure you are denying me, and yourself too. Take some poor girl to your heart, Philip. You don't know how happy it will make you." "Are you so happy then, Kate?" Kate laughed merrily. "Why, what do you think?" "Dear old Pete, how happy he should be," said Philip. Kate began to hate the very name of Pete. She grew angry with Philip also. Why couldn't he guess? Concealment was eating her heart out. The next day she saw Philip. He passed her in the market-place on the market day, as she stood by the tipped-up gig, selling her butter. There was a chatter of girls all round as he bowed and went on. This vexed her, and she sold out at a penny a pound less, got the horse from the saddle, and drove home early. On the way to Sulby she overtook Philip and drew up. He was walking to Kirkmichael to visit the old Deemster, who was ill. Would he not take a lift? He hesitated, half declined, and then got into the gig. As she settled herself comfortably after this change, he trod on the edge of her dress. At that he drew quickly away, as if he had trodden on her foot. She laughed, but she was vexed. And when he got down at the Manx Ferry, saying he might call on his way back in the evening, she had no doubt Granny would be glad to see him. The girls of the market-place were standing by the mill-pond, work done, and arms crossed under their aprons, twittering like the pairing birds about them in the trees, when Philip returned home by Sulby. He saw Kate coming down the glen road, driving 2 heifers with a cushag for switch, and flashing its gold at them in the horizontal gleams of sunset. She had recovered her good humour, and was swinging along, singing merry snatches as she came, all life, all girlish blood and beauty. She pretended not to see him until they were abreast, and the heifers were going into the yard. Then she said, "I've written and told him." "What?" said Philip. "That you say you are a confirmed old bachelor." "That I say so?" "Yes, and that I say you are so distant with a girl that I don't believe you have a heart at all." "You don't?" "No, and that he couldn't have left anybody better to look after me all these years because you haven't eyes or ears or a thought for any living creature except himself." "You've never written that to Pete," said Philip. "Haven't I, though?" said Kate, and she tripped off on tiptoe. He tripped after her. She ran into the yard. He ran also. She opened the gate of the orchard, slipped through, and made for the door of the dairy, and there he caught her by the waist. "Never, you rogue! Say no," he panted. "No," she whispered, turning up her lips for a kiss. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 10 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 10. Granny saw nothing of Philip that night. He went home tingling with pleasure and yet overwhelmed with shame. Sometimes he told himself that he was no better than a Judas, and sometimes that Pete might never come back. The second thought rose oftenest. It crossed his mind like a ghostly gleam. He half wished to believe it. When he counted up the odds against Pete's return, his pulse beat quick. Then he hated himself. He was in torment. But under his distracted heart there was a little chick of frightened joy, like a young cuckoo hatched in a wagtail's nest. After many days in which no further news had come from Pete, Kate received this brief letter from Philip. "I am coming to see you this evening. Have something of grave importance to tell you." It was afternoon, and Kate ran upstairs, hurried on her best frock, and came down to help Nancy to gather apples in the orchard. Black Tom was there, new thatching the back of the house, and Caesar was making sugains, straw rope, for him with a twister. There was a soft feel of autumn in the air, pigeons were cooing in the ledges of the mill house gable, and everything was luminous and tranquil. Kate had climbed to the fork of a tree and was throwing apples into Nancy's apron when the orchard gate clicked, and she uttered a little cry of joy, unawares, as Philip entered. To cover this, she pretended to be falling, and he ran to help her. "Oh, it's nothing," she said. "I thought the bough was breaking. So it's you." Then in a clear voice, "Is your apron full, Nancy?" "Yes." "Bring another basket. Then the white one with the handles. Did you come Laxey way by the coach? Boat over, eh? Nancy, do you really think we'll have sugar enough for all these Keswicks?" "Good evening, Mr. Christian, sir," said Caesar, and Black Tom from the ladder on the roof nodded his wide straw brim. "Thatching afresh, Mr. Cregeen?" "Covering it up, sir, covering it up. May the Lord cover our sins up likewise, or how shall we cover ourselves from his avenging wrath?" "How vexing," said Kate from the tree. "Half of them get bruised, and will be good for nothing but preserving. They drop at the first touch, so ripe, you see." "May we all be ripe for the great gathering, and good for preserving too," said Caesar. "Look at that big one now, knotted like a blacksmith's muscles, but it'll go rotten as fast as the least little one of the lot. It's tachen us a lesson, sir, that we all do fall. Big mountains as aisy as lil cocks. This world is changeable." Philip was not listening, but looking up at Kate with a face of half-frightened tenderness. "Do you know," she said, "I was afraid you must be ill again. Your apron, Nancy, that was foolish, wasn't it?" "No, I have been well enough," said Philip. Kate looked at him. "Is it somebody else?" she said. "I got your letter." "Can I help?" said Philip. "What is it? I'm sure there's something," said Kate. "Set your foot here," he said. "Let me down, I feel giddy." "Slowly, then. Hold by this one. Give me your hand." Their fingers touched and communicated fire. "Why don't you tell me?" she said, with a passionate tightening of his hand. "It's bad news, isn't it? Are you going away?" "Somebody who went away will never come back," he answered. "Is it Pete?" "Poor Pete is gone," said Philip. Her throat fluttered. "Gone?" "He is dead," said Philip. She tottered, but drew herself up quickly. "Stop," she said. "Let me make sure. Is there no mistake? Is it true?" "Too true." "I can bear the truth now, but afterwards, tonight, tomorrow, in the morning, it might kill me if—" "Pete is dead, Kate. He died at Kimberly." "Philip!" She burst into a wild fit of hysterical weeping and buried her face in his breast. He put his arms about her, thinking to soothe her. "There, be brave. Hold yourself firm. It's a terrible blow. I was too sudden. My poor girl, my brave girl." She clung to him like a terrified child. The tears came from under her eyelids tightly closed. The floodgates of 4 years' reserve went down in a moment, and she kissed him on the lips. And throbbing with bliss and a blessed relief from 4 years' hypocrisy and treason, he kissed her back, and they smiled through their tears. "Poor Pete! Poor Pete! Poor Pete!" End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 11 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 11. At the sound of Kate's crying, Caesar had thrown away the twister and come close to listen, and Black Tom had dropped from the thatch. Nancy ran back with the basket, and Granny came hurrying from the house. Caesar lifted both hands solemnly. "Now, you that are women, control yourselves," said he, "and listen while I spake. Peter Quilliam's dead in Kimberly." "Goodness mercy!" cried Granny. "Lord alive!" cried Nancy. And the two women went indoors, threw their aprons over their heads, and rocked themselves in their seats. "Oh, boy veen, boy veen!" Kate came tottering in, ghostly white, and the women fell to comforting her, thereby making more tumult with their soothing moans than Kate with her crying. "Shoot, put a good face on it, woman," said Black Tom. "A whipper of a girl like you will be getting another soon and singing Hail, Smiling Morn with the best." "Shame on you, man. Are you as drunk as Mackillya?" cried Nancy. "Your own grandson, too." "Never another for Kate, anyway," wept Granny. "Oh, boy veen, oh, boy veen." "Maybe he had another himself, who knows?" said Black Tom. "Out of sight, out of mind, and these sailor lads have a rag on lots of bushes." Kate was helped to her room upstairs. Philip sat down in the kitchen. The news spread like a curragh fire, and the bar-room was full in 5 minutes. In the midst of all stood Caesar, solemn and expansive. "He turned his herring yonder night when he left good-bye to the 4 of us," he said. "My father did the same the night he was lost running rum for Whitehaven, and I've never seen a man do it and live." "It's forgot at you, father," wept Granny. "It was Mr. Philip that turned it. Oh, boy veen, boy veen." "How could that be, mother?" said Caesar. "Mr. Philip isn't dead." But Granny heard no more. She was busy with the consolations of 6 women who were gathered around her. "I dreamt it the night he sailed. I heard a cry, most terrible, I did. 'Father,' says I, 'what's that?' It was the same as if I'd seen the poor boy coming to his end untimeously, and I didn't get a wink on the night." "Well, he has gone to the rest that remaineth," said Caesar. "The grass perisheth, the worm devoureth, and we'll all be in heaven with him soon." "God forbid, father. Don't talk of such dreadful things," said Granny, napping her apron. "Do you say his mother, ma'am? Is she in life?" "No, but under the sod. I don't know the years. Information of the lungs, poor thing." "I've known him since I was a slip of a boy," said one. "It was whip-top time." "No, it was peg-top time." "I saw him the morning he sailed," said another. "I was standing so—" "Mr. Christian saw him last," moaned Granny, and the people in the bar-room peered through at Philip with awe. "I felt like a father for the lad myself," said Caesar. "He was always my white-headed boy, and I stuck to him with life. He desarved it too. Maybe his birth was a bit mischancy, but what's the old saying? Don't tell me what I was, tell me what I am. and Pete was that civil with the tongue, a civiller young man never was. Black Tom and spat. Why, you were shouting out of mercy at the lad, and knocking him about like putty. He wouldn't get lave to live with you, and that's why he went away. You're bad to forget, Thomas. I've always noticed it, said Caesar. You'll be putting the bell about and preaching his funeral, eh, Caesar? Said somebody. "'Deed, yes, man. Sabbath first," said Caesar. "That's impossible, father," said Granny. "How's the girl to have her black ready?" "Sunday week, then, or Sunday fortnight, or the Sunday after the Melia harvest home," said Caesar. "The crops are waiting for saving, but a dead man is past it. Oh, I'll be faithful, I'll give it them straight. It's a time for spaking like a dying man to dying men. I'll take a text that will be a lesson and a warning. Oh, every one that thirsteth." Black Tom and spat again. "I wouldn't, Caesar. They'll think you're going to trate them," he muttered. Philip was asked for particulars, and he brought out a letter. Jonaique Jelly, John the clerk, and Johnny the constable had come in by this time. "Read it, Jonaique," said Caesar. "A clane pipe first," said Black Tom. "Aren't you smoking on it, Caesar? And isn't there a cropper of rum anywhere? No, not so much as a plate of crackers and a drop of tay going? Is it to be a totaller's funeral, then?" "This is no time for feasting to the refreshment of our carnal bodies," said Caesar severely. "It's a time for praise and prayer." "I'll put up a word or two," said the constable meekly. "Master Niplightly," said Caesar, "don't be too ready to show your gift. It's vanity. I'll engage in prayer myself." And Caesar offered praise for all departed in faith and fear. "Caesar is not a man of a liberal spirit, but he is powerful in prayer, though," whispered the constable. "He isn't a prodigal son, if that's what you mean," said Black Tom. "Never seen him shouting after anybody with a pint, anyway." "Now for the letter, Jonaique," said Caesar. It was from one of the Gills boys who had sailed with Pete, and hitherto served as his letter writer. "Respected Sir," read Jonaique, "with pain and sorrow I write these few lines to tell you of poor Peter Quilliam." "Oh, boy veen," broke in Granny. "Knowing you were his friend in the old island, and the one he talked of mostly, except the girl. Boy veen—" "Hush, woman." "He made good money out here at the diamond mines." "Never a yellow sovereign he sent to me, then," said Black Tom, "nor the full of your fist of halfpence either. What's the use of getting grandchilders?" Caesar waved his hand. "Go on, Jonaique. It's bad when the deceitfulness of riches is getting the better of a man." "Where was I? Oh, good money, yet he was never for taking joy in it. More money, more cares," muttered Caesar. "But talking and scheming forever for coming home." "Ah, home is a full cup," moaned Granny. "It was a show the way that lad was fond of it. Give me a plate of mate, bolstered with cabbage, and what do I care for their buns and sarves, Granny?" says he. "Oh, boy veen, boy boch." "What does the nightingale care for a golden cage when he can get a twig?" said Caesar. "Is the boy's chest home yet?" asked John the clerk. "There's something about it here," said Jonaique, "if people would only let a man get on." "It's mine," said Black Tom. "We'll think of that by and by," said Caesar, waving his hand at Jonaique. He had packed his chest for going when 4 blacklegs, who had been hanging round the compound, tempting and plaguing the Kaffirs, made off with a bag of stones. Desperate gang, too, so nobody was running to be sent after them, but poor Peter, being always a bit bull-necked, was up to the office in a jiffy, and might he go? And off in chase in the evening with the 20 Kaffirs of his own company to help him, not much of a lot neither, and suspected of dealing diamonds with the blacklegs times. But Peter always swore their love for him was getting thicker and stronger every day like sour cream. "The captain's love has been their theme, and shall be till they die," said Peter. "He drank up the word like a thirsty land the rain," said Caesar. "Peter Quilliam and I had mortal joy of each other. 'Good-bye, father,' says he, and he was shaking me by the hand terrible. But go on, Jonaique." "That was 4 months ago, and a fortnight since 8 of his Kaffirs came back." "Oh, dear. Well, well. Lord a massy. Hush." They overtook the blacklegs far up country, and Peter tackled them. But they had Winchester repeaters, and Peter's boys didn't know the muzzle of a gun from the neck of a gin bottle. So the big man of the gang cocked his piece at Peter and shouted at him like a high bailiff. "You'd better go back the way you came." "Not immediately," said Peter, and stretched him. Then there was smoke like a smithy on hooping day, and "To your heels, boys," shouted Peter. And if the boys couldn't equal Peter with their hands, they could bait him with their toes, and the last they heard of him he was racing behind them, with the shots of the blacklegs behind him, and shouting mortal, "Oh, oh, all up, I'm done, home and tell, boys, oh, oh." "Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy, when I fall I shall arise, Selah," said Caesar. Amid the tumult of moans which followed the reading, Philip, sitting with head on his hands by the ingle, grew hot and cold with the thought that after all there was no actual certainty that Pete was dead. Nobody had seen him die, nobody had buried him. The story of the returned Kaffirs might be a lie to cover their desertion of Pete, their betrayal of him, or their secret league with the thieving Boers. At one awful moment Philip asked himself how he had ever believed the letter. Perhaps he had wanted to believe it. Nancy Joe touched him on the shoulder. "Kate is waiting for a word with you alone, sir," she said. And Philip crossed the kitchen into the little parlour beyond, chill with china and bowls of sea eggs and stuffed seabirds. "He's feeling it bad," said Nancy. "Never been the same since Pete went to the Cape," said Caesar. "I don't know for sure what good lads are going to it for," moaned Granny, "and calling it Good Hope of all names. Died of a bullet in his head too, oh dear, oh dear. Discussion of the brain it's like. And look at them blackheads too, as naked as my hand, I'll go bail. I hate the nasty dirts. Caesar may talk of one flesh and brethren, and all to that, but for my part I'm not used of black brothers, and as for black angels in heaven, it's ridiculous." "When you're all done talking, I'll finish the letter," said Jonaique. "They can't help it, Mr. Jelly. The women can't help it," said Caesar. "Respected sir, I must now close, but we are strapping up the chest of the deceased, just as he left it, and sending it to catch the steamer, the Johannesburg, leaving Cape Town Wednesday fortnight." Johannesburg. I'll meet her at the quay. It's my duty to meet her," said Caesar. "And I'll board her in the bay," shouted Black Tom. "Thomas Quilliam," said Caesar, "it's borne in on my spirit that the devil of greed is let loose on you." "Caesar Cregeen, don't make a nose of wax of me," bawled Tom, "and don't think because you're preaching a bit that religion is going to die with you. Your head's swelling tremendous, and you won't be able to sleep soon without somebody to tickle your feet. You'll be forgiving sins next, and taking money for absolution, and these ones will be making a pope of you and paying you pence. Pope Caesar the publican, in his chapel hat and white choker. But that chiss is mine, and if there's law in the land, I'll have it." With that Black Tom swept out of the house, and Caesar wiped his eyes. "No use smoothing a thistle, Mr. Cregeen," said Jonaique soothingly. "I have a conscience void of offence," said Caesar. "I can only follow the Spirit's leading. But when Belial—" He was interrupted by a most mournful cry of, "Look here, oh, look then, look." Nancy was coming out of the back kitchen with something between the tips of her fingers. It was a pair of old shoes, covered with dirt and cobwebs. "These were his wearing boots," she said, and she put them on the counter. "Dear heart, yes, the very ones," said Granny. "Poor boy, they'd move a heart of stone to see them. Something to remember him by, anyway. Many a mile his feet walked in them, but they're resting now in Abraham's bosom." Then Caesar's voice rose loud over the doleful tones around the counter. "Vital spark of heavenly flame, raise it, Mr. Niplightly. Pity we haven't Peter and his fiddle here. He played with life." "I can't sing today, having a cold, but I'll whistle it," said the constable. "Pitch it in altos, then," said Caesar. "I'm a bit of a bass myself, but not near so bass as Peter." Meanwhile, a little drama of serious interest was going on upstairs. There sat Kate before the looking-glass, with flushed cheeks and quivering mouth. The low drone of many voices came to her through the floor. Then a dull silence, and one voice, and Nancy Joe coming and going between the kitchen and bedroom. "What are they doing now, Nancy?" said Kate. "First one's praying, and then another's praying," said Nancy. "Lord a massy," thinks I, "it'll be my turn next, and what'll I say?" "Where's Mr. Christian?" "Gone into the parlour. I whispered him you wanted him alone." "You never said that, Nancy," said Kate, at Nancy's reflection in the glass. "Well, it popped out," said Nancy. Kate went down with a look of softened sorrow, and Philip, without lifting his eyes, began bemoaning Pete. They would never know his like, so simple, so true, so brave. Never, never. He was fighting against his shame at first seeing the girl after that kiss, which seemed to him now like treason at the mouth of a grave. But with the magic of a woman's art, Kate consoled him. He had one great comfort. He had been a loyal friend. Such fidelity, such constancy, such affection, forgetting the difference of place, of education, everything. Philip looked up at last, and there was the lovely face with its beaming eyes. He turned to go, and she said softly, "How we shall miss you." "Why so?" said Philip. "We can't expect to see you so often now that you've not the same reason for coming." "I'll be here on Sunday," said Philip. "Then you don't intend to desert us yet, not just yet, Philip?" "Never," said Philip. "Well, good night. Not that way, not by the porch. Good night." As Philip went down the road in the darkness, he heard the words of the hymn that was being sung inside. "Thy glory why didst thou enshrine in such a clod of earth as mine, and wrap thee in my clay." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 12 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 12. At that moment day was breaking over the plains of the Transvaal. The bare veldt was opening out as the darkness receded, depth on depth, like the surface of an unbroken sea. Not a bush, not a path, only a few log houses at long distances and wooden beacons like gibbets to define the Boer farms. No sound in the transparent air, no cloud in the unveiling sky, just the night creeping off in silence as if in fear of awakening the sleeping morning. Across the soulless immensity a covered wagon toiled along with 4 horses rattling their link chains and a lad sideways on the shaft dangling his legs, twiddling the rope reins and whistling. Inside the wagon, under a little window with its bit of muslin curtain, a man lay in the agony of a bullet wound in his side, and an old Boer and a woman stood beside him. He was lying hard on the place of his pain and rambling in delirium. "See, boys? Don't you see them?" "See what, my lad?" said the Boer simply, and he looked through the wagon window. "There's the headgear of the mines. Look, the iron roofs are glittering, and yonder's the mine tailings. We'll be back in a jiffy. A taste of the whip, boys, and away." Untouched by visions, the old Boer could see nothing. "What does he see, wife, think you?" "What can he see, stupid, with his face in the pillow like that?" With the rushing of blood in his ears, the sick man called out again. "Listen, don't you hear it? That's the noise of the batteries. Whip up and away, away," and he tore at the fringe of the blanket covering him with his unconscious fingers. Poor boy, he's eager to get to the coast, but will he live to cover another Morgan, think you? God knows, Jan, God only knows. And the veldt was very wide, and the sea and its ships were far away, and over the weary stretch of grass and rock and sand there was nothing on the horizon between desolate land and dominating sky but a waste looking like a chaos of purple and green, where no bird ever sang and no man ever lived, and God himself was not. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 13 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 13. She loves me, she loves me, she loves me. The words sang in Philip's ears like a sweet tune half the way back to Ballure. Then he began to pluck at the brambles by the wayside, to wound his hand by snatching at the gorse, and to despise himself for being glad when he should have been in grief. Still he was sure of it. There was no making any less of it. She loved him, he was free to love her. There need be no hypocrisy and no self-denial. So he wiped the blood from his fingers and crept into the blue room of Auntie Nan. The old lady, in a dainty cap with flying streamers, was sitting by the fireside spinning. She had heard the news of Pete as Philip passed through to Sulby, and was now wondering if it was not her duty to acquaint Uncle Peter. The sweet and natty old gentlewoman, brought up in the odour of gentility, was thinking on the lines of poor Bridget, Black Tom, when dying under the bare scraas, that a man's son was his son in spite of law or devil. She decided against telling the Ballawhaine by remembering an incident in the life of his father. It was about Philip's father too, so Philip stretched his legs from the sofa towards the hearth, and listened to the old auntie's voice over the whir of her wheel, with another voice, a younger voice, an unheard voice, breaking. In at the back of his ears when the wheel stopped, and a sweet undersong inside of him always, saying, "Be sensible, there is no disloyalty. Pete is dead. Poor Pete. Poor old Pete. Though he had cast your father off, Philip, for threatening to make your mother his wife, he never believed there was a parson on the island would dare to marry them against his wish." "No, really?" "No, and when Uncle Peter came in at dinner-time a week after and said, 'It's all over,' he said, 'No, sir, no,' and threw down his spoon in the plate, and the hot broth splashed on my hand, I remember. But Peter said, 'It's past praying for, sir,' and then grandfather cried, 'No, I tell you no.' 'But I tell you yes, sir,' said Peter. 'Morgold Church, yesterday morning before service.' Then grandfather lost himself and called Peter 'liar,' and cried that your father couldn't do it. 'And besides, he's my own son after all, and would not,' said grandfather. But I could see that he believed what Uncle Peter had told him, and when Peter began to cry, he said, 'Forgive me, my boy. I'm your father for all, and I've a right to your forgiveness.' All the same, he wouldn't be satisfied until he had seen the register, and I had to go with him to the church." Poor old grandfather. The vicar in those days was a little dotty man named Kissack, and it was the joy of his life to be always crushing and stifling somebody, because somebody was always depriving him of his rights or something. I remember him, the cockatoo. His favourite text was, "Jesus said, then follow me," only the people declared he always wanted to go first. Shocking, Philip. It was evening when we drove up to Morgold, and the little parson was by the cross, ordering somebody with a cane. "I am told you married my son yesterday. Is it true?" said grandfather. "Quite true," said the vicar. "By banns or special licence?" grandfather asked. "Licence, of course," the vicar answered. "Curt enough, anyway." "Show me the register," said grandfather, and his face twitched and his voice was thick. "Can't you believe me?" said the vicar. "The register," said grandfather. Then the vicar turned the key in the church door and strutted up the aisle, humming something. I tried to keep grandfather back even then. "What's the use?" I said, for I knew he was only fighting against belief. But hat in hand he followed to the communion rail, and there the vicar laid the open book before him. Oh, Philip, shall I ever forget it? How it all comes back. The little dim church, the smell of damp and of velvet under the holland covers of the pulpit, and the empty place echoing. And grandfather fixed his glasses and leaned over the register, but he could see nothing, only blur, blur, blur. "You look at it, child," he said over his shoulder, but I daren't face it. So he rubbed his glasses and leaned over the book again. Oh dear, he was like one who looks down the list of the slain for the name he prays he may not find. But the name was there too surely. Thomas Wilson Christian, to Mona Crellin, signed William Crellin and something Kissack. Philip's breath came hot and fast. The little vicar was swinging his cane to and fro on the other side of the rail and smiling, and grandfather raised his eyes to him and said, "Do you know what you've done, sir? You've robbed me of my firstborn son and ruined him." "Nonsense, sir," said the vicar. "Your son was of age, and his wife had the sanction of her father. Was I to go round by Ballawhaine for permission to do my duty as a clergyman?" "Duty!" cried grandfather. "When a young man marries, he marries for heaven or for hell. Your duty as a clergyman," he cried, till his voice rang in the roof. "If a son of yours had his hand at his throat, would you call it my duty as Deemster to hand him a knife?" "Silence, sir," said the vicar. "Remember where you stand, or, Deemster though you are, you shall repent it." "Arrest me for brawling, will you?" cried grandfather, and he snatched the cane out of the vicar's hand and struck him across the breast. "Arrest me now," he said, and then tottered and stumbled out of the church by my arm and the doors of the empty pews. Philip went to bed that night with burning brow and throbbing throat. He had made a startling discovery. He was standing where his father had stood before him. He was doing what his father had done. He was in danger of his father's fate. Where was his head that he had never thought of this before? It was hard. It was terrible. Now that he was free to love the girl, he realised what it meant to love her. Nevertheless, he was young, and he rebelled, he fought, he would not deliberate. The girl conquered in his heart that night, and he lay down to sleep. But next morning he told himself with a shudder that it was lucky he had gone no farther. One step more, and all the evil of his father's life might have been repeated in his own. There had been nothing said, nothing done. He would go to Sulby no more. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 14 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 14. That mood lasted until midday, and then a scout of the line of love began to creep into his heart in disguise. He reminded himself that he had promised to go on Sunday, and that it would be unseemly to break off the acquaintance too suddenly, lest the simple folks should think he had borne with them throughout 4 years merely for the sake of Pete. But after Sunday he would take a new turn. He found Kate dressed as she had never been before. Instead of the loose red bodice and the sunbonnet, the apron and the kilted petticoat, she wore a close-fitting dark green frock with a lace collar. The change was simple, but it made all the difference. She was not more beautiful, but she was more like a lady. It was Sunday evening, and the Fairy was closed. Caesar and Granny were at the preaching house, Nancy Joe was cooking crowdy for supper, and Kate and Philip talked. The girl was quieter than Philip had ever known her, more modest, more apt to blush, and with the old audacity of word and look quite gone. They talked of success in life, and she said, "How I should like to fight my way in the world as you are doing. But a woman can do nothing to raise herself. Isn't it hard? Whatever the place where she was born in, she must remain there all her days. She can see her brothers rise, and her friends perhaps, but she must remain below. Isn't it a pity? It isn't that she wants to be rich or great. No, not that. Only she doesn't want to be left behind by the people she likes. She must be, though, and just because she's a woman. I'm sure it's so in the Isle of Man anyway. Isn't it cruel?" "But aren't you forgetting something?" said Philip. "Yes?" "If a woman can't rise of herself because the doors of life are locked to her, it is always possible for a man to raise her." "Someone who loves her, you mean, and so lifts her to his own level, and takes her up with him as she goes up." "Why not?" said Philip. Kate's eyes beamed like sunshine. "That is lovely," she said in a low voice. "Do you know, I never thought of that before. If it were my case, I should like that best of all. Side by side with him, and he doing all? Oh, that is beautiful." and she gazed up with a timid joy at the inventive being who had thought of this as at something supernatural. Caesar and Granny came back, both in fearful outbursts of Sunday clothes. Nevertheless, Caesar's eyes, after the first salutation with Philip, fixed themselves on Kate's unfamiliar costume. "Such worldly attire," he muttered, following the girl round the kitchen and blowing up his black gloves. "This caring for the miserable body that will one day be lowered into the grave. What does the book say? Put my tall hat on the clane laff, Nancy. Let it not be the outward adorning of putting on of apparel, but let it be the hidden man of the heart." "But sakes alive, father," said Granny, loosening a bonnet like a diver's helmet. "If it comes to that, what is Jeremiah saying? Can a maid forget her ornaments?" "It's like she can if she hasn't any to remember," said Caesar. "But maybe the prophet Jeremiah didn't know the mothers that's in now." "Shoot, man. Girls are like birds, and the breed comes out in the feathers," said Granny. "Where's she getting it then? Not from me at all," said Caesar. "'Deed no, man," laughed Granny, "considering the smart she is and the raisonable good-looking." "Hold your tongue, woman. It'll become you better," said Caesar. Philip rose to go. "You're time enough yet, sir," cried Caesar. "I was for telling you of a job." Some of the fishermen of Ramsey had been over on Saturday. Their season was a failure, and they were loud in their protests against the trawlers who were destroying the spawn. Caesar had suggested a conference at his house on the following Saturday of Ramsey men and Peel men, and recommended Philip as an advocate to advise them as to the best means to put a stop to the enemies of the herring. Philip promised to be there, and then went home to Auntie Nan. He told himself on the way that Kate was completely above her surroundings, and capable of becoming as absolute a lady as ever lived on the island, without a sign of her origin in look or speech, except perhaps the rising inflection in her voice, which made the talk of the true Manxwoman the sweetest thing in the world to listen to. Auntie Nan was sitting by the lamp, reading her chapter before going to bed. "Auntie," said Philip, "don't you think the tragedy in the life of father was accidental? Due, I mean, to the particular characters of grandfather and poor mother? Now, if the one had been less proud, less exclusive, or the other more capable of rising with her husband—" "The tragedy was deeper than that, dear. Let me tell you a story," said Auntie Nan, laying down her book. "3 days after your father left Ballawhaine, old Maggie, the housemaid, came to my side at supper and whispered that some one was wanting me in the garden. It was Thomas. Oh dear, it was terrible to see him there, that ought to have been the heir of everything, standing like a stranger in the dark beyond the kitchen door." "Poor father," said Philip. "Whist, girl, come out of the light," he whispered. "There's a purse with £20 odd in my desk upstairs. Get it, Nan. Here's the key. I knew what he wanted the money for, but I couldn't help it. I got him the purse and put £10 more of my own in it." "Must you do it?" I said. "I must," he answered. "Your father says everybody will despise you for this marriage," I said. "Better they should than I should despise myself," said he. "But he calls it moral suicide," I said. "That's not so bad as moral murder," he replied. "He knows the island." I urged, "And so do you, Tom, and so do I, and nobody can hold up his head in a little place like this after a marriage like that." "All the worse for the place," said he, "if it stains a man's honour for acting honourably." "Father was an upright man," interrupted Philip. "There's no question about it. My father was a gentleman." "She must be a sweet, good girl and worthy of you, or you wouldn't marry her," said I to father. "But are you sure that you will be happy and make her happy?" "We shall have each other, and it is our own affair," said father. "Precisely," said Philip. "But if there was a difference between you now," I said, "will it be less when you are the great man we hope to see you some day?" "A man is not always thinking of success," he answered. "My father was a great man already, auntie," burst out Philip. He was shaken and I was ashamed, but I could not help it. I went on. "Has the marriage gone too far?" I asked. "It has never been mentioned between us," said he. "Your father is old and can't live long," I pleaded. "He wants me to behave like a scoundrel," he answered. "Why that, if the girl has no right to you yet?" I said. And he was silent. Then I crept up and looked in at the window. "See," I whispered. "He's in the library. We'll take him by surprise. Come." It was not to be. There was a smell of tobacco on the air and the thud of a step on the grass. "Who's that?" I said. "Who should it be?" cried father, "but the same spy again. I'll shake the life out of him yet as a terrier would a rat. No use, girl," he shouted hoarsely, facing towards the darkness. "They're driving me to destruction." "Hush," I said, and covered his mouth with my hands, and his breath was hot like fire. But it was useless. He was married 3 days afterwards. Philip resolved to see Kate no more. He must go to Sulby on Saturday to meet the fisherman, but that would be a business visit. He need not prolong it into a friendly one. All the week through he felt as if his heart would break, but he resolved to conquer his feelings. He pitied himself somewhat, and that helped him to rise above his error. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 15 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 15. On Saturday night he was early at Sulby. The barroom was thronged with fishermen in guernseys, sea boots and sou'westers. They were all on their feet together, twisting about like great congers on the quay, drinking a little and smoking a great deal, thumping the table and all talking at once. "How have you done, Billy?" "Enough to keep away the divil and the coroner, and that's about all." "Where's Tom Doug?" "Gone to Australia." "Is Jimmy over today?" "He's away to Cleveland." "Gough bless me, every Manx boy seems to be going foreign." "That's where we'll all be after long and last if we don't stop these Southside trawlers." Philip went in and was received with goodwill and rough courtesy, but no man abated a jot of his freedom of action or liberty of speech, and the thumping and shouting were as loud as before. "Appeal to the Receiver-General." "Shoot, an old woman with a face winking at you like a roast potato." "Will we go to the Bishop then?" "A whitewash Methodist with a soul the size of a dried pea." "The Governor is the proper person," said Philip above the hubbub, "and he is to visit Peel Castle next Saturday afternoon about the restorations. Let every Manx fisherman who thinks the trawl boats are enemies of the fish be there that day. Then lay your complaint before the man whose duty it is to inquire into all such grievances. And if you want a spokesman, I'm ready to speak for you." "Bravo! That's the ticket." Then the meeting was at an end. The men went on with stories of the week's fishing, stories of smugglers, stories of the swaddlers, the Wesleyans, stories of the totalers, teetotalers, and Philip made for the door. When he got there, he began to reflect that, being in the house, he ought to leave good night with Caesar and Granny. Hardly decent not to do so. No use hurting people's feelings. Might as well be civil. Cost nothing anyway. Thus an overpowering compulsion in the disguise of courtesy drew him again into Kate's company. But tomorrow he would take a new turn. "Proud to see you, Mr. Philip," said Caesar. "The water's playing in the kettle. Make Mr. Philip a cup of tea, Nancy," said Granny. Caesar was sitting back to the partition, pretending to read out of a big Bible on his knees, but listening with both ears and open mouth to the profane stories being told in the barroom. Kate was not in the kitchen, but an open book, face downwards, lay on the chair by the turf closet. "What's this?" said Philip. "A French exercise book? Whoever can it belong to here?" "Oh, Kirry, of course," said Granny, "and sticking that close to it of an Evering that you haven't a chance to put a word on her." "Vanity, sir, vanity, all vanity," said Caesar, and again he listened hard. Philip's eyes began to blink. "Teaching herself French, is she? Has she been doing it long, Granny?" "Long enough, sir, 3 years or better, since poor Pete went away, maybe, and at the books forever, grammars and textbooks and I don't know what." Caesar, with his ear at the glass, made an impatient gesture for silence, but Granny continued. "I don't know what for people should be larning themselves foreign languages at all. For my part, there isn't one of them bates the Manx itself for plainness. And aren't we reading when the Lord wanted to bring confusion on Noah and his disobedient sons and grandsons at going up the Tower of Babel, he made them spake different tongues?" "Good thing too," snapped Caesar. "If every poor man was bound to carry his wife up with him." Philip's eyes were streaming, and unobserved he put the lesson book to his lips. He had guessed its secret. The girl was making herself worthy of him. God bless her. Kate came downstairs in the dark dress and white collar of Sunday night. She saw Philip putting down the book, lowered her head and blushed, took up the volume, and smuggled it out of sight. Then Caesar's curiosity conquered his propriety, and he ventured into the bar-room. Granny came and went between the counter and the fisherman, Nancy clicked about from dairy to door, and Kate and Philip were left alone. "You were wrong the other night," she said. "I've been thinking it over, and you were quite wrong." "So?" "If a man marries a woman beneath him, he stoops to her, and to stoop to her is to pity her, and to pity her is to be ashamed of her, and to be ashamed of her would kill her. So you are wrong." "Yes," said Philip. "Yes," said Kate, "but do you know what it ought to be? The woman ought to marry beneath herself, and the man above himself. Then as much as the woman descends, the man rises, and so, don't you see?" She faltered and stopped, and Philip said, "Aren't you talking nonsense, Kate?" "Indeed, sir." Kate pretended to be angry at the rebuff, and pouted her lips, but her eyes were beaming. "There is nothing above nor below where there is real liking," said Philip. "If you like any one, and she is necessary to your life, that is the sign of your natural equality. It is God's sign, and all the rest is only man's bookkeeping." "You mean," said Kate, trying to keep a grave mouth, "you mean that if a woman belongs to someone she can like, and someone belongs to her, that is being equal, and everything else is nothing, eh?" "Why not?" said Philip. It was music to her, but she wagged her head solemnly and said, "I'm sure you're wrong, Philip. I am, though. Yes, indeed I am. But it's no use arguing, not against you, only—" The glorious choir of love-birds in her bosom was singing so loud that she could say no more, and the irresistible one had his way. After a while she stuffed something into the fire. "What's that?" said Philip. "Oh, nothing," she answered brightly. It was the French exercise book. End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 16 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 16. Philip went home rebelling against his father's fate. It was accidental. It was inevitable only in the Isle of Man. But perdition to the place where a man could not marry the woman he loved if she chanced to be born in the manger instead of the stable loft. Perdition to the land where a man could not live unless he was a skunk or a cur. Thank God the world was wide. That night he said to Auntie Nan, "Auntie, why didn't father go away when he found the tide setting so strongly against him?" "He always meant to, but he never could," said Auntie Nan. "A woman isn't like a man, ready to pitch her tent here today and there tomorrow. We're more like cats, dear, and cling to the places we're used to, if they're only ruins of tumbling stones. Your mother wasn't happy in the Isle of Man, but she wouldn't leave it. Your father wouldn't go without her, and then there was the child. He was here for weal or woe, for life or death. When he married his wife, he made the chain that bound him to the island as to a rock." It wouldn't be like that with Kate, thought Philip. But did Auntie know anything? Had somebody told her? Was she warning him? On Sunday night, on the way home from church, she talked of his father again. He came to see at last that it wasn't altogether his own affair either, she said. It was the night he died. Your mother had been unwell and father had sent for me. It was a dark night and late, very late, and they brought me down the hill from Lewag Cottage with a lantern. Father was sinking, but he would get out of bed. We were alone together then, he and I, except for you, and you were asleep in your cot by the window. He made straight for it and struggled down on his knees at its side by help of the curtains. "Listen," he said, trying to whisper, though he could not, for his poor throat was making noises. You were catching your breath, as if sobbing in your sleep. "Poor little boy, he's dreaming," said I. "Let me turn him on his side." "It's not that," said father. "He went to sleep in trouble." "I remember it, Auntie," said Philip. "Perhaps he had been trying to tell me something." "My boy, my son, forgive me. I have sinned against you," he said, and he tried to reach over the cot rail and put his lips to your forehead. But his poor head shook like palsy and bobbed down into your little face. I remember you rubbed your nose with your little fist, but you did not waken. Then I helped him back to bed, and the table with the medicine glasses jingled by the trembling of his other hand. "It's dark, all dark, Nanny," he said. "Sure some angel will bring me light." And I was so simple I thought he meant the lamp, for it was dying down, and I lit a candle. Philip went about his work that week as if the spirit of his father were hovering over him, warning him when awake in words of love and pleading, crying to him in his sleep in tones of anger and command. "Stand back, you are at the edge of the precipice." Nevertheless, his soul rose in rebellion against this league as of the past and the dead. It was founded in vanity, in the desire for glory and success. Only let a man renounce the world and all that the world can give, and he can be true to himself, to his heart's impulse, to his honour and to his love. He would deliberate no longer. He despised himself for deliberating. If it was the world against Kate, let the world go to perdition. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 17 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 17. On Saturday afternoon he was at Peel. It was a beautiful day, the sun was shining and the bay was blue and flat and quiet. The tide was down, the harbour was empty of water, but full of smacks with hanging sails and hammocks of nets and lines of mollags, bladders, up to the mastheads. A flight of seagulls were fishing in the mud, and swirling through the brown wings of the boats and crying. A flag floated over the ruins of the castle, the church bells were ringing, and the harbour masters were abroad in best blue and gold buttons. On the tilting ground of the castle the fishermen had gathered, 1,600 strong. There were trawlers among them, Manx, Irish and English, prowling through the crowd and scooping up the odds and ends of gossip as their boats on the bottom scraped up the little fish. Occasionally they were observed by the herring fishers, and then there were high words and free fights. "Taking a creep round from Port Lamora, are you, Dan? Thought I'd put a sight on Peel today. Bad for your complexion, though. Might turn it red, I'm thinking. Streck me with blood, will you? I'd just like you to streck me, begoch. I'd put a Union Jack on your face as big as a griddle." The Governor came, an elderly man, with a formidable air, an aquiline nose, and cheeks pitted with smallpox. Philip introduced the fishermen and told their grievance. Trawling destroyed immature fish, and so contributed to the failure of the fisheries. They asked for power to stop it in the bays of the island and within 3 miles of the coast. "Then draft me a bill with that object, Mr. Christian," said the Governor, and the meeting ended with cheers for His Excellency, shouts for Philip, and mutterings of contempt from the trawlers. "Didn't think there was a man on the island could spake like it. But hasn't your fancy man been rubbing his back again the college? I'd take Lil Tax home if I was you, Dan. Drink much more and it'll be 2 feet deep inside of you." Philip was hurrying away under the crumbling portcullis when a deputation of the fishermen approached him. "What are we owing you, Mr. Christian?" asked their spokesman. "Nothing," answered Philip. "We thank you, sir, and you'll be hearing from us again. Meanwhile, a word, if you please, sir." "What is it, men?" said Philip. "When a young man can spake like yonder, it's a gift, sir, and he's holding it in trust for something. The ould island's wanting a big man terrible bad, and it hasn't seen the like since the days of your own grandfather. Good everin, and thank you, good everin." With that, the rough fellows dismissed him at the ferry steps, and he hastened to the marketplace, where he had left his horse. On putting up, he had seen Caesar's gig tipped up in the stable yard. It was now gone, and without asking questions he mounted and made towards Ramsey. He took the old road by the cliffs, and as he cantered and galloped he hummed, and whistled and sang, and slashed the trees to keep him from thinking. At the crest of the hill he sighted the gig in front, and at Port Lady he came up with it. Kate was driving, and Caesar was nodding and dozing. "You've been having a great day, Mr. Christian," said Caesar. "Wish I could say the same for myself, but the heart of man is deceitful, sir, and desperately wicked. I'm not one to clap people in the castle and keep them from sea for debts of drink, and they're taking a main advantage. Not a penny did I get today, sir, and many a yellow sovereign owing to me. If I was like some, now there's that Tom Raby, Glen May. He saw Dan the spy coming from the total meeting last night. 'Take the pledge, Dan?' says he. 'Yes, I have,' said Dan. 'I'm pleased to hear it,' says he. 'Come in and I'll give you a good glass of rum for it.' And Dan took the rum for taking the pledge, and there he was as drunk as Mackillya in the castle this morning." Philip listened as he rode, and a half-melancholy, half-mocking expression played on his face. He was thinking of his grandfather, old Iron Christian, brought into relation with his mother's father, Captain Billy Ballure, the dainty gentility of Auntie Nan, and the unctuous vulgarity of the father of Kate. Caesar grumbled himself to sleep at last, and then Philip was alone with the girl, and riding on her side of the gig. She was quiet at first, but a joyous smile lit up her face. "I was in the castle too," she said with a look of pride. The sun went down over the waters behind them, and cast their brown shadows on the road in front. The twilight deepened, the night came down, the moon rose in their faces, and the stars appeared. They could hear the tramp of the horses' hoofs, the roll of the gig wheels, the wash and boom of the sea on their left, and the cry of the sea-fowl somewhere beneath. The loveliness and warmth of the autumn night stole over Kate, and she began to keep up a flow of merry chatter. "I can tell all the sounds of the fields in the darkness. By the moonlight? No, but with my eyes shut, if you like. Now try me." She closed her eyes and went on. "Do you hear that? That patter like soft rain? That's oats, nearly ripe for harvest. Do you hear that, then? That pitter-pat, like sheep going by on the street? That's wheat, just ready. And there, that whiss, 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 that's barley." She opened her eyes. "Don't you think I'm very clever?" Philip felt an impulse to lean over the wheel and put his arm about the girl's neck. "Take care," she cried merrily. "Your horse is shying." He gazed at her face, lit up in the white moonlight. "How bright and happy you seem, Kate," he said with a shiver, and then he laid one hand on the gig rail. Her eyelids quivered, her mouth twitched, and she answered gaily, "Why not, aren't you? You ought to be, you know. How glorious to succeed. It means so much. New things to see, new houses to visit, new pleasures, new friends." Her joyous tones broke down in a nervous laugh at that last word, and he replied in a faltering voice, "That may be true of the big world over yonder, Kate, but it isn't so in a little island like ours. To succeed here is like going up the tower of Castle Rushen with someone locking the doors on the stone steps behind you. At every story the room becomes less, until at the top you have only space to stand alone. Then if you should ever come down again, there's but one way for you, over the battlements with a crash." She looked up at him with startled eyes, and his own were large and full of trouble. They were going through Kirkmichael by the house of the Deemster, who was ill, and both drew rein and went slowly. Some acacias in the garden slashed their broadswords in the night air, and a windmill behind stood out against the moon like a gigantic bat. The black shadow of the horses stepped beside them. "Are you feeling lonely tonight, Philip?" "I'm feeling—" "Yes?" "I'm feeling as if the dead and the living and the dead. Oh, Kate, Kate, I don't know what I'm feeling." She put her hand caressingly on the top of his hand. "Never mind, dear," she said softly. "I'll stand by you. You shan't be alone." End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 18 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 18. It was midday, then, on the tropic seas, and the horizon was closing in with clouds as of blood and vapours of stifling heat. The steamship was rolling in a heavy swell, under winds that were as hot as gusts from an open furnace. Under its decks a man lay in an atmosphere of fever and the sickening odour of bandages and stale air. Above the throb of the engines and the rattle of the rudder chain he heard a step going by his open door, and he called in a feeble voice that was cheerful and almost merry, but yet the voice of a homesick boy. "How many days from home, engineer?" "Not more than 20 now." "Put on steam, mate. Put it on. Wish I could be skipping below and stoking up for you like mad." As the ship rolled, the green reflection of the water and the red light of the sky shot alternately through the porthole and lit up the berth like firelight flashing in a dead house. "Ask the boys if they'll carry me on deck, sir, just for a breath of fresh air." The sailors came and carried him. You can do anything for a chap like that. The big sun was straight overhead, weighing down on their shoulders, and there was no shelter anywhere, for the shadows were underfoot. "Slip out the sails, lads, and let's fly along. Wish I could tumble up the rigging myself and look out from the yard, same as a gull, but I'm only an old parrot chained down to my stick." They left him, and he gazed out on the circle of water and the vapour shaking over it like a veil. The palpitating air was making the circle smaller every minute, but the world seemed cruelly large for all that. He was looking beyond the visible things. He was listening deeper than the wash of the waves. He was dreaming. Apparitions were floating in the heat clouds over him. Home! Its voices whispered at his ear. Its face peered into his eyes. But the hot winds came up and danced round him. The air, the sea, the sky, the whole world, the utter universe seemed afire. His eyes rolled upwards to his brow. He almost choked and fainted. "Carry him below, poor fellow. He's got a good heart to think he'll ever see home again. He'll never see it." Halfway down the companion ladder he opened his eyes with a look of despair. Would God let him die after all? End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 19 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 19. Kate began to feel that Philip was slipping away from her. He loved her, she was sure of that, but something was dragging them apart. Her great enemy was Philip's success. This was rapid and constant. She wanted to rejoice in it. She struggled to feel glad and happy, and even proud, but that was impossible. It was ungenerous, it was mean, but she could not help it. She resented every fresh mark of Philip's advancement. The world that was carrying Philip up was carrying him away. She would be left far below. It would be presumptuous to lift her eyes to him. Visions came to her of Philip in other scenes than her scenes, among ladies in drawing-rooms, beautiful, educated, clever, able to talk of many things beyond her knowledge. Then she looked at herself, and felt vexed with her hands, made coarse by the work of the farm, at her father, and felt ashamed of the moleskin clothes he wore in the mill, at her home, and flushed deep at the thought of the bar-room. It was small and pitiful, she knew that, and she shuddered under the sense of being a meaner-hearted girl than she had ever thought. If she could do something of herself to counteract the difference made by Philip's success, if she could raise herself a little, she would be content to keep behind, to let him go first, to see him forge ahead of her, and of everybody, being only in sight and within reach. But she could do nothing except writhe and rebel against the network of female custom, or tear herself in the thorny thicket of female morals. Harvest had begun, half the crop of Glenmore had been saved, a third was in stook, and then a wet day had come and stopped all work in the fields. On this wet day, in the preaching room of the mill, amid forms and desks, with the cranch of the stones from below, the wash of the wheel from outside, and the rush of the uncrushed corn from above, Caesar sat rolling sugaines for the stackyard, with Kate working the twister, and going backward before him, and half his neighbours sheltering from the rain and looking on. "Thought I'd have a sight up and tell you," said Kelly, the postman. "What's the news, Mr. Kelly?" said Caesar. "The old Dempster's dying," said Kelly. "You don't say," said everybody. "Well, as good as dying at 10 minutes wanting 8 o'clock this morning," said the postman. "The drink's been too heavy for the man," said John the clerk. "Wine is a serpent, and strong drink a mocker," said Caesar. "Who'll be the new Dempster, Mr. Niplightly?" said Jonaique. Snuffled the constable, easing his helmet. "That's a serious matter, Mr. Jelly. We'll take our time, we'll take our time." "Shoot, there's only one man for it," said Caesar. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no," said the constable. "Do you mean the young Ballawhaine, Mr. Cregeen?" said the postman. "Do I mean fiddlesticks?" said Caesar. "Well, the man's father is at the Governor regular, they're telling me," said Kelly, "and Ross is this and Ross is that." "Every dog praises his own tail," said Caesar. "I'm not denying it, the man isn't fit. He has sold himself to the devil, that's a fact." "No, he hasn't," said Caesar. "The devil gets the like for nothing." "But he's a Christian for all, and the Christians have been Dempsters time out of time." "Is he the only Christian that's in then, eh?" said Caesar. "Go on, Kate, twist away." "Is it Mr. Philip? Oh, I'm saying nothing against Mr. Philip," said the postman. "You wouldn't get lave in this house anyway," said Caesar. "Oh, a right gentleman and no pride at all," said the postman. "As free and free with a poor man, and no making aisy either. I've nothing agin him myself. No, but a bit young for a Dempster, isn't he? Just a taste young, as the man said, eh?" "Older than the young Ballawhaine, anyway," said John the clerk. "Oh, make him Dempster then. I'm raising no objection," said Mr. Kelly. "Go on, girl. Does that twister want oiling? Feed it, woman, feed it," said Caesar. "His father should have been Dempster before him," said John the clerk. "Would have been too, only he went crooked when he married on yonder woman. She's through, though, and what more natural—" The rope stopped again, and Kate's voice, hard and thick, came from the farther end of it. "His mother being dead, eh?" "It was the mother that done for the father anyway," said the clerk. "Consequently," said Kate, "he is to praise God that his mother is gone." "That girl wants a doctor," muttered Jonaique. "The man couldn't drag the woman up after him," began the clerk. "It's always the way." "Just that," said Kate, with bitter irony. "Of course, I'm not for saying it was the woman's fault entirely." "Don't apologise for her," said Kate. "She's gone and forgotten, and that being so, her son has now a chance of being Deemster." "So he has," shouted Caesar, "and not second Dempster only, but first Dempster itself in time, and go on with the twister." Kate laughed loudly and cried, "Why don't you keep it up when your hand's in? First Deemster Christian, and then Sir Philip Christian, and then Lord Christian, and then—" "But you're talking nonsense, and you're a pack of tattlers. There's no thought of making Philip Christian a Deemster, and no hope of it and no chance of it, and I trust there never will be." So saying, she flung the twister on the floor and rushed out of the mill, sobbing hysterically. "Dr. Clucas is wonderful for females and young girls," said Jonaique. "It's that Ross again," muttered Caesar. "And he'll have her yet," said Kelly the postman. "I'd see her dead first," said Caesar. "It would be the jaws of hell and the mouth of Satan." That she who loved Philip to distraction should be the first to abuse and defame him was agony near to madness, for Kate knew where she stood. It was not merely that Philip's success was separating them, not merely that the conventions of life, its usages, its manners and its customs were putting worlds between them. The pathos of the girl's position was no accidental thing. It was a deeper, older matter. It was the same today as it had been yesterday and would be tomorrow. It began in the Garden of Eden and would go on till the last woman died. It was a natural inferiority of woman in relation to man. She had the same passions as Philip, and was moved by the same love. But she was not free. Philip alone was free. She had to wait on Philip's will, on Philip's word. She saw Philip slipping away from her, but she could not snatch at him before he was gone. She could not speak first. She could not say, "I love you, stay with me." She was a woman, only a woman. How wretched to be a woman! How cruel! But the dear, delicious thought! It came stealing up into her heart when the red riot was nearly killing her. What a glorious thing it was to be a woman after all! What a powerful thing! What a lovely and beloved thing! To rule the king, being the slave, was sweeter than to be the king himself. That was woman's place. It was where heaven itself had put her from the beginning until now. What weapons had it given her? Beauty, charm, love, the joy of it. To be the weak and overcome the strong. To be nothing in the battle of life, and yet conqueror of all the world. Kate vowed that, come what would, Philip should never leave her. End of Part 2, Chapter 19. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 20 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 20. On the day when the last of the harvest is saved in the Isle of Man, the farmer gives a supper to his farm people, and to the neighbours who have helped him to cut and house it. This supper, attended by simple and beautiful ceremonies, is called the Melliah. The parson may be asked to it, and if there is a friend of position and free manners, he also is invited. Caesar's Melliah fell within a week of the rope-making in the mill, and partly to punish Kate, partly to honour himself, he asked Philip to be present. "He'll come," thought Kate with secret joy. "I'm sure he'll come." And in this certainty, when the day of Melliah came, she went up to her room to dress for it. She was to win Philip that day, or lose him forever. It was to be her trial day, she knew that. She was to fight as for her life, and gain or lose everything. It was to be a battle royal between all the conventions of life, all the network of female custom, all the inferiority of a woman's position as God himself had suffered it to be, and one poor girl. She began to cry, but struggling with her sadness, she dashed the tears from her glistening eyes. What was there to cry about? Philip wanted to love her, and he should, he must. It was a glorious day, and not yet more than 2:00. Nancy had washed up the dinner things, the fireirons were polished, the boots and spare whips were put up on the lath. The old hats, like lines of heads on a city gate, were hung round the kitchen walls. The hearthrug was down, the turf was piled up on the fire, the kettle was singing from the slowry, and the whole house was taking its afternoon nap. Kate's bedroom looked over the orchard and across the stackyard up the glen. She could see the barley stack growing in the haggard, the laden cart coming down the glen road with the driver 3 decks up over the mare, now half smothered and looking suddenly little, like a snail under the gigantic load, and beyond the long meadow and the Bishop's Bridge, the busy fields dotted with the yellow stooks and their black shadows like a castle's studded doors. When she had thrown off her blue-black dress to wash, her arms and shoulders and neck were bare. She caught sight of herself in the glass, and laughed with delight. The years had brought her a fuller flow of life. She was beautiful, and she knew it. And Philip knew it too, but he should know it today as he had never known it before. She folded her arms in their roundness over her bosom, in its fullness, and walked up and down the little room over the sheepskin rugs, under the turfy scraas, glowing in the joy of blooming health and conscious loveliness. Then she began to dress. She took from a drawer 2 pairs of stockings, one black and the other red, and weighed their merits with moral gravity. Which? The red had it, and then came the turn of the boots. There was a grand new pair, with countless buttons, 2 toe caps like 2 flowers, and an upward curve like the arm of a glove. She tried them on, bent back and forward, but relinquished them with a sigh in favour of plain shoes cut under the ankles and tied with tape. Her hair was a graver matter. Its tangled curls had never satisfied her. She tried all means to bring them into subjection, but the roll on top was ridiculous, and the roll behind was formal. She attempted long waves over the temples. It was impossible. With a lash comb she dragged her hair back to its natural lawlessness, and when it fell on her forehead and over her ears and around her white neck in little knowing rings that came and went, and peeped out and slid back, like kittens at hide-and-seek, she laughed and was content. From a recess covered by a shawl running on a string she took down her bodice. It was a pink blouse, loose over the breast, like hills of red sand on the shore, and loose, too, over the arms, but tight at the wrist. When she put it on, it lit up her head like a gleam from the sunset, and her eyes danced with delight. The skirt was a print with a faint pink flower, the sash was a band of cotton of the colour of the bodice, and then came the solemn problems of the throat. It was round and full and soft, and like a tower. She would have loved to leave it bare, but dared not. Out of a drawer under the looking-glass she took a string of pearls. They were a present from Kimberly, and they hung over her fingers a moment and then slipped back. A white silk handkerchief with a watermark was chosen instead. She tied it in a sailor's knot, with the ends flying loose and the triangular corner lying down her back. Last of all she took out of a box a broad white straw hat, like an oyster shell, with a silver grey ribbon and a sweeping ostrich feather. She looked at it a moment, blew on it, plucked at its ribbon, lifted it over her head, held it at poise there, dropped it gently onto her hair, stood back from the glass to see it, and finally tore it off and sent it skimming onto the bed. The substitute was her everyday sun-bonnet, which had been lying on the floor by the press. It was also of pale pink, with spots on its print like little shells on a big scallop. When she had tossed it over her black curls, leaving the strings to fall on her bosom, she could not help but laugh aloud. After all, she was dressed exactly the same as on other days of life, except Sunday, only smarter, perhaps, and fresher maybe. The sun-bonnet was right, though, and she began to play with it. It was so full of play, it lent itself to so many moods. It could speak, it could say anything. She poked it to a point, as girls do when the sun is hot, by closing its mouth over the tip of her nose, leaving only a slumberous dark cave visible, through which her black eyes gleamed and her eyelashes shone. She tied the strings under her chin and tipped the bonnet back onto her neck, as girls will when the breeze is cool, leaving her hair uncovered, her mouth twitching merrily, and her head like a nymph head in an aureole. She took it off and tossed it on her arm, the strings still knotted, swinging it like a basket, then wafting it like a fan, and walking as she did so to and fro in the room, the floor creaking, her print frock crinkling, and she herself laughing with the thrill of passion vibrating and of imagined things to come. Then she went downstairs with a firm and buoyant step, her fresh lithe figure aglow with young blood and bounding health. At the gate of the Haggard she met Nancy Joe coming out of the wash-house. "Lord save us alive," exclaimed Nancy, "if I ever wanted to be a man until this day." Kate kissed and hugged her, then fled away to the Melliah field. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 21 of the Manxman, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 21. Philip in Douglas had received the following communication from Government House. His Excellency will be obliged to Mr. Philip Christian if he will not leave the island for the present without acquainting him of his destination. The message was a simple one. It said little, and involved and foreshadowed nothing, but it threw Philip into a condition of great excitement. To relieve his restlessness by giving way to it, he went out to walk. It was the end of the tourist season, and the Ben McCree was leaving the harbour. Newsboys, burrowing among the crowds on the pier to sell a Manx evening paper, were crying, "Illness of the Deemster! Serious reports!" Philip's hair seemed to rise from his head. The two things came together in his mind. With an effort to smudge out the connection, he turned back to his lodgings, looking at everything that his eyes fell on in the rattling streets, speaking to everybody he knew, but seeing nothing and hearing nobody. The beast of life had laid its claws on him. Back in his rooms, he took out of his pocket a packet which Auntie Nan had put in his hand when he was leaving Ramsey. It was a bundle of his father's old letters to his sister cousin, written from London in the days when he was studying law and life was like the opening dawn. "The ink is yellow now," said Auntie Nan. "It was black then, and the hand that wrote them is cold. But the blood runs red in them yet. Read them, Philip," she said with a meaning look, and then he was sure she knew of Sulby. Philip read his father's letters until it was far into the night, and he had gone through every line of them. They were as bright as sunshine, as free as air, easy, playful, forcible, full of picture, but above all egotistical, proud with the pride of intellectuality, and vain with the certainty of success. It was this egotism that fascinated Philip. He sniffed it up as a colt sniffs the sharp wind. There was no need to make allowances for it. The castles which his father had been building in the air were only as hovels to the golden palaces which his son's eager spirit was that night picturing. Philip devoured the letters. It was almost as if he had written them himself in some other state of being. The message from Government House lay on a table at his right, and sometimes he put his open hand over it as he sat close under the lamp on a table at his left and read on. "Heard old Broom in the house last night, and today I lunched with him at Tabley's. They call him an orator and the king of conversationalists. He speaks like a pump and talks like a bottle running water. No conviction, no sincerity, no appeal. Civil enough to me, though, and when he heard that father was a Deemster, he told me the title meant Doomster, and then asked me if I knew the meaning of House of Keys, and said it had its origins in the ancient Irish custom of locking the muniment chests with 24 keys, whereof each counsellor kept one. When he had left us, Tabley asked if he wasn't a wonderful man, and if he didn't know something of everything, and I said, yes, except the things of which I knew a little, and of them he knew nothing. My pen runs. But Nanny, my little Nanny, if this is what London calls a great man, I'll kick the ball like a toy before me yet. So you are wondering where I am living? In mansion or attic? Behold me then in Brick Court, Temple, 2nd floor. Goldsmith wrote the Vicar on the 3rd, but I've not got up to that yet. His rooms were those immediately above me. I seem to see him coming down past my door in that wonderful plum-coloured coat, and sitting here at night I think of him, the sudden fear, the solitary death, then these stairs thronged with his pensioners, the mighty Burke pushing through, Reynolds with his ear trumpet, and big blinking Sam, and last of all the unknown grave, God knows where, by the chapel wall. Poor little Oliver. They say it was a woman that was in at the end. No more of the like now, no more debts, no more vain talk like poor Poll. The light's out, all still and dark. How's my little Nanny? Does she still keep a menagerie for sick dogs and lost cats? And how's the Parson Gull with the broken wing? And does he still strut like Parson Kissack in his surplice? I was at Westminster Hall yesterday. It was the great trial of Mitchell MP, who forged his father's will. Stevens defended. Bad, 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 smirking all the while with small facetiae. But Denman summing up, oh, such insight, such acuteness. It was wonderful. I had a seat in the gallery. The grand old hall was a thrilling scene. The dense throng, the upturned faces, the counsel, the judges, the officers of court, and then the windows, the statues, the echo of history that made every stone and rafter live. Oh, Nan, listen to me. If I live, I'll sit on the bench there some day. I will, so help me God. When Philip had finished his father's letters, he was on the heights, and poor Kate was left far below, out of reach and out of sight. Hitherto his ambitions had been little more than the pale shadow of his father's hopes, but now they were his own realities. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 22 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 22. Next morning the letter came from Caesar inviting him to the Melliah, and then he thought of Kate more tenderly. She would suffer, she would cry, it would make his heart bleed to see her. But must he for a few tears put by the aims of a lifetime? If only Pete had been alive. If only Pete were yet to come home. He grew hot and ashamed when he remembered the time, so lately past, when the prayer of his secret heart would have been different. It was so easy now to hate himself for such evil impulses. Philip decided to go to the Melliah. It would give him the chance he wanted of breaking off the friendship finally. More than friendship there had never been, except secretly, and that could not count. He knew he was deceiving himself. He felt an uneasy sense of loss of honour and a sharp pang of tender love as often as Kate's face rose up before him. On the day of the Melliah he set off early, riding by way of St. John's, that he might inquire at Kirk Michael about the Deemster. He found the great man's house a desolate place. The gate was padlocked, and he had to clamber over it. The acacias slashed above him going down the path, and the fallen leaves encumbered his feet at the door, which was shut. He rang, and before it was opened to him, an old woman put her untidy head out of a little window at the side. "It's scandalous the doings that's here, sir," she whispered. "The Dempster's gone into hysterics with the drink, and the little farmer fellow, Billy Cowley, is over and giving him as much as he wants, and driving everybody away." "Can I speak to him?" said Philip. "Billiam, it isn't fit. He'll blackguard you mortal, and the Dempster himself is past it. Just sitting with the brandy and drinking, and ating nothing, but that dirt brought up on the Curragh shouting for beefsteaks morning and night, and having his dinner laid down on a beautiful new white sheet as clean as a bed." From the ambush of a screen before an open door, Philip looked into the room where the Deemster was killing himself. The window shutters were up to keep out the daylight. Candles were burning in the necks of bottles on the mantelpiece. A fire smouldered in a grate littered with paper and ashes. A coarse-featured man was eating ravenously at the table, a chop bone in his fingers, and veins like cords moving on his low forehead, and the Deemster himself, judge of his island since the death of Iron Christian, was propped up in a chair with a smoking glass on a stool beside him, and a monkey perched on his shoulder. "Turn them out neck and crock, Dempster. The women are all for robbing a man," said the fellow. And a husky, eaten-out voice replied to him with a grunt and a laugh. That's only what you're doing yourself, then, you rascal. And if I let the right one in long ago, you wouldn't be here now, nor I neither, would I, Jacko?" The tail of the monkey flapped on the Deemster's breast, and Philip crept away with a shiver. The sun was shining brightly outside the house, and the air was fresh and sweet. Remounting his horse, which was neighing and stamping at the gate, Philip rode hard to bring back a sense of warmth. At the ferry he alighted and put up, and saw Granny, who was laying tables in the mill. "I'm busy as Trap's wife," she said, and if you were the Governor itself, you wouldn't get lave to spake to me now. Put a sight on himself on the field yonder, the second meadow past the Bishop's Bridge, and come back with the boys to supper." Philip found the Melliah field. 200 workers, men, women and children, a cart and a pair of horses were scattered over it. Where the corn had been cut the day before, the stubble had been woven overnight into a white carpet of cobwebs, which neither sun nor step of man had yet dispelled. There were the smell of the straw, the cawing of the rooks in the glen, the hissing to the breeze of the barley still standing, the swish of the scythe and the cling of the sickle, the bending and rising of the shearers, the swaying of the binders dragging the sheaves, the gluck of the wheels of the cart, the merry head of a child peeping out of a stook like a young bird out of the broken egg, and a girl in scarlet, whom Philip recognised, standing at the farthest hedge, and waving the corn band with which she was tying to some one below. Philip vaulted into the field, and was instantly seized by every woman working in it, except Kate, tied up with the straw ropes, and only liberated on paying the toll of an intruder. "But I've come to work," he protested, and Caesar, who was plotting the last rigs of the harvest, paired him with Kate and gave him a sickle. "He's a David, he'll smite down his thousands," said Caesar. Then, cocking his eye up the field, "The Ballabeg for leader," he cried. "He's a plate-ribbed man, but let old Maggie take the butt along with him. Jemmy the Red for the after rig, and Robbie to follow Molly with the cart. Now ding-dong, boys, bend your backs and down with it." Kate had not looked up when Philip came into the field, but she had seen him come, and she gave a little start when he took his place in his shirt-sleeves beside her. He used some conventional phrases which she scarcely answered, and then nothing was heard but the sounds of the sickle and the corn. She worked steadily for some time, and he looked up at her at intervals with her round bare arms and supple waist, and firm-set foot and tight red stockings. 2 butterflies tumbling in the air played around her sun-bonnet, and a lady clock settled on her wrist. Time was called for rest as Nancy Joe came through the gate bringing a basket with bottles and a can. "The belly's a malefactor that forgets former kindness," said Caesar. "Ate and drink." Then the men formed a group about the ale, the older women drank tea, the children making bands were given buttermilk, and the younger women with babes went cooing and clucking to the hedge where the little ones lay nuzzled up and unattended, some asleep in shawls, some awake on their backs and grabbing at the wondrous forests of marguerites towering up beside them, and all crying with one voice at sight of the breast, which the mothers were as glad to give as they to take. The rooks cawed in the glen. There was a hot hum of bees, and a company of starlings passed overhead, glittering in the sunlight like the scales of a herring. "They're teaching us a lesson," said Caesar. "They're going together over the sea. But there's some ones on earth would sooner go to heaven itself solitary, and take joy if they found themselves all alone, and the cock of the walk there." Kate and Philip stood and talked where they had been shearing quietly, simply, without apparent interest, and meanwhile the workers discussed them. First the men. "He works his siggle like a man, though. A stout boy, anyway. Give him practice, and he'd shear many a man in bed." Then the women. "She's looking as bright as a pewter pot, and she's all so pretty as the Governor's daughter, too. Got a good heart, though. Only last week she had word of Pete, and look at the scarlet pericut." Finally, both men and women. "Lave her alone, mother. It's that Ross that's wasting the woman." "Well, if I was a man, I'd know my tack." "Wouldn't trust. It comes with Caesar anyway. The Lord prospers him. She'll have her pickings. Nothing bates religion in this world. It's like going to the shop with an old Manx shilling. You get your pen'orth of taffy and 12 pence out." "Lends a hand with the joch, then, boy." "None left?" "Oh, Caesar's wonderful religious, but there's never much lavings of ale with him." Caesar was striding through the stooks past Philip and Kate. "Will it thrash well, Mr. Cregeen?" said Philip. 8 bowls to the acre, maybe, but no straw to spake of, sir," said Caesar. "Now, boys, let the weft rest on the last end. Finish your work." The workers fell to again, and the sickle of the leader sang round his head as he hacked and blew and sent off his breath in spits until the green grass springing up behind him left only a triangular corner of yellow corn. Fore rig and the after rig took a tussle together, and presently nothing was standing of all the harvest of Glenmore but one small shaft of ears a yard wide or less. Then the leaders stopped, and all the shearers of the field came up and cast down their sickles into the soil in a close circle, making a sheaf of crescent moons. "Now for the Melliah," said Caesar. "Who's to be queen?" There was a cry for Kate, and she sailed forward buoyantly, fresh still, warm with her work, and looking like the afterglow from the sunset in the lengthening shadows from the west. "Strike them from their legs, Kirry," cried Nancy Joe, and Kate drew up one of the sickles, swept her left arm over the standing corn, and at a single stroke of her right brought the last ears to the ground. Then there was a great shout. "Hurrah for the Melliah!" It rang through the glen and echoed in the mountains. Granny heard it in the valley, and said to herself, "Caesar's Melliah's took." "Well, we've gathered the ripe corn, praise his name," said Caesar, "but what shall be done at the great gathering for unripe Christians?" Kate lifted her last sheaf and tied it about with a piece of blue ribbon, and Philip plucked the cushag, the ragwort, from the hedge, and gave it her to put in the band. This being done, the Queen of the Melliah stepped back, feeling Philip's eyes following her, while the oldest woman shearer came forward. "I've a crown piece here that's been lying in my pocket long enough, Joni," said Caesar with an expansive air, and he gave the woman her accustomed dole. She was a timid, shrinking creature, having a face walled with wrinkles, and wearing a short blue petticoat, showing heavy dull boots like a man's and thick black stockings. Then the young fellows went racing over the field, vaulting the stooks, stretching a straw rope for the girls to jump over, heightening and tightening it to trip them up, and slackening and twirling it to make them skip, and the girls were falling with a laugh, and leaping up again, and flying off like the dust, tearing their frocks and dropping their sun-bonnets as if the barley grains they had been reaping had got into their blood. In the midst of this maddening frolic, while Caesar and the others were kneeling behind the barley stack, Kate snatched Philip's hat from his head and shot like a gleam into the depths of the glen. Philip dragged up his coat by one of its arms and fled after her. End of Part 2, Chapter 22. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 23 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 2, Chapter 23. Sulby Glen is winding, soft, rich, sweet and exquisitely beautiful. A thin thread of blue water laughing, babbling, brawling, whooping, leaping, gliding, and stealing down from the mountains. Great boulders worn smooth and ploughed hollow by the wash of ages, wet moss and lichen on the channel walls, deep cool dubs, tiny reefs, little cascades of boiling foam, lines of trees like sentinels on either side making the light dim through the overshadowing leafage, gaunt trunks torn up by winds and thrown across the stream with their heads to the feet of their fellows. The golden fuchsia here, the green tramon there, now and again a poor old tolton, a roofless house, with grass growing on its kitchen floor, and over all the sun peered down with 100 eyes into the dark and slumberous gloom, and the breeze singing somewhere up in the tree-tops to the voice of the river below. Kate had run out on the stem of one of the fallen trees, and there Philip found her, over the middle of the stream, laughing, dancing, waving his hat in one hand, and making sweeping bows to her reflection in the water below. "Come back," he cried, "you terrible girl, you'll fall. Sit down there. Don't torment me. Sit down." After a curtsy to him, she turned her attention to her skirts, wound them about her ankles, sat on the trunk, and dangled her shapely feet 1/2 inch over the surface of the stream. Then Philip had time to observe that the other end of the tree did not reach the opposite bank, but dipped short into the water, So he barricaded his end by sitting on it, and said triumphantly, "My hat, if you please." Kate looked and gave a little cry of alarm, and then a chuckle, and then she said, "You thought you'd caught me, didn't you? You can't, though," and she dropped onto a boulder from which she might have skipped ashore. "I can't I?" said Philip, and he twisted a small boulder on his side, so that Kate was surrounded by water and cut off from the bank. "My hat now, madam," he said with majestic despotism. She would not deliver it, so he pretended to leave her where she was. "Good-bye, then. Good evening," he cried over the laughter of the stream, and turned away a step bareheaded. A moment later his confidence was dashed. When he turned his head back, Kate had whipped off her shoes and stockings, and was ramming the one inside the other. "What are you doing?" cried Philip. "Catch this, and this," she said, flinging the shoes across to him. Then, clapping his straw hat on the crown of her sunbonnet, she tucked up her skirts with both hands and waded ashore. "What a clever boy you are! You thought you'd caught me again, didn't you?" she said. "I've caught your shoes anyway," said Philip, "and until you give me my hat I'll stick to them." She was on the shingle, but in her bare feet, and could not make a step. "My shoes, please," she pleaded. "My hat first," he answered. "Take it." "No, you must give it me." "Never. I'll sit here all night first," said Kate. "I'm willing," said Philip. They were sitting thus, the one bareheaded, the other with bare feet, and on the same stone, as if seats in the glen were scarce, when there came the sound of a hymn from the field they had left, and then it was agreed by way of mutual penalty that Kate should put on Philip's hat on condition that Philip should be required to put on Kate's shoes. At the next moment, Philip, suddenly sobered, was reproaching himself fiercely. What was he doing? He had come to tell Kate that he should come no more, and this was how he had begun. Yesterday he was in Douglas reading his father's letters, and here he was today, forgetting himself, his aims in life, his duties, his obligations, everything. "Philip," he thought, "you are as weak as water. Give up your plans. You are not fit for them. Abandon your hopes. They are too high for you." "How solemn we are all at once," said Kate. The hymn, a most doleful strain, dragged out to death on every note, was still coming from the Melliah field, and she added, slyly, shyly, with a mixture of boldness and nervousness, "Do you think this world is so very bad, then?" "Well, or no," he faltered, and looking up he met her eye, and they both laughed. "It's all nonsense, isn't it?" she said, and they began to walk down the glen. "But where are we going?" "Oh, we'll come out this way just as well." The scutch grass, the long rat tail, and the golden cushag were swishing against his riding breeches and her print dress. "I must tell her now," he thought. In the narrow places she went first, and he followed with a lagging step, trying to begin. Better prepare her, he thought, but he could think of no commonplace leading up to what he wished to say. Presently, through a tangle of wild fuchsia, there was a smell of burning turf in the air, and the sound of milking into a pail, and then a voice came up surprisingly as from the ground, saying, "Aisy on the thatch, Miss Cregeen, ma'am." It was old Joney, the shearer, milking her goat, and Kate had stepped on to the roof of her house without knowing it, for the little place was low and open from the water's edge and leaned against the bank. Philip made some conventional inquiries, and she answered that she had been 30 years there, and had one son living with her, and he was an imbecile. "There was once a flock at me, and I was as young as you are then, miss, and all as happy. But they're laving me one by one, except this one, and he isn't wise, poor boy." Philip tried to steel his heart. It is cruel, he thought, it will hurt her, but what must be, must be. She began to sing and went carolling down the glen, keeping 2 paces in front of him. He followed like an assassin, meditating the moment to strike. "He's going to say something," she thought, and then she sang louder. "Kate," he called huskily. But she only clapped her hands and cried in a voice of delight, "The echo! Here's the echo! Let's shout to it!" Her kindling features banished his purpose for the time, and he delivered himself to her play. Then she called up the gill, "Echo! Echo!" and listened, but there was no response, and she said, "It won't answer to its own name. What shall I call?" "Oh, anything," said Philip. "Philip, Philip," she called, and then said pettishly, "No, Philip won't hear me either." She laughed. "He's always so stupid, though, and perhaps he's asleep." "More this way," said Philip. "Try now." "You try." Philip took up the call. "Kate," he shouted, and back came the answer, "Eight." "Katie, Katie." "Ah, how quick! Katie's a good girl. Hark how she answers you," said Kate. They walked a few steps, and Kate called again, "Philip." There was no answer. "Philip is stubborn. He won't have anything to do with me," said Kate. Then Philip called a second time, "Katie," and back came the echo as before. "Well, that's too bad. Katie is, yes, she's actually following you." Philip's courage oozed out of him. Not yet, he thought. Très de l'heure, time enough. After supper, when everybody is going. Outside the mill, in the half-light of candles within and darkness without. It will sound so ordinary then. "Good-bye. Haven't you heard the news? Auntie Nan is reconciled at last to leaving Ballure and joining me in Douglas." That's it, so simple, so commonplace. The light was now coming between the trees on the closing west in long swords of sunset red. They could hear the jolting of the laden cart on its way down the glen. The birds were fairly rioting overhead, and all sorts of joyous sounds filled the air. Underfoot there were long ferns and gorse, which caught at her crinkling dress sometimes, and then he liberated her and they laughed. A trailing bough of deadly nightshade was hanging from the broken head of an old ash stump, whose wasted feet were overgrown by two scarlet-tipped toadstools, and she plucked a long tendril of it and wound it about her head, tipping her sunbonnet back and letting the red berries droop over her dark hair to her face. Then she began to sing, "Oh, were I a monarch o' the globe, with thee to reign, with thee to reign." Radiant gleams shot out of her black pupils, and flashes of love like lightning passed from her eye to his. Then he tried to moralise. "Ah," he said, out of the gravity of his wisdom, "if one could only go on for ever like this, living from minute to minute. But that's the difference between a man and a woman. A woman lives in the world of her own heart. If she has interests, they centre there. But a man has his interests outside his affections. He is compelled to deny himself, to let the sweetest things go by." Kate began to laugh, and Philip ended by laughing too. "Look," she cried, "only look." On the top of the bank above them a goat was skirmishing. He was a ridiculous fellow, sometimes cropping with saucy jerks, then kicking up his heels, as if an invisible imp had pinched him, then wagging his rump and laughing in his nostrils. "As I was saying," said Philip, "a man has to put by the pleasures of life. Now, here's myself, for example. I am bound, do you know, by a sort of duty, a sort of vow made to the dead, I might say." "I'm sure he's going to say something," thought Kate. The voice of his heart was speaking louder and quicker than his halting tongue. She saw that a blow was coming, and looked about for the means to ward it off. "The fairies' dub," she cried suddenly, and darted from his side to the water's edge. It was a little round pool, black as ink, lying quiet and apparently motionless under a noisy place where the waters swirled and churned over black moss, and the stream ran into the dark. Philip had no choice but to follow her. "Cut me a willow, your penknife. Quick, sir, quick. Not that old branch, a sapling. There, that's it. Now you shall hear me tell my own fortune." "An ordeal, is it?" said Philip. "Hush, be quiet, still, or little Phonodoree won't listen. Hush, now hush." With solemn airs, but a certain sparkle in her eyes, she went down on her knees by the pool, stretched her round arm over the water, passed the willow bough slowly across its surface, and recited her incantation. Willow bough, which of the four, sink, circle, or swim, or come floating ashore? Which is the fortune you keep for my life, old maid or young mistress or widow or wife? With the last word she flung the willow bough onto the pool, and sat back on her heels to watch it as it moved slowly with the motion of the water. "Bravo!" cried Philip. "Be quiet. It's swimming. No, it's coming ashore. It's wife, Kate. No, it's widow. No, it's... Don't be serious. Oh dear, it's going. Yes, it's going round. Not that either. No, it has... Yes, it has... Oh... Sunk, said Philip, laughing and clapping his hands. You're doomed to be an old maid, Kate. Phonodary says so. Cruel Brownie. I'm vexed that I bothered with him, said Kate, dropping her lip. Then, nodding to her reflection in the water where the willow bough had disappeared, she said, Poor little Katie. He might have given you something else. Anything but that, dear, eh? What? Laughed Philip. Crying because Phonodary, never. Kate leapt up with averted face. What nonsense you are talking, she said. There are tears in your eyes, though, said Philip. No wonder either. You're so ridiculous. And if I'm meant for an old maid, you're meant for an old bachelor, and quite right too. Oh, it is it? Yes, indeed. You've got no more heart than a mushroom, for you're all head and legs, and you're going to be just as bald some day. I am I, mistress? If I were you, Philip, I should hire myself out for a scarecrow, and then having nothing under your clothes wouldn't so much matter. It wouldn't it? Said Philip. She was shying off at a half circle. He was beating round her. But you're nearly as old as Methuselah already, and what you'll be when you're a man... Look out! She made him an arch curtsy, and leapt round a tree, and cried from the other side. I know, a squeaking old croaker, with the usual old song. "'Deed, yes, friends, this world is a vale of sin and misery. The men's the misery and the women's the sin." You rogue, you, cried Philip. He made after her, and she fled, still speaking. What do you think a girl wants with a... Oh! Her tirade ended suddenly. She had plunged into a bed of the prickly gorse, and was feeling in 20 places at once what it was to wear low shoes and thin stockings. With a Samson, eh? Cried Philip, striding on in his riding breeches, and lifting the captured creature in his arms. Why, to carry you, you torment, to carry her through the gorse like this. Ah, she said, turning her face over his shoulder and tickling his neck with her breath. Her hair caught in a tree, and fell in a dark shower over his breast. He set her on her feet. They took hands, and went carolling down the glen together. The brightest jewel in my crown, wad be my queen, wad be my queen. The daylight lingered as if loath to leave them. There was the fluttering of wings overhead, and sometimes the last piping of birds. The wind wandered away, and left their voices sovereign of all the air. Then there came a distant shout, the cheer of the farm people on reaching home with the Melliah. It awakened Philip as from a fit of intoxication. This is madness, he thought. What am I doing? He is going to speak now, she told herself. Her gaiety shaded off into melancholy, and her melancholy burst into wild gaiety again. The night had come down, the moon had risen, the stars had appeared. She crept closer to Philip's side, and began to tell him the story of a witch. They were near to the house the witch had lived in. There it was, that roofless cottage, that tholthan under the deep trees like a dungeon. Have you never heard of her, Philip? No? The one they call the Deemster's lady? What Deemster? Said Philip. This one, Deemster Milray, who is said to be dying. He is dying. He is killing himself. I saw him today, said Philip. Well, she was the blacksmith's daughter, and he left her, and she went mad and cursed him, and said she was his wife, though they hadn't been to church, and he should never marry anybody else. Then her father turned her out, and she came up here all alone, and there was a baby, and they were saying she killed it, and everybody was afraid of her. And all the time her boy was making himself a great, great man until he got to be Deemster. But he never married, never, though times and times people were putting this lady on him and then that. But when they told the witch, she only laughed and said, "Let him, he'll get lave enough." At last she was old and going on 2 sticks, and like to die any day, and then he crept out of his big house unknown to anyone and stole up here to the woman's cottage. And when she saw the old man, she said, "So you've come at last, boy. But you've been keeping me long, bogh, you've been keeping me long." And then she died. Wasn't that strange? Her dark eyes looked up at him, and her mouth quivered. "Was it witchcraft, then?" said Philip. "Oh, no, it was only because he was her husband. That was the hold she had of him. He was tempted away by a big house and a big name, but he had to come back to her. And it's the same with a woman. Once a girl is the wife of somebody, she must cling to him, and if she is ever false she must return. Something compels her. That's if she's really his wife, really, truly. How beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it beautiful?" "Do you think that, Kate? Do you think a man like a woman would cling the closer?" "He couldn't help himself, Philip." Philip tried to say it was only a girl's morality, but her confidence shamed him. She slipped her moist fingers into his hand again. They were close by the deserted tholthan, and she was creeping nearer and nearer to his side. A bat swirled above their heads, and she made a faint cry. Then a cat shot from under a gooseberry bush, and she gave a little scream. She was breathing irregularly. He could smell the perfume of her fallen hair. He was in agony of pain and delight. His heart was leaping in his bosom. His eyes were burning. "She's right," he thought. "Love is best. It is everything. It is the crown of life. Shall I give it up for the Dead Sea fruit of worldly success? Think of the Deemster, wifeless, childless, living solitary, dying alone, unregretted, unmourned. What is the wickedness you are plotting? Your father is dead. You can do him neither good nor harm. This girl is alive. She loves you. Love her. Let the canting hypocrites prate as they will." She had disengaged her hand, and was creeping away from him in the half-darkness, treading softly and going off like a gleam. "Kate!" he called. He heard her laughter. He heard the drowsy hum of the gill. He could smell the warm odour of the gorse bushes. "But this is madness," he thought. "This is the fever of an hour. Yield now, and I am ruined for life. The girl has come between me and my aims, my vows, my work, everything. She has tempted me, and I am as weak as water. Kate!" She did not answer. "Come here this moment, Kate. I have something to say to you." "Bite," she said, coming back and holding an apple to his lips. She had plucked it in the overgrown garden. "Listen, I'm leaving Ramsey for good. Don't intend to practise in the northern courts any longer. Settling in Douglas. Best work lies there, you see. Worst of it is, we shan't meet again soon, not very soon. You know, not for years, perhaps." He began by stammering, and went on stuttering, blurting out his words, and trembling at the sound of his own voice. "Philip, you must not go," she cried. "I'm sorry, Kate, very sorry. Shall always remember, so tenderly, not to say fondly, the happy boy and girl days together." "Philip, Philip, you must not go. You cannot go. You shall not go." He could see her bosom heaving under her loose red bodice. She took hold of his arm and dragged at it. "Won't you spare me? Will you shame me to death? Must I tell you? If you won't speak, I will. You cannot leave me, Philip, because... What do I care? Because I love you." "Don't say that, Kate." "I love you, Philip. I love you. I love you." "Would to God I had never been born." "But I will show you how sweet it is to be alive. Take me, take me. I am yours." Her upturned face seemed to flash. He staggered like one seized with giddiness. It was a thing of terror to behold her. Still he struggled. "Though apart, we shall remember each other, Kate." "I don't want to remember. I want to have you with me." "Our hearts will always be together." "Come to me then, Philip. Come to me. The purest part of our hearts, our souls." "But I want you. Will you drive a girl to shame herself again? I want you, Philip. I want your eyes that I may see them every day, and your hair that I may feel it with my hands, and your lips, can I help it? Yes, and your lips, that I may kiss and kiss them." "Kate, Kate, turn your eyes away. Don't look at me like that." She was fighting for her life. It was to be now or never. "If you won't come to me, I'll go to you," she cried, and then she sprang upon him, and all grew confused. The berries of the nightshade whipped his forehead, and the moon and the stars went out. "My love, my darling, my girl!" "You won't go now?" she sobbed. "God forgive me, I cannot." "Kiss me. I feel your heart beating. You are mine, mine, mine. Say you won't go now." "God forgive us both." "Kiss me again, Philip. Don't despise me that I love you better than myself." She was weeping, she was laughing, her heart was throbbing up to her throat. At the next moment she had broken from his embrace and was gone. "Kate, Kate!" A voice came from the tholthan. "Philip!" When a good woman falls from honour, is it merely that she is a victim of momentary intoxication, of stress of passion, of the fever of instinct? No, it is mainly that she is a slave of the sweetest, tenderest, most spiritual and pathetic of all human fallacies, the fallacy that by giving herself to the man she loves, she attaches him to herself forever. This is the real betrayer of nearly all good women that are betrayed. It lies at the root of tens of thousands of the cases that make up the merciless story of man's sin and woman's weakness. Alas, it is only the woman who clings the closer. The impulse of the man is to draw apart. He must conquer it or she is lost. Such is the old cruel difference and inequality of man and woman, as nature made them. The old trick, the old tragedy. End of Part 2, Chapter 23. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 2, Chapter 24 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 2, Chapter 24. Old Mannanin the magician, according to his wont, had surrounded his island with mist that day, and in the helpless void of things unrevealed, a steamship bound for Liverpool came with engines slacked, some points north of her course, blowing her foghorn over the breathless sea with that unearthly yell which must surely be the sound whereby the devil summons his legions out of chaos. Presently something dropping through the dense air settled for a moment on the damp rope of the companion ladder, and one of the passengers recognised it. "My gough, it's a bird, a sparrow!" he cried. At the same moment there was a rustle of wind, the mist lifted, and a great round shoulder rose through the white gauze, as if it had been the ghost of a mountain. "That's the Isle of Man!" the passenger shouted, and there was a cry of incredulity. "It's the calf, I'm telling you, boys. Lave it to me to know." And instantly the engines were reversed. The passenger, a stalwart fellow, with a look as of pallor under a tawny tan, walked the deck in a fever of excitement, sometimes shouting in a cracked voice, sometimes laughing huskily, and at last breaking down in a hoarse gurgle like a sob. "Can't you put me ashore, Captain?" "Sorry I can't, sir. We've lost time already." There was a dog with him, a little misshapen, ugly creature, and he lifted it up in his arms and hugged it, and called it by blusterous swear-names, with noises of inarticulate affection. Then he went down to his berth in the second cabin, and opened a little box of letters, and took them out one by one, and leaned up to the port to read them. He had read them before, and he knew them by heart, but he traced the lines with his broad forefinger, and spelled the words one by one. And as he did so he laughed aloud, and then cried to himself, and then laughed once more. "She is well and happy, and looking lovely, and if she does not write, don't think she is forgetting you. God bless her, and God bless him too. God bless them both." He went up on deck again, for he could not rest in one place long. There was a breeze now, and he filled his lungs and blew and blew. The island was dying down over the sea in a pale light of silver grey. An engineman and a stoker were leaning over the bulwark to cool themselves. "Happy enough now, sir, eh?" "Happy as a sandboy, mate, only mortal hungry. Tiffin, you say? Oh, the heart has its hunger, same as anything else, and mine has been on short commons these 5 years and better. See that island there, lying like a salmon gull atop of the water? Looks as if she might dip under it, doesn't she? That's my home, my native land, as the man says, and only 3 weeks ago I wasn't looking to see the thundering old thing again. But God is good, you see, and I am middling fit for all. I'm a Manxman myself, mate, and I've got a little Manx woman that's waiting for me yonder. It's only an old shirt I'm bringing her to patch, as the saying is, but she'll be that joyful you never seen. It's bad to take a woman by surprise, though, these nervous creatures. Sterics, you see. I'll send her a tallygraph from the stage. My sakes, the joy she'll be taken of that boy, too. He'll be getting sixpence for himself and a drink of buttermilk. It's always the way of these poor little things. Can't stand no good news at all. People coming home and the like. Not much worth, these women. Crying regular. Can't help it. Well, you see, they're tender-hearteder than us, and when anybody's been 5 years, by gough, we're making way, though. The island's going under for sure. Or is it my eyes that isn't so clear since my bit of a bullet wound? Oh, God is good. Tremendous. The breaking voice stopped suddenly, and the engine men turned about, but the passenger was stumbling down the cabin stairs. If ever a man came back from the dead, it's that one, said both men together. End of Part 2, Chapter 24, recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 1 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Man and Woman, Chapter 1. Philip was vanquished, and he knew it. But he was not daunted. He was not distressed. To have resisted the self-abandonment of Kate's love would have been monstrous. Therefore he had done no wrong, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. But when he reached Ballure, he did not dash into Auntie Nan's room, according to his wont, though a light was burning there, and he could hear the plop and click of thread and needle. He crept upstairs to his own, and sat down to write a letter. It was the first of his love letters. I shall count the days, the hours, and the minutes until we meet again, my darling, and I shall be constantly asking what time it is. And seeing we must be so much apart, let us contrive a means of being together nevertheless. Listen, I whisper the secret in your ear. Tomorrow night, and every night, eat your supper at 8 o'clock exactly. I will do the same, and so we shall be supping in each other's company, my little wife, though 20 miles divide us. If anybody asks me to supper, I will refuse in order that I may sup with you. I am promised to a friend, I'll say, and then I'll sit down in my rooms alone, but you will be with me. Tingling with delight, he wrote this letter to Kate, though less than an hour parted from her, and went out to post it. He was going upstairs again, steadily, on tiptoe, his head half aside and his face over his shoulder, when Auntie Nan's voice came from the blue room. "Philip!" He returned with a sheepish look, and a sense, never felt before, of being naked, so to speak. But Auntie Nan did not look at him. She was working a lamb on a sampler, and she reached over the frame to take something out of a drawer and hand it to him. It was a medallion of a young child, a boy with long fair curls like a girl's, and a face like sunshine. "Was it father, Auntie?" "Yes, a French painter who came ashore with Thurlow painted it for grandfather." Philip laid it on the table. He was more than ever sure that Auntie Nan had heard something. Such were her tender ways of warning him. He could not be vexed. "I'm sleepy tonight, Auntie, and you look tired too. You've been waiting up for me again. Now, you really must not. Besides, it limits one's freedom." "That's nothing, Philip. You said you would come home after calling on the poor Deemster, and so—" "He's in a bad way, Auntie. Drink, delirium, such a wreck. Well, good night." "Did you read the letters, dear?" "Oh, yes, father's letters. Yes, I read them. Good night." "Aren't they beautiful? Haven't they the very breath of ambition and enthusiasm? But poor father! How soon the brightness melted away. He never repined, though. Oh, no, never. Indeed, he used to laugh and joke at our dreams and our castles in the air. You must do it all yourself, Nanny. You shall have all the cakes and ale. Yes, when he was a dying man he would joke like that, but sometimes he would grow serious, and then he would say, "Give little Philip some for all. He'll deserve it more than me. Oh God," he would say, "let me think to myself when I'm there, you've missed the good things of life, but your son has got them. You are here, but he is on the heights. Lie still, thou poor aspiring heart. Lie still in your grave and rest." Philip felt like a bird struggling in the meshes of a net. "My father was a poet, Auntie, trying to be a man of the world. That was the real mischief in his life, if you think of it." Auntie Nan looked up with her needle at poise above the sampler, and said in a nervous voice, "The real mischief of your father's life, Philip, was love, what they call love. But love is not that. Love is peace and virtue, and right living, and that is only madness and frenzy. And when people wake up from it, they wake up as from a nightmare. Men talk of it as a holy thing. It is unholy. Books are written in praise of it. I would have such books burnt. When anybody falls to it, he is like a blind man who has lost his guide, tottering straight to the precipice. Women fall to it too. Yes, good women as well as good men. I have seen them tempted." Philip was certain of it now. Someone had been prying upon him at Sulby. He was angry, and his anger spent itself on Auntie Nan in a torrent of words. "You are wrong, Aunt Anne, quite wrong. Love is the one lovely thing in life. It is beauty, it is poetry. Call it passion if you will. What would the world be like without it? A place where every human heart would be an island standing alone. A place without children, without joy, without merriment, without laughter. No, no, heaven has given us love, and we are wrong when we try to put it away. We cannot put it away, and when we make the attempt we are punished for our pride and arrogance. It ought to be enough for us to let heaven decide whether we are to be great men or little men, and to decide for ourselves whether we are to be good men and happy men. And the greatest happiness of life is love. Heaven would have to work a miracle to enable us to live without it. But heaven does not work such a miracle, because the greatest miracle of heaven is love itself." The needle hand of Auntie Nan was trembling above her sampler, and her lips were twitching. "You are a young man yet, Philip," she faltered, "but I am an old lady now, dear, and I have seen the fruits of the intoxication you call passion. Oh, have I not, have I not? It wrecks lives, ruins prospects, breaks up homes, sets father against son, and brother against brother." Philip would give her no chance. He was tramping across the room, and he burst out with, "You are wrong again, Auntie. You are always wrong in these matters, because you are always thinking from the particular to the general. You are always thinking of my father. What you have been calling my father's fall was really his fate. He deserved it. If he had been fit for the high destiny he aspired to, if he had been fit to be a judge, he would not have fallen. That he did fall is proof enough that he was not fit. God did not intend it. My father's aspirations were not the call of a stern vocation. They were mere poetic ambition. If he had ever by great ill fortune lived to be made Deemster, he would have found himself out, and the island would have found him out, and you yourself would have found him out, and all the world would have been undeceived. As a poet he might have been a great man, but as a Deemster he must have been a mockery, a hypocrite, an impostor, and a sham." Auntie Nan rose to her feet with a look of fright on her sweet old face, and something dropped with a clank onto the floor. "Oh, Philip, Philip, if I thought you could ever repeat the error." But Philip gave her no time to finish. Tossing his disordered hair from his forehead, he swung out of the room. Being alone, he began to collect himself. Was it, in sober fact, he who had spoken like that? Of his father too? To Auntie Nan as well? He saw how it was. He had been speaking of his father, but he had been thinking of himself. He had been struggling to justify himself, to reconcile, strengthen, and fortify himself. But in doing so he had been breaking an idol, a lifelong idol, his own idol and Auntie Nan's. He stumbled downstairs in a rush of remorse and burst again into the room crying in a broken voice, "Auntie, Auntie!" But the room was empty. The lamp was turned down, the sampler was pushed aside. Something crunched under his foot, and he stooped and picked it up. It was the medallion, and it was cracked across. The accident terrified him. His skin seemed to creep. He felt as if he had trodden on his father's face. Putting the broken picture into his pocket, he turned about like a guilty man and crept silently to bed in the darkness. But the morning brought him solace for the pains of the night. It brought him a letter from Kate. "The Melliah is over at long, long last, and I am allowed to be alone with my thoughts. They sang Kyrie Fu Shnati after you left, and the king can only love his wife, and I can do the same, and I can do the same. But there is really nothing to tell you, for nothing happened of the slightest consequence. Good night. I am going to bed after I have posted this letter at the bridge. 2 hours hence you will appear to me in sleep, unless I lie that long awake to think of you. I generally do. Good-bye, my dear lord and master. You will let me know what you think best to be done. Your difficulties alarm me terribly. You see, dear, we two are about to do something so much out of the common. Good night. I lift my head that you may give me another kiss on the eyes, and here are 2 for yours." Then there were empty brackets, which Kate had put her lips to, expecting Philip to do the same. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 2 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 2. Philip was going into his chambers in Douglas that morning when he came upon a messenger from Government House in stately intercourse with his servant. His Excellency begged him to step up to Onchan immediately and to remain for lunch. The Governor's carriage was at the door, and Philip got into it. He was not excited. He remembered his agitation at the Governor's former message and smiled. On leaving his own rooms, he had not forgotten to order supper for 8 o'clock precisely. He found the Governor polite and expansive as usual. He was sitting in a room hung round with ponderous portraits of former governors, most of them in frills and ruffles, and one vast picture of King George. "You will have heard," he said, "that our northern Deemster is dead." "Is he so?" said Philip. "I saw him at 1 o'clock yesterday." "He died at 2, said the Governor. Poor man," said Philip. That was all. Not a tremble of the eyelid, not a quiver of the lip. "You are aware that the office is a Crown appointment," said the Governor. "Applications are made, you know, to the Home Office, but it is probable that my advice may be asked by the Secretary in his selection. I may perhaps be of use to a candidate." Philip gave no sign, and the Governor shifted his leg and continued with a smile. "Certainly that appears to be the impression of your brother advocates, Mr. Christian. They are about me already, like wasps at a glue pot. I will not question, but you'll soon be one of them." Philip made a gesture of protestation, and the Governor waved his hand and smiled again. "Oh, I shan't blame you. Young men are ambitious. It is natural that they should wish to advance themselves in life. In your case, too, if I may say so, there is the further spur of a desire to recover the position your family once held, and lately lost through the mistake or misfortune of your father." Philip bowed gravely, but said nothing. "That, no doubt," said the Governor, "would be a fact in your favour. The great fact against you would be that you are still so young. Let me see, is it 8 and 20? 26, said Philip. "No more? Only 6 and 20. And then, successful as your career has been thus far, perhaps I should say distinguished or even brilliant, you are still unsettled in life." Philip asked if His Excellency meant that he was still unmarried. "And if I do," the Governor replied, with pretended severity, "and if I do, don't smile too broadly, young man. You ought to know by this time that the personal equation counts for something in this old-fashioned island of yours. Now, the late Deemster was an example which it would be perilous to repeat. If it were repeated, I know who would hear of the blunder every day of his life, and it wouldn't be the Home Secretary either. Deemster Milray was called upon to punish the crimes of drink, and he was himself a drunkard; to try the offences of sensuality, and he was himself a sensualist." Philip could not help it. He gave a little crack of laughter. "To be sure," said the Governor, hastily, "you are in no danger of his excesses, but you will not be a safe candidate to recommend until you have placed yourself to all appearances out of the reach of them. Beware of these Christians," said the great Derby to his son, "and pardon me if I revive the warning to a Christian himself." The colour came strong into Philip's face. Even at that moment he felt angry at so coarse a version of his father's fault. "You mean," said he, "that we are apt to marry unwisely." "I do that," said the Governor. "There's no telling," said Philip, with a faint crack of his fingers, and the Governor frowned a little. The pockmarks seemed to spread. "Of course, all this is outside my duty, Mr. Christian. I needn't tell you that. But I feel an interest in you, and I've done you some services already, though naturally a young man will think he has done everything for himself. Ah," he said, rising from his seat at the sound of a gong, "luncheon is ready. Let us join the ladies." Then, with one hand on Philip's shoulder familiarly, "Only a word more, Mr. Christian. Send in your application immediately, and take the advice of an old fiddler. Marry as soon afterwards as may be. But with your prospects it would be a sin not to walk carefully. If she's English, so much the better. But if she's Manx, take care." Philip lunched with the Governor's wife, who told him she remembered his grandfather; also with his unmarried daughter, who said she had heard him speak for the fisherman at Peel. An official "at home," the last of the summer, was to be held in the garden that afternoon, and Philip was invited to remain. He did so, and thereby witnessed the assault of the wasps at the glue pot. They buzzed about the Governor, they buzzed about his wife, they buzzed about his dog and about a tame deer, which took grapes from the hands of the guests. An elderly gentleman, sitting alone in a carriage, drove up to the lawn. It was Peter Christian Ballawhaine, looking feebler, whiter, and more splay-footed than before. Philip stepped up to his uncle and offered his arm to alight by, but the Ballawhaine brushed it aside and pushed through to the Governor, to whom he talked incessantly for some minutes of his son Ross, saying he had sent for him and would like to present him to His Excellency. If Philip lacked enjoyment of the scene, if his face lacked heart and happiness, it was not the fault of his host. "Will you not take Lady So-and-so to have tea?" the Governor would say, and presently Philip found himself in a circle of official wifedom, whose husbands had been made knights by the Queen, and themselves made ladies by God knows whom. The talk was of the late Deemster. "Such a life! It's a mercy he lasted so long." "A pity, you mean, my dear, not to be hard on him either." "Poor thing, he ought to have married. Such a man wants a wife to look after him. Don't you think so, Mr. Christian?" "Why," said a white-haired dame, "have you never heard of his great romance?" "Ah, tell us of that. Who was the lady?" "The lady—" There was a pause. The white-haired dame coughed, smiled, closed her little ferret eyes, dropped her voice, and said with mock gravity, "The lady was the blacksmith's daughter, dearest." And then there was a merry trill of laughter. Philip felt sick, bowed to his hosts, and left. As he was going off, his uncle intercepted him, holding out both hands. "How's this, Philip? You never come to Ballawhaine now. I see. Oh, I see. Too busy with the women to remember an old man. They're all talking of you. Putting the comather on them, eh? I know. Don't tell me." End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 3 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 3. Philip's way home lay through the town, but he made a circuit of the country, across Onken. So heartsick was he, so utterly choked with bitter feelings. He felt as if all the angels and devils together must be making a mock at him. The thing he had worked for through 5 heavy years, the end he had aimed at, the goal he had fought for, was his already, his for the stretching out of his hand. Yet now that it was his, he could not have it. Oh, the mockery of his fate! Oh, the irony of his life! It was shrieking, it was frantic. Then his bolder spirit seemed to say, "What is all this childish fuming about? Fortune comes to you with both hands full. Be bold, and you may have both the wish of your soul and the desire of your heart, both the Deemstership and Kate." It was impossible to believe that. If he married Kate, the Governor would not recommend him as Deemster. Had he not admitted that he stood in some fear of the public opinion of the island? And was it not conceivable that, besides the unselfish interest which the Governor had shown in him, there was even a personal one that would operate more powerfully than fear of the old-fashioned Manx conventions to prevent any recommendation of the husband of the wrong woman? At one moment a vague memory rose before Philip as he crossed the fields, of the lunch at Government House, of the Governor's wife and daughter, of their courtesy and boundless graciousness. At the next moment he had drawn up sharply, with pangs of self-contempt, hating himself, loathing himself, swearing at himself for a mean-souled ingrate, as he kicked up the grass and the turf beneath it. But the idea had taken root. He could not help it. The Governor's interest went for nothing in his reckoning. "What a fool you are, Philip," something seemed to whisper out of the darkest corner of his conscience. "Take the Deemstership first, and marry Kate afterwards." But it was impossible to think of that either. Say it could be done by any arts of cunning or duplicity, what then? Then there were the high walls of custom and prejudice to surmount. Philip remembered the garden party, and saw that they could never be surmounted. The Deemster who slapped the conventions in the face would suffer for it. He would be tabooed to half the life of the island, in public an official, in private a recluse. An icy picture rose before his mind's eye of the woman who would be his wife in her relations with the ladies he had just left. She might be their superior in education, certainly in all true manners, and in natural grace and beauty, in sweetness and charm, their mistress beyond a dream of comparison. But they would never forget that she was the daughter of a country innkeeper, and every little cobble in the rickety pyramid, even from the daughter of the innkeeper in the town, would look down on her as from a throne. He could see them leaving their cards at his door and driving hurriedly off. They must do that much. It was the bitter pill which the Deemster's doings made them swallow. Then he could see his wife sitting alone, a miserable woman, despised, envied, isolated, shut off from her own class by her marriage with the Deemster, and from his class by the Deemster's marriage with her. Again he could see himself too powerful to offend, too dangerous to ignore, going out on his duties without cheer, and returning to his wife without company. Finally he remembered his father and his mother, and he could not help but picture himself sitting at home with Kate 5 years after their marriage, when the first happiness of each other's society had faded, had staled, had turned to the wretchedness of starvation in its state of siege. Or perhaps going out for walks with her, just themselves, always themselves only, they two together, this evening, last evening, and tomorrow evening, through the streets crowded by visitors, down the harbour where the fishermen congregate, across the bridge and over the head between sea and sky, people bowing to them respectfully, rigidly, freezingly, people nudging and whispering and looking their way. Oh God, what end could come of such an abject life but that, beginning by being unhappy, they should descend to being bad as well? "What a fuss you are making of things," said the voice again, but more loudly. "This hubbub only means that you can't have your cake and eat it. Very well, take Kate, and let the Deemstership go to perdition. There was not much comfort in that counsel, for it made no reckoning with the certainty that if marriage with Kate would prevent him from being Deemster, it would prevent him from being anything in the Isle of Man. As it had happened with his father, so it would happen with him. There would be no standing ground in the island for the man who had deliberately put himself outside the pale. Don't worry me with silly efforts to draw a line so straight. If you can't have Kate and the Deemstership together, and if you can't have Kate without the Deemstership, there is only one thing left, the Deemstership without Kate. You must take the office and forego the girl. It is your duty, your necessity. This was how Philip put it to himself at length, and the daylight had gone by that time, and he was walking in the dark. But the voice which had been pleading on his side now protested on hers. Don't prate of duty and necessity. You mean self-love and self-interest. Man, be honest. Because this woman is an obstacle in your career, you would sacrifice her. It is boundless, pitiless selfishness. Suppose you abandon her. Dare you think of her without shame? She loves you, she trusts you, and she has given you proof of her love and trust. Hold your tongue. Don't dare to whisper that nobody knows it but you and her, that you will be silent, that she will have no temptation to speak. She loves you. She has given you all. God bless her. Affectionate pity swept down the selfish man in him. As the lights of the town appeared on his path, he was saying to himself boldly, Since either way there is trouble, I'll do as I said last night. I'll leave heaven to decide whether I'm to be a great man or a little man, and decide for myself whether I'm to be a true man or a happy man. I'll take my heart in my hand and go right forward. In this temper he returned to his chambers. The rooms fronted to Athol Street, but backed on to the churchyard of St. George's. They were quiet, and not overlooked. His lamp was lit. The servant was laying the cloth. "Lay covers for two, Jemmy," said Philip. Then he began to hum something. Presently, in feeling for his keys, his fingers touched an unfamiliar substance in his pocket. He remembered what it was. It was the cracked medallion of his father. He could not bear to look at it. Unlocking a chest, he buried it at the bottom under a pile of winter clothing. This recalled a possession yet more painful, and going to a desk, he drew out the packet of his father's letters and proceeded to hide them away with the medallion. As he did so, his hand trembled, his limbs shook, he felt giddy, and he thought the voice that had tormented him with conflicting taunts was ringing in his ears again. Bury him deep. Bury your father out of all sight and all remembrance. Bury his love of you, his hopes of you, his expectations and dreams of you. Bury and forget him for ever. Philip hesitated a moment, and then banged down the lid of the chest and relocked it as his servant returned to the room. The man was a solemn, dignified and reticent person who had been groom to the late bishop. His gravity he had acquired from his horses, his dignity from his master, but his reticence he had created for himself, being a thing beyond nature in creature or man. His proper name was Cottier. He had always been known as Jem o' Lord. "Company not arrived, sir?" he said. "Wait or serve?" "What is the time?" said Philip. "Struck 8, but clock 2 minutes soon." "Serve the supper at once," said Philip. When the dishes had been brought in, and the man dismissed, Philip, taking his place at the table, drew from his buttonhole the flower which he had picked out of his water bowl at lunch, and first putting it to his lips, he tossed it on to the empty place before the chair which had been drawn up opposite. Then he sat down to eat. He ate little, and do what he would, he could not keep his mind from wandering. He thought of his aunt, and how hurt she had been the previous night; of his uncle, and how he had snubbed and then slavered over him; of the Governor, and how strange the interest he had shown in him; and finally he thought of Pete, and how lately he was dead, and how soon forgotten. In the midst of these memories, all sad and some bitter, suddenly he remembered again that he was supping with Kate. Then he struggled to be bright and even a little gay. He knew that she would be taking her supper at Sulby at that moment, thinking of him and making believe that he was with her. So he tried to think that she was with him, sitting in the chair opposite, looking across the table between the white cloth and the blue lampshade, out of her beaming eyes, with her rings of dark hair dancing on her forehead, and her ripe mouth twitching merrily. Then the air of the room seemed to be filled with a sweet presence. He could have fancied there was a perfume of lace and dainty things. Sweetheart! He laughed. He hardly knew if it was himself that had spoken. It was dear, delicious fooling. But his eyes fell on the chest wherein he had buried the letters and the medallion, and his mind wandered again. He thought of his father, of his grandfather, of his lost inheritance, and how nearly he had reclaimed the better part of it, and then once more of Pete, crying aloud at last in the coil of his trouble, "Oh, if Pete had only lived!" His voice startled, and his words horrified him. To wipe out both in the first moment of recovered consciousness, he filled his glass to the brim, and lifted it up, rising at the same time, looking across the table, and saying in a soft whisper, "Your health, darling, your health." The bell rang from the street door, and he stood listening with the wine-glass in his hand. When he knew anything more, a voice at his elbow was saying out of a palpitating gloom, "The gentleman can't come, seemingly. He has sent a telegram." It was Jem y Lord, holding a telegram in his hand. Philip tore open the envelope and read, "Coming home by Ramsey boat tomorrow. Well and hearty, tell Kirry, Pete." End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 4 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 4. Somewhere in the dead and vacant dawn, Philip went to bed, worn out by a night-long perambulation of the dark streets. He slept a heavy sleep of 4 deep hours, with oppressive dreams of common things swelling to enormous size about him. When Jem y Lord took the tea to his master's bedroom in the morning, the tray was almost banged out of his hands by the clashing back of the door, after he had pushed it open with his knee. The window was half up, and a cold sea breeze was blowing into the room, yet the grate and hearth showed that a fire had been kindled in the night, and his master was still sleeping. Jem set down his tray, lifted a decanter that stood on the table, held it to the light, snorted like an old horse, nodded to himself knowingly, and closed the window. Philip awoke with the noise, and looked around in a bewildered way. He was feeling vaguely that something had happened when the man said, "The horse will be round soon, sir." "What horse?" said Philip. "The horse you ride, sir," said Jem, and with an indulgent smile, he added, "The one I ordered from Shimon's when I posted the letter." "What letter?" "The letter you gave me to post before I went to bed." All was jumbled and confused in Philip's mind. He was obliged to make an effort to remember. Just then the newsboys went shouting down the street beyond the churchyard. "Special edition! Death of the Deemster!" Then everything came back. He had written to Kate, asking her to meet him at Port Mooar at 2 o'clock that day. It was then, and in that lonesome place, that he had decided to break the news to her. He must tell all. He had determined upon his course. Without appetite he ate his breakfast. As he did so he heard voices from a stable-yard in the street. He lifted his head and looked out mechanically. A 4-wheeled dog-cart was coming down the archway between a mettlesome young horse with silver-mounted harness. The man driving it was a gorgeous person in a light Melton overcoat. One of his spatted feet was on the brake, and he had a big cigar between his teeth. It was Ross Christian. The last time Philip had seen the man he had fought him for the honour of Kate. It was like whips and scorpions to think of that now. Ashamed, abased, degraded in his own eyes, he turned away his head. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 5 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 5. In the middle of the night following the Melliah, Kate, turning in bed, kissed her hand because it had held the hand of Philip. When she awoke in the morning, she felt a great happiness. Opening her eyes and half raising herself in bed, she looked around. There were the pink curtains hanging like a tent above her. There were the scraas of the thatched roof, with the cracking whitewash snipping down on the counterpane. There were the press and the wash-hand table, the sheepskin on the floor, and the sun coming through the orchard window. But everything was transfigured, everything beautiful, everything mysterious. She was like one who had gone to sleep on the sea, with only the unattainable horizon round about, and awakened in harbour in a strange land that was warm and lovely and full of sunshine. She closed her eyes again, so that nothing might disturb the contemplation of the mystery. She folded her round arms as a pillow behind her head, her limbs dropped back of their own weight, and her mouth broke into a happy smile. Oh, miracle of miracles! The whole world was changed. She heard the clatter of pattens in the room below. It was Nancy churning in the dairy. She heard shouts from beyond the orchard. It was her father stacking in the haggard. She heard her mother talking in the bar, and the mill wheel swishing in the pond. It seemed almost wonderful that the machinery of ordinary life could be working away the same as ever. Could she be the same herself? She reached over for a hand-glass to look at her face. As she took it off the table, it slipped from the tips of her fingers, and falling face downwards, it broke. She had a momentary pang at that accident, as at a bad omen, but just then Nancy came up with a letter. It was the letter which Philip had written at Ballure. When she was alone again, she read it. Then she put it in her bosom. It seemed to be haunted by the odour of the gorse, the odour of the glen, of the tolton, of Philip, and of all delights. A faint ghost of shame came to frighten her. Had she sinned against her sex? Was it disgraceful that she had wooed and not waited to be won? With all his love of her, would Philip be ashamed of her also? Her face grew hot. She knew that she was blushing, and she covered up her head as if her lover were there to see. Such fears did not last long. Her joy was too bold to be afraid of tangible things. So overwhelming was her happiness that her only fear was lest she might awake at some moment and find that she was asleep now and everything had been a dream. That was Friday, and towards noon word came from Kirkmichael that the Deemster had died on the afternoon of the day before. Then they ought to put Philip Christian in his place, she said promptly. I'm sure no one deserves it better. They had been talking in low tones in the kitchen with their backs to her, but faced about with looks of astonishment. "Sakes alive, Kirry," cried Nancy. "Is it yourself it was? What were you saying a week ago?" "Well, do you expect a girl to be saying the one thing always?" laughed Kate. "Oh, no," said Caesar. "A woman's opinions isn't usually as stiff as the tail of a fighting tomcat. They're more coming and going, of a rule." Next day, Saturday, she received Philip's second letter, the letter written at Douglas after the supper and the arrival of Pete's telegram. It was written crosswise, in a hasty hand, on a half-sheet of note-paper, and was like a postscript without signature or superscription. "Most urgent. Must see you immediately. Meet me at Port Moore at 2 o'clock tomorrow. We can talk there without interruption. Be brave, my dear. There are serious matters to discuss and arrange." The message was curt and even cold, but it brought her no disquiet. Marriage! That was the only vision it conjured up. The death of the Deemster had hastened things. That was the meaning of the urgency. Port Moore was near to Ballure. That was why she had to go so far. They would have to face gossip, perhaps backbiting, perhaps even abuse. That was the reason she had to be brave. Why and how the Deemster's death should affect her marriage with Philip was a matter she did not puzzle out. She had vague memories of girls marrying in delightful haste and sailing away with their husbands, and being gone before you had time to think they were to go. But this new fact of her life was only a part of the great mystery, and was not to be explained by everyday ideas and occurrences. Kate ran up to dress, and came down like a bud bursting into flower. She had dressed more carefully than ever. Philip had great expectations. He must not be disappointed. Making the excuse of shopping, she was setting off towards Ramsey, when her father shouted from the stable that he was for driving the same way. The mare was harnessed to the gig, and they got up together. Caesar had made inquiries and calculations. He had learned that the Johannesburg from Cape Town arrived in Liverpool the day before, and he concluded that Pete's effects would come by the Peveril, the weekly steamer to Ramsey, on Saturday morning. The Peveril left Liverpool at 8. She would be due at 3. Caesar meant to be on the quay at 2. "It's my duty as a parent, Kate," said he. "What more natural but there's something for yourself? It's my duty as a pastor, too, for there's Manxmans going that's in danger of the devil of covetousness, and it's doing the Lord's work to put them out of the reach of temptation. You may exhort with them till you're black in the face, but it's throwing good money in the mud. Just chuck. No ring at all, no way responsive." Kate was silent, and Caesar added familiarly, "Of course it's my right too, for when a man's birth is that way, there's no heirship by blood, and possession is 9 points of the law. That's so, Kate. You needn't be looking so hard. It's truth enough, girl. I've had advocate's opinion." Kate had looked, but had not listened. The matter of her father's talk was too trivial, its interest was too remote. As they drove, she kept glancing seaward and asking what time it was. "Oh, time enough yet, woman," said Caesar. "No need to be unaisy at all. She'll not be round the head for an hour anyway. Will you come along with me to the quay, then? No? Well, better not, maybe." At the door of a draper's she got down from the gig, and told her father not to wait for her on going home. Caesar moistened his forefinger and held it in the air a moment. "Then don't be late," said he. "There's weather coming." A few minutes afterwards she was walking rapidly up Ballure. Passing Ballure House, she found herself treading softly. It was like holy ground. She did not look across. She gave no sign. There was only a tremor of the eyelids, a quiver of the mouth, and a tightening of the hand that held the purse, as, with head down, she passed on. Going by the water trough, she saw the bullet head of Black Tom looking seaward over the hedge through a telescope encased in torn and faded cloth. Though the man was repugnant to her, she saluted him cheerfully. "Fine day, Mr. Quilliam." "It was doing a fine day, ma'am, but the bees is coming home," said Tom. He glowered at her as at a scout of the enemy, but she did not mind that. She was very happy. The sun was still shining. On reaching the top of the brow, she began to skip and run where the road descends by Folio. Thus, with a light heart and a light step, thinking ill of no one, in love with all the world, she went hurrying to her doom. The sea below lay very calm and blue. Nothing was to be seen on the water but a line of black smoke from the funnel of a steamship which had not yet risen above the horizon. End of Part 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 6 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 6. Philip put up his horse at the Hibernian, a mile farther on the high road, and the tongue of the landlady, Mistress Looney, went like a mill race while he ate his dinner. She had known 3 generations of his family, and was full of stories of his grandfather, of his father, and of himself in his childhood. Full of facetiae, too, about his looks, which were reasonable promising, and about the girls of Douglas, who were neither good nor middling. She was also full of sage counsel, advising marriage with a warm girl having nice things at her, nice lands and pigs and things, as a ready way to square the bobbery of 30 years ago at Ballawhaine. Philip left his plate half full, and rose from the table to go down to Port Mooar. "But, boy veen, you've destroyed nothing," cried the landlady, and then coaxingly, as if he had been a child, "You'll be ating bits for me now. Come, come. No more at all? Aw, it's failing you are, Mr. Philip. Going for a walk, is it? Take your topcoat then, for the clover is closing." He took the road that Pete had haunted as a boy on returning home from the school in the days when Kate lived at Cornay, going through the network of paths by the mill and over the brow by Ballajora. The new miller was pulling down the thatched cottage in which Kate had been born to put up a slate house. They had built a porch for shelter to the chapel and carved the figure of a slaughtered lamb on a stone in the gable. Another lamb, a living lamb, was being killed by the butcher of Ballajora as Philip went by the shambles. The helpless creature, with his inverted head swung downwards from the block, looked at him with its piteous eyes and gave forth that distressful cry which is the last wild appeal of the stricken animal when it sees death near and has ceased to fight for life. The air was quiet and the sea was calm, but across the channel a leaden sky seemed to hover over the English mountains, though they were still light and apparently in sunshine. As Philip reached Port Mooar, a cart was coming out of it with a load of sea wrack for the land, and a lobster fisher on the beach was shipping his gear for sea. "Quiet day," said Philip in passing. "I'm not much liking the look of it, though," said the fisherman. "Mortal thick surf coming up for the wind that's in." But he slipped his boat, pulled up sail, and rowed away. Philip looked at his watch and then walked down the beach. Coming to a cave, he entered it. The sea wrack was banked up in the darkness behind, and between two stones at the mouth there were the remains of a recent fire. Suddenly he remembered the cave. It was the cave of the Carasdhoo. He could hear the voice of Pete in its rumbling depths. He could hear and see himself. "Shall we save the women, Pete? We always do." "Oh, yes, the women and the boys." The tenderness of that memory was too much for Philip. He came out of the cave and walked back over the shore. She will come by the church, he thought, and he climbed the cliffs to look out. A line of fir trees grew there, a comb of little misshapen, ghoul-like things, stunted by the winds that swept over the seas in winter. In a fork of one of these a bird's nest of last year was still hanging, but it was now empty, songless, joyless, and dead. "She's here," he told himself, and he drew his breath noisily. A white figure had turned the road by the sundial, and was coming on with the step of a greyhound. The black clouds above the English mountains were heeling down on the land. There was a storm on the other coast, though the sky over the island was still fine. The steamship had risen above the horizon and was heading towards the bay. End of Part 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 7 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 7. She met him on the hill slope with a cry of joy and kissed him. It came into his mind to draw away, but he could not, and he kissed her back. Then she linked her arm in his, and they turned down the beach. "I'm glad you've come," he began. "Did you ever dream I wouldn't?" she said. Her face was a smile, her voice was an eager whisper. "I have something to say to you, Kate. It is something serious." "Is it so?" she said. "So very serious?" She was laughing and blushing together. Didn't she know what he was going to say? Didn't she guess what this serious something must be? To prolong the delicious suspense before hearing it, she pretended to be absorbed in the things about her. She looked aside at the sea, and up at the banks, and down at the little dubs of salt water as she skipped across them, crying out at sight of the sea holly, the anemone, and the sea mouse shining like fire, but still holding to Philip's arm and bounding and throbbing on it. "You must be quiet, dear, and listen," he said. "Oh, I'll be good, so very good," she said. "But look, only look at the white horses out yonder, far out beyond the steamer. Davy's putting on the coppers for the parson, eh?" She caught the grave expression of Philip's face and drew herself up with pretended severity, saying, "Be quiet, Katie. Behave yourself. Philip wants to talk to you, seriously, very seriously." Then, leaning forward with head aside to look up into his face, she said, "Well, sir, why don't you begin? Perhaps you think I'll cry out. I won't. I promise you I won't." But she grew uneasy at the settled gravity of his face, and the joy gradually died off her own. When Philip spoke, his voice was like a cracked echo of itself. "You remember what you said, Kate, when I brought you that last letter from Kimberly, that if next morning you found it was a mistake—" "Is it a mistake?" she asked. "Be calm, Kate." "I am quite calm, dear. I remember I said it would kill me, but I was very foolish. I should not say so now. Is Pete alive?" She spoke without a tremor, and he answered in a husky whisper, "Yes." Then, in a breaking voice, he said, "We were very foolish, Kate. Jumping so hastily to a conclusion was very foolish. It was worse than foolish. It was wicked. I half doubted the letter at the time, but, God forgive me, I wanted to believe it, and so—" "I am glad Pete is living," she said quietly. He was aghast at her calmness. The irregular lines in his face showed the disordered state of his soul, but she walked by his side without the quiver of an eyelid or a tinge of colour more than usual. Had she understood? "Look," he said, and he drew Pete's telegram from his pocket and gave it to her. She opened it easily, and he watched her while she read it, prepared for a cry, and ready to put his arms about her if she fell. But there was not a movement save the motion of her fingers, not a sound except the crinkling of the thin paper. He turned his head away. The sun was shining, there was a steely light on the firs, and here and there a white breaker was rising like a sea-bird out of the blue surface of the sea. "Well?" she said. "Kate, you astonish me," said Philip. "This comes on us like a thundercloud, and you seem not to realise it." She put her arms about his neck, and the paper rustled on his shoulder. "My darling," she said, "do you love me still?" "You know I love you, but—" "Then there is no thundercloud in heaven for me now," she said. The simple grandeur of the girl's love shamed him. Its trust, its confidence, its indifference to all the evil chance of life, if only he loved her still, this had been beyond him. But he disengaged her arms and said, "We must not live in a fool's paradise, Kate. You promised yourself to Pete." "But, Philip," she said, "that was when I was a child. It was only a half promise then, and I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what love was. All that came later, dearest, much later. You know when." "To Pete it is the same thing, Kate," said Philip. "He is coming home to claim you." She stopped him by getting in front of him and saying, with face down, smoothing his sleeve as she spoke, "You are a man, Philip, and you cannot understand. How can you, and how can I tell you? When a girl is not a woman, but only a child, she is a different person. She can't love anybody then, not really, not to say love, and the promises she makes can't count. It was not I that promised myself to Pete, if I did promise. It was my little sister, the little sister that was me long, long ago, but is now gone, put to sleep inside me somewhere. Is that very foolish, darling?" "But think of Pete," said Philip. "Think of him going away for love of you, living 5 years abroad, toiling, slaving, saving, encountering privations, perhaps perils, and all for you, all for love of you. Then think of him coming home with his heart full of you, buoyed up with the hope of you, thirsting, starving, and yearning for you, and finding you lost to him, dead to him, worse than dead. It will kill him, Kate." She was unmoved by the picture. "I am very sorry, but I do not love him," she said quietly. "I am sorry. What else can a girl be when she does not love a young man?" "He left me to take care of you, too, and you see by the telegram he is coming home with faith in my loyalty. How can I tell him that I have broken my trust? How can I meet him and explain?" "I know, Philip. Say we heard he was dead and—" "No, it would be too wretched. It's only 3 weeks since the letter came, and it would not be true, Kate. It would revolt me." She lifted her eyes in a fond look of shamefaced love, and said again, "I know then. Lay the blame on me, Philip. What do I care? Say it was all my fault, and I made you love me. I shan't care for anybody's talk. And it's true, isn't it? Partly true, eh?" "If I talked to Pete of temptation, I should despise myself," said Philip. and then she threw her head up and said proudly, "Very well, tell the truth itself, the simple truth, Philip. Say we tried to be faithful and loyal and all that, and could not, because we loved each other, and there was no help for it." "If I tell him the truth, I shall die of shame," said Philip. "Oh, there is no way out of this miserable tangle. Whether I cover myself with deceit or strip myself of evasion, I shall stain my soul forever. I shall become a base man, and year by year sink lower and lower in the mire of lies and deceit." She listened with her eyes fixed on his quivering face, and her eyelids fluttered, and her fond looks began to be afraid. "Say that we married," he continued. "We should never forget that you had broken your promise and I my trust. That memory would haunt us as long as we lived. We should never know one moment's happiness or one moment's peace. Pete would be a broken-hearted man, perhaps a wreck, perhaps, who knows, dead of his own hand. He would be the ghost between us always." "And do you think I should be afraid of that?" she said. "Indeed, no. If you were with me, Philip, and loved me still, I should not care for all the spirits of heaven itself." Her face was as pale as death now, but her great eyes were shining. "Our love would fail us, Kate," said Philip. "The sense of our guilt would kill it. How could we go on loving each other with a thing like that about us all day and all night, sitting at our table, listening to our talk, standing by our bed? Oh, merciful God!" The terror of his vision mastered him, and he covered his face with both hands. She drew them down again and held them in a tight lock in her fingers. But the stony light of his eyes was more fearful to look upon, and she said in a troubled voice, "Do you mean, Philip, that we could not marry now?" He did not answer, and she repeated the question, looking up into his face like a criminal waiting for his sentence, her head bent forward and her mouth open. "We cannot," he muttered. "God help us, we dare not," he said. And then he tried to show her again how their marriage was impossible, now that Pete had come, without treason and shame and misery. But his words frayed off into silence. He caught the look of her eyes, and it was like the piteous look of the lamb under the hands of the butcher. "Is that what you came to tell me?" she asked. His reply died in his throat. She divined rather than heard it. Her doom had fallen on her, but she did not cry out. She did not yet realise in all its fullness what had happened. It was like a bullet wound in battle. First a sense of air, almost of relief, then a pang, and then overwhelming agony. They had been walking again, but she slid in front of him as she had done before. Her arms crept up his breast with a caressing touch, and linked themselves behind his neck. "This is only a jest, dearest," she said. "Some test of my love, perhaps. You wish to make sure of me. Quite sure, now that Pete is alive and coming home. But you see, I want only one to love me, only one, dear. Come now, confess. Don't be afraid to say you have been playing with me. I shan't be angry with you. Come, speak to me." He could not utter a word, and she let her arms fall from his neck, and they walked on side by side, both staring out to sea. The English mountains were black by this time. A tempest was raging on the other shore, though the air on this side was as soft as human breath. Presently she stopped, her feet scraped the gravel, and she exclaimed in a husky tone, "I know what it is. It is not Pete. I am in your way. That's it. You can't get on with me about you. I am not fit for you. The distance between us is too great." He struggled to deny it, but he could not. It was part of the truth. He knew too well how near to being the whole truth it was. Pete had come at the last moment to cover up his conscience, but Kate was stripping it naked and showing him the skeleton. "It's all very well for you," she cried, "but where am I? Why didn't you leave me alone? Why did you encourage me? Yes, indeed, encourage me. Didn't you say, though a woman couldn't raise herself in life, a man could lift her up if he only loved her? And didn't you tell me there was neither below nor above, where there was true liking, and that if a woman belonged to someone, and someone belonged to her, it was God's sign that they were equal, and everything else was nothing. Pride was nothing, and position was nothing, and the whole world was nothing. But now I know different. The world is between us. It always has been between us. And you can never belong to me. You will go on and rise up, and I will be left behind." Then she broke into frightful laughter. "Oh, I've been a fool. How I dreamt of being happy. I knew I was only a poor ignorant thing, but I saw myself lifted up by the one I loved, and now I am to be left alone. Oh, it is awful. Why did you deceive me? Yes, deceive me. Isn't that deceiving me? You deceived me when you led me to think that you loved me more than all the world. You don't. It is the world itself you love, and Pete is only your excuse." As she spoke, she clutched at his arms, his hands, his breast, and at her own throat, as if something was strangling her. He did not answer her reproaches, for he knew well what they were. They were the bitter cry of her great love, her great misery, and her great jealousy of the world, the merciless and mysterious power that was luring him away. After a while his silence touched her, and she came up to him, full of remorse, and said, "No, no, Philip, you have nothing to reproach yourself with. You did not deceive me at all. I deceived myself. It was my own fault. I led you on. I know that. And yet I've been saying these cruel things. You'll forgive me, though, will you not? A girl can't help it sometimes, Philip. Are you crying? You're not crying, are you? Kiss me, Philip, and forgive me. You can do that, can't you?" She asked like a child, with her face up and her lips apart. He was about to yield, and was reaching forward to touch her forehead, when suddenly the child became the woman, and she leapt upon his breast and held him fervently, her blood surging, her bosom exulting, her eyes flaming, and her passionate voice crying, "Philip, you are mine. No, I will not release you. I don't care about your plans. You shall give them up. I don't care about your trust. You shall break it. I don't care about Pete coming. Let him come. The world can do without you. I cannot. You are mine, Philip, and I am yours, and nobody else's, and never will be. You must come back to me, sooner or later, if you go away. I know it, I feel it, it's in my heart, but I'll never let you go. I can't. Haven't I a right to you? Yes, I have a right. Don't you remember? Can you ever forget? My husband." The last word came muffled from his breast, where she had buried her head in the convulsions of her trembling at the moment when her modesty went down in the fierce battle with a higher pain. But the plea which seemed to give her the right to cling the closer made the man to draw apart. It was the old deep tragedy of human love, the ancient inequality in the bond of man and woman. What she had thought her conquest had been her vanquishment. He could not help it. Her last word had killed everything. "Oh, God," he groaned, "that is the worst of all." "Philip," she cried, "what do you mean?" "I mean that neither can I marry you, nor can you marry Pete. You would carry to him your love of me, and bit by bit he would find it out, and it would kill him. It would kill you too, for you have called me your husband, and you could never, never, never forget it." "I don't want to marry Pete," she said. "If I'm not to marry you, I don't want to marry anyone. But do you mean that I must not marry at all, that I never can, now that—" The word failed her, and his answer came thick and indistinct. "Yes." "And you, Philip? What about yourself?" "As there is no other man for you, Kate," he said, "so there is no other woman for me. We must go through the world alone." "Is this my punishment?" "It is the punishment of both, Kate, the punishment of both alike." Kate stopped her breathing. Her clenched hand slackened away from his neck, and she stepped back from him, shuddering with remorse, and despair, and shame. She saw herself now for the first time a fallen woman. Never before had her sin touched her soul. It was at that moment she fell. They had come up to the cave by this time, and she sat on the stone at the mouth of it in a great outburst of weeping. It tore his heart to hear her. The voice of her weeping was like the distressful cry of the slaughtered lamb. He had to wrestle with himself not to take her in his arms and comfort her. The fit of tears spent itself at length, and after a time she drew a great breath and was quiet. Then she lifted her face, and the last gleam of the autumn sun smote her colourless lips and swollen eyes. When she spoke again, it was like one speaking in her sleep, or under the spell of somebody who had magnetised her. "It is wrong of me to think so much of myself, as if that were everything. I ought to feel sorry for you too. You must be driven to it. or you could never be so cruel." With his face to the sea, he mumbled something about Pete, and she caught up the name and said, "Yes, and Pete too. As you think it would be wrong to Pete, I will not hold to you. Oh, it will be wrong to me as well. But I will not give you the pain to turning a deaf ear to my troubles any more." She was struggling with a pitiless hope that perhaps she might regain him after all. "If I gave him up," she thought, "he will love me for it." And then, with a sad ring in her voice, she said, "You will go on and be a great man now, for you'll not have me to hold you back." "For pity's sake, say no more of that," he said, but she paid no heed. "I used to think it a wonderful thing to be loved by a great man. I don't now. It is terrible. If I could only have you to myself, if you could only be nothing to anybody else, you would be everything to me, and what should I care then?" Between torture and love he had almost broken down at that, but he gripped his breast and turned half aside, for his eyes were streaming. She came up to him and touched with the tips of her fingers the hand that hung by his side, and said in a voice like a child's, "Fancy, this is the end of everything, and when we part now we are to meet no more. Not the same way at all, not as we have met. You will be like anybody else to me, and I will be like anybody else to you. Miss Cregeen, that will be my name, and you will be Mr. Christian. When you see me, you'll say to yourself, 'Yes, poor thing, long ago, when she was a girl, I made her love me. Nobody ever loved me like that.' And fancy, when you pass me in the street, you will not even look my way. You won't, will you? No, no, it will be better not. Good-bye." A simple tenderness almost stifled him. He had to hold his underlip with his teeth to keep back the cry that was bursting from his tongue. At last he could bear it no longer, and he broke out, "Would to God we had never loved each other. Would to God we had never met." But she answered with the same childish sweetness, "Don't say that, Philip. We have had some happy hours together. I would rather be parted from you like this, though it is so hard, so cruel, than never to have met you at all. Isn't it something for me to think of, that the truest, cleverest, noblest man in all the world has loved me? Good-bye, good-bye." His heart bled, his heart cried, but he uttered no sound. They were side by side. She let his hand slip from the tips of her fingers, and drew silently away. At 3 paces apart she paused, but he gave no sign. She climbed the low brow of the hill slowly, very slowly, trying to command her throat, which was fluttering, and looking back through her tears as she went. Philip heard the shingles slip under her feet while she toiled up the cliff, and when she reached the top, the soft thud on the turf seemed to beat on his heart. She stood there a moment against the sky, waiting for a sound from the shore, a cry, a word, the lifting of a hand, a sob, a sigh, her own name, Kate, and she was ready to fly back even then, wounded and humiliated as she was, a poor torn bird that had been struggling in the lime. But no, he was silent and motionless, and she disappeared behind the hill. He saw her go, and all the light of heaven went with her. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 8. It was so far back home, so much farther than it had been to come. The course is short and easy going out to sea when the tide is with you, and the water is smooth and the sun is shining, but long and hard coming back to harbour, when the waves have risen and the sky is low and the wind is on your bow. So far, so very far. She thought everybody looked at her, and knew her for what she was, a broken, forsaken, fallen woman. And she was so tired too. She wondered if her limbs would carry her. When Philip was left alone, the sky seemed to be lying on his shoulders. The English mountains were grey and ghostly now, and the storm which had spent itself on the other coast seemed to hang over the island. There were breakers where the long dead sea had been, and the petrel outside was scudding close to the white curves and uttering its dismal note. So heavy and confused had the storm and wreck of the last hour left him that he did not at first observe by the backward tail of smoke that the steamer had passed round the head, and that the cart he had met at the mouth of the port had come back empty to the cave for another load of sea-wrack. The lobster fisher, too, had beached his boat near by, and was shouting through the hollow air, wherein every noise seemed to echo with a sepulchral quake. The block was going whistling at the masthead. "We'll have a squall," I was thinking, so in I came. That night Philip dreamt a dream. He was sitting on a dais, with a wooden canopy above him, the English coat of arms behind, and a great book in front. His hands shook as he turned the leaves. He felt his leg hang heavily. People bowed low to him and dropped their voices in his presence. He was the Deemster, and he was old. A young woman stood in the dock, dripping water from her hair, and she had covered her face with her hands. In the witness box, a young man was standing, and his head was down. The man had delivered the woman to dishonour. She had attempted her life in her shame and her despair. And looking on the man, the Deemster thought he spoke in a stern voice, saying, "Witness, I am compelled to punish her, but oh to heaven that I could punish you in her place. What have you to say for yourself?" "I have nothing to say for myself," the young man answered, and he lifted his head, and the old Deemster saw his face. Then Philip awoke with a smothered scream, for the young man's face had been his own. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 9. When Caesar got to the quay, he looked about with watchful eyes, as if fearing he might find somebody there before him. The coast was clear, and he gave a grunt of relief. After fixing the horse-cloth and settling the mare in a nose-bag, he began to walk up and down the forepart of the harbour, still keeping an eager look-out. As time went on, he grew comfortable, exchanged salutations with the harbour-master, and even whistled a little to while away the time. "Quiet day, Mr. Quayle." "Quiet enough yet, Mr. Cregeen, but what's it saying? The greater the calm, the nearer the south wind." By the time that Caesar, from the end of the pier, saw the smoke of the steamer coming round Kirk Morgold Head, he was in a spiritual, almost a mournful mood. He was feeling how melancholy was the task of going to meet the few possessions, the clothes and such like, which were all that remained of a dear friend departed. It was the duty of somebody, though, and Caesar drew a long breath of resignation. The steamer came up to the quay, and there was much bustle and confusion. Caesar waited, with one hand on the mare's neck, until the worst of it was over. Then he went aboard and said in a solemn voice to the sailor at the foot of the gangway, "Anything here the property of Mr. Peter Quilliam?" "That's his luggage," said the sailor, pointing to a leather trunk of moderate size among similar trunks at the mouth of the hatchway. Said Caesar, eyeing it sideways, and thinking how small it was. Then, reflecting that perhaps valuable papers were all it was thought worth while to send home, he added cheerfully, "I'll take it with me." Somewhat to Caesar's surprise, the sailor raised no difficulties, but just as he was regarding the trunk with that faith which is the substance of things hoped for, a big ugly hand laid hold of it and began to rock it about like a pebble. It was Black Tom, smoking with perspiration. "Aisy, man, aisy," said Caesar with lofty dignity. "I've the gig on the quay." "And I've a stiff cart on the market," said Black Tom. "I'm wanting no assistance," said Caesar. "You needn't trouble yourself." "Don't mention it, Caesar," said Black Tom, and he turned the trunk on end and bent his back to lift it. But Caesar put a heavy hand on top and said, "Gough bless me, man, but I'm sorry for thee. Mammon hath entered into thy heart, Tom." "He had just popped out of thine then," said Black Tom, swirling the trunk on one of its corners. But Caesar held on and said, "I don't know in the world why you should let the devil of covetousness get the better of you." "I don't mane to. Let go the chiss," said Black Tom, and in another minute he had it on his shoulder. "Now I believe in my heart," said Caesar, "I would be forgiven a little violence," and he took the trunk by both hands to bring it down again. "Let go the chiss, or I'll strike thee into the harbour," bawled Black Tom under his load. "The Philistines be upon thee, Samson," cried Caesar, and with that there was a struggle. In the midst of the uproar, while the men were shouting into each other's faces, and the trunk was rocking between them shoulder high, a sunburnt man with a thick beard and a formidable voice, a stalwart fellow in a pilot jacket and wide-brimmed hat, came hurrying up the cabin stairs, and a dog came running behind him. A moment later he had parted the two men, and the trunk was lying at his feet. Black Tom fell back a step, lifted his straw hat, scratched his bald crown, and muttered in a voice of awe, "Holy sailor!" Caesar's face was livid, and his eyes went up toward his forehead. "Lord, have mercy upon me," he mumbled. "Have mercy on my soul, O Lord." "Don't be afraid," said the stranger. "I'm a living man and not a ghost." "The man himself," said Black Tom. "Peter Quilliam, alive and hearty," said Caesar. "I am," said Pete. "And now what's the bobbery between the pair of you? Superintending the beaching of my trunk, eh?" But having recovered from his terror at the idea that Pete was a spirit, Caesar began to take him to task for being a living man. "How's this?" said he. "Answer me, young man. I've preached your funeral." "You'll have to do it again, Mr. Cregeen, for I'm not gone yet," said Pete. "No, but worth 10 dead men still," said Black Tom. "And my goodness, boy, the smart and stout you're looking anyway. Been thatching a bit on the chin, eh? Foreign parts has made a man of you, Peter. The straight you're like the family too. You'll be coming up to the trough with me. The old home, you know. I'll be whipping the chiss ashore in a jiffy, only Caesar's that eager to help. It's wonderful. No, you'll not then?" Pete was shaking his head as he went up the gangway, and seeing this, Caesar said severely, "Leave the gentleman alone, Mr. Quilliam. He knows his own business best." "So do you, Mr. Collecting Box," said Black Tom, "but your head's as empty as a mollag, and as full of wind as well. It's a reg'lar old human mollag you are, anyway, floating other people's nets and taking all that's coming to them." They were ashore by this time. One of the quay porters was putting the trunk into the gig, and Caesar was removing the horsecloth and the nosebag. "Get up, Mr. Peter, and don't listen to him," said Caesar. "If my industry and integrity have been blessed with increase under Providence—" "Lay Providence out of it, you grasping old Ebenezer, Zachariah, Amen," bawled Black Tom. "You've been flying in the face of Providence all your life, Tom," said Caesar, taking his seat beside Pete. "You haven't, though, you miser," said Black Tom. "You'd sell your soul for sixpence, and you'd raffle your ugly old body if you could get anybody to take tickets." "Go home, Thomas," said Caesar, twiddling the reins. "Go home and try for the future to be a better man." But that was too much for Black Tom. "Better man, is it? Come down on the quay and up with your fists, and I'll show you which of us is the better man." A moment later Caesar and Pete were rattling over the cobbles of the marketplace, with the dog racing behind. Pete was full of questions. "And how's yourself, Mr. Cregeen?" I'm in, sir, praise the Lord." "And Granny?" "Like myself, sir, not getting a dale younger, but caring little for spiritual things, though." "Going west, is she, poor old angel? There ought to be a good piece of daylight at her yet, for all. And Nancy Joe?" "A happy sinner still," said Caesar. "I suppose, sir, you'd be making good money out yonder now. We were hearing the like, anyway." "Money?" said Pete. "Well, yes. Enough to keep off the divil and the coroner. But how's... There now, for life, eh?" said Caesar. "Yes, for life, but that's nothing," said Pete. "How's..." "Wonderful," cried Caesar. 5 years, too. Boy veen, the light was nearly took out of my eyes when I saw you." "But Kate? How's Kate? How's the girl herself?" said Pete nervously. "Smart uncommon," said Caesar. "God bless her," cried Pete, with a shout that was heard across the street. "We'll pick her up at Crellin's, it's like," said Caesar. "What? Crellin's round the corner? Crellin the draper's? Whoa! "Let me down. The mare's tired, father," and Pete was over the wheel at a bound. He came out of the shop saying Kate had left word that her father was not to wait for her. She would perhaps be home before him. Amid a crowd of the mob-begged children of the streets, to whom he showered coppers to be scrambled for, Pete got up again to Caesar's side, and they set off for Sulby. The wind had risen suddenly, and was hooting down the narrow streets coming up from the harbour. "And Philip? How's Philip?" shouted Pete. "Mr. Christian? Well and hearty and doing wonders, sir." "I knew it," cried Pete, with a resounding laugh. "Going like a flood and sweeping everything before him," said Caesar. "The rising day with him, is it?" said Pete. "I always said he'd be the first man in the island, and he's not going to deceive me neither." "The young man's been over putting a sight on us times and times. He was up at my Melliah only a week come Wednesday," said Caesar. "Man alive," cried Pete. "Him and me are same as brothers." "Then it wasn't true what they were writing in the letter, sir, that your black boys left you for dead?" "They did that, bad luck to them," said Pete, "but I was thinking it no sin to disappoint them, though." "Well, well, lying began with the world, and with the world it will end," said Caesar. As they passed Ballawhaine, Pete shouted into Caesar's ear, above the wind that was roaring in the trees and scattering the ripening leaves in clouds, "And how's Ross?" "That wastrel? Oh, tearing away," said Caesar. "Floating on the top of the tide, is he?" shouted Pete. "Maybe so, but the divil is fishing where yonder fellow's swimming," answered Caesar. "And the old man, the Ballawhaine, still above the sod?" bawled Pete behind his hand. "Yes, but failing," shouted Caesar. "The world's getting too heavy for the man. Debts here and debts there and debts everywhere." "Not much water in the harbour then, eh?" cried Pete. "No, but down on the rocks already, if it's only myself that knows it," shouted Caesar. When they had turned the Sulby Bridge and come in sight of the Manx ferry, Pete's excitement grew wild, and he leaped up from his seat and shouted above the wind like a man possessed. "My gough, the very place! You've been thatching, though. Yes, you have. The street! Holy sailor, there it is. Brownie at you still. Her heifer, is it? Get up, Molly. A taste of the whip'll do the mare no harm, sir. My sakes! Here's old Flora hobbling out to meet us. Got the rheumatics, has she? Set me down, Caesar. Here we are, man. Lord alive, the smell of the cowhouse. That warm and damp, it's grand. What, don't you know me, Flo? Got your temper still, if you've lost your teeth? My sakes, the haggard. The same spot again. It's turf they're burning inside. And my gracious, that's herrings roasting in their brine. Where's Granny, though? Let's put a sight in, Caesar. Well, well, all well, oh, well." Thus Pete came home, laughing, shouting, bawling, and bellowing above the tumult of the wind, which had risen by this time to the strength of a gale. "Mother," cried Caesar, going in at the porch, "gentlemen here from foreign parts to put a word on you." "I never had nobody there belonging to me," began Granny. "No, then nobody?" said Caesar. "One that was going to be, maybe, if he'd lived, poor boy." "Granny!" shouted Pete, and he burst into the bar-room. "Goodness me!" cried Granny. "It's his own voice, anyway." "It's himself," shouted Pete, and the old soul was in his arms in an instant. Oh dear," she panted. "Pete it is, for sure. Let me sit down, though." "Did you think it was his ghost, then, mother?" said Caesar with an indulgent air. "'Deed no," said Granny. "The lad wouldn't come back to plague nobody, thinks I." "Still, and for all the uprisement of Peter, it bates everything," said Caesar. "It's a sort of a resurrection. I thought I'd have a sight up to the packet for his chist, poor fellow, and behold ye, who should I meet in the two eyes but the man himself. Oh dear, it's wonderful. It's terrible. I'm silly with the joy," said Granny. "It was lies in the letter the Manxmans were writing," said Caesar. "Letters and writings are all lies," said Granny. "As long as I live I'll take no more of them, and if that Kelly the postman comes here again, I'll take the bellows to him." "So you thought I was gone for good, Granny?" said Pete. "Well, I thought so too. Will I die, I says to myself times and times, but I bethought me at last there wasn't no sense in a good man like me laving his bones out on the bare veldt yonder. So, you see, I spread my wings and came home again." "It's the Lord's doings. It's marvellous in our eyes," said Caesar, and Granny, who had recovered herself and was bustling about, cried, Let me have a right look at him then. Goodness me, the whisker! And as soft as Manx carding from the mill, too. I like him best when he takes off his hat. Well, I'm proud to see you, boy. 'Deed, but I wouldn't have known you, though. Who's the gentleman in the gig with father, thinks I? And I'd have said it was the Dempster himself if he hadn't been dead and in his coffin. That'll do, roared Pete. That's Granny putting the fun on me. It's no use talking, but I can't keep quiet. No, I can't, cried Granny. And with that she whipped up a bowl from the kitchen dresser and fell furiously to peeling the potatoes that were there for supper. But where's Kate? Said Pete. Oh, yes, where is she? Kate, Kate, called Granny, leaning her head towards the stairs, and Nancy Joe, who had been standing silent until now, said, Didn't she go to Ramsey with the gig, woman? Oh, the foolish I am. Of course she did, said Granny. But why hasn't she come back with father? She left word at Crellin's not to wait, said Caesar. She'll be gone to Miss Clucas's to try on, said Nancy. Wouldn't trust now, said Granny. She's having 2 new dresses done, Pete. Oh, girls are terrible. Well, can you blame them either? She shall have 22 if she likes, God bless her, said Pete. Goodness me, said Nancy. Is the man for buying frocks for a Mormon? But you'll be empty, boy. Put the crow down and the griddle on, Nancy, said Granny. We'll have cakes. Cakes? Course, I said cakes. Get me the cloth, and I'll lay it myself. The cloth, I'm saying, woman. Did you never hear of a tablecloth? Where is it? Oh, dear knows where it is now. It's in the parlour. No, it's in the chest on the landing. No, it's under the sheets of my own bed. Fetch it, bogh. Will I bring you a handful of gorse, mother? Said Caesar. Course you will, and not stand chattering there. But I'm laving you dry, Pete. Is it ale you'll have, or a drop of hard stuff? You'll wait for Kate? No, I like that. There's some life at these totalers. Steady abroad? How dare you, Nancy Joe? You're a deal too clever. Of course he's been steady abroad, steady as a gun. But Kate, said Pete, tramping the sanded floor, is she changed at all? Oh, she's a woman now, boy, said Granny. Bless my soul, said Pete. She was looking a bit white and nervous one while there, but she's sprung out of it fresh and bright. Same as the ling on the mountains. Well, that's the way with young women. I know, said Pete. Just the break of the morning with the darlings. But she's the best-looking girl on the island now, Pete, said Nancy Joe. I'll go bail on it, cried Pete. Big and fine and rosy and fit for anything. Bless my heart. You should have seen her at the Melliah. It was a trait. God bless me. Sunbonnet and pink frock and tight red stockings and straight as a standard raise. Hold your tongue, woman, shouted Pete. I'll see herself first, and I'm dying to do it. Caesar came back with the gorse. Nancy fed the fire, and Granny stirred the oatmeal and water, and while the cakes were baking, Pete tramped the kitchen and examined everything and recognised old friends with a roar. Bless me, the same place still. There's the clock on the shelf, with the scratch on its face, and the big finger broke at the joint, and the lath, and the peck, and the whip. You've had it new corded, though. Sakes, how the boy remembers, cried Granny. And the white rumpy. The cat had leapt onto the dresser out of the reach of Pete's dog, and from that elevation was eyeing him steadfastly. And the slowry, and the kettle, and the poker. My gracious, the very poker. Now, did you ever? Cried Granny with amazement. And yes, no, it is, though. I'll swear it before the Dempster. That's, said Pete, picking up a 3-legged stool, that's the very stool she was sitting on herself in the fire-seat in front of the turf closet. Let me sit there now for the sake of old times gone by. He put the stool in the fireplace and sat on it, shouting as he did so between a laugh and a cry. Oh, Granny Boch, Granny Boch, to think there's been half the world between us since I was sitting here before. And Granny herself, breaking down, said, Wouldn't you like the tongs, boy? Give the boy the tongs, woman, just to say he's at home. Pete plucked the tongs out of Nancy's hands and began feeding the fire with the gorse. Oh, Granny, have I ever been away? He cried, laughing and his wet eyes gleaming. Nancy Joe, have you no nose at all? Cried Granny. The cake's burning to a cinder. Let it burn, mother, shouted Pete. It's the way she was doing herself when she was young and forgetting. Shillings apiece for all that's wasted. Oh, the smell of it's sweet. So saying, he piled the gorse on the fire, ramming it under the griddle and choking it behind the crow, and while the oatcake crackled and sparched and went black, he sniffed up the burning odour, and laughed and cried in the midst of the smoke that went swirling up the chimney. And meanwhile Granny herself, with the tears rolling down her cheeks, was flapping her apron before her face and saying, "He'll make me die of laughing, he will, though. Yes, he will." And behind the apron she was blubbering to Nancy, "It's coming home, woman, that's it, it's just coming home again, poor boy." By this time word of Pete's return had gone round Sulby, and the bar-room was soon thronged with men and women who looked through the glass partition into the kitchen at the bronzed and bearded man who sat smoking by the fire, with his dog curled up at his feet. "There'll be a wedding soon," said one. "The girl's in luck," said another. Success to the fine girl she always was, and lucky they kept her from the poor toot that was beating about on her port bow. "The young Ballawhaine, eh? Who else?" Presently the dog went out to them, and in default of its master became a centre of excited interest. It was an old creature, with a settled look of age, and a gravity of expression that seemed to say he had got over the follies of youth, and was now reserved and determined to keep the peace. His back was curved in, as if a cartwheel had gone over his spine. He had gigantic ears, a stump of a tail, a coat thin and prickly like the bristles of a pig, but white and spotted with brown. "Lord save us, a queer dog, though. What's his breed at all?" said one. And then a resounding voice came from the kitchen doorway, saying, "A sort of a Manxman crossed with a bat. Got no tail to speak of, but there's plenty of ears at him. A handy sort of dog, only a bit spoiled in his childhood. Not fit for much company anyway, and no more notion of dacent behaviour than my old shoe. Down, Dempster, down." It was Pete. He was greeted with loud welcomes, and soon filled the room all round with the steaming odour of spirits and water. "You've the Manx tongue at you still, Mr. Quilliam," said Jonaique, "and you're calling the dog Dempster. What's that for at all?" "For the sake of the old island, Mr. Jelly, and for the straight he's like Dempster Milray when he's a bit crooked," said Pete. "The old man's dead, sir," said John the clerk. "You don't say," said Pete. "Yes, though. The sun went down on him a Wednesday. The drink, sir, the drink. I've been cutting a sod of his grave to-day." "And who's to be Dempster now?" asked Pete. "Who are they putting in for it?" "Well," said John the clerk, "they're talking and talking, and some saying this one and others that one, but the most is saying your old friend Philip Christian." "I knew it. I always said it," shouted Pete. "Best man in the island, bar none. Oh, he'll not deceive me." The wind was roaring in the chimney, and the light was beginning to fail. Pete became restless, and walked to and fro, peering out at intervals by the window that looked on to the road. At this there was some pushing and nudging and indulgent whispering. "It's the girl. Oh, be aisy with the like. 5 years apart, be aisy." The meadows white with the gulls sitting together like parrots. "What's that a sign of, father?" said Pete. "Just a slant of rain, maybe, and a puff of wind," said Caesar. "But," said Pete, looking up at the sky, "the long cat tail was going off at a slant a while ago, and now the thick skate yonder is hanging mortal low." "Take your time, sir," said Caesar. "No need to send round the cross Worcester. Fiery cross yet. The girl will be home immediately." "It'll be dark at her, though," said Pete. The company tried to draw him into conversation about the ways of life in the countries he had visited, but he answered absently and jerkily, and kept going to the door. "Suppose there'll be Dempsters enough where you're coming from," said Jonaique. "Sort of Dempsters, yes. Called one of them Old Necessity, because it knows no law. He rigged up the statute books atop of his stool for a high sate, and when he wanted them he couldn't find them high or low. Not the first judge that sat on the law, though. It's coming, Caesar. D'ye hear it? That's the rain on the street." Aisy, man," said Caesar. "New dresses isn't rigged up in no time. There'll be chapels now, eh? Chapels and conferences and proper religious instruction?" "Divil a chapel, sir. Only a rickety barn belonging to some ones they're calling the Sky Pilots to. Wanted the old miser that runs it to build them a new tabernacle, but he wouldn't part till a lump of plaster fell on his bald head at a love feast, and then he planked down £100, and they all shouted, "Hit him again, Lord, you might." "D'ye hear that, then? That's the water coming down from the gill. I can't stand no more of it, Grannie." Grannie was at the door, struggling to hold it against the wind, while she looked out into the gathering darkness. "'Deed, but I'm getting afraid of it myself," she said, "and dear heart knows where Kirry can be at this time of night." "I'm off to find her," said Pete, and catching up his hat and whistling to the dog, in a moment he was gone. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 10. The door was hard to close behind him, for it was now blowing a gale from the north-east. Caesar slipped through the dairy to see if the outbuildings were safe, and came back with a satisfied look. The stable and cow-house were barred, the barns were shut up, the mill-wheel was on a break, the kiln fire was burning gently, and all was snug and tight. Grannie was wringing her hands as he returned, crying, "Kate, oh, Kate!" and he reproved her for want of trust in Providence. People were now coming in rapidly with terrible stories of damage done by the storm. It was reported that the Chicken Rock lighthouse was blown down, that the tide had risen to 25 feet in Ramsey and torn up the streets, and that a Peel fisherman had been struck by his mainsail into the sea and drowned. More came into the house at every minute, and among them were all the lonesome and helpless ones within a radius of a mile. Blind Jane, who charmed blood, but could not charm the wind; Shamir the prophet, with beard down to his waist and a staff up to his shoulder; and old Druin Vesey, who lived on the houses, in the way of a tramp. The people who had been there already were afraid to go out, and Grannie, still wringing her hands and crying, "Kate, Kate!" called everybody into the kitchen to gather about the fire. There they bemoaned their boys on the sea, told stories of former storms, and quarrelled about the years of wrecks and the sources of the winds that caused them. The gale increased to fearful violence, and sometimes the wind sounded like sheets flapping against the walls, sometimes like the deep boom of the waves that roll on themselves in mid-ocean and never know a shore. It began to groan in the chimney, as if it were a wild beast struggling to escape, and then the smoke came down in whirls and filled the kitchen. They had to put out the fire to keep themselves from suffocation, and to sit back from the fireplace to protect themselves from cold. The door of the porch flew open, and they barricaded it with long-handled brushes. The windows rattled in their frames, and they blocked them up with the tops of the tables. In spite of all efforts to shut out the wind, the house was like a basket, and it quaked like a ship at sea. "I never heard the like on the water itself, and I'm used of the sea too," said one. The others groaned and mumbled prayers. Kelly the thief, who had come in unopposed by Grannie, was on his knees in one corner with his face to the wall, calling on the Lord to remember that he had seen things in letters, stamps and such, but had never touched them. John the clerk was saying that he had to bury the Deemster. Jonake the barber, that he had been sent for to cut the bishop, and Claudius Culey the farmer, that he had 3 fields of barley still uncut, and a stack of oats unthatched. "O Lord," cried Claudius, "let me not die till I've got nothing to do." Caesar stood like a strong man amidst their moans and groans, their bowings of the head and clappings of the hands, and when he heard the farmer his look was severe. "Cloddy," said he, "how do you dare to doubt the providence of God?" "Aisy to talk, Mr. Cregeen," the farmer whined, "but you've got your own harvest saved." And then Caesar had no resource but to punish the man in prayer. The Lord had sent his storm to reprove some that were making too sure of his mercies, but there was grace in the gale, only they wouldn't be patient and trust to God's providence. There was milk in the breast, only the wayward child wouldn't take time to find the teat. Lord, lead them to true stillness. In the midst of Caesar's prayer there was a sudden roar outside, and he leapt abruptly to his feet, with a look of vexation. "I believe in my heart that's the mill wheel broken loose," said he, "and if it is, the corn on the kiln will be going like a whirling-gig." "Trust in God's providence, Caesar," cried the farmer. "So I will," said Caesar, catching up his hat, "but I'll put out my kiln fire first." When Pete stepped out of the porch, he felt himself smitten as by an invisible wing, and he gasped like a fish with too much air. A quick pain in the side at that moment reminded him of his bullet wound, but his heels had heart in them, and he set off to run. The night had fallen, but a green rent was torn in the leaden sky, and through this the full moon appeared. When he got to Ramsey, the tide was up to the old cross, slates were flying like kites, and the harbour sounded like a battlefield with its thunderous roar of rigging. He made for the dressmaker's, and heard that Kate had not been there for 6 hours. At the draper's he learned that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon she had been seen going up Ballure. The sound rocket was fired as he pushed through the town. A schooner riding to an anchor in the bay was flying her ensign for help. The sea was terrific, a slaty grey, streaked with white foam like quartz veins, but the men who had been idling on the quay when the water was calm were now struggling, chafing and fighting to go out on it, for the blood of the old Vikings was in them. Going by the water trough, Pete called on Black Tom, who was civil and conciliatory until he heard his errand, then growled with disappointment, but nevertheless answered his question. Yes, he had seen the young woman. She went up early in the evening, and left him good day. Giving this grateful news, Black Tom could not deny himself a word of bitterness to poison the pleasure. "And when you are finding her," said he, "you'll be doing well to take her in tow, for I'm thinking there's some that's for throwing her a rope." "Who d'ye mane?" said Pete. "I leave it to you," said Black Tom, and Pete pulled the door after him. On the breast of the hill there was the meeting of 2 roads, one of them leading up to the Hibernian, the other going down to Port Mooar. To resolve the difficulty of choice, Pete inquired at a cottage standing some paces beyond, and as Kate had not been seen to pass up the higher road, he determined to take the lower one. But he gathered no tidings by the way, for Billy by the mill knew nothing, and the woman by the sundial had gone to bed. At length he dipped into Port Mooar, and came to a little cottage like a child's Noah's Ark, with its tiny porch and red light inside, looking out on the white breakers that were racing along the beach. It was the cottage of the lobster fisher. Pete inquired if he had seen Kate. He answered no. He had seen nobody that day but Mr. Christian. Which of the Christians? Mr. Philip Christian. The news carried only one message to Pete's mind. It seemed to explain something which had begun to perplex him, why Philip had not met him at the quay, and why Kate had not heard of his coming. Clearly Philip was at present at Ballure. He had not yet received the telegram addressed to Douglas. Pete turned back. Surely Kate had called somewhere. She would be at home by this time. He tried to run, but the wind was now in his face. It was veering northwards every minute, and rising to the force of a hurricane. He tied his handkerchief over his head and under his chin to hold on his hat. His hair whipped his ears like rods. Sometimes he was swept into the hedge. Often he was brought to his knees. Still he toiled along through sheets of spray that glistened with the colours of a rainbow, and ran over the ground like driven rain. His eyes smarted, and the taste on his lips was salt. The moon was now riding at the full through a wild flecked sky, and Pete could clearly see, as he returned towards the bay, a crowd of human figures on the cliffs above Port Luague. Quaking with undefined fears, he pushed on until he had joined them. The schooner, abandoned by her crew, had parted her cable, and was rolling like a blinded porpoise towards the rocks. She fell on them with the groan of a living creature, and the instant her head was down, the white lions of the sea leapt over her with a howl. The water swirled through her bulwarks and filled her hatches. Her rudder was unshipped, her sails were torn from their gaskets, and the floating home wherein men had sailed and sung and slept and laughed and jested was a broken wreck in the heavy wallowings of the waves. Kate had not returned when Pete got back to Sulby, but the excitement of her absence was eclipsed for the time by the turmoil of Caesar's trouble. Standing in the dark on the top of the midden, he was shouting to the dairy door in a voice of thunder, which went off at the end of his beard like the puling of a cat. The mill wheel was going, same as a whirling-gig. Was there nobody to hold the brake? The stable roof was stripped, and the mare was tearing herself to pieces in a roaring pit of hell. Was there never a shoulder for the door? The cowhouse thatch was flapping like a sail. Was there nothing in the world but a woman, Nancy Joe, to help a man to throw a ladder and a stone over it? Only when Caesar had been pacified was there silence to speak of Kate. "I picked up news of her coming back by Clochbane," said Pete, "and traced her as near home as the Ginger. She can't be far away. Where is she?" Those who were cool enough fell to conjecture. Granny had no resource but groans. Nancy was moaning by her side. The rest were full of their own troubles. Blind Jane was bewailing her affliction. "You can all see," she cried, "but I'm not knowing the harm that's coming on me." "Hush, woman, hush," said Pete. "We're all same as yourself, half our lives. We're all blind at night." In the midst of the tumult, a knock came to the door, and Pete made a plunge towards the porch. "Wait," cried Caesar. "Nobody else comes here tonight except the girl herself. Another wind like the last, and we'll have the roof off the house too." Then he called to the newcomer, with his face to the porch door, and the answer came back to him in a wail like the wind itself. "Who's there?" It was Joni from the glen. "We're like herrings in a barrel. We can't let you in." She wasn't wanting to come in, but her roof was going stripping, and half her house was felled, and she couldn't get her son, the idiot boy, to leave his bed. He would perish. He would die. He was all the family she had left to her. Wouldn't the master come and save him? "Impossible," shouted Caesar. "We have our own missing this fearful night, Joni, and the Lord will protect his children." Was it Kate? She had seen her in the glen. "Let me get at that door," said Pete. "But the house will come down," cried Caesar. "Let it come," said Pete. Pete shut the door of the bar-room, and then the wind was heard to swirl through the porch. "When did you see her, Joni, and where?" said the voice of Pete, and the voice of Joni answered him. "Goings by my own house at the start of the storm this everin." "I'll come with you. Go on," said Pete, and Granny shouted across the bar, "Take Caesar's topcoat over your monkey jacket." "I've sailed enough already for a wind like this, mother," cried the voice of Pete, and then the swirling sound in the porch went off with a long-drawn whir, and Caesar came back alone to the kitchen. Pete's wound ached again, but he pressed his hand on the place of it and struggled up the glen, dragging Joni behind him. They came to a house at last. One half of the thatch lay over the other half. The rafters were bare like the ribs of the wreck. The oat-cake peck was rattling on the lath. The meal barrel in the corner was stripped of its lid, and the meal was whirling into the air like a waterspout. The dresser was stripped, the broken crockery lay on the uncovered floor, and the iron slurry hanging over the place of the fire was swinging and striking against the wall, and ringing like a knell. And in the midst of this scene of desolation, the idiot boy was placidly sleeping on his naked bed, and over it the moon was scudding through a tattered sky. The night wore on, and the company in the kitchen listened long and sometimes heard sounds as of voices crying in the wind, but Pete did not return. Then they fell to groaning again, to praying aloud without fear, and to confessing their undiscovered sins without shame. "I'm searched terrible. I can see through me," cried Kelly the postman. Some were chiefly troubled lest death should fall on them while they were in a public house. "I keep none," cried Caesar. "But you wouldn't let us open the door," whined the farmer. If the door had been wide enough for a bishop, not a soul would have stirred. For the first time within anyone's recollection, Nancy Joe was on her knees. "O Lord," she prayed, "thou knowest well I don't often bother thee, but save Kate, Lord. O save and preserve my little Kirry. It's 20 years and better since I asked anything of thee before, and if thou wilt only take away this wind, I'll promise not to say another prayer for 20 years more." "Say it in Manx, woman," moaned Granny. "I always say my prayers in Manx as well, and the Lord can listen to the one he knows best." "There's prayer as well as praise in singing," cried Caesar, and they began to sing, all down on their knees, their eyes tightly closed, and their hands clasped before their faces. They sang of heaven and its peaceful plains, its blue lakes and sunny skies, its golden cities and emerald gates, its temples and its tabernacles, where congregations ne'er break up and Sabbaths never end. It was some comfort to drown with the wild discord of their own voices the fearful noises of the tempest. When they finished the hymn, they began on it again, keeping it up without a break, sweeping the dying note of the last word into the rising pitch of the first one. In the midst of their singing, they thought a fiercer gust than ever was beating on the door, and to smother the fear of it, they sang yet louder. The gust came a second time, and Caesar cried, "Again, brothers," and away they went with another wild whoop through the hymn. It came a third time, and Caesar cried, "Once more, beloved," and they raced madly through the hymn again. Then the door burst open as before a tremendous kick, and Pete, fierce and wild-eyed, and green with the drift of the salt foam caked thick on his face, stepped over the threshold with the unconscious body of Kate in his arms, and the idiot boy peering over his shoulder. "Thank the Lord for an answer to prayer," cried Caesar. "Where did you find her?" "In the Tolton up the glen," said Pete. "Up in the witch's Tolton." End of Part 3, Chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 11. On the second morning afterwards the air was quiet and full of the odour of seaweed. The sky was round as the inside of a shell, and pale pink like the shadow of flame. The water was smooth and silent. The hills had lost the memory of the storm, and land and sea lay like a sleeping child. In this broad and steady morning Kate came back to consciousness. She had slid out of delirium into sleep as a boat slides out of the open sea into harbour, and when she awoke there was a voice in her ears that seemed to be calling to her from the quay. It was a familiar voice, and yet it was unfamiliar. It was like the voice of a friend heard for the first time after a voyage. It seemed to come from a long way off, and yet to be knocking at the very door of her heart. She kept her eyes closed for a moment and listened. Then she opened them and looked again. The light was clouded and yet dazzling, as if glazed muslin were shaking before her eyes. Granny was sitting by her bedside, knitting in silence. "Why are you sitting there, mother?" she asked. Granny dropped her needles and caught at her apron. "Dear heart alive, the child's herself again," she said. "Has anything happened?" said Kate. "What time is it?" "Monday morning, bogh. Thank the Lord for all his mercies," cried Granny. The familiar voice came again. It came from the direction of the stairs. "Who's that?" said Kate, whispering fearfully. "Pete himself, Kirry. Oh, well, oh dear." "Pete!" cried Kate in terror. "Oh, no, woman, but a living man come back again. No fear of him, bogh. Not dead at all, but worth 20 dead men yet, and he brought you safe out of the storm." "The storm?" "Yes, the storm, woman. There warn such a storm on the island, I don't know the years. He found you in the Tolton, up the glen. Lost your way in the wind, it's like, and no wonder. But let me call father." "Father, father! Shoot, the man's as deaf as little Tom Hommy." "Father," called Granny, bustling about at the stairhead in a half-demented way. There was some commotion below, and the voice on the stairs was saying, "This way? No, sir, that way, if you plaze." "D'ye hear him, Kirry?" cried Granny, putting her head back into the room. "That's the man himself, sitting on the bottom step, same as an old bulldog, and keeping watch that nobody bothers you. The good-naturedest bulldog breathing, though, and he hasn't had a wink on the night. Saved your life, darling, he did. Yes, he did, praise God." At mention of the Tolton, Kate had remembered everything. She dropped back on the pillow and cried in a voice of pain, "Why couldn't he leave me to die?" Granny chuckled knowingly at that, and wiped her eyes with the corner of her apron. "The bogh is herself for sure. When they're wishing themselves dead, they're always mending father. But I'll go down instead. Lie still, bogh, lie still." The voice of Granny went muffled down the stairs, with many "Aw dears, aw dears," and then crackled from below through the floor and the unsealed joists, saying sharply, but with a tremor too, "Nancy Joe, why aren't you taking a cup of something upstairs, woman?" "Goodness me, Mistress Cregeen, is it true for all?" said Nancy. "Why, of course it's true. Do you think a poor child is going fasting for ever?" "What's that?" shouted the familiar voice again. "Was it herself you were spaking to in the dairy loft, Granny?" "Who else, man?" said Granny, and then there was a general tumult. "Oh, the joy! Oh, the delight! Gough bless me, Granny, I was thinking she was for spaking no more." "Out of the way," cried Nancy, as if pushing past somebody to whip the kettle onto the fire. "These men creatures have no more rising in their hearts than bread without balm." "You're balm enough yourself, Nancy, for a quiet husband. But lend me a hold of the bellows there. I'll blow up like blazes." Cæsar came into the house on the top of this commotion, grumbling as he stepped over the porch. "The wind has taken half the stacks of my haggard, mother." "No matter, sir," shouted Pete. "The best of your Melliah is saved upstairs." "Is she herself?" said Cæsar. "Praise his name." And over the furious puffing and panting and quacking of the bellows, and the cracking and roaring of the fire, the voice of Pete came in gusts through the floor, crying, "I'll go mad with the joy, I will, yes, I will, and nobody shall stop me neither." The house, which seemed to have been holding its breath since the storm, now broke into a ripple of laughter. It began in the kitchen, it ran up the stairs, it crept through the chinks in the floor, it went over the roof. But Kate lay on her pillow and moaned, and turned her face to the wall. Presently Nancy Joe appeared in the bedroom, making herself tidy at the doorway with a turn of the hand over her hair. "Mercy on me," she cried, clapping her hands at the first sight of Kate's face. "Who was the born blockhead that said the girl's wedding was as like to be in the churchyard as in the church?" "That's me," said a deep voice from the middle of the stairs, and then Nancy clashed the door back and poured Pete into Kate in a broadside. "It was Pete that done it, though," she said. "You can't expect much sense of the like, but still and for all he saved your life, Kitty. Dr. Milcrease says so. If the girl had been lying out another hour, says he, and my goodness, the fond of you that man is. It's wonderful. Twisting and turning all day yesterday on the bottom step yonder, same as a live conger on the quay, but looking as soft about the eyes as if he'd been a week out of the water. And now, my sakes, now, d'ye hear him, Kirry? He's fit to burst the bellows. No use, though, he's a shocking fine young fellow. He's all that, but just listen." There was a hissing sound from below, and a sense of burning. "What do I always say? You can never trust a man to have sense enough to take it off. That's the kettle on the boil." Nancy went flopping downstairs, where with furious words she rated Pete, who laughed immoderately. Cæsar came next. He had taken off his boots and was walking lightly in his stockings, but Kate felt his approach by his asthmatic breathing. As he stepped in at the door, he cried, in the high pitch of the preacher, "Praise the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, praise his holy name." Then he fell to the praise of Pete as well. "He brought you out of the jaws of death and the mouth of Satan. It was a sign, Catherine, and we can't do better than follow the Spirit's leading. He saved your life, woman, and that's giving him the right to have and to hold it. Well, I've only one child in this life, but if it's the Lord's will, I'm willing. He was always my white-headed boy, and he has made his independent fortune in a matter of 5 years' time." The church bell began to toll, and Kate started up and listened. "Only the Dempster's funeral, Kitty," said Cæsar. "They were for burying him tomorrow, but men that drink don't keep. They'll be putting him in the family vault at Lezayre with his father, the staunch old Rechabite. Many a good cow has a bad calf, you see, and that's bad news for a man's children. But many a good calf is from a bad cow, and that's good news for the man himself. It's been the way with Peter anyway, for the Lord has delivered him and prospered him, and I'm hearing on the best authority he has 5,000 golden sovereigns sent home to Mr. Dumble's bank at Douglas." Granny came up with a basin of beef tea, and Cæsar was hustled out of the room. "Come now, bogh, take a spoonful, and I'll lave you to yourself," said Granny. "Yes, lave me to myself," said Kate, sipping wearily. and then Granny went off with the basin in her hand. "Has she taken it?" said someone below. "Look at that, if you plaze," said Granny in a jubilant tone, and Kate knew that the empty basin was being shown around. Kate lay back on the pillow, listening to the tolling of the bell, and shuddered. She thought it a ghostly thing that the first voice she had heard on coming as from another world had been the voice of Pete, and the first name dinned into her ears had been Pete's name. The procession of the Deemster's funeral passed the house, and she closed her eyes and seemed to see it. The coffin on the open cart, the men on horseback riding beside it, and then the horses tied up to posts and gates about the churchyard, and the crowd of men of all conditions at the graveside. In her mind's eye, Kate was searching through that crowd for somebody. Was he there? Had he heard what had happened to her? She fell into a doze and was awakened by a horse's step on the road, and the voices of two men talking as they came nearer. "Man alive, the joy I'm taking to see you. The tallygraph? Course not. Knew I'd find you at the funeral, though." It was Pete. "But I meant to come over after it." It was Philip, and Kate's heart stood still. The voices were smothered for a moment, as the buzzing is when the bees enter the hive, and then began with a sharper ring from the rooms below. "How's she now, Mrs. Cregeen?" said the voice of Philip. "Better, sir, much better," answered Granny. "No return of the unconsciousness?" "Oh, no," said Granny. "Was she—" Kate thought the voice faltered. "Was she delirious?" "Not rambling at all," replied Granny. "Thank God," said Philip, and Kate felt a long breath of relief go through the air. "I didn't hear of it until this morning," said Philip. "The postman told me at breakfast time, and I called on Dr. Milcreast coming out. If I had known— I didn't sleep much last night anyway, but if I had ever imagined—" "You're right good to the girls, sir," said Granny, and then Kate, listening intently, caught a quavering sound of protestation. "'Deed you are, though, and always have been," said Granny, "and I'm saying it before Pete here, that ought to know and doesn't." "Don't I, though?" came in the other voice, the resounding voice, the voice full of laughter and tears together. "But I do that, Granny, same as if I'd been here and seen it. Lave it to me to know Phil Christian. I've summered and wintered the man, haven't I? He's timber that doesn't start, mother, blow high, blow low." Kate heard another broken sound, as of painful protest, and then with a sickening sense she covered up her head that she might hear no more. End of Part 3, Chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 12. She was weak and overwrought, and she fell asleep as she lay covered. While she slept, a babble of meaningless voices kept clashing in her ears, and her own voice haunted her perpetually. When she awoke, it was broad morning again, and the house was full of the smell of boiling stockfish. By that she knew it was another day, and the hour of early breakfast. She heard the click of cups and saucers on the kitchen table, the step of her father coming in from the mill, and then the heartsome voice of Pete talking of the changes in the island since he went away. New houses, promenades, iron piers, breakwaters, lakes, towers. Wonderful, extraordinary, tremendous. "But the boys— where's the Manx boys at all?" said Pete. "Gone like a flight of birds to Australia, and Cleveland, and the Cape, and I don't know where. Not a Manx house now that hasn't one of the boys foreign. And the houses themselves— where's the old houses and the crofts? Felled, all felled or boarded up. And the boats— where's the boats? Lying rotting at the top of the harbour." Granny's step came into the kitchen, and Pete's loud voice drooped to a whisper. "How's herself this morning, mother?" "Sleeping quiet and nice when I came downstairs," said Granny. "Will I be seeing her myself today, think you?" asked Pete. "I don't know in the world, but I'll ask," answered Granny. "You're an angel, Granny," said Pete, "a reg'lar old archangel." Kate shuddered with a new fear. It was clear that in the eyes of her people The old relations with Pete were to stand. Everybody expected her to marry Pete. Everybody seemed anxious to push the marriage on. Granny came up with her breakfast, pulled aside the blind, and opened the window. "Nancy will tidy the room a taste," she said coaxingly, "and then I shouldn't wonder if you'll be sending for Pete." Kate raised a cry of alarm. "Oh, no harm when a girl's poorly," said Granny, "and her promised man for all." Kate tried to protest and explain, but courage failed her. She only said, "Not yet, mother. I'm not fit to see him yet." "Say no more about it. Not today at all. Tomorrow maybe," said Granny, and Kate clutched at the word and answered eagerly, "Yes, tomorrow, mother. Tomorrow maybe." Before noon Philip had come again. Kate heard his horse's step on the road, trotting hard from the direction of Peel. He drew up at the porch, but did not alight, and Granny went out to him. "I'll not come in today, Mrs. Cregeen," he said. "Does she continue to improve?" As nice, sir," said Granny. Kate crept out of bed, stole to the window, hid behind the curtains, and listened intently. "What a mercy all goes well," he said. Kate could hear the heaving of his breath. "Is Pete about?" "No, but gone to Ramsey, sir," said Granny. "It's like you'll meet him if you are going on to Ballure." "I must be getting back to business," said Philip, and the horse swirled across the road. "Did you ride from Douglas on purpose, then?" said Granny, and Philip answered with an audible effort, "I was anxious. What an escape she has had. I could scarcely sleep last night for thinking of it." Kate put her hand to her throat to keep back the cry that was bubbling up, and her mother's voice came thick and deep. "The Lord's blessing, Master Philip," she began, but the horse's feet stamped out everything as it leapt to a gallop in going off. Kate listened where she knelt until the last beat of the hoofs had died away in the distance, and then she crept back to bed and covered up her head in the clothes as before, but with a storm of other feelings. "He loves me," she told herself, with a thrill of the heart. He loves me still, and he will never, never, never see me married to anybody else." She felt an immense relief now, and suddenly found strength to think of facing Pete. It even occurred to her to send for him at once, as a first step towards removing the impression that the old relations were to remain. She would be quiet. She would be cold. She would show by her manner that Pete was impossible. She would break the news gently. Pete came like the light at Nancy's summons. Kate heard him on the stairs, whispering with Nancy and breathing heavily. Nancy was hectoring it over him and pulling him about to make him presentable. "Here," whispered Nancy, "take the redding comb and lash your hair out. It's all through others. And listen, you've got to be quiet. Promise me you'll be quiet. She's wake and low and nervous, so no kissing. Do you hear me now? No kissing." "Oh, kissing makes no noise to spake of, woman," whispered Pete, and then he was in the room. Kate saw him come, a towering dark figure between her and the door. He did not speak at first, but slid down to the chair at the foot of the bed, modestly, meekly, reverently, as if he had entered a sanctuary. His hand rested on his knee, and she noticed that the wrist was hairy and tattooed with the 3 legs of man. "Is it you, Pete?" she asked. And then he said in a low tone, almost in a whisper, as if speaking to himself in a hush of awe, "It's her own voice again. I've heard it in my dreams these 5 years." He looked helplessly about him for a moment, fixed his watery eyes on Nancy, as if he wanted to burst into sobs but dare not for fear of the noise, then turned on his chair and seemed on the point of taking to flight. But just at that instant his dog, which had followed him into the room, planted its 4 legs on the counterpane and looked impudently into Kate's face. "Down, Dempster, down," cried Pete, and after that, the ice being broken by the sound of his voice, Pete was his own man once more. "Is that your dog, Pete?" said Kate. "Oh, no, Kate, but I'm his man," said Pete. "He does what he likes with me anyway. Caught me out in Kimberly and fetched me home." "Is he old?" "Old, you say? He's one of the lost 10 tribes of dogs, and behaves as if he's got to inherit the earth." She felt Pete's big black eyes shining on her. "My gracious, Kitty, what a woman you're growing, though," he said. "Am I so much changed?" she asked. "Changed, is it?" he cried. "Gough bless me heart! The nice little thing you were when we used to play fisherman together down at Cornay Harbour. Do you remember? The old kipper box rolling on a block for a boat at sea. Do you mind it? Yourself holding a bit of a broken broomstick and the rope handle for a mast, and me working the potato dibber on the ground, first port and then starboard, for rudder and wind and oar and tide. Mortal dirty weather this, Captain. Oh, yes, woman, big sea extraordinary. Do you mind it, Kirry?" Kate tried to laugh a little, and to say what a long time ago it was since then. But Pete, being started, laughed uproariously, slapped his knee and rattled on. "Up at the mill, too. Do you remember that now? Yourself with the top of a barrel for a flower basket, holding it kimbo at your little hip and shouting, 'Violets, sweet violets, fresh violets.'" He mocked a silvery treble in his lusty baritone and roared with laughter. "And then me, woman. Do you mind me? Me with the pig-sty gate atop of my head for a fishboard, yelling, 'Mackerel! Fine ladies, fresh ladies, and bellies as big as bishops, mackerel!' Oh, Kirry, Kirry! Oh, the dear old times gone by! Oh, the changes, the changes! Did I know you then? Are you asking me did I know you when I found you in the glen? Did I know I was alive, Kitty? Did I know the wind was howling? Did I know my head was going round like a compass and my heart thumping 120 pound to the square inch? Did I kiss you and kiss you while you were lying there useless, and lift you up and hitch your poor limp arms around my neck, and carry you out of the dirty old tolton that was going to be the death of you? The first job I was doing on the island, too, coming back to it. Lord save us, Kitty, what have I done?" Kate had dropped back on the pillow and was sobbing as if her heart would break, and seeing this, Nancy fell on Pete with loud reproaches, took the man by the shoulders and his dog by the neck, and pushed both out of the room. "Out of it," cried Nancy. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet? You great blethering omathorn, you shall come no more." Abashed, ashamed, humiliated, and quiet enough now, Pete went slowly down the stairs. End of Part 3, Chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 13. Late that night, Kate heard Caesar and her mother talking together as they were going to bed. Caesar was saying, "I got him on the track of a good house, and he went off to Ramsey this morning to put a sight on it." "Dear heart alive, father," Granny answered, "Pete isn't home till a week come Saturday." "The young man is warm on the wedding," said Caesar, "and he has money, and store is no sore." "But the girl's not fit for it. 'Deed she isn't," said Granny. "If she's wake," said Caesar, "she'll be no worse for saying I will, and when she's said it, she'll have time enough to get better." Kate trembled with fear. The matter of her marriage with Pete was going on without her. A sort of supernatural power seemed to be pushing it along. Nobody asked if she wished it, nobody questioned that she did so. It was taken for granted that the old relations would stand. As soon as she could go about, she would be expected to marry Pete. Pete himself would expect it, because he believed he had her promise. Her mother would expect it, because she had always thought of it as a thing understood. Her father would expect it, because Pete's prosperity had given him a new view of Pete's piety and pedigree. And Nancy Joe would expect it too, if only because she was still haunted by her old bugbear, the dark shadow of Ross Christian. There was only one way to break down these expectations, and that was to speak out. But how was a girl to speak? What was she to say? Kate pretended to be ill. 3 days longer she lay, like a hunted wolf in its hole, keeping her bed from sheer dread of the consequences of leaving it. The 4th day was Sunday. It was morning, and the church bells were ringing. Caesar had shouted from his bedroom for someone to tie his bow, then for someone to button his black gloves. He had gone off at length with the footsteps of the people stepping round to chapel. The first hymn had been started, and its doleful notes were trailing through the mill walls. Kate was propped up in bed, and the window of her room was open. Over the droning of the hymn she caught the sound of a horse's hoofs on the road. They stopped at a little distance, and then came on again, with the same two voices as before. Pete was talking with great eagerness. "Plenty of house, oh, plenty, plenty," he was saying. "Elm Cottage, they're calling it, the slate one with the old fir tree behind the courthouse and by the lane to Clochbane. Dry as a bone and clane as a gull's wing. You could lie with your back to the wall and ate off the floor. Taps inside and water as white as gin. I've been buying the cabin of the Mona's Isle for a summer house in the garden. Got a figurehead for the porch too, and I'll have an anchor for the gate before I'm done. Oh, I'm bound to have everything nice for her." There was a short silence, in which nothing was heard but the step of the horse, and then Philip said in a faltering voice, "But isn't this being rather in a hurry, Pete?" "Short courtin's the best courtin, and ours has been long enough anyway," said Pete. They had drawn up at the porch, and Pete's laugh came in at the window. "But think how weak she is," said Philip. "She hasn't even left her bed yet, has she?" "Well, yes, of course, sartinly," said Pete, in a steadier voice, "if the girl isn't fit." "It's so sudden, you see," said Philip. Has she consented?" "Not to say consented," began Pete, and Philip took him up and said quickly, eagerly, hotly, "She can't. I'm sure she can't." There was silence again, broken only by the horse's impatient pawing, and then Philip said more calmly, "Let Dr. Milcree see her first, at all events." "I'm not a man for skinning the meadow to the sod, no," said Pete in a doleful tone, but Kate heard no more. She was trembling with a new thought. It was only a shadowy suggestion as yet, and at first she tried to beat it back. But it came again, it forced itself upon her, it mastered her, she could not resist it. The way to break the fate that was pursuing her was to make Philip speak out. The way to stop the marriage with Pete was to compel Philip to marry her. He thought she would never consent to marry Pete. What if he were given to understand that she had consented? That was the way to gain the victory over Philip, the way to punish him. He would not blame her, he would lay the blame at the door of chance, of fate, of her people. He would think they were forcing this marriage upon her, the mother out of love of Pete, the father out of love of Pete's money, and Nancy out of fear of Ross Christian. He would know that she could not struggle because she could not speak. He would believe she was yielding against her will in spite of her love, in the teeth of their intention. He would think of her as a victim, as a martyr, as a sacrifice. It was a deceit, a small deceit. It looked so harmless too, so innocent, almost humorous, half ridiculous. And she was a woman, and she could not put it away. Love, love, love. It would be her excuse and her forgiveness. She had appealed to Philip himself, and in vain. Now she would pretend to go on with her old relations. It was so little to do, and the effects were so certain. In jealousy and in terror, Philip would step out of himself and claim her. She had craft. All hungry things have craft. She had inklings of ambition, a certain love of luxury, and desire to be a lady. To get Philip was to get everything. Love would be satisfied, ambition fulfilled, the aims of refinement reached. Why not risk the great stake? Nancy came to tidy the room, and Kate said, "Where's Pete all this time, I wonder?" "Sitting in the fire seat this half hour," said Nancy. "I don't know in the world what's come over the man. He's rocking and moaning there like a cow licking a dead calf." "Would he like to come up, think you?" "Don't ask the man twice if you want him to say no," said Nancy. Blushing and stammering and trying to straighten his black curls, Pete came at Nancy's call. Kate had few qualms. The wound she had received from Philip had left her conscienceless towards Pete, yet she turned her head a little sideways as she welcomed him. "Are you better then, Kirry?" said Pete timidly. "I'm nearly as well as ever," she answered. "You are, though," said Pete. "Then you'll be down soon, it's like, eh?" "I hope so, Pete, quite soon." "And fit for anything now, yes?" "Oh, yes, fit for anything." Pete laughed from his heart like a boy. "I'll take a slew round to Ballure and tell Philip immediately." "Philip?" said Kate, with a look of inquiry. "He was saying this morning you wouldn't be equal to it, Kirry." "Equal to what, Pete?" that's to say, well, you know, putting a sight on the parson himself one of these days, that's the fact. And to cover his confusion, Pete laughed until the scraas of the roof began to snip. There was a moment's pause, and then Kate said, with a cough and a stammer and her head aside, "Is that so very tiring, Pete?" Pete leapt from his chair and laughed again like a man demented. "Do you say so, Kitty? The word then, darling. The word in my ear, as soft as soft." He was leaning over the bed, but Kate drew away from him, and Nancy pulled him back, saying, "Get off with you, you goosey gander. What for should you bother a poor girl to know if sugar's sweet, and if she's willing to change a sweetheart for a husband?" It was done. One act, nay, half an act, a word, nay, no word at all, but only silence. The daring venture was afoot. Granny came up with Kate's dinner that day, kissed her on both cheeks, felt them hot, wagged her head wisely, and whispered, "I know, you needn't tell me." End of Part 3, Chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 14. The last hymn was sung. Caesar came home from chapel, changed back from his best to his workday clothes, and then there was talking and laughing in the kitchen amid the jingling of plates and the vigorous rattling of knives and forks. "Phil must be my best man," said Pete. "He'll be back to Douglas now, but I'll get you to write me a line, Caesar, and ask him." "Do you hold with long engagements, Pete?" said Granny. "A week," said Pete, with the air of a judge. "Not much less, anyway. Not of a rule, you know." "You goose," cried Nancy. "It must be 3 Sundays for the banns." "Then John the clerk shall get them going this evening," said Pete. "Nancy had the pull of me there, Granny. Not being in the habit of getting married, I clean forgot about the banns." John the clerk came in the afternoon, and there was some lusty disputation. "We must have bridesmaids and wedding cakes, Pete. It's only proper," said Nancy. "Oh, yes, and tobacco and rum and everything respectable," said Pete. "And the parson. Mind it's the parson now," said Granny. "None of their nasty high bailiffs. I don't know in the world how a dacent woman can rest in her bed." "Oh, the parson, of course, and the parson's wife, maybe," said Pete. "I think I can manage it for you for tomorrow fortnight," said John the clerk impressively, and there was some clapping of hands, quickly suppressed by Caesar, with mutterings of "Popery, clane popery, sir. Can't a person commit matrimony without a parson bothering a man?" Then Caesar squared his elbows across the table and wrote the letter to Philip. Pete never stood sponsor for anything so pious. "Respected and honoured Sir, I write first to thee that it hath been borne in on my mind strong to believe the Lord hath spoken, to marry on Catherine Cregeen, only beloved daughter of Caesar Cregeen, a respectable man and a local preacher, in whose house I tarry, being free to use all his means of grace. Wedding tomorrow fortnight at Kirk Christ, Lezayre, 11 o'clock forenoon, and the Lord make it profitable to my soul. With love and reverence, thy servant, and I trust the Lord's, Peter Quilliam." Having written this, Caesar read it aloud with proper elevation of pitch. Granny wiped her eyes, and Pete said, "Indited beautiful, sir, only you haven't asked him." "My pen's getting cross legs," said Caesar, "but that'll do for an N.B. N.B. Will you come for my best man?" Then there was more talk and more laughter. "You're a lucky fellow, Pete," said Pete himself. "My sailor you are, though. She's as sweet as clover with the bumbees humming over it, and as warm as a gorse bush when the summer's gone." And then, affection being infectious beyond all maladies known to mortals, Nancy Joe was heard to say, "I believe in my heart I must be having a man myself before long, or I'll be losing the notion." "Do you hear that, boys?" shouted Pete. "Don't all spake at once." "Too late, I've lost it," said Nancy, and there was yet more laughter. To put an end to this frivolity, Caesar raised a hymn, and they sang it together with cheerful voices. Then Caesar prayed appropriately, John the clerk improvised responses, and Pete went out and sat on the bottom step in the lobby and smoked up the stairs, so that Kate in the bedroom should not feel too lonely. End of Part 3, Chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 15. Meanwhile Kate, overwhelmed with shame, humiliation, self-reproach, horror of herself and dread of everything, lay with cheeks ablaze and her head buried in the bedclothes. She had no longer any need to pretend to be sick. She was now sick in reality. Fate had threatened her. She had challenged it. They were gambling together. The stake was her love, her life, her doom. By the next day she had worked herself into a nervous fever. Dr. Milcrease came to see her, unbidden of the family. He was one of those tall, bashful men who, in their eagerness to be gone, seem always to have urgent business somewhere else. After a single glance at her and a few muttered syllables, he went off hurriedly, as if someone were waiting for him round the corner. But on going downstairs he met Caesar, who asked him how he found her. "Feverish, very. Keep her in bed," he answered. "As for this marriage, it must be put off. She's exciting herself, and I won't answer for the consequences. The thing has fallen too suddenly. To tell you the truth, this way, Mr. Cregeen, I am afraid of a malady of the brain." "Tut, tut, doctor," said Caesar. "Very well. If you know better, good day, but let the wedding wait. Très de l'heure. Time enough, Mr. Cregeen. A right good Manx maxim for once. Put it off, put it off." "It's not my putting off, doctor. What can you do with a man that's wanting to be married? You can't bridle a horse with pincers." But when the doctor was gone, Caesar said to Granny, "Cut out the bridesmaids and the wedding cakes and the fiddles and the foolery, and let the girl be married immediately." "Dear heart alive, father, what's all the hurry?" said Granny. "And Lord bless my soul, what's all the fuss?" said Caesar. "First one objecting this, then another objecting that, as if everybody was intarmined to stop the thing. It's going on, I'm telling you. D'ye hear me? There's many a slip, but no matter. What's written with the pen can't be cut out with the axe, so leave it alone, the lot of you." Kate was in an ecstasy of exultation. The doctor had been sent by Philip. It was Philip who was trying to stop the marriage. He would never be able to bear it. He would claim her soon. It might be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be the next day. The odds were with her. Fate was being worsted. Thus she clung to her blind faith that Philip would intervene. That was Monday, and on Tuesday morning Philip came again. He was very quiet, but the heart has ears, and Kate heard him. Pete's letter had reached him, and she could see his white face. After a few words of commonplace conversation, he drew Pete out of the house. What had he got to say? Was he thinking that Pete must be stopped at all hazards? Was he about to make a clean breast of it? Was he going to tell all? Impossible. He could not. He dared not. It was her secret. Pete came back to the house alone, looking serious and even sad. Kate heard him exchange a few words with her father as they passed through the lobby to the kitchen. Caesar was saying, "Stand on your own head, sir. That's my advice to you." In the intensity of her torment she could not rest. She sent for Pete. "What about Philip?" she said. "Is he coming? What has he been telling you?" "Bad news, Kate. Very bad," said Pete. There was a fearful silence for a moment. It was like the awful hush at the instant when the tide turns and you feel as if something has happened to the world. Then Kate hardened her face and said, "What is it?" "He's ill and wants to go away in a week. He can't come to the wedding," said Pete. "Is that all?" said Kate. Her heart leapt for joy. She could not help it. She laughed. She saw through Philip's excuse. It was only his subterfuge. He thought Pete would not marry without him. "Oh, but you've never seen the like, though, Kirry," said Pete. He was that white and wake and narvous. Work and worry, that's the size of it. There's nothing done in this world without paying the price of it, and that's as true as gospel. The sea's calling me, Pete, says he, and then he laughed, but it was the same as if a ghost itself was grinning. In the selfishness of her enfeebled spirit, Kate still rejoiced. Philip was suffering. It was another assurance that he would come to her relief. "When does he go?" she asked. "On Tuesday," answered Pete. "Isn't there a way of getting a bishop's licence to marry in a week?" said Kate. "But will you, though?" said Pete with a shout of joy. "Ask Philip first. No use changing if Philip can't come." "He shall. He must. I won't take no." "You may kiss me now," said Kate, and Pete plucked her up into his arms and kissed her. She was heart dead to him yet, from the wound that Philip had dealt her, but at the touch of his lips a feeling of horror seemed to cramp all her limbs. With a shudder she crept down in the bed and hid her face, hating herself, loathing herself, wishing herself dead. He stood a moment by her side, crying like a big boy in his great happiness. "I don't know in the world what she sees in me to be so fond of me, but that's the way with the women always, God bless them." She did not lift her face, and he stepped quietly to the door. Half-way through he turned about and raised one arm over his head. "God's rest and God's peace be with you, and may the man that gets you keep a clane heart and a clane hand, and be fit for the good woman he's won for his wife." At the next minute he went tearing down the stairs, and the kitchen rang with his laughter. End of Part 3, Chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. Part 3, Chapter 16. Fate scored 1. Kate had been telling herself that Philip was tired of her, that he did not love her any longer, that having taken all he could take, he desired to be done with her, that he was trying to forget her, and that she was a drag upon him, when suddenly she remembered the Tolton, and bethought herself for the first time of a possible contingency. Why had she not thought of it before? Why had he never thought of it? If it should come to pass, the prospect did not appal her. It did not overwhelm her with confusion or oppress her with shame. It did not threaten to fall like a thunderbolt. The thought of it came down like an angel's whisper. She was not afraid. It was only an idea, only a possibility, only a dream of consequences, but at one bound it brought her so much nearer to Philip. It gave her a right to him. How dare he make her suffer so? She would not permit him to leave her. He was her husband, and he must cling to her, come what would. Across the void that had divided them a mysterious power drew them together. She was he was she, and they were one. For who knows? Who could say? Perhaps nature herself had willed it. Thus the first effect of the new thought upon Kate was frenzied exultation. She had only one thing to do now. She had only to go to Philip as Bathsheba went to David. True, she could not say what Bathsheba said. She had no certainty, but her case was no less strong. Have you never thought of what may possibly occur? This is what she would say now to Philip. And Philip would say to her, "Dearest, I have never thought of that. Where was my head that I never reflected?" Then, in spite of his plans, in spite of his pledge to Pete, in spite of the world, in spite of himself, yea, in spite of his own soul if it stood between them, he would cling to her. She was sure of it. She could swear to it. He could not resist. He will believe whatever I tell him, she thought, and she would say, "Come to me, Philip, I am frightened." In the torture of her palpitating heart she would have rejoiced at that moment if she could have been sure that she was in the position of what the world calls a shameful woman. With that for her claim she could see herself going to Philip and telling him, her head on his breast, whispering sweetly the great secret, the wondrous news, and then the joy, the rapture, the long kiss of love. Mine, he is mine at last. That could not be quite so. She was not so happy as Bathsheba. She was not sure, but her right was the same for all that. Oh, it was joyful, it was delicious. The little cunning arts of her sex, the small deceits in which she had disguised herself, fell away from her now. She said to herself, "I will stop the nonsense about the marriage with Pete." It was mean, it was foolish, it was miserable trifling, it was wicked, it was a waste of life. Above all, it was doing a great, great wrong to her love of Philip. How could she ever have thought of it? Next morning she was up and was dressing when Granny came into the room with a cup of tea. "I feel so much better," she said, "that I think I'll go to Douglas by the coach today, mother." "Do, bogh," said Granny cheerfully, "and Pete shall go with you." "Oh, no, I must be quite alone, mother." Or, a little errand maybe. Shopping, is it? Presents, eh? Take your tay then." And Granny rolled the blind, saying, "A beautiful morning you'll have for it too. I can see the spire as plain as plain." Then turning about, "Did you hear the bells this morning, Kitty?" "Why, what bells, mammy?" said Kate, through a mouthful of bread and butter. "The bells for Christian Killip. Her old sweetheart took her to church at last. He wouldn't get rest at your father till he did, and her baby 2 years for Christmas. But what do you think now? Robbie left her at the church door, and he's off by the Ramsey packet for England. Oh, dear, he did, though. 'You can make me marry her,' said he, 'but you can't make me live with her,' he said, and he was away down the road like the dust." "I don't think I'll go to Douglas today, mother," said Kate in a broken voice. "I'm not so very well after all." "Oh, the bogh," said Granny. Making too sure of herself, was she? It's the way with them all when they're mending. With cheerful protestations, Granny helped her back to bed, and then went off with an anxious face to tell Caesar that she was more ill than ever. She was ill indeed, but her worst illness was of the heart. "If I go to him and tell him," she thought, "he will marry me, yes. No fear that he will leave me at the church door or elsewhere. He will stay with me. We will be man and wife to the last. The world will know nothing, but I will know. As long as I live, I will remember that he only sacrificed himself to repair a fault. That shall never be. Never, never." Caesar came up in great alarm. He seemed to be living in hourly dread that some obstacle would arise at the last moment to stop the marriage. "Chut, woman," he said playfully. "Have a good heart, Kitty. The sun's not going down on you yet at all." That night there were loud voices from the bar-room. The talk was of the marriage which had taken place in the morning, and of its strange and painful sequel. John the clerk was saying, "But you'd be hearing of the by-child, it's like." "Never a word," said somebody. "Not heard of it, though. Fetching the child to the wedding to have the bad name taken off it, no? They were standing the little bogh. It's only 3. 2, is it, Granny? Only 2? Well, they were standing the little thing under its mother's pericut while the sarvice was saying." "You don't say." "Oh, truth enough, sir. It's the old Manx way of legitimating. The parsons are knowing nothing of it, but I've seen it times." "John's right," said Mr. Jelly, "and I can tell you more. It was just that the man went to church for." "Wouldn't trust," said John the clerk. "The woman wasn't getting much of a husband out of it anyway." "No," said Pete. He had not spoken before, but the child was getting the name of his father, though. "That's not mountains of thick porridge, sir," said somebody. "Bobby's gone. What's the good of a father if he's doing nothing to bring you up?" "Ask your son if you've got any of the sort," said Pete. "Some of you have. Ask me. I know middling well what it is to go through the world without a father's name to my back. If your lad is like myself, he's knowing it early and he's knowing it late. He's knowing it when he's saying his bits of prayers at top of the bed in the gable loft. God bless mother and grandmother, maybe. There's never no father in his little texes. And he's knowing it when he's growing up to a lump of a lad and going for a trade, and the beast of life is getting the grip of him. 10 to 1 he comes to be a wastrel then, and if it's a girl instead, 100 to nothing she turns out well, worse. Only a notion, is it? Just a parson's lie, eh? Having your father's name is nothing, no? That's what the man says. But ask the child, and shut your mouth for a fool." There was a hush and a hum after that, and Kate, who had reached from the bed to open the door, clutched it with a feverish grasp. "The Christian Killip is nothing but a trollop anyway, sir," said Cæsar. "Every cat is black in the night, father. The girl's in trouble," said Pete. "No, no. If I'd done wrong by a woman, and she was having a child by me, I'd marry her if she'd take me, though I'd come to hate her like sin itself." Granny in the kitchen was wiping her eyes at these brave words, but Kate in the bedroom was tossing in a delirium of wrath. Never, 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 she thought. Oh, yes, Philip would marry her if she imposed herself upon him, if she hinted at a possible contingency. He, too, was a brave man. He also had a lofty soul. He would not shrink. But no, not for the wealth of worlds. Philip loved her, and his love alone should bring him to her side. No other compulsion should be put upon him, neither the thought of her possible future position, nor the consequences to another. It was the only justice, the only safety, the only happiness now or in the time to come. He shall marry me for my sake, she thought, for my own sake only. Thus, in the wild disorder of her soul, the tempest of conflicting passions, her pride barred up the one great way. End of Part 3, Chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman, Part 3, Chapter 17. There was no help for it after all. She must go on as she had begun, with the old scheme, the old chance, the old gambling hazard. Heart-sick and ashamed, waiting for Philip, and listening to every step, she kept her room 2 days longer. Then Cæsar came and rallied her. "Gough bless me, but nobody will credit it," he said. "The marriage for Monday, and the bride in bed a Wednesday. People would say it isn't coming off at all." This alarmed her. It partly explained why Philip did not come. If he thought there was no danger of the marriage, he would be in no hurry to intervene. Next day, Thursday, she struggled up and dressed in a light wrapper, feeling weak and nervous, and looking pale and white like apple blossom nipped by frost. Pete would have carried her downstairs, but she would not have it. They established her among a pile of cushions before a fire in the parlour, with its bowl of seabirds' eggs that had the faint, unfamiliar smell, its tables of old china that shook and rang slightly with every step and sound. The kitchen was covered with the litter of dressmakers preparing for the wedding. There were bodices to try on, and decisions to give on points of style. Kate agreed to everything. In a weak and toneless voice she kept on telling them to do as they thought best. Only when she heard that Pete was to pay did she assert her will, and that was to limit the dresses to one. "Sakes alive now, Kirry," cried Nancy. "That's what I call ruining a good husband. The man was willing to buy frocks for a boarding school." Pete came, sat on a stool at her feet, and told stories. They were funny stories of his life abroad, and now and again there came bursts of laughter from the kitchen, where they were straining their necks to catch his words through the doors, which they kept ajar. But Kate hardly listened. She showed signs of impatience sometimes, and made quick glances around when the door opened, as if expecting somebody. On recovering herself at these moments, she found Pete looking up at her with the big, serious, moist eyes of a dog. He began to tell of the house he had taken, to excuse himself for not consulting her, and to describe the progress of the furnishing. "I've put it all in the hands of Cannell and Quayle, Kitty," he said, "and they're doing it beautiful. Marble slabs, bless you, like a butcher's counter, carpets as soft as daisies, and looking-glasses as tall as a man." Kate had not heard him. She was trying to remember all she knew of the courts of the island, where they were held, and on what days. "Have you seen Philip lately?" she asked. "Not since Monday," said Pete. "He's in Douglas, working like mad to be here on Monday, God bless him." "What did he say when he heard we had changed the day?" "Wanted to get out of it first. I'm sailing on Tuesday," said he. "Did you tell him that I proposed it?" "Trust me for not forgetting that at all. 'Oh, then,' says he, 'there's no choice left,' he says." Kate's pale face became paler. The dark circles about her eyes grew yet more dark. "I think I'll go back to bed, mother," she said in the same toneless voice. Pete helped her to the foot of the stairs. The big moist eyes were looking at her constantly. She found it hard to keep an equal countenance. "But will you be fit for it, darling?" said Pete. "Why, of course she'll be fit, sir," said Cæsar. "What girl is ever more than middling the week before she's married?" Next day she persuaded her father to take her to Douglas. She had little errands there that could not be done in Ramsey. The morning was fine but cold. Pete helped her up in the gig, and they drove away. If only she could see Philip, if only Philip could see her, he would know by the look of her face that the marriage was not of her making, that compulsion of some sort was being put on her. She spent 4 hours going from shop to shop, lingering in the streets, but seeing nothing of Philip. Her step was slow and weary, her features were pinched and starved, but Cæsar could scarcely get her out of the town. At length the daylight began to fail, and then she yielded to his importunities. "How short the days are now," she said with a sigh, as they ran into the country. "Yes, they are a cock's stride shorter in September," said Cæsar, "but when a woman once gets shopping, Midsummer Day itself won't do. She's wanting the land of the midnight sun." Pete lifted her out of the gig in darkness at the door of the Fairy, and his great arms being about her, he carried her into the house and set her down in the fire-seat. She would have struggled to her feet if she had been able. She felt something like repulsion at his touch, but he looked at her with the mute eloquence of love, and she was ashamed. The house was full of gossips that night. They talked of the marriage customs of the old times. One described the pay weddings where the hat went round, and every guest gave something towards the cost of the breakfast and the expenses of beginning housekeeping, rude forefather of the practice of the modern wedding present. Another pictured the irregular marriages made in public houses in the days when the island had 3 breweries and 30 drinking shops to every 1,000 of its inhabitants. The publican laid 2 sticks crosswise on the floor and said to the bride and bridegroom, "Hop over the sticks and lie crossed on the floor, and you're man and wife for nevermore." There was some laughter at this, but Kate sat in the fire-seat and sipped her tea in silence, and Pete said quietly, "Nothing to laugh at, though. I remember a girl over Foxhall way that was married to a man like that, and then he went off to Kinsale and got kept for the herring riots. Do you mind them? She was a strapping girl, though, and when the man was gone the boys came bothering her, first one and then another, and good ones among them too, and honour bright for all, they were for taking her to the parson about right. But no, did they think she was for committing begamy? She was married to one man, and wasn't that enough for a dacent girl anyway? And so she wouldn't and she didn't, and last of all her own boy came back, and they lived together man and wife, and what for shouldn't they?" This question from the man who was on the point of going to church was received with shouts of laughter, through which the voice of Granny rose in affectionate remonstrance, saying, "Oh, Pete, it's terrible to hear you bogh." "What's there terrible about that, Granny?" said Pete. "Isn't it the Almighty and not the parson that makes the marriage?" "Oh, boy veen," cried Granny. "You was used to be a good man, but you have fell off very bad." Kate was in a fever of eagerness. She wanted to open her heart to Pete, to beg him to spare her, to tell him that it was impossible that they should ever marry. Pete would see that Philip was her husband by every true law, human and divine. In this mood she lived through much of the following day, Friday, tossing and turning in bed, for the exhaustion of the day in Douglas had confined her to her room again. In the evening she came downstairs, and was established in the fire-seat as before. There were 4 or 5 old women in the kitchen, spinning yarn for a set of blankets which Granny intended for a wedding present. When the day's work was nearly done, 2 or 3 old men, the old husbands of the old women, came to carry their wheels home again. Then, as the wheels whirred for the last of the twist, Pete set the old crones to tell stories of old times. "Tell us of the days when you were young, Anne," said Pete to an ancient dame of 80. Her husband of 84 sat sucking his pipe by her side. "Well," said old Anne, stretching her arms to the yarn, "I was as near going foreign, same as yourself, sir, just as near now as makes no matter. It was the very day I married this man, and his brother was making a start for Australia. Jemmy was my old sweetheart, only I had given him up because he was always stealing my pocket handkerchiefs. But he came that morning and tapped at my window. "And will you come, Anne?" says he, and I whipped on my periquet and stole out and down to the quay with him. But my heart was losing me when I saw the white horses on the water, and home I came and went to church with this one instead. While old Anne told her story, her old husband opened his mouth wider and wider until the pipe shank dropped out of his toothless gums onto his waistcoat. Then he stretched his left arm and brought down his clenched hand with a bang onto her shoulder. "And have you been living with me better than 60 years," said he, "and never telling me that before?" Pete tried to pacify his ancient jealousy, but it was not to be appeased, and he shouldered the wheel and hobbled off, saying, "And I sent out £2.5 to put a stone on the man's grave." There was loud laughter when the old couple were gone, but Pete said nevertheless, "A secret's a secret, though, and the old lady had no right to tell it. It was the dead man's secret, too, and she's fouled the old man's memory. If a person's done wrong, the best thing he can do next is to say darn little about it." Kate rose and went off to bed. Another door had been barred to her, and she felt sick and faint. End of Part 3, Chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 18. The next day was Saturday. Kate remembered that Philip came to Ballure on Saturdays. She felt sure that he would come to Sulby also. Let him only set eyes on her, and he would divine the trouble that had taken the colour out of her cheeks. Then he would speak to Pete and to her father. He would deliver her. He would take everything upon himself. Thus all day long, like a white-eyed gambler who has staked his last, she waited and listened and watched. At breakfast she said to herself, "He will come this morning." At dinner, "He will come this evening." At supper, "He will come tonight." But Philip did not come, and she grew hysterical as well as restless. She watched the clock. The minutes passed with feet of lead, but the hours with wings of fire. She was now like a criminal looking for a reprieve. Every time the clock warned to strike, she felt 1 hour nearer her doom. The strain was wearing her out. She reproached Philip for leaving her to this cruel uncertainty, and she suffered the pangs of one who tries at the same time to love and to hate. Then she reproached herself with altering the date of the marriage, and excused Philip on the grounds of her haste. She felt like a witch who was burning by her own spell. Hope was failing her, and will was breaking down as well. Nevertheless, she determined that the wedding should be postponed. That was on Saturday night. On Sunday morning she had gone one step farther. The last pitiful shred of expectation that Philip would intervene seemed then to be lost, and she had resolved that, come what would, she should not marry at all. No need to appeal to Pete, no necessity to betray the secret of Philip. All she had to do was to say she would not go on with the wedding, and no power on earth should compel her. With this determination and a feeling of immense relief, she went downstairs. Caesar was coming in from the preaching room, and Pete from the new house at Ramsey. They sat down to dinner. After dinner she would speak out. Caesar sharpened the carving knife on the steel and said, "We've taken the girl Christian Killip back to communion today." "Poor thing," said Granny. "Pity she was ever put out of it, though." Maybe so," said Caesar. "Necessary, anyway. One scabby sheep infects the flock." "And has marriage daubed grace on the poor sheep's sore, then, Caesar?" said Pete. "She's Mistress Robbie Tier, and a dacent woman, sir," said Caesar, digging into the beef, "and that's all the truck a Christian church has got with it." Kate did not eat her dinner that day, and neither did she speak out as she had intended. A supernatural power seemed to have come down at the last moment and barred up the one remaining pathway of escape. She was in the track of the storm. The tempest was ready to fall on her. Where could she fly for shelter? What her father had said of the girl had revealed her life to her in the light of her relation to Philip. The thought of the possible contingency which she had foreseen with so much joy, as so much power, had awakened the consciousness of her moral position. She was a fallen woman. What else was she? And if the contingency befell, what would become of her? In the intensity of her father's pietistic views, the very shadow of shame would overwhelm his household, overthrow his sect, and uproot his religious pretensions. Kate trembled at the possibility of such a disaster coming through her. She saw herself being driven from house and home. Where could she fly? And though she fled away, would she not still be the cause of sorrow and disgrace to all whom she left behind, her mother, her father, Pete, everybody? If she could only tear out the past, at least she could stop this marriage. Or if she had been a man, she could stop it, for a man may sin and still look to the future with a firm face. But she was a woman, and a woman's acts may be her own, but their consequences are beyond her. Oh, the misery of being a woman! She asked herself what she could do, and there was no answer. She could not break the web of circumstances. Her situation might be false, it might be dishonourable, but there was no escape from it. There was no gleam of hope anywhere. Late that night, Sunday night, they were sitting together in the kitchen, Kate in the fire seat as usual, Pete on the stool by the turf closet, smoking up the chimney, Caesar reading aloud, Granny listening and Nancy cooking the supper, when the porch door burst open and somebody entered. Kate rose to her feet with a startled cry of joy, looked round eagerly, and then sat down again, covered with confusion. It was the girl, Christian Killip, a pale, weak, frightened creature, with the mouth and eyes of a hare. "Is Mr. Quilliam here?" she asked. "Here's the man himself, Christian," said Granny. "What do you want with him?" "Oh, God bless you, sir," said the girl to Pete. "God bless you for ever and ever." Then, turning back to Granny, she explained in woman's fashion, with many words, that somebody unknown had sent her £20 for the child by post the day before, and she had only now guessed who it must be when John the clerk had told her what Pete had said a week before. Pete grunted and glimed, smoked up the chimney and said, "That'll do, ma'am, that'll do. Don't believe all you hear. John says more than his amens, anyway." "I'm axing your pardon, miss," said the girl to Kate, "but I couldn't help coming. I couldn't really. No, I couldn't." And then she began to cry. "Where's that child?" said Pete, heaving up to his feet with a ferocious look. "What, you mane to say you've left the lil thing alone asleep? Go back to it then, immediate. Good night." "Good night, sir, and God bless you. And when you're married tomorrow, God bless your wife as well." That'll do," said Pete, backing her to the porch. "You desarve a good woman, sir, and may the Lord be good to you both." "Tut, tut," said Pete, and he tut-tutted her out of the house. She smoothed her baby's hair more tenderly than ever that night, and kissed it again and again. Kate could scarcely breathe. She could barely see. Her pride and her will had broken down utterly. This great-hearted man loved her. He would lay down his life, if need be, to save her. Tomorrow he would marry her. Here, then, was her rock of refuge, this strong man by her side. She could struggle against fate no longer. Its invisible hand was pushing her on. Its blind power was dragging her. If Philip would not come to claim her, she must marry Pete. And Pete? She meant no harm to Pete. She had not yet thought of things from Pete's point of view. He was like the camel bag in the desert to the terrified wayfarer when the sand cloud breaks over him. He flies to it. It shelters him. But what of the camel itself, with its head in the storm? Until the storm is over, he does not think of that. End of Part 3, Chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 3, Chapter 19. Meantime, Philip himself was in the throes of his own agony. At the news of Kate's illness he was overwhelmed with remorse, and when he inquired if she had been delirious, he was oppressed with a sense of meanness never felt before. At his meeting with Pete he realised for the first time to what depths his duplicity had degraded him. He had prided himself on being a man of honour, and he was suddenly thrown out of the paths in which he could walk honourably. When the first shock of Kate's disaster was over, he remembered the interview with the Governor. The Deemstership burnt in his mind with a growing fever of desire, but he did not apply for it. He did not even mention it to Auntie Nan. She heard of his prospects from Peter Christian Ballawhaine, who first set foot in her house on this errand of congratulation. The sweet old soul was wildly excited. All the hopes of her life were about to be realised. The visions and the dreams were coming true. Philip was going to regain what his father had lost. Had he made his application yet? No? He would, though. It was his duty. But Philip could not apply for the Deemstership. To sit down in cold blood and write to the Home Secretary while Kate was lying sick in bed would be too much like asking the devil's wages for sacrificing her. Then came Pete with his talk of the wedding. That did not really alarm him. It was only the last revolution of the old wheel that had been set spinning before Pete went away. Kate would not consent. They had taken her consent for granted. He felt easy, calm and secure. Next came his old master, the college friend of his father, now promoted to the position of Clerk of the Polls. He was proud of his pupil, and had learnt that Philip was first favourite with the Governor. "I always knew it," he said. "I did, ma'am, I did. The first time I set eyes on him, thinks I, here comes the makings of the best lawyer in the island. And, by God, he's not going to disappoint me either." The good fellow was a noisy, hearty, robustious creature, a bachelor, and when talking of the late Deemster, he said women were usually the chief obstacles in a man's career. Then he begged Auntie Nan's pardon, but the old lady showed no anger. She agreed that it had been so in some cases. Young men should be careful what stumbling blocks they set up in the way of their own progress. Philip listened in silence, and was conscious, through all the unselfish counselling, of a certain cynical bitterness. Still he did not make application for the Deemstership. Then came Caesar's letter announcing the marriage, and even fixing a date for it. This threw him into a fit of towering indignation. He was certain of undue pressure. They were forcing the girl. It was his duty to stop the marriage. But how? There was one clear course, but that course he could not take. He could not go back on his settled determination that he must not, should not, marry the girl himself. Only one thing was left, to rely on Kate. She would never consent. Not being able to marry him, she would marry no man. She would do as he was doing. She would suffer and stand alone. By this time Philip's love, which in spite of himself had grown cool since the Melliah, and in his fierce battle with his worldly aims, suddenly awakened to fresh violence at the approach of another man. But his ambition fought with his love, and he began to ask himself if it made any difference after all, in this matter of Kate, whether he took the Deemstership or left it. Kate was recovering. He had nothing to reproach himself with, and it would be folly to sacrifice the ambition of a lifetime to the love of a woman who could never be his, a woman he could never marry. At that he wrote his letter to the Home Secretary. It was a brilliant letter of its kind, simple, natural, strong and judicious. He had a calm assurance that nothing so good would leave the island, yet he could not bring himself to post it. Some quiverings of the old tenderness came back as he held it in his hand, some visions of Kate, with her twitching lips, her passionate eyes, some whisperings of their smothered love. Then came Pete again with the decisive blow. Kate had consented. There was no longer any room for doubt. His former indignation seemed almost comic, his confidence absurd. Kate was willing to marry Pete, and after all, what right had he to blame her? What right had he to stop the marriage? He had wronged the girl enough already. A good man came and offered her his love. She was going to take it. How should he dare to stop her from marrying another, being unable to marry her himself? That night he posted his letter to the Home Secretary, and calm the gnawings of his love with dreams of ambition. He would regain the place of his father. He would revive the traditions of his grandfather. The Christians would resume their ancient standing in the Isle of Man. The last of their race should be a strong man and a just one. No, he would never marry. He would live alone, a quiet life, a peaceful one, slightly tinged with melancholy, yet not altogether unhappy, not without cheer. Under all other emotions, strengthening and supporting him, was a secret bitterness towards Kate, a certain contempt of her fickleness, her lightness, her shallow love, her readiness to be off with the old love and on with the new. There was a sort of pride in his own higher type of devotion, his sterner passion. Pete invited him to the wedding, but he would not go. He would invent some excuse. Then came the change of the day to suit his supposed convenience, and also Kate's own invitation. Very well, be it so. Kate was defying him. Her invitation was a challenge. He would take it. He would go to the wedding. And if their eyes should meet, he knew whose eyes must fall. End of Part 3, Chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 20. Early next day, the sleeping morning was awakened by the sound of a horn. It began somewhere in the village, wandered down the glen, crossed the bridge, plodded over the fields, and finally coiled round the house of the bride in thickening groans of discord. This restless spirit in the grey light was meant as herald of the approaching wedding. It came from the husky lungs of Mr. Jonaique Jelly. Before daylight, the Manx fairy was already astir. Somewhere in the early reaches of the dawn, the house had its last dusting down at the hands of Nancy Joe. Then Granny finished, on hearth and griddle, the baking of her cakes. After that, some of the neighbours came and carried off to their own fires the beef, mutton, chickens and ducks intended for the day's dinner. It was woman's work that was to the fore, and all idle men were hustled out of the way. Towards 9 o'clock, breakfast was swallowed standing. Then everybody began to think of dressing. In this matter the men had to be finished off before the women could begin. Already they were heard bellowing for help from unseen regions upstairs. Granny took Caesar in hand. Pete was in charge of Nancy Joe. It was found at the last moment that Pete had forgotten to provide himself with a white shirt. He had nothing to be married in except the flannel one in which he came home from Africa. This would never do. It wasn't proper. It wasn't respectable. There was no choice but to borrow a shirt of Caesar's. Caesar's shirt was of ancient pattern, and Pete was shy of taking it. "Take it, or you'll have none," said Nancy, and she pushed him back into his room. When he emerged from it, he walked with a stiff neck down the stairs in a collar that reached to his ears at either side, and stood out at his cheeks like the wings of a white bat, with two long sharp points on the level of his eyes, which he seemed to be watching warily to avoid the stab of their iron starch. At the same moment Caesar appeared in duck trousers, a flowered waistcoat, a swallowtail coat, and a tall hat of rough black beaver. The kitchen was full of men and women by this time, and groups of young fellows were gathered on the road outside, some with horses, saddled and bridled for the bride's race home after the ceremony, others with guns ready loaded for firing as the procession appeared, and others again with lines of print handkerchiefs, which, as substitutes for flags, they were hanging from tree to tree. At every moment the crowd became greater outside, and the company inside more dense. John the clerk called on his way to church, and whispered Pete that everything was ready, and they were going to sing a beautiful psalm. "It isn't many a man's wedding I would be taking the same trouble with," said John. "When you are coming down the alley, give a sight up, sir, and you'll see me." "He's only a poor thing," said Mr. Jelly in Pete's ear as John the clerk went off. "No more music in the man than my old sow. Did you hear the horn this morning, sir? Never got up so early for a wedding before. I'll be giving you the black and the grey going into the church." Granny came down in a gigantic bonnet like a half-moon, with her white cap visible beneath it, and Nancy Joe appeared behind her, beribboned out of all recognition, and taller by many inches for the turret of feathers and flowers on the head that was usually there. Then the church bells began to peal, and Caesar made a prolonged "Ahem!" and said in a large way, "Has the carriage arrived?" "It's coming over the bridge now," said somebody at the door, and at the next moment a covered wagonette drew up at the porch. "All ready?" asked Caesar. "Stop, sir," said Pete, and then, turning to Nancy Joe, "Is it glad a man should be on his wedding day, Nancy?" "Why, of course, you goose. What else?" she answered. "Well, no man can be glad in a shirt like this," said Pete. "I'm going back to take it off." 2 minutes afterwards he reappeared in his flannel one, under his suit of blue pillow, looking simple and natural, and a man every inch of him. "Now call the bride," said Caesar. End of Part 3, Chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 21. Kate had been kept awake during the dark hours with a sound in her ears that was like the measured ringing of far-off bells. When the daylight came, she slept a troubled sleep, and when she awoke she had a sense of stupefaction, as if she had taken a drug and was not yet recovered from the effects of it. Nancy came bouncing into her room and crying, "It's your wedding day, Kitty." She answered by repeating mechanically, "It's your wedding day, Kitty." There was an expression of serenity on her face. She even smiled a little. A sort of vague gaiety came over her, such as comes to one who has watched long in agony and suspense by the bed of a sick person, and the person is dead. Nancy drew the little window curtain aside, stooped down, and looked out and said, "Happy the bride the sun shines on, they're saying. And look, the sun is shining." "Oh, but the sun is an old slyboots," she answered. They came up to dress her. She kept stumbling against things, and then laughing in a faint way. The dress was the new one, and when they had put it on her they stood back from her and shouted with delight. She took up the little broken hand-glass to look at herself. The great eyes sparkled piteously. The church bells began to ring her wedding peal. She had to listen hard to hear it. All sounds seemed to be very far away. Everything looked a long way off. She was living in a sort of dead white dawn of thought and feeling. At last they came to say the coach was ready and everything was waiting for the bride. She repeated their message like a machine, made a slow gesture, and followed them downstairs. When she got near to the bottom, she looked around on the faces below, as if expecting to see somebody. Just then her father was saying, "Mr. Christian is to meet us at the church." She smiled faintly and answered the people's greetings in an indistinct tone. There was some indulgent whispering at sight of her pale face. "Pale but genteel," said someone, and then Nancy reached over and drew the bride's veil down over her face. At the next minute she was outside the house, standing at the back of the wagonette. The coachman, with his white rosette, was holding the door open on one side, and her father was elevating her hand on the other. "Am I to go, then?" she asked in a helpless voice. "Well, what do you think?" said Caesar. "Shall the man slip off and get married to himself, think you?" There was laughter among the people standing round, and she laughed also and stepped into the coach. Her mother followed her, crinkling in noisy old silk, and Nancy Joe came next, smelling of lavender and hair oil. Then her father got in, and then Pete, with his great warm presence. A salute of 6 guns was fired straight up by the coach windows. The horses pranced, Nancy screamed, and Granny started, but Kate gave no sign. People were closing round the coach door and shouting all together as at a fair, "Good luck to you, boy! Good luck! Good luck!" Pete was answering in a rolling voice that seemed to be lifting the low roof off, and at the same time flinging money out in handfuls as the horses moved away. They were going slowly down the road. From somewhere in front came the sound of a clarionet. It was playing "The Black and the Grey." Immediately behind there was the tramp of people walking with an even step, and on either side the rustle of an irregular crowd. The morning was warm and beautiful. Here and there the last of the golden cushag glistened on the hedges with the first of the autumn gorse. They passed 2 or 3 houses that had been made roofless by the recent storm, and once or twice they came on a fallen tree trunk with its thin leaves yellowing on the fading grass. Kate was floating vaguely through these sights and sounds. It was all like a dream to her, a waking dream in Shadowland. She knew where she was and where she was going. Some glimmering of hope was left yet. She was half expecting a miracle of some sort. Philip would be at the church. Something supernatural would occur. They drew up sharply, the glass of the windows rattled, and the talk that had been going on in the carriage ceased. "Here we are," cried Caesar. There were voices outside, and then the others inside stepped down. She saw a hand held out to her, and knew whose it was before her eyes had risen to the face. Philip was there. He was helping her to alight. "Am I to get down too?" she asked in a helpless way. Caesar said something that made the people laugh again, and then she smiled like faded sunshine and took the hand of Philip. She held it a moment as if expecting him to say something, but he only raised his hat. His face was white as marble. He will speak yet, she thought. Over the gateway to the churchyard there was an arch of flowers and evergreens, with an inscription in coloured letters, "God bless the happy pair." The sloping path going down as to a dell was strewn with gilvers and slips of fuchsia. At the bottom stood the old church mantled in ivy, like a rock of the sea covered by green moss. Leaning on her father's arm, she walked in at the porch. The church was full of people. As they passed under the gallery there was a twittering as of birds. The Sunday school girls were up there, looking down and talking eagerly. Then the coughing and hemming ceased. There was a sort of deep inspiration. The church seemed to hold its breath for a moment. After that there were broken exclamations, and the coughing and hemming began again. "How pale! Not fit, poor thing." Everybody was pitying her starved features. "Stand here," said somebody in a soft voice. "Must I?" she said quite loudly. All at once she was aware that she was alone before the communion rail, with the parson, old ruddy-faced Parson Quiggin, in his white surplice facing her. Someone came and stood beside her. It was Pete. She did not look at him, but she felt his warm presence again, and was relieved. It was like shelter from the eyes around. After a moment she turned about. Philip was one step behind Pete. His head was bent. Then the service began. The voice of the parson muttered words in a low voice, but she did not listen. She found herself trying to spell out the Manx text printed over the chancel arch. Bannet teshen ta cheat, ens enin icherin. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Suddenly the words the parson was speaking leapt into meaning and made her quiver. Is commended of St. Paul to be honourable among all men, and therefore not by any to be enterprised, nor taken in hand unadvisedly, lightly, or wantonly. She seemed to know that Philip's eyes were on her. They were on the back of her head, and the veil over her face began to shake. The voice of the parson was going on again. Therefore, if any man can show just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter for ever hold his peace. She turned half around. Her eyes fell on Philip. His face was colourless, almost fierce. His forehead was deathly white. She was sure that something was about to happen. Now was the moment for the miracle. It seemed to her as if the whole congregation were beginning to divine what tie there was between him and her. She did not care, for he would soon declare it. He was going to do so now. He had raised his head. He was about to speak. No, there was no miracle. Philip's eyes fell before her eyes, and his head went down. He was only digging at the red beige with one of his feet. She felt tired, so very tired, and oh, so cold. The parson had gone on with his reading. When she caught up with him, he was saying, as ye shall answer at the great day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it." The parson paused. He always paused at that point. The pause had no meaning for him, but for Kate how much? Impediment. There was indeed an impediment. Confess? How could she ever confess? The warning terrified her. It seemed to have been made for her alone. She had heard it before, and thought nothing of it. Now it seemed to scorch her very soul. She began to tremble violently. There was an indistinct murmur which she did not catch. The parson seemed to be speaking to Pete. Love her, comfort her, honour and keep her, so long as ye both shall live. And then came Pete's voice, full and strong from his great chest, but far off, and going by her ear like a voice in a shell. "I will." After that the parson's words seemed to be falling on her face. "Wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou obey him and serve him, love, honour, and keep him in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all other, keep thee unto him, so long as ye both shall live?" Kate was far away. She was spelling out the Manx text, Bannet Teshin Tachit, but the letters were dancing in and out of each other, and yellow lights were darting from her eyes. Suddenly she was aware that the parson's voice had stopped. There was blank silence, then an uneasy rustle, and then somebody was saying something in a soft tone. "Eh?" she said aloud. The parson's voice came now in a whisper at her breast. "Say, I will." I," she murmured. "I will, that's all, my dear. Say it with me. I will." She framed her lips to speak, but the words were half uttered by the parson. The next thing she knew was that a stray hand was holding her hand. She felt more safe now that her poor cold fingers lay in that big warm palm. It was Pete, and he was speaking again. She did not so much hear him as feel his voice tingling through her veins. "I, Peter Quilliam, take thee, Catherine Cregeen." But it was all a vague murmur, fraying off into nothing, ending like a wave with a long upward plash of low sound. The parson was speaking to her again, softly, gently, caressingly, almost as if she were a frightened child. "Don't be afraid, my dear. Try to speak after me. Take your time." Then aloud, "I, Catherine Cregeen." Her throat gurgled, she faltered, but she spoke at length in the toneless voice of one who speaks in sleep. "I, Catherine Cregeen." "Take thee, Peter Quilliam." The toneless voice broke. "Take thee, Peter Quilliam." And then all came in a rush, with some of the words distinctly repeated, and some of them droned and dropped. "To my wedded husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward till death do us part, death do us part. Therefore I give thee my troth." Troth. The last word fell like a broken echo, and then there was a rustle in the church, and much audible breathing. Some of the schoolgirls in the gallery were reaching over the pews with parted lips and dancing eyes. Pete had taken her left hand and was putting the ring on her finger. She was conscious of his warm breath and of the words, "With this ring I thee wed, with my body I thee worship, and with all my worldly goods I thee endow. Amen." Again she left her cold hand in Pete's warm hand. He was stroking it on the outside with his other one. It was all a dream. She seemed to rally from it as she moved down the aisle. Ghostly faces were smiling at her out of the air on either side, and the choir in the gallery behind the schoolgirls were singing the psalm, with John the clerk's husky voice drawling out the first word of each new verse as his companions were singing the last word of the preceding one. "Thy wife shall be as the fruitful vine upon the walls of thine house, thy children like the olive branches round about thy table. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen." They were all in the vestry now, standing together in a group. Her mother was wiping her eyes, Pete was laughing, and Nancy Joe was nudging him and saying in an audible whisper, "Kiss her, man, it's only respectable." The parson was leaning over the table. He spoke to Pete, and then said, "A substantial mark, too. The lady's turn next." The open book was before her, and the pen was put into her hand. When she laid it down, the parson returned his spectacles to their sheath, and a nervous voice, which thrilled and frightened her, said from behind, "Let me be the first to wish you happiness, Mrs. Quilliam." It was Philip. She turned towards him, and their eyes met for a moment. But she was only conscious of his prominent nose, his clear-cut chin, his rapid smile like sunshine, disappearing as before a cloud. He said something else, something about a new life and a new beginning, but she could not gather its meaning. Her mind would not take it in. At the next moment they were all in the open air. End of Part 3, Chapter 21. Part 3, Chapter 22 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 22. Philip had been in torment. First the torment of an irresistible hatred of Kate. He knew that this hatred was illogical, that it was monstrous, but it supported his pride. It held him safe above self-contempt in being present at the wedding. When the carriage drew up at the church gate, and he helped Kate to alight, he thought she looked up at him as one who says, "You see, things are not so bad after all." And when she turned her face to him at the beginning of the service, he thought it wore a look of fierce triumph, of victory, of disdain. But as the ceremony proceeded and he observed her absentness, her vacancy, her pathetic imbecility, he began to be oppressed by an awful sense of her consciousness of error. Was she taking this step out of pique? Was she thinking to punish him, forgetting the price she would have to pay? Would she awake tomorrow morning with her vexation and vanity gone, face to face with a hideous future, the worst and most terrible that is possible to any woman, that of being married to one man and loving another? Faugh! Would his own vanity haunt him even there? Shame, shame! He forced himself to do the duty of a best man. In the vestry he approached the bride and muttered the conventional wishes. His heart was devouring itself like a rapid fire, and it was as much as he could do to look into her piteous eyes and speak. Struggle as he might at that moment, he could not put out of his heart a passionate tenderness. This frightened him, and straightway he resolved to see no more of Kate. He must be fair to her, he must be true to himself. But walking behind her up the path strewn with flowers from the church door to the gate, the gnawings of the worm of buried love came on him again, and he felt like a man who was being dragged through the dirt. End of Part 3, Chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 23 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 23. 4 saddle horses, each with its rider seated and ready, had been waiting at the churchyard gate, pawing up the gravel. The instant the bride and bridegroom came out of the church, the horses set off for Caesar's house at a furious gallop. Kate and Pete, Caesar, Granny and Nancy, with the addition of Philip and Parson Cregeen, returned in the covered carriage. At the turn of the road the way was blocked by a group of stalwart girls out of the last of the year's cornfields. With the straw rope of the stackyard stretched across, they demanded toll before the carriage would be allowed to pass. Pete, who sat by the door, put his head out and inquired solemnly if the highwaywomen would take their charge in silver or in kind, 1/2 crown apiece, or a kiss all round. They laughed and answered that they saw no objection to taking both. Whereupon Pete, whispering behind his hand that the mistress was looking, tossed into the air a paper bag, which rose like a cannon ball, broke in the air like a shell, and fell over their white sun-bonnets like a shower. At the door of the Manx Ferry the 4 riders were waiting with smoking horses. The first to arrive had been rewarded already with a bottle of rum. He had one other ancient privilege. As the coach drove up to the door, he stepped up to the bride with the wedding cake and broke it over her head. Then there was a scramble for the pieces among the girls who gathered round her, that they might take them to bed and dream of a day to come when they should themselves be as proud and happy. The wedding breakfast, a wedding dinner, was laid in the loft of the mill, the chapel of the Christians. Caesar sat at the head of the table, with Granny on one side and Kate on the other. Pete sat next to Kate, and Philip next to Granny. The parson sat at the foot with Nancy Joe, a lady of consequence, receiving much consideration, at his reverend right hand. Jonaique Jelly sat midway down the table, with a fine scorn on his features, for John the clerk sat opposite with a fiddle grip between his knees. The neighbours brought in the joints of beef and mutton, the chickens and the ducks. Caesar and the parson carved. Black Tom, who had been invited by way of truce, served out the liquor from an 18-gallon cask, and sucked it up himself like the sole of an old shoe. Then Caesar said grace, and the company fell to. Such noise, such sport, such chaff, such laughter. Everything was a jest. Every word had wit in it. "How are you doing, John?" "Haven't done as well for a month, sir. But what's it saying? 2 hungry meals make the third a glutton." "How are you doing, Tom?" "No time to get a right mouthful for myself, Caesar. Kept so busy with the drink." "Oh, there'll be some with their top works hampered soon." "Got plenty, Jonaique?" "Plenty, sir, plenty. Enough down here to victual the menagerie. It'll be Sunday every day of the week with the man that's getting the lavings." "Take a taste of this beef before it goes, Mr. Thomas Quilliam, or do you prefer the mutton?" "I'm not particular, Mr. Cregeen. Ating's nothing to me but filling a sack that's empty." Granny praised the wedding service. It was lovely. It was beautiful. She didn't think the old parson could have made the like. But Caesar criticised both church and clergy. Couldn't see what for the cross on the pulpit and the petticoat on the parson. "Popery, sir, clane popery," he whispered across Granny to Philip. Away went the shanks of mutton, the breasts of birds, and the slabs of beef, and up came an apple pudding as round as a well-fed salmon, and as long as a 20-pound cod. There was a shout of welcome. "None of your dynamite pudding, that. As green as grass and as sour as vinegar." Kate was called on to make the first cut of the monster. A faint colour had returned to her cheeks since she had come home. She was talking a little, and even laughing sometimes, as if the weight on her heart was lightening every moment. She rose at the call, took with the hand nearest to the dish the knife that her father held out, and plunged it into the pudding. As she did so, with all eyes upon her, the wedding ring on her finger flashed in the light and was seen by everybody. "Look at that, though," cried Black Tom. "There's the wife for a husband, if you plaze. Ashamed of showing it, is she? Not she, the bogh." Then there was much giggling among the younger women, and cries of, "Oh, the poor girl! Going to church has been making her left-handed." "Time enough, my beauties," cried Pete, "and mind you're not struck that way yourselves one of these days." Away went the dishes, and the parson rose to return thanks. "Never heard that grace but once before, Parson Quiggin," said Pete, and then, lighting his pipe, "then it was a burial service." "A burial service?" A dozen voices echoed the words together, and in a moment the table was quiet. "Yes, though," said Pete. "It was up at Johannesburg. 2 chums settled there, and one married a girl. Nice little thing, too. Some of the Boer girls, you know, but not much ballast at her at all. The husband went up country for the Consolidated Company, and when he came back there was trouble. Chum had been sweethearting the wife a bit." "Oh, dear. Oh, well, well." "Do? The husband? He went after the chum with a repeater, and took him. Bath chair sort of a chap. No fight in him at all. 'Mercy,' he cries. 'I can't,' says the husband. "Forgive him this once," says the wife. "It's only once a woman loses herself," says the man. "Mercy, mercy." "Say your prayers." "Mercy, mercy, mercy." Too late, and the husband shot him dead. The woman dropped in a faint, but the man said, "He didn't say his prayers, though. I must be doing it for him." Then down he went on his knees by the body, but the prayers were all forgot at him, all but the bit of a grace, so he said that instead. Loud breathings on every side followed Pete's story, and Caesar, leaning over towards Philip, whose face had grown ashy, said, "Terrible, sir, terrible. But still and for all, right enough, though, eh? What's it saying? Better an enemy than a bad friend." Philip answered absently. His eyes were on the opposite side of the table. There was a sudden rising of the people about Kate. "Water there," shouted Pete. "It's a thundering blockhead I am, for sure, frightening the life out of people with stories fit for a funeral." "No, no," said Kate. "I'm not faint. Why should you think so?" "Of course not, och," said Nancy, who was behind her in a twinkling. "White is she? Well, what of it, man? It's only becoming on a girl's wedding day. Take a little sup, though, woman. There, there." Kate drank the water, with the glass jingling against her teeth, and then began to laugh. The parson's ruddy face rose at the end of the table. "Friends," he said, "after that tragic story, let us indulge in a little vanity. Fill up your glasses to the brim, and drink with me to the health of the happy couple. We all know both of them. We know the bride for a good daughter and a sweet girl, one so naturally pure that nobody can ever say an evil word or think an evil thought when she is near. We know the bridegroom for a real Manxman, simple and rugged and true, who says all he thinks and thinks all he says. God has been very good to them. Such virginal and transparent souls have much to be thankful for. It is not for them to struggle with that worst enemy of man, the enemy that is within, the enemy of bad passions. So we can wish them joy on their union with a full heart and a sure hope that whatever chance befall them on the ways of this world, they will be happy and content." "Oh, the beautiful advice," said Granny, wiping her eyes. "Popery, just popery," muttered Caesar. "What about original sin?" There was a chorus of applause. Kate was still laughing. Philip's head was down. "And now, friends," continued the parson, "Captain Quilliam has been a successful man abroad, but he has had to come home to do the best piece of work he ever did." A voice, "Do it yourself, parson." "It is true I've never done it myself. Vanity of vanities, love is not for me. It's been the Lord's will to put me here to do the marrying and leave my people to do the loving. But there is a young man present who has all the world before him and everything this life can promise except one thing, and that's the best thing of all, a wife." Kate's laughter grew boisterous. "This morning he helped his friend to marry a pure and beautiful maiden. Now let me remind him of the text which says, 'Go thou and do likewise.'" The toast was drunk standing, with shouts of "Captain Pete," and amid much hammering on the table, stamping on the floor, and other thunderings of applause, Captain Pete rolled up to reply. After a moment's pause, in which he distributed sage winks and nods on every side, he said, "I'm not much for public speaking myself. I made my best speech and my shortest in church this morning. I will. The parson has been telling my Dunya Molla to do as I have done today. He can't. Begging pardon of the ladies, there's only one woman on the island fit for him, and I've got her." Kate's laughter grew shrill. "My wife." At this word, uttered with an air of lifelong familiarity, 20 clay pipes lost their heads by collision with the table, and Pete was interrupted by roars of laughter. "Gough bless me, can't a married man mention his wife in company? Well then, Mistress Captain Peter Quilliam." This mouthful was the signal for another riotous interruption, and a general call for more to drink. "Won't that do for you neither? I'm not going back on it, though. Whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Isn't that it, Parson Quiggin? What's it you're saying? No man but the Dempster? Well, the Dempster's here that is to be. I'll clear him of that anyway." Kate's laughter became explosive and uncontrollable. Pete nodded sideways to fill up the gap in his eloquence, and then went on, "But if my Dunya Molla can't marry my wife, there's one thing he can do for her. He can make her house his home in Ramsey when he goes to Douglas for good, and comes down here to the courts once a fortnight." Kate laughed more immoderately than ever, but Philip, with a look of alarm, half rose from his seat and said across the table, "There's my aunt at Ballure, Pete." "She'll be following after you," said Pete. "There are hotels enough for travellers," said Philip. "Too many by half, and that's why I asked in public," said Pete. "I know the brotherly feeling," began Philip. "Is it a promise?" demanded Pete. "If I can't escape your kindness." "No, you can't, so there's an end of it." "It will kill me yet." "May you never die till it polishes you off." At Philip's submission to Pete's will, there was a general chorus of cheers, through which Kate's shrill laughter rang like a scream. Pete patted the back of her hand and continued, "And now, young fellows there, let an old, experienced, married man give you a bit of advice. He swore away all his worldly goods this morning, so he hasn't much else to give. I've no belief in bachelors myself. They're like a tub without a handle, nothing to lay hold of them by." Much nudging and whispering about the bottom of the table. "What's that down yonder? The vicar, you say? Oh, the vicar's a grand man, but he's only a parson, you see. Mr. Christian, is it? He's got too much work to do to be thinking about women. We're living on the 19th century, boys, and it's middling hard feeding for some of us. If the fishing's going to the dogs and the farming going to the deuce, don't be tossing head over tip at the tail of the tourist. If you've got the pumping engine inside of you, in plain English, if you've got the indomitable character of the rail Manxman, do as I done, go foreign. Then watch your opportunity. What's Shakespeare saying?" Pete paused. "What's that he's saying now?" Pete scratched his forehead. "Something about a flood, anyway." Pete stretched his hand out vigorously. "Lay hold of it at the flood," says he. "That's the way to make your fortune." Then Pete melted to sentiment, glanced down at Kate's head and continued, "And when you come back to the old island, and there isn't no place like it, you can marry the girl of your heart, God bless her. Work's black, but money's white, and love is as sweet on potatoes and herrings 3 times a day as on nothing for dinner, and the same every night of the week for supper. While you're away, you'll be dreaming of her. Is she faithful? Is she true? Course she is, and waiting to take you the very minute you come home." Kate was still laughing as if she could not stop. "Look out for the right sort, boys. Plenty of the like in yet. If the young men of these days are more smart and more educated than their fathers, the young women are more handsome and more virtuous than their mothers. So, Ben Machree, my hearties, and enough in the locker to drive away the divil and the coroner." Through the volley of cheers which followed Pete's speech came the voice of Black Tom, thick with drink. "Drive off the crow at the wedding breakfast." Everybody rose and looked. A great crow, black as night, had come in at the open door of the mill, calmly, sedately, as if by habit, for the corn that usually lay there. "It manes divorce," said Black Tom. "Scare it away," cried someone. "It's the new wife must do it," said another. "Where's Kate?" cried Nancy. But Kate only looked and went on laughing as before. The crow turned tail and took flight of itself at finding so eager an audience. Then Pete said, "Who's holding with such old wives' wonders?" And Caesar answered, "Course not, or fairies either. I've slept out all night on Cronk na airy lay, before my days of grace, I mane, and I never seen no fairies." "It would be a fool of a fairy, though, that would let you see him, Caesar," said Black Tom. At 9 o'clock Caesar's gig was at the door of the Manx Ferry to take the bride and bridegroom home. They had sung Mullicarane and Kiri Frushnati and Hunting the Wren and The Wind That Shook the Barley, and then they had cleared away the tables and danced to the fiddle of John the Clerk and the clarionet of John Ake Jelly. Kate, with wild eyes and flushed cheeks, had taken part in everything, but always fiercely, violently, almost tempestuously, until people lost enjoyment of her heartiness in fear of her hysteria, and Caesar whispered Pete to take her away, and brought round the gig to hasten them. Kate went up for her cloak and hat. In the interval between her departure and reappearance, Granny and Nancy Joe, both glorified beings, Nancy with her unaccustomed cap askew, stood in the middle of a group of women who were deferring and inquiring and sympathising. "I don't know in the world how she has kept up so long," said Granny. "And dear heart knows how I'm going to keep up when she's gone," said Nancy, with her apron to her eyes. Kate came down ready. Everybody followed her into the road, and all stood round the gig with flashes from the gig lamps on their faces, while Pete swung her up into the seat, lifting her bodily in his great arms. "You wouldn't drown yourself tonight for an old rusty nail, eh, Captain?" cried somebody with a laugh. "You go bail," said Pete, and he leapt up to Kate's side, twiddled the reins, cracked the whip, and they drove away. End of Part 3, Chapter 23. Part 3, Chapter 24, The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 24. Philip had stood at the door of the porch, struggling to command his soul, and employing all his powers to look cheerful and even gay. But as Kate had passed, she had looked at him with an imploring look, and then he had seemed to understand everything. That she had made a mistake, and that she knew it. That her laughter had been bitterer than tears. That some compulsion had been put upon her, and that she was a wretched and miserable woman. At the next moment she had gone by with an odour of lace and perfume, and then a flood of tenderness, of pity, of mad jealousy had come upon him, and it had been as much as he could do to restrain himself. One instant he held himself in hand, and at the next the wheels of the gig had begun to move, the horse had started, the women had trooped into the house again, and there was nothing before him but the broad back of Caesar, who was looking into the darkness after the vanishing gig lamps, and breathing asthmatical breath. "Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife," said Caesar. "Your time enough yet, sir. Come in, come in." But the man was odious to Philip at that moment. The house was odious. The people and the talk inside were odious, and he slipped away unobserved. Too late. From the torment of his own thoughts he could not escape. His lost love, his lost happiness, his memories of the past, his dreams of the future. A voice, it was his own voice, seemed to be taunting him constantly. "You were not worthy of her. You did not know her value. She is gone. And what have you got instead? The Deemstership. That was of no consequence now. A name, an idle name. Love was the only thing worth having, and it was lost. Without it all the rest was nothing, and he had flung it away. He had been a monster. He had been a fool. The thought of his folly was insupportable. The recollection of his selfishness was stifling. The memory of his calculating deliberations was dragging him again in the dust. Thus, with a sense of crushing shame, he plunged down the dark road, trying not to think of the gig that had gone swinging along in front of him. He would leave the island. Tomorrow he would sail for England. No matter if he lost the chance of promotion. Tomorrow, tomorrow. But tonight? How could he live through the hours until morning, with the black thoughts which the darkness generated? How could he sleep? How lie awake? What drug would bring forgetfulness? Kate, Pete, tonight. Oh God, oh God. End of Part 3, Chapter 24. Part 3, Chapter 25 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Ashworth. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 3, Chapter 25. 6 strides of the horse into the darkness, and Kate's hysteria was gone. She had been lost to herself the whole day through, and now she possessed herself again. She grew quiet and silent, and even solemn, but Pete rattled on with cheerful talk about the day's doings. At the doors of the houses on the road as they passed, people were standing in the half-light to wave them salutations, and Pete sent back his answers in shouts and laughter. Turning the bridge, they saw a little group at the porch of the Ginger. "There's company waiting for us yonder," said Pete, giving the mare a touch of the whip. "Let us get on," said Kate in a nervous whisper. "Or let's be neighbourly, you know," said Pete. "It wouldn't be dacent to disappoint people at all. We haul up for a minute just, and hoof up the time at a gallop. Woa, lass, woa, mare, woa, bogh." As the gig drew up at the inn door, a voice out of the porch cried, "Joy to you, Captain, and joy to your lady, and long life and prosperity to you both, and may the Lord give you children and health and happiness to rear them, and may you see your children's children, and may they call you blessed." "Glasses round, Mrs. Kelly," shouted Pete. "Go on, please," said Kate in a fretful whisper, and she tugged at Pete's sleeve. The stars came out, the moon gave a peep, the late hay of the curragh sent a sweet odour through the night. Kate shuddered, and Pete covered her shoulders with a rug. Then he began to sing snatches. He sang bits of all the songs that had been sung that night, but kept coming back at intervals to an old Manx ditty which begins, "Little red bird of the black turf ground, where did you sleep last night?" Thus he sang like a great boy as he went rolling down the dark road, and Kate sat by his side and trembled. They came to the town, rattled down the Parliament Street, passed the courthouse under the trees, turned the sharp angle by the marketplace, and drew up at Elm Cottage in the corner. "Home at last," cried Pete, and he leapt to the ground. A dog began to bark inside the house. "D'ye hear him?" said Pete. "That's the master in charge." The porch door was opened, and a comfortable-looking woman in a widow's cap came out with a lighted candle shaded by her hand. "And this is your housekeeper, Mrs. Gorry," said Pete. Kate did not answer. Her eyes had been fixed in a rigid stare on the hindquarters of the horse, which were steaming in the light of the lamps. Pete lifted her down as he had lifted her up. Then Mrs. Gorry took her by the hand, and saying, "Mind the step, ma'am, this way, ma'am," led her through the gate and along the garden path and up to the porch. The porch opened on a square hall, furnished as a sitting room. A fire was burning, a lamp was lit, the table was laid for supper, and the place was warm and cosy. "There, what d'ye say to that?" cried Pete, coming behind with the whip in his hand. Kate looked around. She did not speak. Her eyes began to fill. "Isn't it fit for a Dempster's lady?" said Pete, sweeping the whip handle round the room like a showman. Kate could bear no more. She sank into a chair and burst into a fit of tears. Pete's glowing face dropped in an instant. "Dear heart alive, darling, what is it?" he said. "My poor girl, what's troubling you at all? Tell me now. Tell me, bogh, tell me." "It's nothing, Pete, nothing. Don't ask me," said Kate, but still she sobbed as if her heart would break. Pete stood a moment by her side, smoothing her arm with his hand. Then he said, with a crack and a quaver in his great voice, "It is hard for a girl, I know that, to lave father and mother and every one and everything that's been sweet and dear to her since she was a child, and to come to the house of her husband and say, 'The past has been very good to me, but still and for all, I'm for trusting the future to you.' It's hard, darling. I know it's hard." "Oh, leave me," cried Kate, still weeping. Pete brushed his sleeve across his eyes and said, "Take her upstairs, Mrs. Gorry, while I'm putting up the mare at the saddle." Then he whistled to the dog, which had been watching him from the hearthrug, and went out of the house. The handle of the whip dragged after him along the floor. Mrs. Gorry, full of trouble, took Kate to her room. Would she not eat her supper? Then salts were good for headache. Should she bring a bottle from her box? After many fruitless inquiries and nervous protestations, the good soul bade Kate good night and left her. Being alone, Kate broke into yet wilder paroxysms of weeping. The storm cloud which had been gathering had burst at last. It seemed as if the whole weight of the day had been deferred until then. The piled-up hopes of weeks had waited for that hour, to be cast down in the sight of her own eyes. It was all over. The fight with fate was done, and the frantic merriment with which she had kept down her sense of the place where her blind struggle had left her made the sick recoil more bitter. She thought of Philip, and her trouble began to moderate. Somewhere out of the uncrushed part of her womanhood there came one flicker of womanly pride to comfort her. She saw Philip at last from the point of revenge. He loved her. He would never cease to love her. Do what he might to banish the thought of her, she would be with him always, the more surely with him, the more reproachfully and unattainably, because she would be the wife of another man. If he could put her away from him, in the daytime, and in the presence of those worldly aims for which he had sacrificed her, when night came he would be able to put her away no more. He would never sleep but he would see her. In every dream he would stretch out his arms to her, but she would not be there, and he would awake with sobs and in torment. There was a real joy in this thought, although it tore her heart so terribly. She got strength from the cruel comforting, and Mrs. Gorry in the room below, listening intently, heard her crying cease. With her face still shut in both her hands, she was telling herself that she had nothing to reproach herself with, that she could not have acted differently, that she had not really made this marriage, that she had only submitted to it, being swept along by the pitiless tide, which was her father and Pete and everybody. She was telling herself, too, that after all she had done well. Here she lay in close harbour from the fierce storm which had threatened her. She was safe. She was at peace. The room lay still. The night was very quiet within those walls. Kate drew down her hands and looked about her. The fire was burning gently and warming her foot on the sheepskin rug that lay in front of it. A lamp burned low on a table behind her chair. At one side there was a wardrobe of the shape of an old press, but with a tall mirror in the door. On the other side there was the bed, with the pink curtains hanging like a tent. The place had a strange look of familiarity. It seemed as if she had known it all her life. She rose to look around, and then the inner sense leapt to the outer vision, and she saw how it was. The room was a reproduction of her own bedroom at home, only newer and more luxurious. It was almost as if some ghost of herself had been there while she slept, as if her own hand had done everything in a dream of her girlhood wherein common things had become grand. Kate's eyes began to fill afresh, and she turned to take off her cloak. As she did so, she saw something on the dressing table with a label attached to it. She took it up. It was a little mirror, a hand glass like her own old one, only framed in ivory, and the writing on the label ran, "Instead of the one that is bruck, with fond love to Kirry, Pete." Her heart was now bursting furiously. A flood of feeling had rushed over her. She dropped the glass as if it stung her fingers. With both hands she covered her face. Everything in the room seemed to be accusing her. Hitherto she had thought only of Philip. Now, for the first time, she thought of Pete. She had wronged him, deeply, awfully, beyond atonement or hope of forgiveness. He loved her. He had married her. He had brought her to his home, to this harbour of safety, and she had deceived and betrayed him. She had suffered herself to be married to him while still loving another man. A sudden faintness seized her. She grew dizzy and almost fell. A more terrible memory had come behind. The thought was like ravens flapping their black wings on her brain. She felt her temples beating against her hands. They seemed to be sucking the life out of her heart. Just then the voice of Pete came beating up the echoes between the house and the chapel beyond the garden. "Little red bird of the black turf ground, where did you sleep last night?" She heard him open the garden gate, clash it back, come up the path with an eager step, shut the door of the house and chain it on the inside. Then she heard his deep voice speaking below. "Better now, Mrs. Gorry?" "Oh, better, sir, yes, and quiet enough this 10 minutes." "Give her time, the bogh. Be aisy with the like, be aisy." Presently she heard him send off Mrs. Gorry for the night, saying he should want no supper, and she'd be going to bed soon. Then the house became quiet, and the smell of tobacco smoke came floating up the stairs. Kate's hot breath on her hands grew damp against her face. She felt herself swooning, and she caught hold of the mantelpiece. "It cannot be," she thought. "He must not come. I will go down to him and say, 'Pete, forgive me. I am really the wife of another.'" Then she would tell him everything. Yes, she would confess all now. Oh, she would not be afraid. His love was great. He would do what she wished. She made one step towards the door, and was pulled up as by a curb. Pete would say, "Do you mean that you have been using me as a cloak? Do you ask me to live in this house side by side with you, and let no one suspect that we are apart? Then why did you not ask me yesterday? Why do you ask me today when it is too late to choose?" No, she could not confess. If confession had been difficult yesterday, it was 1,000 times more difficult today, and it would be 1,000,000 times more difficult tomorrow. Kate caught up the cloak she had thrown aside. She must go away. Anywhere, anywhere, no matter where. That was the one thing left to her, the only escape from the wild tangle of dread and pain. Pete was in the hall. There must be a way out at the back. She would find it. She lowered the lamp and turned the handle of the door. Then she saw a light moving on the landing, and heard a soft step on the stairs. It was Pete, with a candle, coming up in his stocking feet. He stopped midway, as if he heard the click of the latch, and then went noiselessly down again. Kate closed the door. She would not go. If she left the house that night, she would cover Pete with suspicion and disgrace. The true secret would never be known. The real offender would never suffer. But the finger of scorn would be raised at the one man who had sheltered and shielded her, and he would die of humiliation and blind self-reproach. This reflection restrained her for the moment, and when the stress of it was spent, she was mastered by a fear that was far more terrible. For good or for all, she was now married to Pete, and he had the rights of a husband. He had a right to come to her, and he would come. It was inevitable. It had to be. No boy or girl love now, no wooing, no dallying, no denying, but a grim reality of life, a reality that comes to every woman who is married to a man. She was married to Pete. In the eye of the world, in the eye of the law, she was his, and to fly from him was impossible. She must remain. God himself had willed it. As for the shame of her former relation to Philip, it was her own secret. God alone knew of it, and he would keep it safe. It was the dark chamber of her heart which God only could unlock. He would never unlock it until the day of judgment, and then Philip would be standing by her side, and she would cast it back upon him and say, "His, not mine, O God," and the great Judge of all would judge between them. But she began to cry again, like a child in the dark. As she threw off her cloak a second time, her dress crinkled, and she looked down at it and remembered that it was her wedding dress. Then she looked around at the room and remembered that it was her wedding chamber. She remembered how she had dreamt of coming in her bridal dress to her bridal room, proud, afraid, tingling with love, blushing with joy, whispering to herself, "This is for me, and this, and this. He has given it, for he loves me, and I love him, and he is mine, and I am his, and he is my love and my Lord, and he is coming to—" There was a gentle knocking at the door. It made her flesh creep. The knock came again. It went shrieking through and through her. "Kirry," whispered a voice from without. She did not stir. "It's only Pete." She neither spoke nor moved. There was silence for a moment, and then, half nervously, half jovially, half in laughter, half with emotion, as if the heart outside was palpitating, the voice came again. "I'm coming in, darling." End of Part 3, Chapter 25. Part 4, Chapter 1 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 1, Man and Wife. Next morning Kate said to herself, "My life must begin again from today." She had a secret that Pete did not share, but she was not the first woman who had kept something from her husband. When people had secrets which it would hurt others to reveal, they ought to keep them close. Honour demanded that she should be as firm as a rock in blotting Philip from her soul. Remembering the promise which Pete had demanded of Philip at the wedding to make their house his home in Ramsey, and seeing that Philip must come, if only to save appearances, she asked herself if she ought to prevent him. But no, she resolved to conquer the passion that made his presence a danger. There was no safety in separation. In her relation to Philip she was like the convict who is beginning his life again. The only place where he can build up a sure career is precisely there where his crime is known. Let Philip come, she thought. She made his room ready. She was married. It was her duty to be a good wife. Pete loved her. His love would make it easy. They were sitting at breakfast in the hall parlour, and she said, "I should like to be my own housekeeper, Pete." "And right too," said Pete. "Be your own woman, darling, not your woman's woman, and have Mrs. Gorry for your housemaid." To turn her mind from evil thoughts, she set to work immediately, and busied herself with little duties, little economies, little cares, little troubles. But the virtues of housekeeping were just those for which she had not prepared herself. Her first leg of mutton was roasted down to the proportions of a frizzled shank, and her first pudding was baked to the colour and consistency of a badly burnt brick. She did not mend rapidly as a cook, but Pete ate of all that his faultless teeth could grind through, and laid the blame on his appetite when his digestion failed. She strove by other industries to keep alive a sense of her duty as a wife. Buying rolls of paper at the paper hangers, she set about papering every closet in the house. The patterns did not join, and the paste did not adhere. She initialled in worsted the new blankets sent by Granny, with a P and a Q and a K intertwined. Then she overhauled the linen, turned out every room twice a week, painted every available wooden fixture with paint which would not dry because she had mixed it herself to save a sixpence a stone and forgotten the turpentine. Pete held up his hands in admiration at all her failures. She had thought it would be easy to be a good wife to a good husband. It was hard for anyone, hardest of all for her. There are the ruins of a happy woman in the bosom of every over-indulged wife. She could not keep to anything long, but every night for a week she gave Pete lessons in reading, writing and arithmetic. His reading was laborious, his spelling was eccentric, his figuring he did on the tips of his heavy fingers, and his writing he executed with his tongue in his cheek and his ponderous thumb down on the pen nib. "What letter is that, Pete?" she said, pointing with her knitting needle to a page of a book of poems before them. Pete looked up in astonishment. "Is it me you're asking, Kitty? If you don't know, I don't know." "That's a capital M, Pete." "Is it now?" said Pete, looking at the letter with a searching eye. "Goodness me, the straight it's like the gate of the long meadow." "And that's a capital A." "Sakes alive, the straight it's like the coupling of the cart house." "And that's a B." "Gough, bless me, do you say so? But the straight it's like the hoof of a bull, though." "And M-A-B spells Mab, Queen Mab," said Kate, going on with her knitting. Pete looked up at her with eyes wide open. "I suppose now," he said, in a voice of pride, "I suppose you're knowing all the big spells yourself, Kitty." "Not all. Sometimes I have to look in the dictionary," said Kate. She showed him the book and explained its uses. "And is it teaching you to spell every word, Kitty?" he asked. "Every ordinary word," said Kate. "My gough," said Pete, touching the book with awe. Next day he pored over the dictionary for an hour, but when he raised his face it wore a look of scepticism and scorn. "This spelling book isn't teaching you nothing, darling," he said. "Isn't it, Pete?" "No, nothing," said Pete. "Here I've been looking for an ordinary word, a very ordinary word, and it isn't in." "What word is it?" said Kate, leaning over his shoulder. "Love," said Pete. "See?" pointing his big forefinger. "That's where it ought to be, and where is it?" "But love begins L-O," said Kate, "and you're looking at L-U. Here it is, L-O-V-E." Pete gave a prolonged whistle, then fell back in his chair, looked slowly up and said, "So you must first know how the word begins. Is that it, Kitty?" "Why, yes," said Kate. "Then it's you that's teaching the spelling book, darling, so we'll put it back on the shelf." For a fortnight Kate read and replied to Pete's correspondence. It was plentiful and various. Letters from heirs to lost fortunes offering shares in return for money to buy them out of Chancery, from promoters of companies proposing dancing palaces to meet the needs of English visitors, from parsons begging subscriptions to new organs, from fashionable ladies asking Pete to open bazaars, from preachers inviting him to anniversary tea meetings and saying Methodism was proud of him. If anybody wanted money, he kissed the Blarney Stone and applied to Pete. Kate stood between him and the worst of the leeches. The best of them he contrived to deal with himself, secretly and surreptitiously. Sometimes there came acknowledgments of charities of which Kate knew nothing. Then he would shuffle them away, and she would try not to see them. If I stop him altogether, I will spoil him, she thought. One day the post brought a large envelope with a great seal at the back of it, and Kate drew out a parchment deed and began to read the endorsement. Memorandum of loan to Caesar Cregeen. "That's nothing," said Pete, snatching the document and stuffing it into his jacket pocket. Kate lifted her eyes with a look of pain and shame and humiliation, and that was the end of her secretaryship. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 2 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 2. A month after their marriage, a man came through the gate with the air of one who was doing a degrading thing. The dog, which had been spread out lazily in the sun before the porch, leapt up and barked furiously. "Who's this coming up the path with his eyes all round him like a scallop?" said Pete. Kate looked. "It's Ross Christian," she said with a catch in her breathing. Ross came up and Pete met him at the door. His face was puffy and pale. His speech was soft and lisping, yet there lurked about the man an air of levity and irony. "Your dog doesn't easily make friends, Peter," he said. "He's like his master, sir. It's against the principles of his life," said Pete. Ross laughed a little. "Wants to be approached with consideration, does he, Captain?" "You see, he's lived such a long time in the world and seen such a dale," said Pete. Ross looked up sharply and said in another tone, "I've just dropped in to congratulate you on your return home in safety and health and prosperity, Mr. Quilliam." "You're welcome, sir," said Pete. Pete led the way indoors. Ross followed, bowed distantly to Kate, who was unpicking a dress, and took a chair. "I must not conceal from you, however, that I have another object, in fact, a private matter," said Ross, glancing at Kate. The dress rustled in Kate's fingers. Her scissors dropped onto the table, and she rose to go. Pete raised his hand. "My wife knows all my business," he said. Ross gave out another little chirp of laughter. "You'll remember what they say of a secret, Captain. Too big for one, right for two, tight for three." "A man and his wife are one, sir, so that's two altogether," said Pete. Kate took up the scissors and went on with her work uneasily. Ross twisted on his seat and said, "Well, I feel I must tell you, Peter." "Quilliam, sir," said Pete, charging a pipe, but Ross pretended not to hear. "Only natural, perhaps, for it. In fact, it's about our father." "Tongue with me, tongue with thee," thought Pete, lighting up. 5 years ago he made me an allowance and sent me up to London to study law. He believes I've been called to the English bar, and in view of this vacant deemstership, he wants me admitted to the Manxman. Pete's pipe stopped in its puffing. "Well?" "That's impossible," said Ross. "Things haven't come with you, eh?" "To tell you the truth, Captain, on first going up I fell into extravagant company. I thought my friends were rich men, and I was never a niggard. There was Monty, the patron of the fancy." The scissors in Kate's hands clicked and stopped, and Ross blurted out, "In fact, I've not been called, and I've never studied at all." Ross squirmed in his chair, glancing under his brows at Kate. Pete leaned forward and puffed up the chimney without speaking. "You see, I speak freely, Peter. Something compels me. Well, if a man can't reveal his own failings to his own brother, Peter—" "Don't let's talk about brothers," said Pete. "What am I to do for you?" "Lend me enough to help me to do what our father thinks I've done already," said Ross. And then he added hastily, "Oh, I'll give you my note of hand for it. "They're telling me, sir," said Pete, "your notes of hand are as cheap as cowries." "Someone has belied me to you, Captain. But for our father's sake, he had set his heart on this Deemstership. There may still be time for it." "Yes," said Pete, striking his open hand on the table, "and better men to fill it." Ross glanced at Kate, and a smile that was half a sneer crossed his evil face. "How nice," he said, "when the great friends of the wife are also the great friends of the husband." "Just so," said Pete, and then Ross laughed a little, and the clicking of Kate's scissors stopped again. "As to you, sir," said Pete, rising, "if it's no disrespect, you're like the cormorant that chokes itself swallowing its fish headways up. The gills are sticking in your gizzard, sir, only," touching Ross's shoulder with something between a pat and a push, "you shouldn't be coming to your father's son to help you to ram it down." As Ross went out, Cæsar came in. "That wastrel's been wanting something," said Cæsar. "The tide's down on him," said Pete. "Always was and always will be. He was born at low water and he'll die on the rocks. Borrowing money, eh?" said Cæsar, with a searching glance. "Trying to," said Pete indifferently. "Then lend it, sir," said Cæsar promptly. "He's not to trust, but lend it on his heirship, or lend it to the old man at mortgage on Ballawhaine. He's the besom of fire. It'll come to you, sir, at the father's death, and who has more right?" The shank of Pete's pipe came down from his mouth as he sat for some moments beating out the ash on the jockey bar. "Something in that, though," he said mechanically. "But there's another has first claim for all. He'll be having the place now if every one had his own. I must be thinking of it. I must be thinking of it." End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Part 4, Chapter 3 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 4, Chapter 3. Philip had left the island on the morning after the marriage. He had gone abroad, and when they heard from him first, he was at Cairo. The voyage out had done him good. The long, steady nights going down the Mediterranean, walking the deck alone, the soft air, the far-off lights, thought he was feeling better, calmer anyway. He hoped they were settled in their new home, and well and happy. Kate had to read the letter aloud. It was like a throb of Philip's heart made faint, feeble, and hardly to be felt by the great distance. Then she had to reply to it on behalf of Pete. "Tell him to be quick and come out of the land of Egypt and a house of bondage," said Pete. "Say there's no manner of sense of a handsome young man living in a country where there isn't a pretty face to be seen on the sunny side of a blanket. Write that Kirry joins with her love and best wishes, and she's busy whitewashing, and he'd better have no truck with Pharaoh's daughters." The next time they heard from Philip, he was at Rome. He had suffered from sleeplessness, but was not otherwise unwell. Living in that city was like an existence after death. All the real life was behind you. But it was not unpleasant to walk under the big moon amid the wrecks of the past. He congratulated Mrs. Quilliam on her active occupation. Work was the same as suffering. It was strength and power. Kate had to read this letter also. It was like a sob coming over the sea. "Give him a merry touch to keep up his pecker," said Pete. "Tell him the Romans are terrible jealous chaps, and if he gets into a public house for a cup of tea, he's to mind and not take the girls on his knee. The Romans don't like it." The last time they heard from Philip he was in London. His old pain had given way. He thought he was nearly well again, but he had come through a sharp fire. The Governor had been very good, kept open the Deemstership by some means, also surrounded him with London friends. He was out every night. Nevertheless, an unseen force was drawing him home. They might see him soon, or it might be later. He had been 6 months away, but he felt that it had not been all waste and interruption. He would return with a new sustaining power. This letter could not be answered, for it bore no address. It came by the night mail with the same day's steamer from England. 2 hours later, Mrs. Gorry ran in from an errand to the town, saying, "I believe in my heart I saw Mr. Philip Christian going by on the road." "When?" said Pete. "This minute," she answered. "Chut, woman," said Pete. "The man's in London. Look, here's his letter," running his forefinger along the headline. "London, January the 21st. That's yesterday. See?" Mrs. Gorry was perplexed. But the next night she was out at the same hour on the same errand, and came flying into the house with a scared look, making the same announcement. "See for yourself, then," she cried. "He's going up the lane by the garden." "Nonsense. It's browning you're ating with your barley," said Pete, and then to Kate, behind his hand, he whispered, "Whisht! It's sights she's seeing, poor thing, and no wonder, with her husband laving her so lately." But the third night also Mrs. Gorry returned from a similar errand, at the same hour with the same statement. "I'm sure of it," she panted. She was now in terror. An idea of the supernatural had taken hold of her. "The woman manes it," said Pete, and he began to cross-question her. How was Mr. Christian dressed? She hadn't noticed that night, but the first night he had worn a coat like an old Manx cape. Which way was he going? She couldn't be certain which way tonight, but the night before he had gone up the lane between the chapel and the garden. Had she seen his face at all? The first time she had seen it, and it was very thin and pale. "Oh, I wouldn't deceive you, sir," said Mrs. Gorry, and she fell to crying. "Gough bless me, but this is mortal strange, though," said Pete. "What time was it exactly, Jane?" asked Kate. "On the minute of 10 every night," answered Mrs. Gorry. "Is there any difference in time now," said Pete, "between the Isle of Man and London, Kitty?" "Nothing to spake of," said Kate. Pete scratched his head. "I must be putting a sight up on Black Tom. A dirty old trouse, God forgive me, if he is my grandfather, but he knows the Manx yarns about right. If it had been Midsummer Day now, and Philip had been in bed somewhere, it might have been his spirit coming home while he was sleeping to where his heart is. They're telling of the like, anyway." Kate read the mystery after her own manner, and on the following night, at the approach of 10 o'clock, she went into the parlour of the hall, whence a window looked out onto the road. The day had been dull and the night was misty. A heavy white hand seemed to have come down onto the face of sea and land. Everything lay still and dead and ghostly. Kate was in the dark room, trembling, but not with fear. Presently a form that was like a shadow passed under a lamp that glimmered opposite. She could see only the outlines of a Spanish cape, but she listened for the footsteps, and she knew them. They came on and paused, came up and paused again, and then they went past and deadened off and died in the dense night air. Kate's eyes were red and swollen when she came back to supper. She had promised herself enjoyment of Philip's sufferings. There was no enjoyment, but only a cry of yearning from the deep place where love calls to love. She tried afresh to make the thought of Philip sink to the lowest depth of her being. It was hard, it was impossible. Pete was forever strengthening the recollection of him, of his ways, his look, his voice, his laugh. What he said was only the echo of her own thoughts, but it was pain and torment nevertheless. She felt like crying, "Let me alone, let me alone." People in the town began to talk of Mrs. Gorry's mysterious stories. Philip will be forced to come now, thought Kate. And he came. Kate was alone. It was afternoon. Dinner was over. The hearth was swept, the fire was heaped up, and the rug was down. He entered the porch quietly, tapped lightly at the door, and stepped into the house. He hoped she was well. She answered mechanically. He asked after Pete. She replied vacantly that he had been gone since morning on some fishing business to Peel. It was a commonplace conversation, brief, cold, almost trivial. He spoke softly and stood in the middle of the floor, swinging his soft hat against his leg. She was standing by the fire with one hand on the mantelpiece and her head half aside, looking sideways towards his feet. But she noticed that his eyes looked larger than before, and that his voice, though so soft, had a deeper tone. At first she did not remember to ask him to sit, and when she thought of it she could not do so. The poor little words would have been a formal recognition of all that had happened so terribly, that she was mistress in that house and the wife of Pete. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Part 4, Chapter 4 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 4. They were standing so, in a silence hard to break, harder still to keep up, when Pete himself came back, like a rush of wind, and welcomed Philip with both hands. "Sit, boy, sit," he cried. "Not that one, this aisy one. Mine? Well, if it's mine, it's yours. Not had dinner, have you? Neither have I. Any cold mate left, Kitty? No? Fry us a chop then, darling." Kate had recovered herself by this time, and she went out on this errand. While she was away, Pete rattled on like a mill race, asked about the travels, laughed about the girls, and roared about Mrs. Gorry and her ghost of Philip. "Been buying a Nicky at Peel today, Phil," he said. "Good little boat, a reg'lar clipper. Oh, I'm going to start on the herrings myself next season, sir, and what for shouldn't I? Too many of the Manx ones are giving the fishing the goby. There's life in the old dog yet, though. Would be anyway if them rusty Kays would be doing anything for the industry. They're building piers enough for the trippers, but never a breakwater the size of a toothbrush for the fishermen. That's reminding me, Phil, the boys are at me to get you to petition the Tynwald Court for better harbours. They're losing many a pound by not getting out all weathers, but if the child doesn't cry, the mother will be giving it no breast. So we main to squall till they think in Douglas we've got spavined wind or population of the heart or something. The men are looking to you, Phil. That's the boy for us, they say. He's stood our friend before, and he'll do it again, they're saying." Philip promised to draw up the petition, and then Mrs. Gorry came in and laid the cloth. Kate, meanwhile, had been telling herself that she had not done well. Where was the satisfaction she had promised herself on the night of her wedding day, when she had seen Philip from the height of a great revenge, if she allowed him to think that she also was suffering? She must be bright, she must be gay, she must seem to be happy and in love with her husband. She returned to the hall parlour with a smoking dish and a face all sunshine. "I'm afraid they're not very good, dear," she said. "Chut," said Pete. "We're not particular. Phil and I have roughed it before today." She laughed merrily, and under pretext of giving orders disappeared again. But she had not belied the food she had set on the table. The mutton was badly fed, badly killed, badly cut, and above all badly cooked. To eat it was an ordeal. Philip tried hard not to let Pete see how he struggled. Pete fought valiantly to conceal his own efforts. The perspiration began to break out on their foreheads. Pete stopped in the midst of some wild talk to glance up at Philip. Philip tore away with knife and fork and answered vaguely. Then Pete looked searchingly around, rose on tiptoe, went stealthily to the kitchen door, came back, caught up a piece of yellow paper from the sideboard, whipped the chops into it from his own plate, and then from Philip's, and crammed them into his jacket pocket. "No good hurting anybody's feelings," said he. And then Kate reappeared smiling. "Finished already?" she said with an elevation of pitch. "Ha ha," laughed Pete. "Two hungry men, Kate. You'd rather keep us a week than a fortnight, eh?" Kate stood over the empty dish with a look of surprise. Pete winked furiously at Philip. Philip's eyes wandered about the tablecloth. "She isn't knowing much about a hungry man's appetite, is she, Phil?" "But," said Kate, "but," she stammered, "what's become of the bones?" Pete scratched his chin through his beard. "The bones? Oh, the bones! Oh, no, we're not eating the bones at all." Then with a rush, as his eyes kindled, "But the dog, you see, course we always give the bones to the dog. Dempster's dead on bones." Dempster was lying at the moment, full length under the table, snoring audibly. Mrs. Gorry cleared the cloth, and Kate took up her sewing and turned towards the sideboard. "Has anyone seen my pattern?" she asked. "Pattern?" said Pete, diving into his jacket pocket. "D'ye say pattern?" he muttered, rummaging at his side. "Is this it?" And out came the yellow paper, crumpled and greasy, which had gone in with the chops. "Bless me, the stupid a man is now. I took it for a pipe light." Kate's smile vanished, and she fled out to hide her face. Then Pete whispered to Philip, "Let's take a slew round to the plough." They were leaving the house on that errand when Kate came back to the hall. "Just taking a little walk, Kirry," said Pete. "They're telling me it's good wonderful after dinner for a weight digestion of the chest," and he coughed repeatedly and smote his resounding breast. "Wait a moment and I'll go with you," said Kate. There was no help for it. Kate's shopping took them in the direction of the plough. Old Mrs. Beatty, the innkeeper, was at the door as they passed, and when she saw Pete approaching on the inside of the three, she said aloud, meaning no mischief, "Your bread and cheese and porter are ready as usual, Captain." End of Part 4, Chapter 4. Part 4, Chapter 5 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine. Part 4, Chapter 5. The man was killing her. To be his spoiled and adored wife, knowing she was unworthy of his love and tenderness, was not happiness. It was grinding misery, bringing death into her soul. If he had blamed her for her incompetence, if he had scolded her for making his home cheerless, nay, if he had beaten her, she could have borne with life and taken her outward sufferings for her inward punishment. She fell into fits of hysteria, sat whole hours listless, with her feet on the fender. Pete's conduct exasperated her. As time went on and developed the sweetness of Pete, the man grew more and more distasteful to her, and she broke into fits of shrewishness. Pete hung his head and reproached himself. She wasn't to mind if he said things, he was only a rough fellow. Then she burst into tears and asked him to forgive her, and he was all cock-a-hoop in a moment, like a dog that is coaxed after it has been beaten. Her sufferings reached a climax. She became conscious that she was about to become a mother. This affected her with terrible fears. She went back to that thought of a possible contingency which had torn her with conflicting feelings on the eve of her marriage. It was impossible to be sure. The idea might be no more than a morbid fancy, born of her unhappiness, of her secret love of Philip, of her secret repugnance for Pete, the inadequate, the uncouth, the uncongenial, but nevertheless it possessed her with the force of an overpowering conviction. It grew upon her day by day. It sat on her heart like a nightmare. The child that was to be born to her was not the child of her husband. End of Part 4, Chapter 5. Part 4, Chapter 6 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 6. In spite of Pete's invitations, Philip came rarely. He was full of excuses, work, fresh studies, the governor, his aunt. Pete said, "Course," and "Sartinly," and wouldn't trust, until Philip began to be ashamed, and one evening he came, looking stronger than usual, with a more sustaining cheerfulness, and plumped into the house with the words, "I've come at last." "To stay the night?" said Pete. "Well, yes," said Philip. "That's lucky and unlucky too, for I'm this minute for Peel with two of the boys to fetch round my Nicky by the night tide. But you'll stay and keep the wife company, and I'll be back first tide in the morning. You'll be obliged to him, won't you, Kate?" he cried, pitching his voice over his shoulder. And then, in a whisper, "She's a bit down at whiles, and what wonder, and her so near, but you'll see," and he winked and nodded knowingly. There was no harking back, no sheering off on the score of modesty before Pete's large faith. Kate looked as if she would cry, "Mercy, mercy," but when she saw the same appeal on Philip's face, she was stung. Pete went off, and then Kate and Philip sat down to tea. While tea lasted, it was not hard to fill the silences with commonplaces. After it was over, she brought him a pipe, and they lapsed into difficult pauses. Philip puffed vigorously and tried to look happy. Kate struggled not to let Philip see that she was ill at ease. Every moment their imagination took a new turn. He began to read a book, and while they sat without speaking, she thought it was hardly nice of him to treat her with indifference. When he spoke, she thought he was behaving with less politeness than before. He went over to the piano, and they sang a part song. Oh, who will o'er the downs so free? Their voices went well enough together, but they broke down. The more they tried to forget the past, the more they remembered it. He twiddled the backs of his finger-tips over the keyboard. She swung on one foot and held to the candle bracket while they talked of Pete. That seemed to fortify them against the scouts of passion. Pete was their bulwark. It was the old theme, but played as a tragedy, not as a comedy now. "It is delightful to see you settled in this beautiful home," he said. "Isn't it beautiful?" she answered. "You ought to be very happy." "Why should I not be happy?" with a little laugh. "Why, indeed? A home like a nest and a husband that worships you." She laughed again because she could not speak. Speech was thin gauze. Laughter was rolling smoke. So she laughed and laughed. "What a fine hearty creature he is," said Philip. "Isn't he?" said Kate. "Education and intellect don't always go together." "Any wife might love such a husband," said Kate. "So simple, so natural, so unsuspicious." But that was coming to quarters too close, so they fell back on silence. The silence was awful. The power of it was pitiless. If they could have spoken the poorest commonplaces, the spell might have dissolved. Philip thought he would rise, but he could not do so. Kate tried to turn away, but felt herself rooted to the spot. With faces aside, they remained some moments where they were, as if a spirit had passed between them. Mrs. Gorry came in to lay the supper, and then Kate recovered herself. She got back her power of laughter, and laughed at everything. He was not deceived. "She loves me still," said the voice of his heart. He hated himself for the thought, but it haunted him with a merciless persistence. He remembered the evening of the wedding day, and the imploring look she gave him on going away with Pete, and he returned to the idea that she had been married under the compulsion of her father, Caesar, the avaricious hypocrite. He told himself it would be easy to kindle a new fire on the warm hearth. As she laughed, and he looked into her beautiful eyes and caught the nervous twitch of her mouth, he felt something of the old thrill, the old passion, the old unconditional love of her who loved him in spite of all, and merely because she must. But no. Had he spent 6 months abroad for nothing? He would be strong, he would be loyal. If need be, he would save this woman from herself. At last Kate lit a candle and said, "I must show you to your room." She talked cheerily, going upstairs. On the landing she opened the door of the room above the hall and went into it, and drew down the blind. She was still full of good spirits. Said perhaps he had no nightshirt, so she had left out one of Pete's, hoping he would find it big enough, and laughed again. He took the candle from her at the threshold, and kissed the hand that had held it. She stood a moment quivering like a colt. Then she bounded away. There was the clash of a door somewhere beyond, and Kate was in her own room, kneeling before the bed with her face buried in the counterpane to stifle the sobs that might break through the walls. Under all her lightness, in spite of all her laughter, the old tormenting thought had been with her still. Should she tell him? Could he understand? Would he believe? If he realised the gravity of the awful position in which she was soon to be placed, would he make an effort to extricate her? And if he did not, would not, could not, should not she hate him for ever after? Then the old simple love, the pure passion, came back upon her at the sight of his face, at the touch of his hand, at the sound of his voice. Oh, for what might have been, what might have been. Pete's Nicky came into harbour with the morning tide, and the three breakfasted together. As Kate moved heavily in front of the fire, Pete crowed, cooed, and scattered wise winks round the table. "More milk, mammy," he whimpered, and then he imitated all kinds of baby prattle. After breakfast the men smoked, and Kate took up her sewing. She was occupying herself with the little labours, so pretty, so full of delicate humour and delicious joy, which usually open a new avenue for a woman's tenderness. Philip's eyes fell on her, and she dropped below into her lap the tiny piece of white linen she was working on. Pete saw this, stole to the back of her chair, reached over her shoulder, snatched the white thing out of her fingers, held it outstretched in his ponderous hands, and roared like a smithy bellows. It was a baby's shirt. "Never mind, darling," he coaxed, as the colour leapt to Kate's face. "Philip must be a sort of a father to the boy some day, a godfather, anyway. so he won't mind seeing his little shift. We must be calling him Philip, too. What do you say, Kirry? Philip, is it agreed?" End of Part 4, Chapter 6. Part 4, Chapter 7 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 7. As her time drew near, the conviction deepened upon her that she could not be confined in her husband's house. Being there at such a crisis was like living in a volcanic land. One false step, one passionate impulse, and the very earth under her feet would split. "I must go home for a while, Pete," she said. "Course you must," said Pete. "Nobody like the old angel when a girl's that way." Pete took her back to her mother's in the gig, driving very slowly, and lifting her up and down as tenderly as if she had been a child. She breathed freely when she left Elm Cottage, but when she was settled in her old bedroom at the Manx Ferry, she realised that she had only stepped from misery to misery. So many memories lived like ghosts there, memories of innocent slumbers and of gleeful awakenings amid the twittering of birds and the rattling of gravel. The old familiar place, the little room with the poor little window looking out on the orchard, the poor little bed with its pink curtains like a tent, the sweet old blankets, the wash basin, the press, the blind with the same old pattern, the sheepskin rug underfoot, the whitewashed scraas overhead, everything the same, but, oh God, how different. "Let me look at myself in the glass, Nancy," she said, and Nancy gave her the hand glass which had been cracked the morning after the Melliah. She pushed it away peevishly. "What's the use of a thing like that?" she said. Pete haunted the house day and night. There was no bed for him there, and he was supposed to go home to sleep, but he wandered away in the darkness over the curragh to the shore, and in the grey of morning he was at the door again, bringing the cold breath of the dawn into the house with the long whisper round the door ajar. "How's she going on now?" The women bundled him out bodily, and then he hung about the roads like a dog disowned. If he heard a sigh from the dairy loft, he sat down against the gable and groaned. Granny tried to comfort him. "Don't be taking on so, boy. It'll be all joy soon," she said, "and you'll be having the child to show for it." But Pete was bitter and rebellious. "Who's wanting the child anyway?" said he. "It's only herself I'm wanting, and she's laving me. Oh, Lord, she's laving me. God forgive me," he muttered. "Oh, good God, forgive me," he groaned. "It isn't fair, though. Lord knows it isn't fair," he mumbled hoarsely. At last Nancy Joe came out and took him in hand in earnest. "Look here, Pete," she said. "If you're wanting to kill the woman, and middling quick too, you'll go on the way you're going. But if you don't, you'll be taking to the road, and you won't be coming back till you're wanted." This settled Pete's restlessness. The fishing had begun early that season, and he went off for a night to the herrings. Kate waited long, and the women watched her with trembling. "It's a week or two early," said one. "Weather's warm," said another. "The bochie millish. She's a bit soon," said Granny. There was less of fear in Kate's own feelings. "Do women often die?" she asked. "The proportion is small," said the doctor. Half an hour afterwards she spoke again. "Does the child sometimes die?" "Well, I've known it to happen, but only when the mother has had a shock, lost a husband, for example." She lay tossing on the bed, wishing for her own death, hoping for the death of the unborn child, dreading its coming lest she should hate and loathe it. At last came the child's first cry, that cry out of silence that had never broken on the air before, but was henceforth to be one of the world's voices for laughter and for weeping, for joy and for sorrow, to her who had borne it into life. Then she called to them to show her the baby, and when they did so, bringing it up with soft cooings and foolish words, she searched the little wrinkled face with a frightened look, then put up her arms to shut out the sight, and cried, "Take it away," and turned to the wall. Her vague fear was a certainty now. The child was a child of her sin. She was a bad woman. Yet there is no shame, no fear, no horror, but the pleading of a newborn babe can drown its clamour. The child cried again, and the cruel battle of love and dread was won for motherhood. The mother heart awoke and swelled. She had got her baby at all events. It was all she had for all she had suffered. But it was enough, and a dear and precious prize. "Are you sure it is well?" she asked. Quite well? Doesn't its little face look as if its mammy had been crying? No?" "'Deed no," said Grannie, "but as bonny a baby as ever was born." The women were scurrying up and down, giggling on the landings, laughing on the stairs, and saying "hush" at their own noises as they crept into the room. In a fretful whimper the child was still crying, and Grannie was telling it, with many wags of the head and in a mighty stern voice, that they were going to have none of its complaining now that it had come at last, and Kate herself, with hands clasped together, was saying in a soft murmur like a prayer, "God is very good, and the doctor is good too. God is good to give us doctors." "Lie quiet, and I'll come back in an hour or two," said Dr. Milcreast, from halfway through the door. "Dear heart alive, what will the father say?" cried Grannie, and then the whole place broke into that smile of surprise which comes to every house after the twin angels of life and death have brooded long over its roof tree, and are gone at length before the face of a little child. End of Part 4, Chapter 7. Part 4, Chapter 8 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 8. When Pete came up to the quay in the raw sunshine of early morning, John the clerk, mounted on a barrel, was selling by auction the night's take of the boats. "I've news for you, Mr. Quilliam," he cried, as Pete's boat, with half sail set, dropped down the harbour. Pete brought to, leapt ashore and went up to where John, at the end of the jetty, surrounded by a crowd of buyers in little spring carts, was taking bids for the fish. "One moment, Captain," he cried, across his outstretched arm, at the end whereof was a herring with gills still opening and closing. 10 maize of this sort for the last lot, well fed, alive and kicking. How much for them? 5 shillings? Thank you. And 3? 5 and 3. It's in it yet, boys. Only 5 and 3, and 6, thank you. It'll do no harm at 5 and 6, 6 shillings, all done at 6 and 6, all done at 6 and 6. 7 shillings, shouted somebody with a voice like a foghorn. "They're Annie the cadgers," said John, dropping to the ground. "And now, Captain Quilliam, we'll go and wet the youngster's head." Pete went up to Sulby like an avalanche, shouting his greetings to everybody on the way. But when he got near to the ferry, he wiped his steaming forehead and held his panting breath, and pretended not to have heard the news. "How's the poor girl now?" he asked in a meek voice, trying to look powerfully miserable, and playing his part splendidly for 30 seconds. Then the women made eyes at each other and looked wondrous knowing, and nodded sideways at Pete, and clucked and chuckled, saying, "Look at him, he doesn't know anything, does he? Course not, woman, these men creatures are no use for nothing." "Out of a man's way," cried Pete with a roar, and he made a rush for the stairs. Nancy blocked him at the foot of them with both hands on his shoulders. "You'll be quiet then," she whispered. "You were always a reasonable man, Pete, and she's wonderful wake. Promise you'll be quiet." "To be like a mouse," said Pete, and he whipped off his long sea boots and crept on tiptoe into the room. There she lay with the morning light on her, and a face as white as the quilt that she was plucking with her long fingers. "Thank God for a living mother and a living child," said Pete, in a broken gurgle, and then he drew down the bedclothes a very little, and there too was the child on the pillow of her other arm. Then do what he would to be quiet, he could not help but make a shout. "He's there! Yes, he is! He is, though! Joy! Joy!" The women were down on him like a flock of geese. "Out of this, sir, if you can't behave better." "Excuse me, ladies," said Pete humbly. "I'm not in the habit of babies. A bit excited, you see, Mistress Nancy, ma'am. Couldn't help putting a bull of a roar out, not being used to the like." Then turning back to the bed. "Oh, Kitty, the beauty it is, though. And the big as my fist already. And the fat, it's as fat as a blue bottle. And the straight, well, not so very straight, neither, but the complexion at him now. Give him to me, Kitty. Give him to me, the young rascal. Let me have a hold of him anyway." "Him, indeed. Listen to the man," said Nancy. "It's a girl, Pete," said Granny, lifting the child out of the bed. "A girl, is it?" said Pete doubtfully. "Well," he said, with a wag of the head, "thank God for a girl." Then with another and more resolute wag, "Yes, thank God for a living mother and a living child, if it is a girl." And he stretched out his arms to take the baby. "Aisy now, Pete, aisy," said Granny, holding it out to him. "Is it aisy broke they are, Granny?" said Pete. A good spirit looked out of his great boyish face. "Come to your old daddy, you little sandpiper. Gough bless me, Kitty, the weight of him, though. This child's 1/4 if he's an ounce. He is, I'll go bail, he is. Look at him. Guy heng, Granny, did ye ever see the like now? It's absolute perfection. Kitty, I couldn't have had a better one if I'd chiced it. Where's that Tom Hommy now? The bleating little billy-goat. He was bragging outrageous about his new baby, saying he wouldn't part with it for 2 of the best cows in his cow-house. This'll floor him, I'm thinking. What's that you're saying, Mistress Nancy, ma'am? No good for nothing, am I? You were right, Granny. It'll be all joy soon, you were saying, and haven't we the child to show for it? I put on my stocking inside out on Monday, ma'am. I'm in luck, says I, and so I was. Look at that now. He's shaking his little fist at his father. He is, though. This child knows me. Oh, you're clever, Nancy, but no nonsense at all, Mistress Nancy, ma'am. Nothing will persuade me but this child knows me. Do you hear the man? Said Nancy. He, and he, and he. It's a girl, I'm telling you. A girl, a girl, a girl. Well, well, a girl then. A girl will make it, said Pete with determined resignation. He's deceived, said Granny. It was a boy he was wanting, poor fellow. But Pete scoffed at the idea. A boy? Never. No, no, a girl for your life. I'm all for girls myself, eh, Kitty? Always was, and now I've got 2 of them. The child began to cry, and Granny took it back and rocked it, face downwards, across her knees. Goodness me, the voice at him, said Pete. It's a skipper he's born for, a harbour master anyway. The child slept, and Granny put it on the pillow, turned lengthwise at Kate's side. Quiet as a Jenny Wren now, said Pete. Look at the bogh smiling in his sleep, just like a baby mermaid on the egg of a dogfish. But where's the old man at all? Has he seen it? We must have it in the papers. The Times? Yes, and the Tiser too. The beloved wife of Mr. Captain Peter Quilliam, of a boy, a girl, I mean. Oh, the wonder there'll be all the island over. Everybody getting to know. Newspapers are like women, terrible bad for keeping secrets. What'll Philip say? But haven't you a toothful of anything, Granny? Gin for the ladies, Nancy? Goodness me, the house is handy. What time was it? Wait, don't tell me. It was 5 o'clock this morning, wasn't it? Yes, gough bless me. I knew it. High water to the very minute. Oh, he'll rise in the world and die at the top of the tide. How did I know when the child was born, ma'am? As aisy as aisy. We were lying adrift of Cronkna Lay, looking up for daylight by the fisherman's clock, only light enough to see the black of your nail, ma'am. All at once I heard a baby's cry on the waters. It's the nameless child of Airy Cushion, sings out one of the boys. Up with the clout, says I, and when we were hauling the nets and down on our knees saying a bit of a prayer as usual, God bless my newborn child, says I, and God bless my child's mother too, I says, and God love and protect them always, and keep and preserve myself as well. There was a low moaning from the bed. Air, give me air. Open the door, Kate gasped. The room is getting too hot for us, said Granny. Come, there's one too many of us here, said Nancy. Out of it, and she swept Pete from the bedroom with her apron, as if he had been a drove of ducks. Pete glanced backward from the door, and a cloak that was hanging on the inside of it brushed his face. God bless her, he said in a low tone. God bless and reward her for going through this for me. Then he touched the cloak with his lips and disappeared. A moment later his curly black poll came stealing round the door jamb, halfway down, like the head of a big boy. Nancy, in a whisper, put the tongs over the cradle. It's a pity to tempt the fairies. And Granny, I wouldn't lave it alone to go out to the cow-house. The lil people are shocking bad for changing. Kate, with her face to the wall, listened to him with an aching heart. As Pete went down, the doctor returned. "She's hardly so well," said the doctor. "Better not let her nurse the child. Bring it up by hand. It will be best for both." So it was arranged that Nancy should be made nurse to go to Elm Cottage, and that Mrs. Gorry should come in her place to Sulby. Throughout 24 hours thereafter, Kate tried her utmost to shut her heart to the child. At the end of that time, being left some minutes alone with the little one, she was heard singing to it in a sweet low tone. Nancy paused with the long brush in her hand in the kitchen, and Granny stopped at her knitting in the bar. "That's something like now," said Nancy. "Poor thing, poor Kirry. What wonder if she was a bit out of her head, the bogh, and her not well since her wedding." They crept upstairs together at the unaccustomed sounds, and found Pete, whom they had missed, outside the bedroom door, half doubled up and holding his breath to listen. "Hush," said he, less with his tongue than with his mouth, which he pursed out to represent the sound. Then he whispered, "She's filling all the room with music. Listen. It's as good as fairy music in Glentrammon, and it's the little fairy itself that's ticing it out of her." Next day Philip came, and nothing would serve for Pete but that he should go up to see the child. "It's only Phil," he said, through the doorway, dragging Philip into Kate's room after him, for the familiarity that a great joy permits breaks down conventions. Kate did not look up, and Philip tried to escape. "He's got good news for himself, too," said Pete. "They're to be making him Dempster a month tomorrow." Then Kate lifted her eyes to Philip's face, and all the glory of success withered under her gaze. He stumbled downstairs and hurried away. There was the old persistent thought, "She loves me still," but it was working now, in the presence of the child, with how great a difference. When he looked at the little downy face, a new feeling took possession of him. Her child, hers, that might have been his also. Had his bargain been worth having? Was any promotion in the world to be set against one throb of Pete's simple joy, one gleam of the auroral radiance that lights up a poor man's home when he is first a father, one moment of divine partnership in the babe that is fresh from God? 3 weeks later, Pete took his wife home in Caesar's gig. Everything was the same as when he brought her, save that within the shawls with which she was wrapped about, the child now lay with its pink eyelids to the sky, and its flat white bottle against her breast. It was a beautiful spring morning, and the young sunlight was on the sallies of the curragh and the gold of the roadside gorse. Pete was as silly as a boy, and he chirped and croaked all the way home like every bird and beast of heaven and earth. When they got to Elm Cottage, he lifted his wife down as tenderly as if she had been the babe she had in her arms. He was strong and she was light, and he half helped, half carried her to the porch door. Nancy was there to take the child out of her hands, and as she did so, Pete, back at the horse's head, cried, "That's the last bit of furniture the house was waiting for, Nancy. What's a house without a child? Just a room without a clock." "Clock, indeed," said Nancy. "Clocks are stopping, but this one's for going like a mill." "Don't be tempting the nightman, Nancy," cried Pete, but he was full of childlike delight. Kate stepped inside. The fire burned in the hall parlour. The fire irons shone like glass. There were sprigs of fuchsia bud in the ornaments on the chimney-piece. Everything was warm and cheerful and homelike. She sat down without taking off her hat. "Why can't I be quiet and happy?" she thought. "Why can't I make myself love him and forget?" But she was like one who traversed a desert under the sea, a vast submerged Sahara. Over her head was all her life, with all her love and all her happiness, and the things around her were only the ghostly shadows cast by them. End of Part 4, Chapter 8. Part 4, Chapter 9 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 9. The more Kate realised that she was in the position of a bad woman, the more she struggled to be a good one. She flew to religion as a refuge. There was no belief in her religion, no faith, no creed, no mystical transports, but only fear and shame and contrition. It was fervent enough, nevertheless. On Sunday morning she went to the Christians, on Sunday afternoon to church, on Sunday evening to the Wesleyan chapel, and on Wednesday night to the mission house of the Primitives. Her Catholicity did not please her father. He looked into her quivering face and asked if she had broken any commandment in secret. She turned pale and answered, "No." Pete followed her wherever she went, and seeing this, some of the baser sort among the religious people began to follow him. They abused each other badly in their effort to lay hold of his money-bags. "You'll never go over to yonder lot," said one. "They're holding to election, a soul-destroying doctrine." "A respectable man can't join himself to Cowley's gang," said another. "They're denying original sin, and aren't a ha'porth better than infidels." Pete took the measure of them all, down to the watch-pockets of their waistcoats. "You remind me," said he, "when you were gate on your doctrines, of the Kaffirs out at Kimberly. If one of them found an old hat in the compound that some white man had thrown away, they'd light a campfire after dark and hold a regular Tynwald court on it. There they'd be squatting round on their haunches with nothing to be seen of them but their eyes and their teeth, and there'd be as many questions as the catechism. 'Who found it?' says one. 'Where did he find it?' says another. 'If he hadn't found it, who else would have found it?' That's how they'd be going till 2 in the morning, and the fire dead out, and the lot of them squealing away, same as monkeys in the dark, and all about an old hat with a hole in it not worth a halfpenny piece." "Blasphemy!" they cried. "But still and for all, you gave to the widow and lend to the Lord. You practise the religion you don't believe in, Captain Quilliam." "There's a pair of us then," said Pete, "for you believe in the religion you don't practise." But Caesar got Pete at last, in spite of his scepticism. The time came for the annual camp meeting. Kate went off to it, and Pete followed like a big dog at her heels. The company assembled at Sulby Bridge, and marched through the village to a revival chorus. They stopped at a field of Caesar's in the glen. It was last year's Mellier field, and Caesar mounted a cart which had been left there to serve as a pulpit. Then they sang again, and breaking up into many companies, went off into little circles that were like gorse rings on the mountains. After that they reassembled to the strains of another chorus, and gathered afresh about the cart for Caesar's sermon. It dealt with the duty of sinless perfection. There were evil men and happy sinners in the island these days, who were telling them it was not good to be faultless in this life, because virtue begot pride, and pride was a deadly sin. There were others who were saying that because a man must repent in order to be saved, to repent he had to sin. Doctrines of the devil, don't listen to them. Could a man in the household of faith live 1 second without committing sin? Of course he could. 1 minute? Certainly. 1 hour? No doubt of it. And if a man could live 1 hour without sin, he could live 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, nay, a whole lifetime. In getting thus far, Caesar had worked himself into a perspiration, and he took off his coat, hung it over the cartwheel, and went on in his shirt sleeves. Let them make no excuses for backsliders. It was a trick of the devil to deal with you, and forget to pay strap, the price. It was an old rule and a good one, that if any were guilty of the sins of the flesh, they should be openly punished in this world, that their sins might not be counted against them in the day of the Lord. Caesar threw off his waistcoat and finished with a passionate exhortation, calling upon his hearers to deliver themselves of secret sins. If oratory is to be judged of by its effects, Caesar's sermon was a great oration. It began amid the silence of his own followers, and the chts and pshaws of a little group of his enemies, who lounged on the outside of the crowd to cast ridicule on the swaddler and the publican preacher. But it ended amid loud exclamations of praise and supplications from all his hearers, sighing and groaning, and the bodily clutching of one another by the arm in paroxysms of fear and rapture. When Caesar's voice died down like a wave of the sea, somebody leapt up from the grass to pray, and before the first prayer had ended, the second was begun. Meantime the penitents had begun to move inward through the throng, and they fell weeping and moaning on their knees about the cart. Kate was among them, and when she took her place, Pete still held by her side. A strong shuddering passed over her shoulders, and her wet eyes were on the grass. Pete took her hand, and feeling how it trembled, his own eyes also filled. Above their heads Caesar was towering, with fiery eyes and face aflame. In a momentary pause between two prayers, he tossed his voice up in a hymn. The people joined him at the second bar, and then the wailing of the penitents was drowned in a general shout of the revival tune. If some poor wandering child of thine have spurned today the voice divine, now, Lord, the gracious work begin, let him no more lie down in sin. Kate sobbed aloud, poor vessel of human passions tossed about, tormented by the fire that was consuming her. As the penitents grew calmer, they rose one by one to give their experience of Satan and salvation. At length Caesar seized his opportunity and said, "And now Brother Quilliam will give us his experience." Pete rose from Kate's side with tearful eyes amid a babble of jubilation, most of it facetious. "Be of good cheer, Peter. Be not afraid." "I've not much to tell," said Pete. "Only a story of backsliding. Before I earned enough to carry me up country, I worked a month at Cape Town with the boats. My master was a pious old Dutchman getting the name of Jan. One Saturday night a big ship lost her anchor outside, and on Sunday morning £40 was offered for finding it. All the boatmen went out except Jan. '6 days shalt thou labour,' says he, 'but the seventh is the Sabbath.'" Pete's address was here punctuated by loud cries of thanksgiving. All day long he was seeing the boats beating up the bay, so to keep out of temptation, he was going up to the bedroom and pulling the blinds and getting down on his knees and wrestling like mad. And something out of heaven was saying to him, "It's the Lord's day, Janny. They'll not get a ha'porth." Neither did they, but when Jan's watch said 12 o'clock midnight, the pair of us were going off like rockets. Well, we hadn't been 10 minutes on the water before our grapplings had hold of that anchor. There were loud cries of "Glory!" Jan was shouting, "The Lord has put us atop of it, as straight as the lid of a taypot." Great cries of "Hallelujah!" But when we came ashore we found Jan's watch was 20 minutes fast, and that was the end of the old man's religion. That day the word went round that both Pete and Kate had been converted. Their names were entered in class, and they received their quarterly tickets. End of Part 4, Chapter 9. Part 4, Chapter 10 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 10. Next morning Kate set out to church for her churching. Her household duties had lost their interest by this time, and she left Nancy to cook the dinner. Pete had volunteered to take charge of the child. This he began to do by establishing himself with his pipe in an armchair by the cradle, and looking steadfastly down into it until the little one awoke. Then he rocked it, rummaged his memory for a nursery song to quiet it, and smoked and sang together. A frog he would a-wooing go, kitty alone, puff, puff. A wonderful likely sort of a beau, kitty alone and I, puff, puff, puff. The sun was shining in at the doorway, and a man's shadow fell across the cradle head. It was Philip. Pete put his mouth out into the form of an unspoken hush, and Philip sat down in silence, while Pete went on with his smoke and his song. But when her husband Rat came home, kitty alone, pray who's been here since I've been gone, kitty alone and I, puff, puff. Pete had got to the middle of the verse about the worthy gentleman, when the low whine in the cradle lengthened to a long breath and stopped. "Gone off at last, God bless it," said Pete. "And how's yourself, Philip? And how goes the petition?" With his head on his hand, Philip was gazing absently into the fire, and he did not hear. "How goes the petition?" said Pete. "It was that I came to speak of," said Philip. "Sorry to say it has had no effect but a bad one. It has only drawn attention to the fact that Manx fishermen pay no harbour dues." "And right too," said Pete. "The harbours are our fathers' harbours, and were freed to us 40 years ago." "Nevertheless," said Philip, "the dues are to be demanded. The Governor has issued an order." "Then we'll rise against it, every fisherman in the island," said Pete, "and when they're making you Dempster, you'll back us up in the Tynwald Court." "Take care, Pete, take care," said Philip. Then Kate came in from church, and Pete welcomed her with a shout. Philip rose and bowed in silence. The marks of the prayers of the week were on her face, but they had brought her no comfort. She had been constantly promising herself consolation from religion, but every fresh exercise of devotion had seemed to tear open the wound from which she bled to death. She removed her cloak and stepped to the cradle. The child was sleeping peacefully, but she convinced herself that it must be unwell. Her own hands were cold and moist, and when she touched the child she thought its skin was clammy. Presently her hands became hot and dry, and when she touched the child again she thought its forehead was feverish. "I'm sure she's ill," she said. "Chut, love," said Pete, "no more ill than I am." But to calm her fears he went off for the doctor. The doctor was away in the country, and was not likely to be back for hours. Kate's fears increased. Every time she looked at the child she applied to it the symptoms of her own condition. "My child is dying, I'm sure it is," she cried. "Nonsense, darling," said Pete. "Only an hour ago it was looking up as imperent as a tomtit." At last a new terror seized her, and she cried, "My child is dying unbaptized." "Well, we'll soon mend that, love," said Pete. "I'll be going off for the parson," and he caught up his hat and went out. He called on Parson Quiggin, who promised to follow immediately. Then he went on to Sulby to fetch Cæsar and Grannie and some others, having no fear for the child's life, but some hope of banishing Kate's melancholy by the merriment of a christening feast. Meanwhile Philip and Kate were alone with the little one, save in the intervals of Nancy's coming and going between the hall and the kitchen. She was restless and full of expectation, starting at every sound and every step. He could see that she had gone whole nights without sleep, and was passing through an existence that was burning itself away. Do what he would to explain her sufferings as the common results of childbirth, he could not help resolving them in the old flattering solution. She was paying the penalty of having married the wrong man, and she was to blame. Whatever the compulsion put upon her, she ought to have withstood it. There was no situation in life from which it was not possible to escape. Had he not found a way out of a situation essentially the same? Thus a certain high pride in his own conduct took possession of him even in the presence of Kate's pain. But his tenderness fought with his self-righteousness. He looked at her piteous face, and his strength almost ebbed away. She looked up into his eyes, and affectionate pity almost overwhelmed him. Once or twice she seemed about to say something, but she did not speak, and he said little. Yet it wanted all his resolution not to take her in his arms and comfort her, not to mingle his tears with hers, not to tell her of 6 months spent in vain in the effort to wipe her out of his heart, not to whisper of cheerless days and of nights made desolate with the repetition of her name. But no, he would be stronger than that. It was not yet too late to walk the path of honour. He would stand no longer between husband and wife. Pete came back, bringing Grannie and Cæsar. The parson arrived soon after them. Kate was sitting with the child in her lap, and brooding over it like a bird above its nest. The child was still sleeping the sleep of health and innocence, but the mother's eyes were wild. "Bogh, bogh," said Grannie, and she kissed her daughter. Kate made no response. Nancy Joe grew red about the eyelids and began to blow her nose. "Here's the parson, darling," whispered Pete, and Kate rose to her feet. The company rose with her, and stood in a half circle before the fire. It was now between daylight and dark, and the firelight flashed in their faces. "Are the godfather and godmothers present?" the parson asked. "Mr. Christian will stand godfather, parson, and Nancy and Grannie will be godmothers." Nancy took the child out of Kate's arms, and the service for private baptism began with the tremendous words, "Dearly beloved, for as much as all men are conceived and born in sin." The parson stopped. Kate had staggered and almost fallen. Pete put his arm around her to keep her up, and then the service went on. Presently the parson turned to Philip with a softening voice and an inclination of the head. "Dost thou, in the name of this child, renounce the devil and all his works, the vain pomp and glory of the world, with all covetous desires of the same and the carnal desires of the flesh, so that thou wilt not follow nor be led by them?" And Philip answered in a firm, low voice, "I renounce them all." The parson took the child from Nancy. "Name this child." Nancy looked at Kate, but Kate, who was breathing violently, gave no sign. "Kate," whispered Pete. "Kate, of course." "Catherine," said Nancy, and in that name the child was baptized. Dr. Milcreast came in as the service ended. Granny held little Catherine up to him, and he controlled his face and looked at her. "There's not much amiss with the child," he said. "I knew it," shouted Pete. "But perhaps the mother is a little weak and nervous," he added quietly. "Course she is, the bogh," cried Pete. "Let her see more company," said the doctor. "She shall," said Pete. "If that doesn't do, send her away for a while." "I will." "Fresh scenes, fresh society, out of the island by preference." "I'm willing." "She'll come back another woman." "I'll put up with the same one," said Pete, and while the company laughed, he flung open the door and cried, "Come in," and half a dozen men who had been waiting outside trooped into the hall. They entered with shy looks because of the presence of great people. "Now for a pull of jough, Nancy," cried Pete. "Not too much excitement either," said the doctor, and with that warning he departed. The parson went with him. Philip had slipped out first, unawares to anybody. Granny carried little Catherine to the kitchen and bathed her before the fire. Kate was propped up with pillows in the armchair in the corner. Then Nancy brought the ale, and Pete welcomed it with a shout. Caesar looked alarmed and rose to go. "The drink's your own, sir," said Pete. "Stop and taste it." But Caesar couldn't stay. It would scarcely be proper. "You don't christen your first granddaughter every day," said Pete. "Enjoy yourself while you're alive, sir. You'll be a long time dead." Caesar disappeared, but the rest of the company took Pete's counsel and began to make themselves comfortable. "The last christening I was at was yesterday," said John the clerk. "It was Christian Killip's little one, before she was married, and it took the water same as any other child." "The last christening I was at was my own," said Black Tom, "when I was made an inheritor, but I've never inherited yet." "That's truth enough," said an asthmatic voice from the back stairs. "Well, the last christening I was at Kimberly," said Pete, "and I was the parson myself that day. Yes, though Parson Pete, and godfather and godmother as well, and the baby was Pete Quilliam too. Oh, it was no laughing matter at all. There's always a truck of women about a compound, hanging on to the boys like burrs. Dirty little trousers of a rule, but human creatures for all. One of them had a child by somebody, and then she came to die, and couldn't take rest because it hadn't been christened. There wasn't a parson for 50 miles anywhere, and it was night time too, and the woman was stretched by the campfire and sinking. 'What's to be done?' says the men. 'I'll do it,' says I, and I did. One of the fellows got a breakfast can of water out of the river, and I dipped my hand in it. 'What's the name?' says I, but the poor soul was too far gone for spaking. So I gave the child my own name, though I didn't know the mother from Noah's aunt, and the big chaps standing round bareheaded began to blubber like babies. 'I baptize thee, Peter Quilliam, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.' Then the girl died happy and aisy, and what for shouldn't she? The words were the same, and the water was the same, and if the hand wasn't as clean as usual, maybe Him that's above wouldn't bother about the difference." Kate got up with a flush on her cheeks. The room had become too close. Pete helped her into the parlour, where a bright fire was burning, then propped and wrapped her up afresh, and at her own entreaty returned to his guests. The company had increased by this time, and there were women and girls among them. They went on to sing and to play, and at last to dance. Kate heard them. Through the closed door between the hall and the parlour their merriment came to her. At intervals Pete put in his head, brimming over with laughter, and cried in a loud whisper, "Did you hear that, Kate? It's rich!" At length Philip came too, with his hat in one hand and a cardboard box in the other. "The godfather's present to little Catherine," he said. Kate opened the lid and drew out a child's hood in scarlet plush. "You are very good," she said vacantly. "Don't let us talk of goodness," he answered, and he turned to go. "Wait," she faltered. "I have something to say to you. Shut the door." End of Part 4, Chapter 10. Part 4, Chapter 11 of the Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 11. Philip turned pale. "What is it?" he asked. She tried to speak, but at first she could not. "Are you unhappy, Kate?" he faltered. "Can't you see?" she answered. He sat down by the fire and leaned his face on his hands. "Yes, we have both suffered," he said in a low tone. "Why did you let me marry him?" Philip raised his head. "How could I have hindered you?" "How? Do you ask me how?" She spoke with some bitterness, but he answered quietly. "I tried, Kate, but I could do nothing. You seemed determined. Do what I would to prevent, to delay, to stop your marriage altogether, the more you hastened and hurried it. Then I thought to myself, well, perhaps it is best. She is trying to forget and forgive and begin again. What right have I to stand in her way? Haven't I wronged her enough already? A good man offers her his love, and she is taking it. Let her do so if she can, God help her. I may suffer, but I am nothing to her now. Let me go my way." She put her arms on the table and hid her face in them. "Oh, I cannot bear it," she said. He rose to his feet slowly. "If it is my presence here that hurts you, Kate, I will go away. It has been but a painful pleasure to come, and I have been forced to take it. You will acquit me of coming of my own choice, Kate. But I will not torment you. I will go away and never come again." She lifted her face and said in a passionate whisper, "Take me with you." He shook his head. "That's impossible, Kate. You're married now. Your husband loves you dearly. He is a better man than I am 1,000,000 times." "Do you think I don't know what he is?" she cried, throwing herself back. "That's why I can't live with him. It's killing me. I tell you I can't bear it," she cried, rising to her feet. "Love me! Haven't I tried to make myself love him? Haven't I tried to be a good wife? I can't. He never speaks, but he torments me. Nothing can happen, but it cuts me through and through. I can't live in this house. The walls are crushing me. The ceiling is falling on me. The air is stifling me. I tell you I shall die if you do not take me out of it. Take me, Philip. Take me. Take me." She caught him by the arm imploringly, but he only dropped his head down between both hands, saying in a deep, thick voice, "Hush, Kate, hush. I cannot and I will not. You are mad to think of it." Then she sank down into the chair again, breathless and inert, and sobbing deep, low sobs. The sound of dancing came from the hall, with cries of "Hooch!" and the voice of Pete shouting, "Hit the floor with heel and toe, till heaven help the boards below." "Yes, I am mad, or soon will be," she said in a hard way. "I thought of that this morning when I crossed the river coming home from church. It would soon be over there, I thought. No more trouble, no more dreams, no more waking in the night to hear the breathing of the one beside me and the voice out of the darkness crying." "Kate, what are you saying?" interrupted Philip. "Oh, you needn't think I'm a bad woman because I ask you to take me away from my husband. If I were that, I could brazen it out perhaps and live on here and pretend to forget. Many a woman does, they say. And I'm not afraid that he will ever find me out either. I have only to close my lips and he will never know. But I shall know, Philip Christian," she said, with a defiant look into his eyes as he raised them. Her reproaches hurt him less than her piteous entreaties, and in a moment she was sobbing again. "Oh, what can God do but let me die? I thought he would when the child came, but he did not, and then, am I a wicked woman after all? I prayed that he would take my innocent baby anyway." But she dashed the tears away in anger at her weakness and said, "I'm not a bad woman, Philip Christian, and that's why I won't live here any longer. There is something you have never guessed, and I have never told you. But I must tell you now, for I can keep my secret no longer." He raised his head with a noise in his ears that was like the flapping of wings in the dark. "Your secret, Kate?" "How happy I was," she said. "Perhaps I was to blame. I loved you so, and was so fearful of losing you. Perhaps you thought of all that had passed between us as something that would go back and back as time went on and on. But it has been coming the other way ever since. Yes, and as long as I live, and as long as the child lives." Her voice quivered like the string of a bow and stopped. He rose to his feet. "The child, Kate. Did you say the child?" She did not answer at once, and then she muttered, with her head down, "Didn't I tell you there was something you had never guessed?" "And is it that?" he said in a fearful whisper. "Yes." "You are sure? You are not deceiving yourself? This is not hysteria?" "No." "You mean that the child—" "Yes." His questions had come in gasps, like short breakers out of a rising sea. Her answers had fallen like the minute gun above it. Then in the silence Pete's voice came through the wall. He was singing a rough old ditty. "It was to Covent Gardens I chanced for to go, to see some of the prettiest flowers which in the gardens grow." Nancy came in with a scuttle of coals. "The lil one's asleep," she said, going down on her knees at the fire. She had left the door ajar, and Pete's song was rolling into the room. "The first was lovely Nancy, so delicate and fair. The other was a vargin, and she did laurels wear." "Grannie bathed her, and she's like a lil angel in the cot there," said Nancy. "And, dear heart alive, Grannie," says I, "the straight she's like her father when she's sleeping." Nancy brushed the hearth and went off. As she closed the door, Pete's voice ebbed out. Philip's lips trembled. His eyes wandered over the floor. He grew very pale. He tried to speak and could not. All his self-pride was overthrown in a moment. The honour in which he had tried to stand erect as in a suit of armour was stripped away. Unwittingly he had been laying up an account with nature. He had forgotten that a sin has consequences. Nature did not forget. She had kept her own reckoning. He had struggled to believe that after all he was a moral man, a free man, but nature was a sterner moralist. She had chained him to the past. She had held him to himself. He was still by the fire with his head down. "Did you know this before you were married to Pete?" he asked without looking up. "Hadn't I wronged him enough without that?" she answered. "But did you think of it as something that might perhaps occur?" "And if I did, what then?" "If you had told me, Kate, nothing and nobody should have come between us. No," he said in a decisive voice, "not Pete nor all the world." "And wasn't it your own duty to remember? Was it for me to come to you and say, 'Philip, something may happen. I'm frightened'?" Was this the compulsion that had driven her into marriage with the wrong man? Was it all hysteria? Could she be sure? In any case she could not think this awful thought and continue to live with her husband. "You are right," he said, with his head still down. "You cannot live here any longer. This life of deception must end." "Then you will take me away, Philip?" "I must, God forgive me, I must. I thought it would be sin, but that was long ago. It will be punishment. If I had known before, and I have been coming here time and again, looking on his happiness, but if I had once dreamt, and then only an hour ago, the oath at its baptism. Oh, God!" Her tears were flowing again, but a sort of serenity had fallen on her now. "Forgive me," she whispered. "I tried to keep it to myself." "You could not keep it. You ought never to have kept it so long. The finger of God himself ought to have burnt it out of you." He spoke harshly, and she felt pain, but there was a secret joy as well. "I am ruining you, Philip," she said, leaning over him. "We are both drifting to ruin, Catherine," he answered hoarsely. He was an abandoned hulk, with anchorage gone and no hand at the helm, broken, blind, rolling to destruction. "I can offer you nothing, Kate, nothing but a hidden life, a life in the dark. If you come to me, you will leave a husband who worships you for one to whom your life can never be joined. You will exchange a life of respect by the side of a good man for a life of humiliation, a life of shame. How can it be otherwise now? It is too late, too late." "Don't think of that, Philip. If you love me, there can be no humiliation and no shame for me in anything. I love you, dear. I cannot help but love you. Only love me a little, Philip, just a little, dearest, and I will never care. No, I will never, never care whatever happens." Her passionate devotion swept down all his scruples. His throat thickened, his eyes grew dim. She put one arm tenderly on his shoulder. "I will follow you wherever you must go," she said. "You are my real husband, Philip, and always have been. We will love one another, and that will make up for everything. There is nothing I will not do to make you forget. If you must go away, far away, no matter where, I will go with you, and the child as well, and if we must be poor, I'll work with you." But he did not seem to hear her as he crouched with buried face by the fire, and in the silence Pete's muffled voice came again through the wall, singing his rugged ditty. "I am not engaged to any young man, I solemnly do swear, for I mane to be a virgin and still the laurels wear." Unconsciously their hands touched and their fingers intertwined. "It will break his heart," he muttered. She only grasped his hand the closer, and crouched beside him. They were like two guilty souls at the altar steps, listening to the cheerful bell that swings in the tower for the happy world outside. The door opened with a bang, and Pete rolled in, heaving with laughter. "Did you think it was an earthquake, Philip?" he shouted. "Or a blackbird a bit tipsy, eh? Bless me, man, it's good of you, though, sitting up in the chimney there, same as a good old jackdaw, keeping the poor wife company when her selfish old husband is flirting his tail like a stone chat. The company's going now, Kitty. Will they say good night to you? No? Have it as you like, bogh. They're looking tired anyway. Dempster, the boys are asking when the ceremony is coming off, and will you come home to Ramsey that night? But sakes alive, man, your eye is splashed with blood as bad as the egg of a robin." In his suffering and degradation, Philip felt as if he wished the earth to open and swallow him. "Bloodshot, is it?" he said. "It's nothing. The ceremony? I'm to take the oath tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the special council in Douglas. Yes, I'll come back to Ballure for the night." "Driving, eh?" "Yes." 6 o'clock, maybe? "Perhaps 7 to 8. "That's all right. Mortal inquisitive the boys are, though. It's in the breed of these Manxmans, you know. Laxey way, now?" "I'll drive by St. John's," said Philip. With a look of wondrous wisdom and a knowing wink at Kate across Philip's back, Pete went out. Then there was much talking in low tones in the hall and on the paths outside the house. Philip understood what it meant. He glanced back at the door, leaned over to Kate, and said in a whisper, without looking into her eyes, "The carriage shall come at 7:30. It will stand for a moment in the parsonage lane, and then drive back to Douglas by way of Laxey." His face was broken and ugly with shame and humiliation. As she saw this, she thought of her confession, and it seemed odious to her now, but there was an immense relief in the feeling that the crisis was over. Pete was shouting at the porch. "Good night, all. Good night." "Good night," came back in many voices. Granny came in muffled up to the throat. "However am I to get back to Sulby, and your father gone these 2 hours?" she said. "Not him," said Pete, coming behind with one eye screwed up and a finger to his nose. "The old man's been on the back stairs all night, listening and watching wonderful. His bark's tremendous, but his bite isn't worth mentioning." And then a plaintive voice came from the hall, saying, "Are you never coming home, mother? I'm worn out waiting for you." A little patch of youth had blossomed in Granny since the baby came. "Good night, Pete," she cried from the gate, "and many happy returns of the christening day." "One was enough for yourself, mother," said Caesar, and then his voice went rumbling down the street. Philip had come out into the hall. "You're time enough yet," said Pete. "A glass first? No? I've sent over to the mitre for your mare. There she is. That's her foot on the path. I must be seeing you off anyway. Where's that lantern at all?" They stepped out. Pete held the light while Philip mounted, and then he guided him under the deep shadow of the old tree to the road. "Fine night for a ride, Phil. Listen. That's the churning of the night-jar going up to Ballure Glen. Well, good night, and God bless you, old fellow." Kate inside heard the deadened sound of Philip's good night, the crunch of the mare's hoofs on the gravel, and the clink of the bit in her teeth. Then the porch door closed with a hollow vibration like that of a vault. The chain rattled across it, and Pete was back in the room. "What a night we've had of it! And now to bed." End of Part 4, Chapter 11. Part 4, Chapter 12 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 12. Kate was up early the next morning, but Pete was stirring before her. As soon as he had heard the news of Philip's appointment, he had organised a drum and brass band to honour the day of the ceremony. The brass had been borrowed from Laxey, but the drum had been bought by Pete. "Let's have a good sizable drum," said he. "Something with a voice in it, not a bit of a toot, going off with a pop like bladder wrack." The parchment was 3 feet across. The steel rings round it were like the hoops of a dog-cart, and the black drumsticks, according to Pete, were like the bullet heads of 2 niggers. Jonaique Jelly played the clarionet, and John the Widow played the trombone, but the drum was the leading instrument. Pete himself played it. He pounded it, boomed it, thundered it. While he did so, his eyes blazed with rapture. A big, heroic soul spoke out of the drum for Pete. With the strap over his shoulder, he did not trouble much about the tune. When the heart leapt inside his breast, down came the nigger heads onto the mighty protuberance in front of it, and surely that was the end and aim of all music. The band practised in the cabin which Pete had set up for a summer house in the middle of his garden. They met at daybreak that morning for the last of their rehearsals, and being up before their morning meal, they were constrained to smoke and drink as well as play. This they did out of a single pipe and a single pot, which each took up from the table in turn, as it fell to his part to have a few bars' rest. While their muffled melody came to the house through the wooden walls and the dense smoke, Kate was cooking breakfast. She did everything carefully, for she was calmer than usual, and felt relieved of the load that had oppressed her. But once she leaned her head on the mantel-shelf while stooping over the frying-pan, and looked vacantly into the fire, and once she raised herself up from the tablecloth at the sound of the drum, and pressed her hand hard on her brow. The child awoke in the bedroom above and cried. Nancy Joe went flip-flapping upstairs and brought her down with much clucking and cackling. Kate took the child and fed her from a feeding bottle which had been warming on the oven top. She was very tender with the little one, kissing all its extremities in the way the women have, worrying its legs and putting its feet into her mouth. Pete came in, hot and perspiring, and Kate handed the child back to Nancy. "Hold hard," cried Pete. "Don't take her off yet. Give me a hold of her, the little rogue. My sailor, what a child it is, though. Look at that now. She's got a grip of my thumb. What a fist, to be sure. She's lying in my hand like a meg. Did you stick a piece of dough on the wall at your last baking, Nancy? Just as well to keep the evil eye off. Coo, she's going it regular, same as the tide of a summer's day. By jing, Kitty, I didn't think there was so much fun in babies." Kate, seated at the table, was pouring out the tea, and a sudden impulse seized her. "That's the way," she said. "First the wife is everything, but the child comes, and then good-bye to the mother who brought it." "No, by gosh," said Pete. "The child is 18-carat gold for the mother's sake, but the mother is diamonds for sake of the child. If I lost that little one, Kitty, it would be like losing the half of you." "Losing, indeed," said Nancy. "Who's talking about losing? Does she look like it, bless her little heart?" "Take her into the kitchen, Nancy," said Kate. "Going to have a rare do to-day," said Pete over a mouthful. "I'm off for Douglas, to see Philip made Dempster. Coming home with himself by way of St. John's. It's all arranged, woman. Boys to meet the carriage by Kirk Chrysler's air at 7 o'clock smart. Then out I'm getting, laying hold of the drum. The band is striking up, and we're bringing him into Ramsey triumphant. Oh, we'll be doing it grand," said Pete, blowing over the rim of his saucer. "John the clerk is tremendous on the trombones, and there's no baiting Jonaique with the clarinet. The man is music to his little backbone. The town will be coming out too, and the fishermen shouting like one man. We're bound to let the Governor see we mean it. A friend's a friend, say I, and we're for bucking up for the man that's bucking up for us. And when he goes to the Tynwald Court there, it'll be lockjaw and the measles with some of them. If the old Governor's got a tongue like a file, Philip's got a tongue like a scythe. He'll mow them down. No harbour dues, says he, till we've a reasonable hope of harbour improvements. Build your embankments for your trippers in Douglas, if you like, but don't ask the fishermen to pay for them. Pete wiped his mouth and charged his pipe. "It'll be a rare old dust, but we're not thinking of ourselves only, though. Oh, no, no. If there wasn't nothing doing, we would be giving him a little tune for all coming home Dempster." Pete lit up. "My sailor, it'll be a proud man I'll be this day, Kitty. Didn't I always say it? He'll be the first Manxman living, says I, times and times, and he's not going to deceive me neither." Kate was in fear lest Pete should look up into her face. Catching sight of a rent in the cloth of his coat, she whipped out her needle and began to stitch it up, bending closely over it. "What an eye a woman's got now," said Pete. "That was the steel of the drum ragging me sideways when I was a bit excited. Bless me, Kitty, there won't be a rag left at me when I get through this evening. They're terrible on clothes, is drums." He was puffing the smoke through her hair as she knelt below him. "Well, he deserves it all. My sakes, the years I've known him. Him and me have been same as brothers. Yes, have we, ever since I was a slip of a boy in jackets, and we went nesting on Morgold Head together. And getting married hasn't been making no difference. When a man marries, he shortens sail usually, and pitches out some ballast, but not me at all. You're taking a chill, Kitty? No? Shuddering, anyway. Shoot, this dress is like paper. You should be having warmer things under it. Don't be going out today, darling, but tonight, about 25 minutes better than 7, just open the door and listen. We'll be agate of it then, like mad, and when you're hearing the drum booming, you'll be saying to yourself, 'Pete's there, and going it for all he knows.'" "Oh, Pete, Pete," cried Kate, and she dropped back at his feet. "Why, what's this at all?" said Pete. "You've been very, very good to me, Pete, and if I never see you again you'll think the best of me, will you not?" She had an impulse to tell all. She could hardly resist it. He smoothed the black ripples of her hair back from her forehead and said tenderly, "She's not so well today, that's it. Her eyes are bubbling like the labour." Then aloud with a laugh, "Never see me again, eh? I'm not willing to share you with heaven yet, though. But I'll have to be doing as the doctor was saying, sending you to England over. I will now, I will," he said, lifting his big finger threateningly. She slid backwards to the ground, but at the next moment was landed on Pete's breast. "My poor little Kirry, not willing to stay with me, eh? Tut, tut. She'll be as smart as ever soon." She drew away from him with shame and self-reproach, mingled with that old feeling of personal repulsion which she could not conquer. Then the gate of the garden clicked, and Ross Christian came up the path. "He's sticking to me as tight as a limpet," said Pete. "Mr. Quilliam," said Ross, "I come for my father this time." "'Deed, man," said Pete. "Here's a little press for money." "And Mr. Peter Christian sends to me?" "He thought you might like to lend on mortgage." "On Ballawhaine?" Ross stammered and stuttered. "Well, yes, certainly, as you say, on To think," muttered Pete. He gazed vacantly before him for a moment, and then said sharply, "I've no time to talk of it now, sir. I'm off to Douglas, but if you like to stop a while and talk of it with Mrs. Quilliam, I'll be hearing everything when I come back. Good day, Kate. Take care of my wife. Good day, Nancy. Look after my 2 girls while I'm away. And Kitty Boch," whispering, "mind you send to Robbie Clucas, the draper, for some nice warm underclothing. Goodbye. Another. Just one more," then aloud, "Good day to you, sir. Good day." End of Part 4, Chapter 12. Part 4, Chapter 13 of The Manxman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Manxman by Sir Hall Caine, Part 4, Chapter 13. He, the Spirit himself, may come when all the nerve of sense is dumb. Philip had not slept at Ballure. The house was in darkness as he passed. He was riding to Douglas. It is 16 miles between town and town, 6 of them over the steep headland of Kirk Morgold. Before he reached the top of the ascent, he had been an hour on the road, and the night was near to morning. He had seen no one after leaving Ramsey, except a drunken miner with his bundle on his stick, marching home to a tipsy travesty of some brave song. His self-righteousness was overthrown. His pride was in the dust. Since he returned home he had struggled to feel strong and easy in the sense of being an honourable man, but now he was thrown violently out of the path in which he had meant to walk rightly. What he was about to do was necessary, was inevitable, yet in his relation to Kate he was in the position of an immoral man, a betrayer, an adulterer, with a vulgar secret, which he must support by lying and share with servants. And what was the outlook? What would be the end? Here was a situation from which there was no escape. Let there be no false glamour, no disguise, no self-deception. On the eve of his promotion to the dignities and responsibilities of a judge, he was taking the first step down on the course of the criminal. The moon was shining at the full. It was low down in the sky, on his right, and casting his shadow onto the road. He walked his horse up the long hill. The even pace, the quiet of the night, the drowsy sounds of unseen stream and far-off murmuring sea overcame him in spite of himself, and he dozed in the saddle. As he reached the hilltop, the level step of the horse awoke him, and he knew that he was passing that desolate spot on the border of parish and parish, which is known as Tom Alone's. Opening his eyes without realising that he had slept, he thought he became aware of another horse and another rider walking by his side. They were on the left of him, going pace for pace, stepping along with him like his shadow. "It is my shadow," he thought, and he forced up his head to look. Nothing was there but a whitewashed wall that fenced a sheepfold. The moon had gone under the mountains on the right, and the night would have been dark but for the stars. With an astonishment near to terror, Philip gripped the saddle with his quaking knees and broke his horse into a trot. When the hard ride had brought warmth to his blood and a glow to his cheeks, he told himself he had been the victim of fancy. It was nothing. It was a delusion of the sight, a mere shadow cast off by his distempered brain. He was passing at a walking pace through Laxey by this time, and as the horse's feet beat up the echoes of the sleeping town, his heart grew brave. Next day at noon he was talking with his servant, Gemma Lord, in his rooms in Athol Street. He had lately become tenant of the entire house. They were in his old chambers on the first floor, looking on to the churchyard. "I may rely on you, Jemmy?" "You may, Deemster." His voice was low and husky. His eyes were down. He was fumbling the papers on the table. "Get the carriage, a landau, from Shimon's, but drive it yourself. Be at Government offices at 4. We'll go by St. John's. If there is any attempt at Ramsey to take the horse out of the carriage, resist it. I will alight at the head of the town. Then drive on to the lane between the chapel and Elm Cottage. The moment the lady joins you, start away. Return to Laxey. Are the rooms upstairs ready?" "They will be." "The two in front of your own, and the little parlour behind this. We shall need no other servants. The lady will be housekeeper." "I quite understand, Deemster." Philip turned his face aside and spoke thickly. "And you know what name—" "I know what name, Deemster." "You have no objection?" "None whatever, Deemster." Philip drew a long breath. "I'm not Deemster yet, Jemmy. Perhaps it might have been, but God knows. You're a good fellow. I shall not forget it." He made a motion as if to dismiss the man, but Jemmy did not go. "Beg pardon, your Honour." "Yes?" "Your Honour has eaten nothing at breakfast, and the bed wasn't slept in last night." "I was riding late. Then I had work to do." "But I heard your foot on the floor. It woke me times." "I may have speeches to make today. Fetch me a glass of water." Jemmy brought water bottle and glass. As Philip took the water, an icy numbness seemed to seize his arm. I declare I can't lift. Thanks." The man raised Philip's arm to his mouth. The glass rattled against his teeth while he drank. "Pardon, your Honour. You're looking 10 years older lately. The sooner this day is over, the better." "Sleep, Jemmy. I only want sleep. I must have a long, long sleep at Ballure tonight." He left the house at 3 minutes to 3, carrying his cloak over his arm. It was a hot day at the beginning of June, and when he stepped out at the door the air of the street smote his face like a blast from an open furnace. He reeled and almost fell. The sun's heat was like a load on his head, its dazzling rays made his sight dim, and he had a sound in his ears like running water. As he walked down the street, he caught his wandering reflection in the shop windows. Jemmy was right, he thought. My worst enemy would not accuse me of looking too young today. There was a small crowd about the entrance to government offices. Carriages were driving up, discharging their occupants and going on. The Bishop, the Attorney-General, finally the Governor, with his wife and daughter, passed into the house. In the commotion of these arrivals, Philip reached the door unobserved. When he was recognised, there was a sudden hush of voices, and then a low buzz of gossip. He walked through with a firm step, going in alone, all eyes upon him. The doorway opens on a narrow passage, which is neither wide nor very light, and the sunshine without made the gloom within more grey and uncertain. As Philip stepped over the threshold, he was conscious that somebody was coming out. When he had taken 2 paces more, he drew up sharply with the sense of walking into a mirror. At the next instant he saw that what he had taken for the reflection of his own face in a glass was the actual face of another man. The man was coming out as he went in. They were approaching each other. At 2 paces more they were side by side. He looked at the man with creeping horror. The man looked at him with amazement and dread. Thus eye to eye they crossed and passed. Then each turned his head over his shoulder and looked after the other, Philip stepping into the gloom, the stranger striding into the light. At the next moment the narrow doorway was darkened by a ponderous figure rolling through. Then a heavy hand fell on Philip's shoulder, and a hearty voice exclaimed, "Hilloa, Christian, proud to see you, boy. You've outstripped old Stick-in-the-Mud, but I always knew you would lead me the way through. Funking a bit, are you? Hands like ice, anyway? Come along, nothing to be nervous about. We're not going to give you the dose of William Done. Don't martyr the Christians these days, you know." It was Philip's old master, the clerk of the rolls. Taking Philip's arm, he was for swinging him along, but Philip, still looking towards the street, said falteringly, "Did you perhaps see a young man, going out at the door?" "When?" "As you came in." "Was there?" said the clerk, dubiously. Then, as by a sudden light, "Did he wear a round hat and a monkey jacket?" "Maybe, I hardly know. I didn't observe." "That'll be the man. He's been at me half the morning for admission to the council. Said he'd known you all his life. Bogh as a thorn bush, but somehow I couldn't say no to the fellow at last. He ought to be inside, though." "It's nothing," thought Philip, "only another shadow from a tired brain. Jemmy's talk about my altered looks, the reflection in the shop windows, the sudden gloom after the dazzling sunlight. That's all, that's all. Sleep, I want sleep." When the Governor took his seat with the first Deemster on his right, and motioned Philip to the chair on his left, an involuntary murmur passed over the chamber at the contrast there presented. The one Deemster, very old, with round, russet face, quick, gleaming eyes, and a comfortable, youthful, even merry expression. The other, very young, with long, pallid, powerful face, large eyes, and a tired look of age. Philip presented his commission received from the Home Secretary, and the oath of office was administered to him. Kissing a stained copy of a leather-bound testament, he repeated the words after the Governor in a thick croak that seemed to hack the air. "By this book, and by the holy contents thereof, and by the wonderful works that God hath miraculously wrought in heaven above, and on the earth beneath, in 6 days and 7 nights, I, Philip Christian, do swear that I will, without respect of favour or friendship, love or hate, loss or gain, consanguinity or affinity, envy or malice, execute the laws of this isle justly, betwixt our Sovereign Lady the Queen and her subjects within this isle, and betwixt party and party, as indifferently as the herring backbone doth lie in the midst of the fish." As Philip pronounced these words, he was conscious of only one face in that assembly. It was not the face of the Governor, of the Bishop, of any dignitary of church or state, but a rugged, eager, dark face over a black beard in the grip of a great brown hand, with sparkling eyes, parted lips, and a look of boyish pride. It was the face of Pete. "It only remains for me," said the Governor, "to congratulate your Honour on the high office to which it has pleased Her Majesty to appoint you, and to wish you long life and health to fulfil its duties with blameless credit to yourself and distinction to your country." There was some other speaking, and then Philip replied. He spoke clearly, firmly, and well. A reference to his grandfather provoked applause. His modesty and natural manner made a strong impression. "His Excellency is not so far wrong after all," was the common whisper. Some further business, and the council broke up for general gossip. Then on the pavement outside, while the carriages were coming in line, there were renewed congratulations, invitations, and warnings. The Governor invited Philip to dinner. He excused himself, saying he had promised to dine with his aunt at Ballure. The ladies warned him to spare himself, and recommended a holiday. And then the Clerk of the Rolls, proud as a peacock, strutting here and there and everywhere, and assuming the airs of a guardian, cried, "Can't yet, though, for he holds his first court in Ramsey tomorrow morning. Put on the cloak, Christian. It will be cold driving. Good men are scarce." An open landau came up at length, with Gemma Lord on the box seat, and Pete walking by the horse's head, smoothing its neck and tickling its ears. "Why, you were talking of the young man, Christian, and behold ye, here's the great fellow himself. Well, young chap," slapping Pete on the back, "see your Deemster take the oath, eh?" "He's my cousin," said Philip. "Cousin? Is he then? Can he perhaps be? Ah, yes, of course, certainly." The good man stammered and stopped, remembering the marriage of Philip's father. He opened the carriage door and stood aside for Philip, but Philip said, "Step in, Pete," and with a shamefaced look Pete rolled into the carriage. Philip took the seat beside him, amid a buzz of voices from the people standing about the door. "Well, as you like. Good day then, boy, good day," said the Clerk of the Rolls, clashing the door back. The carriage began to move. "Good day, your Honour," cried several out of the crowd. Philip raised his hat. The hats of the men went up to him. Some of the girls were wiping their eyes. End of Part 4, Chapter 13.